After divorcing his formidable wife, the hidden identity of a wealthy heir was unveiled. Following her dismal defeat in the business world, the ex-wife underwent a profound transformation, embarking on a relentless pursuit of her former husband. The two of them, caught in a web of power struggles and emotional turmoil, endeavored to rediscover the boundaries of true love. Chapter 1. The Divorce. In Jiangzhou City, at the Song family's villa, a breathtaking woman sat before Chen Fan. With an air of elegance, striking features, and a figure that was both slender and curvaceous, she emanated a cool, detached aura. Her name was Song Qingyan, and she was Chen Fan's wife, though that status would soon change. "Please sign. It is time to end this," she stated. Chen Fan picked up a pen and affixed his signature to the divorce agreement. 5 years of marriage had come to a close. With his head bowed, he sighed. "Why do you want a divorce? Why? Are you truly so oblivious? You no longer deserve my sister," she retorted coldly. Standing nearby was a tall, attractive woman, her hands placed defiantly on her hips as she regarded Chen Fan with disdain. Her name was Song Mengxian, Song Qingyan's younger sister. She made no effort to conceal her contempt for Chen Fan. "Your presence is merely a burden to my sister." "A burden?" Chen Fan let out a self-deprecating laugh, turning to Song Qingyan. "Am I merely a burden in your eyes?" 5 years prior, the Song family had been an ordinary household. When his wife, Song Qingyan, aspired to start her own business, Chen Fan had taken out a loan and provided her with numerous opportunities, fully supporting her endeavors. Now, 5 years later, with the Song family flourishing and Qingyan's company thriving, he found himself discarded without a second thought. And what else could it be? Song Mengxian scoffed. "My sister is now the chairwoman of a billion-dollar company, while you, merely a penniless man. What more can you offer her? My sister possesses beauty, a splendid figure, and wealth, with countless suitors vying for her attention in Jiangzhou. You and she now inhabit entirely different worlds." With ruthless candor, Song Mengxian continued, "You may have once aided our family, but we have supported you for 5 years. Whatever debt there was has long been settled." "Dream Xian, please stop," Song Qingyan interjected. "Chen Fan, consider this my fault. I have changed, and I will compensate you," she said, producing a bank card. "There is 10 million here, take it." Song Mengxian interjected sarcastically. 10 million? That's enough for a man like you to squander a lifetime." Chen Fan found it absurd. "Song Qingyan, is our 5-year relationship worth merely 10 million? 10 million is indeed insufficient," Song Qingyan conceded. "If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. I will fulfill any request within my power." "Song Qingyan, after 5 years of marriage, do you still not understand me? Am I someone who values money above all else?" Chen Fan replied coldly. "I want you to tell me directly, is money more important to you than our relationship?" "Yes," Song Qingyan responded bluntly. "Chen Fan, I acknowledge that you have treated me well and that I once loved you, but you failed to grasp my desires. What I seek is not a husband who cooks for me daily, drives me home from work, and tends to my every need. I yearn for a man with ambition and drive." With a sigh, Song Qingyan lamented, "Yet you have never given me hope. Thus, this is how it must be." "So you believe I lack ambition," Chen Fan said, disappointment creeping into his voice. "In other words, there is now a better man in your life?" In his mind, it seemed that Song Qingyan had entered a higher social circle and was comparing him unfavorably. Song Qingyan's lips moved slightly. She had not anticipated Chen Fan's interpretation. Rather than offer clarification, she simply nodded. At this juncture, further explanation would serve no purpose. "I see," Chen Fan said, rising to leave the Song residence. In that moment, he felt no lingering attachment. As he turned away, Song Qingyan experienced a pang of regret. Mengxian, was divorcing Chen Fan the right decision? She mused, sensing the loss of something significant. "Yes, sister, you did the right thing," Song Mengxian affirmed vigorously. "Given your current status, Chen Fan is simply unworthy of you. He would only hold you back. You can seek someone better." Song Qingyan's expression grew somber. Even if she found someone superior, would it guarantee her happiness? Suddenly, a convoy of luxury cars arrived at the Song family villa. Moments later, a group of men clad in black suits emerged, forming two lines to lay out a red carpet. From the center of the procession, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped out of a Maybach. He approached the still-dazed Song Qingyan and Song Mengxian. "May I inquire where Mr. Chen is?" The two sisters exchanged bewildered glances. The grand display suggested a wealthy family, yet they were unsure which Mr. Chen he referred to. "Today marks the 5th wedding anniversary of Mr. Chen, and I have come to present a gift," the middle-aged man explained with a smile. "Which of you is married?" "Sir, you must be mistaken. We are both single and unmarried," Song Qingyan began, but Song Mengxian interjected, "There is no Mr. Chen here." She refrained from mentioning Song Qingyan's recent divorce, as it would tarnish her sister's reputation. "You are all unmarried?" the middle-aged man asked. "It seems I have indeed come to the wrong place. My apologies for the intrusion." "From the Longdu Chen family?" Song Qingyan pondered aloud. Could it be related to Chen Fan? She recalled that today marked the 5th anniversary of her marriage to Chen Fan. "Sister, what are you thinking? The man clearly belongs to a prominent family," Song Mengxian chuckled. "Chen Fan is just a penniless man. How could he possibly be linked to a wealthy clan? There must be some mistake." Song Qingyan contemplated this and nodded slowly. If Chen Fan truly were a member of a prestigious family, he would not have needed to take out a loan for her startup, nor would they have had to support him for 5 years. Chapter 2. Acerbic as Chen Fan stepped out of the Song residence, his eyes brimmed with melancholy. He had merely yearned for a life of tranquility, yet he soon realized how arduous that aspiration was. After investing 5 years of emotion, he found it amounted to nothing. At that moment, a white Panamera abruptly halted before him. As the door swung open, a pair of long, graceful legs emerged, followed by an exquisitely beautiful woman alighting from the vehicle. The lady exuded an enchanting allure, her eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Approaching Chen Fan, she offered a sweet smile. "Mr. Chen, greetings." Chen Fan nodded. "Hello. May I ask who you are?" The woman chuckled. "My name is Tang Xinjia." Tang Xinjia? Chen Fan found the name somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall its significance, so he inquired, "I do not know you. Have you come to see me for a reason, Mr. Chen, while you may not recognize me?" "I am well acquainted with you," Tang Xinjia replied. "My father has recently fallen ill. We have consulted numerous doctors to no avail, and I would like to request your assistance in treating him." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression turned noticeably colder. "Miss Tang, you have the wrong person. I am merely an ordinary individual and do not possess medical expertise. Please, do not be so hasty in your refusal." Tang Xinjia implored earnestly. "I am willing to compensate you. Name your price, and I shall provide it. Even if you cannot cure my father's ailment, I will still compensate you. This is not a matter of money." Chen Fan shook his head. "It is simply that I genuinely do not know how to treat illnesses." "How can that be? You are from Longdu. Chen Fan, you truly are remarkable. You have just divorced my daughter and are already pursuing another woman." Before Tang Xinjia could finish her sentence, a sarcastic voice interrupted from behind. Chen Fan turned to see a heavily made-up woman striding towards him. Taken aback, he exclaimed, "Mother, what are you doing here?" The woman before him was Wang Chuanqiu, the mother of Song Qingyan, and Chen Fan's former mother-in-law. "Mother, please do not misunderstand." Chen Fan instinctively replied, "I do not know this lady. We have only just met." After speaking, he found it peculiar that he felt compelled to explain himself to Wang Chuanqiu, considering he had divorced Song Qingyan and had no ties to the Song family anymore. "You need not rush to explain. I am well aware of what you are," Wang Chuanqiu retorted with a cold snort. "Qingyan's decision to divorce you was undoubtedly the wisest choice she ever made. I have observed you secretly consorting with dubious women." She cast a disdainful glance at Tang Xinjia, her expression one of utter contempt. Tang Xinjia's countenance darkened, clearly displeased. "Mother, I have spent 5 years in the Song household. I am well aware of my standing." She interjected. Chen Fan spoke in a frigid tone. "I swear before heaven, I have never wronged Song Qingyan. One's heart is inscrutable. Who knows if you were merely feigning sincerity for 5 years?" Wang Chuanqiu scoffed. "But perhaps this is for the best. Look at your deplorable demeanor. How could you ever be worthy of Qingyan?" "Mother, say what you will. I know in my heart that I have treated Song Qingyan with integrity and respect," Chen Fan declared. tossing aside his words before turning to leave. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Wang Chuanxiu, with a sharp reprimand, extended her hand towards Chen Fan, declaring, hand over the money. That belongs to my daughter. And you have no right to take it. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, responding, money? What money? What pretense is this? Wang Chuanxiu coldly retorted, do not think for a moment that I am unaware. Qingyan divorced you and gave you 10 million. Hand it over. Chen Fan replied, Song Qingyan indeed intended to give me 10 million, but I did not take a single cent. Do you think me a fool, easily deceived? Wang Chuanxiu glared at Chen Fan, reiterating, I shall say this once more. Hand over the money, or do not blame me for being impolite. Chen Fan, wearing an expression of helplessness, stated, if you do not believe me, feel free to call Song Qingyan and inquire. She has a kind heart and will surely assist you in deceiving me. Wang Chuanxiu barked, I command you to surrender the money. Chen Fan, now visibly impatient, insisted, I told you, I have not taken anything. If you refuse to comply, I shall search you myself. Wang Chuanxiu approached, intent on searching Chen Fan. Despite their divorce, she not only turned the tables on him, but also sought to humiliate him verbally. Undoubtedly provoking his ire, as her hand reached into Chen Fan's pocket, he swatted it away, asserting, Wang Chuanxiu, do not overstep your bounds. He refrained from calling her mother as she no longer deserved that title. Wang Chuanxiu was taken aback, exclaiming, oh, you dare to lay hands on me. You've gone too far. I shall teach you a lesson. She swung her hand towards Chen Fan's face. Dare to touch Mr. Chen, and see what happens. Tang Xinjia suddenly interjected coldly. Wang Chuanxiu shot Tang Xinjia a fierce glare, hissing, who are you? You little wretch. Mind your own business, or I shall strike you too. Just as she issued her threat, two bodyguards in black suddenly surged forward, glaring menacingly at Wang Chuanxiu. With a resounding slap, one of the bodyguards struck Wang Chuanxiu across the face, admonishing, how dare you show disrespect to the young lady? Ah! Wang Chuanxiu shrieked, stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground. Clutching her reddened face, she furiously pointed at Tang Xinjia, demanding, who are you to lay a hand on me? Tang Xinjia coldly replied, you are not worthy to know who I am. I strike you for your insolence. Wang Chuanxiu, you are but a parasite, Wang Chuanxiu retorted, directing her ire at Chen Fan. I in the past, you fed off our family, and now you cling to another wealthy woman. Do not presume that this grants you any superiority before me. In my eyes, you will forever remain a waste of space. Have you not learned your lesson? Tang Xinjia signaled to the bodyguard, who seized Wang Chuanxiu by the hair and delivered two sharp slaps. Ah, you're attacking me. This is murder, Wang Chuanxiu wailed, rolling on the ground in a fit of despair. Chen Fan, your true nature is revealed, allowing outsiders to strike me. I truly regret marrying my daughter to you. Tang Xinjia warned, should you continue to speak so disrespectfully, my people will strike harder. Let us see whether your words or fists hold more weight. Terrified, Wang Chuanxiu promptly silenced herself, though her gaze remained filled with hatred directed at Chen Fan. He, too, was taken aback by Tang Xinjia's ruthlessness, yet he turned his head aside, showing no inclination to assist Wang Chuanxiu. Wang Chuanxiu, devoid of compassion, cannot blame others for their lack of righteousness. Mr. Chen, please do enter the vehicle. Tang Xinjia personally opened the door for Chen Fan, flashing him a sweet smile. Chen Fan stepped into Tang Xinjia's car, which then drove away. Chen Fan, just you wait. I shall not let you off the hook. Wang Chuanxiu, having risen from the ground, dialed Song Qingyan's number. Qingyan, that wretched Chen Fan struck me. Chapter 3. Deserved fate. Upon receiving Wang Chuanxiu's call, reporting that she had been assaulted by Chen Fan, Song Qingyan hurried over with Song Mengxian. My daughter, you have finally arrived. Wang Chuanxiu pointed at her swollen face, lamenting to Song Qingyan, just look at your mother. I was nearly disfigured by that scoundrel Chen Fan. Chen Fan hit you? Song Qingyan, though skeptical, replied, surely not. Chen Fan has always possessed a gentle temperament. How could he possibly resort to violence against you? Despite their divorce, she remained acutely aware of Chen Fan's character. During their 5 years at the Song household, he had never shown anger and had always treated Wang Chuanxiu with respect. It seemed implausible that he would resort to striking her. Qingyan, what do you mean by that? Wang Chuanxiu, flaring up in indignation, retorted, you no longer believe your own mother? Just look at the injuries on my face. Am I inflicting harm upon myself? Sister, I believe mother. Song Mengxian interjected. It must be that your divorce from Chen Fan has left him bitter, and he is seeking revenge. Mengxian is correct. Chen Fan is a wolf in sheep's clothing. That he pretended to be virtuous while living with us. But now that he is divorced from you, his true nature has been revealed. Wang Chuanqiu continued detailing Chen Fan's misdeeds. You may not know, but he has taken up with a vixen. I have long suspected that he was consorting with dubious women even before your divorce. Chen Fan has another woman? Song Qingyan's expression shifted. Could it be that his previous kindness was merely an act? If that were the case, she had truly misjudged him. Song Qingyan asserted, I will handle this matter from here. Wang Chuanqiu, in a fit of rage, declared, Qingyan, you must teach Chen Fan a lesson and avenge your mother. Song Qingyan nodded. If Chen Fan truly struck you, I shall ensure you receive justice. At that moment, Chen Fan sat within Tang Xinjia's car, and upon seeing Song Qingyan's call, he surmised that she was coming to confront him. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Chen Fan, did you strike my mother? Song Qingyan asked directly. I did not, Chen Fan replied, somewhat bewildered. Wang Chuanqiu had already played the victim. Song Qingyan's voice turned cold. Chen Fan, I understand that my mother can be rather sharp-tongued, yet there is no need to resort to violence. Perhaps influenced by her mother's words regarding Chen Fan's supposed infidelity, she was unwilling to hear any explanations from him. Qingyan, I truly did not strike your mother. Chen Fan expressed his utter helplessness. Sign. After all, we were married for 5 years. Do I not deserve your trust? Chen Fan, I wish to believe you as well, yet the injuries on my mother's face are undeniably real, Song Qingyan replied. Let me ask you this. Is it because of my divorce from you that you have taken out your frustrations on my mother? Upon hearing those words, Chen Fan was taken aback. Did he truly appear so inadequate in Song Qingyan's eyes? Chen Fan, out of consideration for the 5 years we spent as a married couple, I shall grant you an opportunity for restitution. Song Qingyan continued, if you come over now and apologize to my mother, I will refrain from pursuing this matter any further. Chen Fan let out a cold laugh. And what if I choose not to? In a stern tone, Song Qingyan replied, do not push me. Otherwise, I will leave you with no semblance of compassion. Song Qingyan, there is no compassion left between us, he retorted. The injuries upon her face were merely her just deserts. With that, Chen Fan hung up the phone, utterly disillusioned with Song Qingyan. Furious, Song Qingyan nearly hurled her phone across the room, taken aback by Chen Fan's overwhelming assertiveness. Sister, now you can truly see Chen Fan's true colors. Song Meixian interjected, having overheard Chen Fan's remarks. Indignant, she exclaimed, Mother must have been harmed by him. He is merely evading responsibility. He needs to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he will truly start to think himself important. If you cannot bring yourself to confront him, leave it to me. Enough, let us discuss this later. Song Qingyan suppressed her anger, wishing to sever any ties with Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Tang Xinjia, noticing Chen Fan's grim expression, inquired, Mr. Chen, have I caused you any trouble? It's nothing, Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. Didn't you ask me to attend to your father's health? You assisted me earlier, so I owe you a favor. Please take me to see your father. Tang Xinjia beamed with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen. 10 minutes later, Tang Xinjia drove them to a private hospital. Upon arrival, she guided Chen Fan into a VIP ward. At first glance, Chen Fan noticed a frail middle-aged man lying on the hospital bed, connected to N4, his pallid face devoid of color, appearing exceedingly weak. Surrounding the bed were several individuals, along with doctors clad in white coats. Their grave expression suggested that the middle-aged man's condition was quite dire. Brother, you're here, a lackadaisical young man approached them. These doctors only know how to boast. They can't possibly cure Dad's illness. Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce my brother, Tang Zimo, Tang Xinjia said. Zimo, this is Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Tang Zimo scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe. Sister, who is he? Your new boyfriend. Does he even deserve you? What are you talking about? Zimo, Tang Xinjia interjected. He is the Chen Fan whom father requested I find. What? He is Chen Fan, the one renowned for his medical prowess. Tang Zimo regarded Chen Fan with skepticism that he appears to be around my age. Does he truly possess any medical knowledge? Tang Xinjia defended. He is the person father wanted to see. There should be no issue. In truth, upon first seeing Chen Fan, she too had her doubts, as she perceived nothing extraordinary about him. However, she chose to trust her father's judgment, despite his delirium possibly leading him to speak nonsensically. Tang Zimo eyed Chen Fan with suspicion. Your name is Chen Fan, correct? Tell me, do you really understand medicine? Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, I suppose I understand, though it has been quite some time since anyone has sought my medical assistance. Has it really been so long since you've treated someone? It seems to me that you are quite clueless. Tang Zimo retorted, visibly displeased. Let me inform you that every doctor here is a renowned medical expert in Jiangzhou, and they have all been at a loss regarding my father's illness. You appear more like a charlatan." Tang Xinjia interjected sternly, "Zimo, do not be rude. Dear sister, you and father have undoubtedly been deceived," Tang Zimo asserted. "He is merely here to swindle money." Tang Zimo continued, "Money is of no concern to me." Before Tang Xinjia could respond, Chen Fan preemptively stated, "If you do not believe in my abilities, I can leave at once, though. You possess quite the temper." Tang Zimo scoffed coldly, "Let us do this. I shall grant you an opportunity to diagnose my ailments. If you can identify them, I will permit you to treat my father." Chen Fan casually glanced at Tang Zimo. "Shall I speak them aloud?" "What? Are you incapable? You exhibit signs of diminished yang energy, frequently feeling fatigued and weak. It has likely been nearly a month since you have engaged with a woman." Chen Fan stated directly, "Your reckless indulgence has led to your youthful body being unable to fulfill its desires. Even medication proves ineffective, and your kidney energy is severely depleted. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Tang Zimo was momentarily rendered speechless, while Tang Xinjia regarded him with an expression of incredulity. This cannot be. "How did you know?" Tang Zimo's face flushed with embarrassment. "Did you spy on me?" He was both awkward and astonished. Unable to fathom that Chen Fan had spoken the truth, that he struggled to believe that his private affliction, known only to himself, was now exposed. "Let us not overlook the fact that this is our first encounter, and you are a man. Why would I spy on you?" Chen Fan found the situation amusing. "Your pallor is ashen, and your dark circles are pronounced. Your labored breathing makes it quite evident." Tang Zimo was left speechless, devoid of any retort. "You would do well to exercise some restraint in the future. Do not jeopardize your health, for the Tang family relies upon you for lineage." Tang Xinjia shot a disapproving glance at her brother, then turned to Chen Fan with an apologetic expression. "Mr. Chen, my brother has a rather poor temperament. Please do not take offense." "Not at all. Let me proceed with the examination." Chen Fan approached the bedside and grasped the middle-aged man's wrist. "The poisoning is severe, with organ failure leading to unconsciousness. The toxins have spread, but there is still hope." Chen Fan instructed, "Fetch a set of silver needles." Being in a hospital, Tang Xinjia quickly dispatched someone to retrieve the needles. Chen Fan first took out 3 silver needles, sterilized them, then unfastened the man's clothing and inserted the needles into his chest with deft precision. Cough. The middle-aged man let out a light cough, and the expression of pain on his face lessened somewhat. Chen Fan then inserted 3 more needles to stem the spread of the toxins within. Tang Xinjia softly inquired, "Mr. Chen, is it over?" "Not yet. Your father is deeply poisoned and requires the toxins to be expelled." Thank you, Mr. Chen." Tang Xinjia expressed her gratitude upon hearing that recovery was possible. "Humph." Tang Zimo remained unconvinced by Chen Fan's demeanor. "You're merely pretending. I warn you. If anything happens to my father, I will hold you accountable." Chen Fan chose to ignore him and turned to exit the hospital room. At that moment, a female doctor clad in a white coat entered. "Dr. Han." Tang Xinjia greeted, recognizing her as her father's attending physician. Dr. Han nodded, approaching the bedside, her expression shifting slightly. "Who inserted the silver needles into Mr. Tang?" she inquired. Tang Xinjia responded with confusion. "Dr. Han, is there a problem?" "Of course there is," Dr. Han replied sternly. "Your father's condition is unstable." Recklessly inserting silver needles. What if something goes wrong? As she spoke, she prepared to remove the needles. "Dr. Han, please don't." Tang Xinjia interjected urgently. "It was my father's request to have someone treat him. That Mr. Chen stated that my father was poisoned and would recover soon. The needles cannot be removed." "Nonsense," Dr. Han asserted. "I am your father's attending physician, and I understand his condition best. If a mere handful of silver needles could cure him, we wouldn't need to call in so many specialists." Dr. Han's point was valid. Tang Zimo, already skeptical of Chen Fan, remarked, "I believe that fellow named Chen knows nothing of medicine. He merely concocted an excuse to flee." "What? Chen Fan?" Dr. Han's expression darkened. "Are you referring to the individual treating your father?" "Named Chen Fan?" "Yes," Tang Xinjia confirmed. "Dr. Han, do you know him?" "I cannot ascertain if the Chen Fan you speak of is the same one I know," Dr. Han replied with a sardonic smile. "If it is, then you have encountered a fraud." Chapter 5. "Indeed, it is you, Miss Tang. I cannot say whether the Chen Fan you engaged is the same as the one I am familiar with, but I suspect not. The Chen Fan I know is merely a freeloader." Dr. Han continued, "However, that is of little consequence. Your father's condition is intricate, and one cannot simply invite anyone to treat him, or it may result in grave harm. Tang Zimo nodded in agreement, urging, Dr. Han is right. Sister, please remove the silver needles without delay. Tang Zimo grew agitated. Sister, that Chen Fan has likely absconded by now. He must be a charlatan. Wake up to reality. Miss Tang, those silver needles have been inserted into your father's body for too long. It is bound to cause complications. Dr. Han insisted that I must remove the needles, or the consequences will be dire. As her words fell. Disregarding Tang Xinjia's protests, she swiftly extracted all the needles. Suddenly, as the last 6 needles were removed, Mr. Tang coughed up a copious amount of blood. The nearby medical equipment emitted a frantic alarm. Dr. Han was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a sudden escalation in severity. Tang Xinjia anxiously inquired, Dr. Han, what is happening to my father? Dr. Han, at a loss, stammered, I do not know, Dr. Han. Mr. Tang's vital signs are plummeting rapidly. A nearby doctor exclaimed urgently. We must act quickly to resuscitate him. Dr. Han regained her composure. Quickly, immediately, initiate emergency procedures. However, despite the urgent efforts, Mr. Tang's condition showed no signs of improvement. His heart rate was plummeting alarmingly. Dr. Han found himself at a loss. Cold sweat streaming down his face. Mr. Tang may not make it. What did you say? Tang Zimo grasped Dr. Han's hair tightly. I place my trust in you. And now you say my father is dying. I want to accept this. You must save him, or I will hold you accountable for his life. Young Master Tang, this is not my fault. Dr. Han panicked. It must be due to the silver needles. You should confront Chen Fan about this. Shut your mouth. Tang Xinjia retorted coldly. Just moments ago, my father was fine. It was you who removed the silver needles, putting his life in jeopardy, and now you wish to evade responsibility? Dr. Han stammered, unable to formulate a defense. She could only pray for a miracle. Otherwise, the Tang family would ensure her demise would be swift and severe. Upon hearing the alarm from the medical equipment, she rushed to the bedside, only to find Mr. Tang struggling to breathe, blood pooling on the pillow. Her expression turned grave. Chen Fan barked, Didn't I say not to remove the silver needles? Why didn't you listen? Indeed. It's you, Chen Fan. Dr. Han suddenly shrieked. You inserted the silver needles into Mr. Tang. Now that his life hangs by a thread, you are entirely to blame. It turned out to be the Chen Fan she recognized, which made things easier. She could shift all responsibility onto him. Han Feifei? Chen Fan turned around, startled to see Dr. Han. This Han Feifei was acquainted with Song Qingyan, and they had considerable business dealings. Chen Fan had encountered her a few times, never expecting to meet her here. You shameless leech, how dare you impersonate a doctor? Han Feifei pointed an accusing finger at Chen Fan. Not only do you impersonate a physician, but you also dared to treat Mr. Tang. Look at what you've done. He's on the brink of death. Chen Fan regarded her with indifference. So you were the one who removed the silver needles? Yes, I did. So what? Han Feifei replied arrogantly. If I hadn't removed the needles, Mr. Tang would have perished at your hands. Silence. Tang Xinjia scolded her, then turned to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, please, stop wasting time and save my father. In no way. Han Feifei interjected, positioning herself in front of Chen Fan. Miss Tang, he is not a doctor. He is a gold digger, a fraud who will only endanger your father's life. With a resounding slap, Tang Xinjia struck Han Feifei across the face. If you lack the capability, step aside. If anything happens to my father, you'll be the first I hold accountable. Stung by Tang Xinjia's slap, Han Feifei could only obediently fall silent. Chen Fan reinserted the 6 silver needles into Mr. Tang's chest, then pinched Mr. Tang's mouth, pouring the herbal medicine he had brought into him. Chen Fan, don't say I didn't warn you. Han Feifei could not help but provoke. If you cause Mr. Tang's death, you better prepare for the consequences. In response, Chen Fan coldly stated, Miss Tang, I need silence. In a fit of anger, Tang Xinjia cast a sharp glance at Tang Zimo. Gripping Han Feifei's hair, Tang Zimo threatened menacingly. If you utter another word, I shall sever your tongue. Frightened, Han Feifei instinctively covered her mouth. Although Tang Zimo harbored little fondness for Chen Fan, he had no choice but to place his hopes upon him at this moment. With 9 silver needles poised at the ready, Chen Fan acted without hesitation. With a flick of his fingers, the needles flew forth like the wind, deftly striking the acupoints. Han Feifei curled her lip, unable to restrain her tongue. Such theatrics. As all 9 needles settled into place, Tang Father's previously pallid visage gradually regained a hint of color, while a trickle of dark blood seeped from his 7 orifices. Suddenly, Tang Father's body convulsed, and he expelled a mouthful of blood. Tang Xinjia expressed her concern. Mr. Chen, why has my father coughed up blood again? Han Feifei, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, he is dying, he is dying. While she desired Tang father's recovery, she did not want to witness Chen Fan restoring him to health. A good-for-nothing like Chen Fan, who relied on the support of Song Qingyan, was unworthy of the limelight, let alone to cling to the Tang family as fortunes. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, Tang father took a deep breath and opened his eyes wide. Chapter 6. The young master beholding the restored Tang father. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The medical apparatus indicated that Tang father's vital signs had returned to normal, and no one could have anticipated that, after summoning numerous experts without success, a mere young man had managed to cure him with just a few needle pricks. Han Feifei found it utterly unbelievable. In her eyes, Chen Fan was nothing more than a useless leech. Were it not for Song Qingyan's assistance, he would have long been reduced to begging on the streets. How could he possibly possess any medical knowledge? Yet, the undeniable reality forced her to accept that Chen Fan had effortlessly healed Tang father. Mr. Chen, thank you for saving my father. Tang Xinjia expressed her gratitude. From this day forth, you shall be regarded as a benefactor of the Tang family. Zimo, quickly express your thanks to Mr. Chen. Tang Zimo no longer harbored hostility towards Chen Fan, and with sincerity, he said, Mr. Chen, thank you. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, and I sincerely hope you will not hold it against me. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing, just a trifling effort. Witnessing this scene, Han Feifei was filled with dissatisfaction, her gaze brimming with envy. Mr. Chen, you mentioned that my father was poisoned. How could that be? Tang Xinjiao inquired. Your father has been afflicted by a rare type of goo poison. Once the toxin enters the body, it rapidly spreads, leading to organ failure, Chen Fan explained. Such goo poison is seldom encountered and is nearly impossible to come by. If I am not mistaken, there are those who wish to harm your father. Upon hearing this, Tang Xinjiao's expression grew grave. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for the information. That I shall ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated. The Tang family, having reached their current stature, had undoubtedly accumulated numerous enemies, and the notion of someone covertly administering poison was hardly surprising to her. However, the Tang family would not let this transgression go unpunished. They would undoubtedly seek to uncover the truth. Once the perpetrator was identified, they would surely pay the price. Miss Tang, your father is now out of danger. He simply requires a period of rest and recuperation. Chen Fan stated, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Mr. Chen, till you wait for my father to awaken, Tang Xinjia remarked. He expressed a desire to reminisce with you. Reminisce? Chen Fan chuckled softly. But I am not acquainted with your father. He cast a lingering glance at Tang's father. In Jiangzhou, no one was aware of his medical expertise or true identity. Yet Tang's father seemed to possess such profound knowledge and had sent Tang Xinjia to seek him out. It appeared that those individuals had indeed arrived in Jiangzhou. Mr. Chen, I shall not disturb you any further. Tang Xinjia produced a business card and handed it to Chen Fan. This is my card. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. I am at your service. Very well. Chen Fan graciously accepted the card and turned to leave. Chen Fan, you truly have stumbled upon exceptional fortune. As he passed by Han Feifei, she remarked sarcastically, to think you managed to cure Mr. Tang, yet you will forever remain a man living off others' fortunes. She had come to the conclusion that Chen Fan's success in treating Tang's father was merely a stroke of luck. Even if Chen Fan had now secured a connection with the Tang family, in her eyes, he remained a worthless leech. Dr. Han, Mr. Chen is now a valued member of my Tang family. I suggest you temper your words. Tang Xinjia replied coldly, from this day forth, you need not return to work, and no hospital in Jiangzhou will employ you. The existence of a doctor devoid of ethics is a tragedy for patients. Upon hearing this, Han Feifei's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. With such a declaration from Tang Xinjia, her standing in the medical community of Jiangzhou was irrevocably diminished. She then glared at Chen Fan's departing figure, her eyes filled with venom. She attributed all her misfortunes to Chen Fan. Why did he have to appear? Why was he able to heal Tang's father? Had none of this occurred, she would not have found herself in this dire predicament. After a brief silence in the ward, Tang's father slowly awakened. Dad, Tang Xinjia inquired, how are you feeling now? I feel much better. Tang's father replied with a smile, surveying the room. Where's Mr. Chen? He has left, she explained. He awoke knowing it was Chen Fan who had saved him. Mr. Chen mentioned he had matters to attend to. Tang Xinjia asked curiously, Dad, who exactly is this Chen Fan? Tang's father's eyes glimmered with respect. He is a descendant of the Chen family from Longdu, a single individual capable of overturning the entire Jiangzhou. At that moment, as Chen Fan stepped out of the hospital, a black Rolls-Royce with the license plate long 88888 came to a halt before him. His expression remained remarkably calm, as if he had anticipated this. "Young master, it has been many years. How have you fared?" The car door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit stepped out, bowing respectfully. "Butler Nangong, please refrain from calling me young master," Chen Fan replied coolly. "I am no longer a member of the Chen family. You will always be young master," Butler Nangong insisted respectfully. "Madam has been awaiting your arrival. Please, step into the car. What brings her here? Madam is your mother." "Naturally she has come to see her son." "Son, does she still have me, her son, in her eyes?" Chen Fan gave a self-deprecating smile. "She only cares for her own interests. Convey this to her. I refuse to meet her. And I ask that you do not seek me out again, including you. Young master, please do not be agitated." Butler Nangong retrieved a jade pendant from his pocket and presented it to Chen Fan. "Young master, you cannot possibly disregard the words of the Xianjinren, can you?" Chen Fan's pupils constricted, and his previously indifferent expression softened. Chapter 7. The illegitimate son in a presidential suite at the Peninsula Hotel. A lavishly adorned and exquisitely made-up noblewoman sat across from Chen Fan. "Xiao Fan, do you truly not wish to see me?" The noblewoman, Chen Qing, was Chen Fan's mother, faced with the mother he had not seen in 5 years. Chen Fan remained remarkably calm, revealing no sign of emotion. "What reason do you have that warrants my attention?" Chen Fan replied coolly. "The moment I was expelled from the Chen family 5 years ago, I ceased to consider you my mother." "Xiao Fan, I understand that your expulsion from the Chen family was profoundly unfair, but it was beyond my control." Chen Qing sighed. "You should be aware that the Chen family ultimately bows to your grandfather's will. There is no need for explanations. After all, I am merely an illegitimate son, worth less than a dog in the Chen family." Chen Fan chuckled bitterly. "Let us not beat around the bush. What brings you here today?" "Xiao Fan, I know you harbor much resentment." But before Chen Qing could finish, Chen Fan stood up, intent on leaving. He had no desire to hear unnecessary words. "Wait," Chen Qing hurriedly interjected. "Your grandfather has fallen ill. Despite the efforts of many esteemed doctors, he remains untreatable, which is why I was sent to seek your assistance. So that is the case." Chen Fan scoffed coldly. "I wondered why someone like me, who is worth less than a dog, would prompt the Chen family to send you to find me. It turns out the old man is nearing his end." "Xiao Fan, do not speak so harshly. He is, after all, your grandfather." "Grandfather? Does he consider me a grandson?" "To him, my existence poses a threat to that individual," Chen Fan replied icily. "What pains me more is that you, as my mother, did not spare me a glance on the day I was cast out of the Chen family." "Xiao Fan, I am deeply sorry. I owe you far too much." Chen Qing's eyes glistened with tears. "If you agree to treat your grandfather's illness, the Chen family will grant you whatever you desire." Chen Fan retorted. "If the old man fears death, he should seek my master. My master's medical skills far surpass my own. Xianjinren has wandered off, and no one can locate him." Chen Qing explained. "Thus, we can only turn to you. You are now the only one capable of saving your grandfather." "Well, that is quite fortunate," Chen Fan said with a hint of amusement. "Kindly inform the old man that I shall attend his funeral." "Xiao Fan," Chen Qing exclaimed, "must you be so resolute?" "Resolute? In comparison to you all, what I do is but trifling." Chen Fan stated coldly. 5 years, a full 5 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured during this time?" A hint of sorrow graced Chen Qing's visage as she spoke. "Xiao Fan, permit me the opportunity to make amends. Whatever you desire, do not hesitate to lay forth your conditions that I seek nothing," Chen Fan replied. Spreading his hands in resignation that Tio live as an ordinary person is far preferable to existing as a bastard unworthy of respect. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression shifted subtly. "What do you mean by that? You have only just divorced today. I shall refrain from elaborating on the reasons." Chen Qing retorted. "Oh, you truly wish to remain looked down upon, to forever be deemed a failure." Chen Fan fell into deep contemplation. And after a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "I shall consider it." Once Chen Fan exited the room, Chen Qing retrieved her phone and made a call. "Dad, Chen Fan mentioned he would consider it. I believe he is acquiescing." "Humph, he better not overstep, thinking that if he can cure my ailment, he may act with impunity. A bastard must possess the awareness of his status. Otherwise, even in death, he shall not reap any benefits from the Chen family." "Qingyan, have you sought someone to teach Chen Fan a lesson?" Wang Chunqiu inquired as she strode directly to Song Qingyan's room. "Mother, my sister is not at home. She has gone to the office." Song Mingxian replied, I just heard that a prestigious family is hosting a grand recruitment event in Jiazhou, and my sister intends to represent the company. Whatever the event may be, I care not. Has my sister mentioned aiding me in avenging my grievances? Wang Chunxiu exclaimed, her anger palpable. That ingrate Chen Fan dared to strike me. It infuriates me. In the past, when he lived with us, he was always submissive. Now, post-divorce, he has the audacity to act arrogantly before me, even watching as I was assaulted. This is utterly unacceptable. Rest assured, mother, I have already informed young Master Su about this matter, Song Mingxian assured her. He will arrive shortly. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Song Mingxian smiled. It must be young Master Su. She hurried to open the door, revealing a refined and handsome man standing outside, the esteemed Su Xiaobai of the Su group. A suitor of Song Qingyan. And, I heard you were attacked. Xiaobai, I have endured tremendous humiliation, Wang Chunxiu lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow. It was my former worthless son-in-law who struck me multiple times, leaving my face bruised. That ingrate, who lived off the Song family for 5 years, has shown his true colors since the divorce, Wang Chunxiu seethed. Had I known this would occur, I should have expelled him long ago. Aunt, please, do not be too agitated, Su Xiaobai consoled. Leave this matter to me. I will ensure you are avenged. Yes, indeed. Make sure to give that ingrate a thorough beating, Wang Chunxiu declared with hatred in her eyes. It would be best if you broke one of his legs. Su Xiaobai chuckled. Consider it done. I guarantee your satisfaction. And Su Xiaobai had long sought to settle scores with Chen Fan. Not for any other reason than that he was once Song Qingyan's husband. How could such a good-for-nothing, living off others, deserve to have someone as beautiful as Song Qingyan? This time, fate had provided the perfect opportunity to teach Chen Fan a lesson. Chapter 8. A display of talent. Meanwhile, Tang Xinjia emerged from the hospital, driving towards the company. Phew, just as they had traveled halfway. 2 business vans blocked Tang Xinjia's vehicle, one in front and one behind. Shortly thereafter, the doors swung open, and a dozen burly men clad in black emerged, surrounding Tang Xinjia's car. Tang Xinjia's expression darkened. Who are you? What do you want? The leader, a dark-skinned man, approached her door, a mocking glint in his eye. Miss Tang, my boss wishes to meet you. Please come with us. You are members of the Qingju Society. Aren't you? Tang Xinjia replied coldly. You've got quite the audacity to attempt to abduct me. Miss Tang, abduct is a rather harsh term. We are merely extending an invitation. The dark-skinned man chuckled. Please step out, Miss Tang. Lest you keep my boss waiting. That I'm afraid I have no intention of accompanying you. Tang Xinjia retorted, rolling up her window. If you wish to take me away, let us see if you possess the capability. Miss Tang, such blatant disrespect will leave us no choice but to act ungraciously, the dark-skinned man warned. Stepping back and snapping his fingers, a muscular man approached, wielding a club, and swung it down toward her window. Just then, a figure suddenly darted in, grasping the descending club. Tang Xinjia was taken aback. Chen Fan? She had not anticipated encountering Chen Fan here. With a swift flick of his wrist, Chen Fan sent the muscular man staggering back several steps. You have 3 seconds to vacate, he commanded. Who the hell are you? Tang Xinjia's gaze was as cold as ice. Disappear from my sight at once. The dark-skinned man dared not utter a word. Limping away with the support of several burly companions. Mr. Chen, thank you for saving me, Tang Xinjia said sincerely as she turned to Chen Fan. I owe you another favor. You owe me nothing, Chen Fan replied, glancing into Tang Xinjia's bag. Even if I hadn't intervened, you would have managed to handle them on your own. What do you mean by that, Mr. Chen? As a mere woman, how could I possibly contend with so many strong men? Tang Xinjia chuckled lightly. Let us get in the car. We can chat there. She found it curious. Had Chen Fan discerned that she concealed a firearm within her bag? His observational skills were rather impressive. Not only was he exceptionally skilled in medicine, but his strength was also formidable. He was quite the prodigy. Nevertheless, she found him increasingly intriguing. Once inside the vehicle, Tang Xinjia swiftly changed the subject. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? I happened to be passing by. I recognized your license plate, Chen Fan replied. Upon seeing you surrounded by so many individuals, I felt compelled to relieve some of my frustration using them. Relieve frustration? Tang Xinjia couldn't help but smile. She found Chen Fan's manner of speaking rather amusing. By the way, who are they? Chen Fan inquired. Why did they attempt to block your car? They are members of the Qingju Association. Tang Xinjia explained. The Qingju Association has long sought to collaborate with the Tang family. However, my father is aware of their unsavory background, and once entangled with them, it would be nearly impossible to extricate ourselves. My father has firmly rejected their advances on numerous occasions. That a flicker of anger appeared in Tang Xinjia's eyes. This time, my father was poisoned, and I suspect it was the Qingzhou Association's doing. If that is indeed the case, you must exercise caution, Chen Fan warned. They may not have succeeded this time, but they will undoubtedly attempt again until they force the Tang family into submission. We do not regard the Qingzhou Association with any seriousness. Our primary concern lies with their powerful backers, Tang Xinjia stated. Eliminating one Qingzhou Association will only lead to another emerging. Therefore, we must compel their backers to take action to eradicate the threat completely. Chapter 9. Unreasonable. Chen Fan couldn't help but glance at Tang Xinjia a few more times. She truly was a formidable woman. Tang Xinjia stared directly at Chen Fan. I wonder if a mere woman like me can withstand it all. Chen Fan felt a flutter of unease. He sensed that Tang Xinjia's words held deeper meaning. Mr. Chen, how about this? I see that you possess commendable strength. If you don't mind, could you protect me? Tang Xinjia continued. I will offer you a generous reward. This, Mr. Chen, I implore you, Tang Xinjia said, playfully shaking his arm. Just look at how difficult it is for a single woman to run a company, and now I must constantly face danger without a man by my side. Please be so kind as to agree. Seeing Tang Xinjia's playful demeanor, Chen Fan felt somewhat helpless. Since he had little else to occupy his time recently, he nodded in acquiescence. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Tang Xinjia smiled contentedly. She endeavored to keep Chen Fan by her side, driven both by her interest in him and her father's admonition that if possible, she should strive to close the distance between herself and Chen Fan. For he was backed by an immense family. In the evening, at the Song residence, Wang Chuanqiu called out, "Dinner is ready, come eat. Su Xiao's here too." Since Su Xiaobai had promised to aid Wang Chuanqiu in seeking revenge, she warmly invited him to stay for dinner. As Su Xiaobai beheld Song Qingyan's alluring figure and exquisite beauty, his eyes sparkled with admiration. "Qingyan, you must extend my heartfelt gratitude to Su Xiao on my behalf." Just as Song Qingyan took her seat, Wang Chuanqiu remarked, "Su Xiao has agreed to teach that ingrate Chen Fan a lesson. Mom, please don't go looking for trouble with Chen Fan," Song Qingyan replied. Somewhat exasperated, Chen Fan has already apologized. Let's put this matter to rest. Qingyan, I am your mother, Wang Chuanqiu retorted, displeased. That ingrate struck you down, and he thinks an apology suffices. Is this how a daughter should act? No. If he does not kneel and apologize to me in person, this matter is far from over. Wang Chuanqiu could not swallow her resentment, recalling Chen Fan's arrogance before her, but in her eyes, he should be subservient in her presence, unworthy of showing her disdain. Sighing, Song Qingyan said, "Mom, can you clarify why Chen Fan struck you?" The more Wang Chuanqiu pondered, the angrier she became. I suspect that before he divorced you, he was already entangled with dubious women, which prompted me to admonish him. Guess what? The woman he was involved with had a bodyguard, and that bodyguard struck me. And Chen Fan, he merely stood by and did nothing to help. Wang Chuanqiu slammed her hand on the table. Afterward, he even said I deserved to be hit. Can you believe it? Is that how a decent person speaks? Shouldn't I seek vengeance? Song Qingyan asked. So, you mean to say Chen Fan did not physically harm you? Indeed, he did not lay a hand on me, Wang Chuanqiu replied, dissatisfied. But he stood there watching while others attacked me and even berated me. What difference does that make? At this point, Song Qingyan began to comprehend. Wang Chuanqiu had likely said something harsh upon seeing Chen Fan with another woman, resulting in her being struck by the woman's bodyguard. She understood her mother's temperament, knowing that she could not restrain her tongue. This incident was not Chen Fan's fault. Sister, I believe Mom has a point, Song Mingxian interjected. After all, she is Chen Fan's former mother-in-law, and he has lived in our home for 5 years, enjoying our hospitality. How could he not intervene when he saw Mom being attacked? Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Fan was in the wrong and must kneel to apologize to their mother. Wang Chuanqiu nodded vigorously. Mingxian is right. I must confront Chen Fan about this. Song Qingyan struggled to contain her anger. Mom, don't you think this is utterly unreasonable? Song Qingyan, how dare you speak to me this way? I am your mother. Wang Chuanqiu was furious. You refuse to support me and instead defend that ingrate. Song Qingyan remarked. Mother, I am merely stating the facts. Enough, please refrain from further comment. Wang Chuanqiu, visibly displeased, retorted, if you choose not to assist me, so be it. After all, Su Xiao is on my side. Regardless of the circumstances, I must ensure that Chen Fan pays the price. Dear Aunt, Qingyan, let us not act impulsively. It is unnecessary to be provoked by someone like Chen Fan. He is simply not worth it. Su Xiaobai interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Come now, let us dine first, and we can discuss matters afterward. I lack the appetite. You may proceed with your meal, Song Qingyan replied quietly. A wave of melancholy washed over Su Xiaobai. He had not anticipated that even after her divorce from Chen Fan, Song Qingyan still held a place for him in her heart, inciting a profound jealousy within him. Seated silently on the edge of the bed, Song Qingyan felt a twinge of regret. She should have surmised that Chen Fan would never resort to violence against her mother, yet she had dismissed his explanations and wrongfully accused him. Surely, he must be quite disappointed in her. Chapter 10. We Are Strangers. Crystal Mansion stood tall, the pinnacle of elegance in Jiangzhou, adorned with every imaginable amenity at its grand entrance. Luxury vehicles congregated, with the city's most prominent figures in attendance. Today marked the recruitment ceremony of the esteemed Chen family from Longdu. To the people of Jiangzhou, the Chen family held an almost divine status, an aspiration forever out of reach. This event presented a rare opportunity to forge connections with the Chen family. To collaborate with them would mean ascending to the zenith of Jiangzhou's social hierarchy. That a Porsche glided to a halt at the entrance, and as the door swung open, a stunning woman clad in a form-fitting black dress emerged, captivating all eyes in her wake. Surrounding women, no matter how elaborately adorned, paled in comparison to her radiant beauty. It was none other than Song Group's chairwoman, Song Qingyan. Indeed, she possessed a striking allure, reminiscent of a star stepping out from the silver screen. One could only wonder which fortunate man could claim such a breathtaking woman. A throng of men gazed at Song Qingyan with covetous eyes, their stares seemingly glued to her. Rumor had it that the Chen family had reserved the entire Crystal Mansion. What immense wealth they must possess. Song Mengxian trailed behind Song Qingyan, gazing up at the Crystal Mansion with a sense of awe. If they had merely booked a floor, it may not have been remarkable, but to reserve the entire building must have cost them millions. She mused. Song Mengxian had also made an effort to dress beautifully today, yet she felt utterly ordinary in comparison to Song Qingyan, the top-tier family of Longdu. The Chen family's financial power was beyond imagination. A hint of admiration flickered in Song Qingyan's heart. It is indeed an honor for us to attend the Chen family's recruitment ceremony. Her aspirations soared high. She dreamed of one day elevating the Song family to the stature of the Chens. Though she understood that such ambitions were but a fanciful delusion. Qingyan, you have arrived. A young man in a tailored suit approached from behind, his gentlemanly smile unmistakable. That it was Su Xiaobai. Su Xiao, Song Qingyan greeted him. Are you also seeking a partnership with the Chen family? Su Xiaobai nodded, naturally. Who in Jiangzhou would not wish to partake in a slice of the Chen family's fortune? Song Mengxian chimed in. Su Xiao, given your family's standing, your chances should be quite favorable. No, the issue should not be significant, for there are scarcely few who can be compared to the Su family in Jiangzhou. That a newfound confidence graced Su Xiaobai's countenance. Rest assured. Qingyan, I shall lend you my support in striving for a collaboration with the Chen family. Really? Before Song Qingyan could respond, Song Mengxian exclaimed with excitement. Thank you so much, young Master Su. You are truly a benefactor to our Song family. Were it not for Su Xiaobai's affections for Song Qingyan, Song Mengxian would have eagerly claimed him for herself. Reflecting on the useless Chen Fan, he was utterly incomparable to Su Xiaobai. Mengxian is far too courteous. Su Xiaobai chuckled lightly. We are all on the same side. Assisting one another is only natural. Upon hearing this, Song Mengxian became even more animated. Young Master Su is absolutely right. We are indeed all allies. Just then, a Panamera glided into view. From the driver's seat emerged an even more stunning woman, Tang Xinjia. Her presence immediately captivated the attention of all, even overshadowing Song Qingyan. Meanwhile, the passenger seat revealed an ordinary-looking man who garnered little notice. Yet, Song Qingyan froze. It was Chen Fan. Due to her mother's influence, she had developed significant misconceptions about him, and she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Chen Fan. Song Qingyan approached him directly. Mr. Song, is there something you need? Chen Fan regarded her with an unfamiliar gaze. And nothing. Witnessing Chen Fan's icy demeanor, the words she had prepared faltered on her tongue. Tang Xinjia approached Chen Fan's side. Chen Fan. Is she your friend? Chen Fan replied coolly, ex-wife. I see. Tang Xinjia extended her hand towards Song Qingyan with poise. Hello, you must be Song Qingyan, the esteemed Emir. Song. It is a pleasure to meet you. My surname is Tang. Momentarily taken aback, Song Qingyan recalled her mother's revelations about Chen Fan's other romantic entanglements, which she had initially dismissed, but now appeared to be true, despite their divorce. Witnessing Chen Fan swiftly find another woman left her feeling somewhat resentful, as if a cherished possession had been snatched away. Hello. Song Qingyan extended her hand, briefly shaking Tang Xinjia's before withdrawing it. She couldn't help but glance at Tang Xinjia a few more times. This woman was undeniably beautiful, graceful, and elegant. Though reluctant to admit it, she felt overshadowed in comparison. Turning toward Chen Fan, she inquired, "Chen Fan, is she your friend?" "Yes," he answered nonchalantly. "Chen Fan, please come with me." Song Qingyan hesitated momentarily. "I have something I wish to discuss with you." She intended to clarify her mother's situation to him. "Let us get straight to the point." Chen Fan interjected, "There's no need for circumlocution. We are not well acquainted." "Not well acquainted?" Song Qingyan was taken aback by his words. After all, they had been married for 5 years. Is it truly necessary to be this way, Chen Fan? She whispered, shaking her lips. "Mr. Song, we are already divorced," Chen Fan replied. "Speak your mind. There is no need for prolonged interaction, lest it tarnish your reputation." Upon hearing these words, Song Qingyan felt a surge of anger. "Chen Fan, it was I who took the initiative to divorce you. I am fully aware of your hatred towards me. Yet there is no need for you to treat me with such disdain. I have never considered divorce to be a mistake. The fault lies solely with you. Your lack of ambition." Chapter 11. "Because I am handsomer than you." Song Qingyan's tone grew more intense. Throughout the 5 years, she had always held the upper hand in her relationship with Chen Fan, but now, witnessing his overwhelming assertiveness before her was utterly unacceptable. Particularly distressing was the presence of a strikingly beautiful woman by Chen Fan's side. One who was not in the least inferior to her, which further undermined her confidence. Debating who was right or wrong seemed utterly futile. Chen Fan remained remarkably composed. "In any case, we share no connection whatsoever now." "Chen Fan, are you merely trying to provoke me?" Song Qingyan replied, her voice low. "You bring a woman before me to demonstrate your allure, as if to say you can effortlessly attract others at any moment? You are mistaken. I have no need for you to prove anything to me." Chen Fan glanced beyond Song Qingyan. "Moreover, you have no right to criticize me. Perhaps you should reflect on your own actions first." Song Qingyan raised an eyebrow, only then noticing Su Xiaobai had approached her from behind. "Qingyan, how did you end up here?" Su Xiaobai deliberately drew close to Song Qingyan, yet upon seeing the breathtakingly beautiful Tang Xinjia, his eyes sparkled with admiration. What a stunning beauty! At that moment, he could think of no other words to describe her. While Song Qingyan was undeniably alluring, she paled slightly in comparison to Tang Xinjia, who needed only to stand there, radiating an aura of irresistible charm with just a glance. Chen Fan, Su Xiaobai, captivated by Tang Xinjia's figure, finally noticed Chen Fan that a wave of jealousy surged within him as he observed the proximity between Chen Fan and Tang Xinjia. How could this apparent good-for-nothing, who had married Song Qingyan, now be accompanied by such a stunning woman? What right did he have? "Chen Fan, this is our first meeting, isn't it? However, I often hear Qingyan mention you." Su Xiaobai smirked with a hint of mockery. "Seeing you today, you truly match what Qingyan described." Chen Fan replied, "It is indeed my honor. However, I must confess that I have not heard of you." "You will come to know," Su Xiaobai retorted, his lips twitching slightly. "What brings you here?" "Attending the recruitment ceremony, I presume." Chen Fan responded, "Is that not permissible?" "Of course, it is. I just wonder if you will be allowed entry." Su Xiaobai shot back, his tone laced with contempt. "Those attending the ceremony today are either wealthy or noble. Can a mere freeloader like you really gain access?" Chen Fan did not even spare him a glance. "Whether I can enter or not is not something you need to concern yourself with." "Stubborn as a dead duck," Su Xiaobai scoffed, rolling his eyes before turning his attention to Tang Xinjia. "This beautiful lady, have you been deceived by him? He is no wealthy scion but rather a mere gigolo." You should be cautious that he firmly believed that Tang Xinjia had been deceived by Chen Fan. Otherwise, how could such a paragon of beauty be so intimately close with him? "That is my own affair and has nothing to do with you," Tang Xinjia remarked. "If Chen Fan wishes to deceive me, I would gladly allow myself to be deceived. My dear, I am merely looking out for your best interests." Su Xiaobai interjected, her brow furrowed. "When you find yourself duped for both money and affection, it will be too late for regrets." With a charming smile, Tang Xinjia replied, "Deceived for wealth and love? That sounds delightful. I would welcome it." Su Xiaobai was taken aback. "My lady, do you not understand what I am saying? He is nothing but a swindler." Not only was she perplexed, but so were Song Qingyan and Song Mengxian. What enchantment did Chen Fan possess that could utterly captivate such a stunning beauty? "Why should it concern you? I enjoy being deceived by Chen Fan. Is that not permissible?" Tang Xinjia retorted with impatience. "Now, kindly leave. Do not attempt to sow discord without considering your own worth." Su Xiaobai, flustered, exclaimed Chen Fan. "What kind of charm have you cast upon this lady?" Chen Fan, who had pursued Song Qingyan for so long without success, had only just divorced her and now found himself with such a mesmerizing woman. What right did he have? Curious to know, Chen Fan replied that it is simply because I am more handsome than you. Su Xiaobai was nearly apoplectic with rage. Su Xiao, she thought, if she does not appreciate your attentions, then it is futile to reason with a stubborn spirit. She will inevitably come to regret her choices. Song Mengxian shot a glare at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, do not think that by associating with a wealthy woman, you can alter your essential nature as a good-for-nothing. You will always remain a parasite. This scene was not one she wished to witness. Song Qingyan could no longer endure the situation. Have you two been acquainted for some time? Based on Tang Xinjia's demeanor towards Chen Fan, it seemed they had a prior connection. Could it be that they had been involved even before her divorce from Chen Fan? An affair during marriage? No, we have only known each other for 3 days. Tang Xinjia linked her arm with Chen Fan's, smiling sweetly. Though our acquaintance is brief, I find Chen Fan to be exceptionally outstanding. He is the most admirable man I have ever encountered. As she observed their close interaction, Song Qingyan's expression turned icy. Tang Xinjia was deliberately asserting her claim, which made her heart ache with bitterness. Chen Fan, I always believed you to be a man of integrity. Song Qingyan bit her lip. Yet, I did not expect that just days after our divorce, you would have another woman. I must have misjudged you. She felt utterly powerless, her frustration boiling over. Indeed, you misjudged me. Chen Fan replied with indifference. Just as I misjudged you 5 years ago. Song Qingyan's heart felt as though it had been pierced by a sharp needle. Tang Xinjia rested her head on Chen Fan's arm. Had it not been for your divorce from Chen Fan, I would never have had the chance to meet such an extraordinary man. Chapter 12. Not dead, yet Song Qingyan's complexion turned ashen. This was a provocation, a direct affront. Foolishness, Song Mengxian scoffed. A worthless parasite like him is only treasured by someone like you. Worthless? How laughable. Tang Xinjia could not help but chuckle. You simply do not understand Chen Fan. In my eyes, there is no man more exceptional than him. A frog at the bottom of a well. Song Mengxian pointed at Su Xiaobai. Do you know who this is? He is the young heir of the Su group, far superior to Chen Fan. She found Tang Xinjia utterly ridiculous, akin to a naive little rabbit. Believing that someone like Chen Fan, a man living off others, was remarkable, it was truly a deception of great magnitude. Su Xiaobai looked at Chen Fan with disdain. Mengxian, to compare me with this man living off a woman's fortune is nothing short of an insult to me. Him? Tang Xinjia glanced at Su Xiaobai and then burst into laughter. He is not even worthy of a single finger of Chen Fan. My dear, have you lost your mind? Su Xiaobai retorted. Her laughter tinged with anger. This waste of space cannot even compare to my chauffeur. It was utterly laughable. Song Mengxian scoffed. Su Xiao has wealth and prestige in abundance. Chen Fan is nothing compared to even a single hair of Su Xiao. Song Qingyan remained silent, merely shaking her head. Indeed, when compared to Su Xiaobai, Chen Fan was worlds apart. You are truly pitiful. One day, you will realize how ridiculous you are. Tang Xinjia shook her head helplessly. Chen Fan, let us go inside. There is no need to waste our breath on such individuals. Chen Fan nodded, and in hand with Tang Xinjia, they entered the crystal building. How does that feel? Satisfying, right? It was only when they could no longer see Song Qingyan and the others that Tang Xinjia released Chen Fan's arm. Chen Fan remarked, "Thank you. There is no need for such formality. They truly resemble clowns." Tang Xinjia replied, "Your ex-wife is also quite blind. It was for the best that you parted ways." Chen Fan smiled faintly. Choosing not to elaborate further, Song Qingyan and her companions watched Chen Fan's retreating figure, their expressions far from pleasant. "Sister, did you see? It was indeed right for you to divorce such a waste." Song Mengxian exclaimed indignantly. "He won't be proud for long. Once that woman grows tired of him, she will kick him to the curb." Su Xiaobai curled her lip. Why are today's girls so foolish? Allowing themselves to be deceived by such a waste. With his status, what could Chen Fan possibly offer that could compare? Yet unexpectedly, he could not attain the woman he desired, while Chen Fan succeeded. All right, let us not concern ourselves with Chen Fan any longer. We are here for the grand ceremony today. Song Qingyan attempted to push aside the earlier incident. Su Xiao, do you know who is in charge of tonight's event? I have received some whispers. Su Xiaobai remarked. I heard it is a young master from the Chen family, but he seems to have never made an appearance, as no one has ever seen him. Song Mengxian inquired. Su Xiao, is there no way to arrange a meeting with this young master? If we could meet him, it would open the door for collaboration with the Chen family. Su Xiaobai smiled bitterly. That may prove quite difficult. Even families of the Tang's caliber have trouble encountering him. She believed Song Mingxian was being overly ambitious. If it were possible to meet him, they would have sought away long ago, rather than merely discussing it. Let us head inside, Song Qingyan suggested. That young master should be within. Let us see if we can come across him. If she could meet the young master of the Chen family, she would have the confidence to negotiate a partnership with them. Over the past 5 years of her entrepreneurial journey, she had navigated smoothly, which instilled in her a profound sense of assurance in the business realm. After Chen Fan and Tang Xinjia entered the hall, Tang Xinjia went to greet her friends in the business community, while Chen Fan took the elevator to the top floor. Upon pushing open the office door, Butler Nangong was already waiting. Young master, Butler Nangong presented a document before Chen Fan, stating, "The list of companies attending tonight's grand event is here. Only a few meet the criteria. Please have a look." Is the Tang family on the list? Chen Fan inquired without glancing at the document. Yes, let the Tang family through, Chen Fan instructed. As he opened the file and scanned it, familiar company names caught his eye. Su Group, Song Group. Noticing that Chen Fan lingered on the name of Song Group, Butler Nangong asked, "Young master, this Song Group belongs to your ex-wife. Should we strike it off?" "No need. I shall make my own decisions," Chen Fan replied. "However, this Su Group is unworthy of collaboration. Place them permanently on the blacklist." Butler Nangong nodded in understanding without further inquiry. Chen Fan closed the document, tossed it aside, and turned to leave. "Young master, the madam asked me to inquire about you." Chen Fan's expression darkened. "What is the rush? That old man has at least 3 months left to live. As long as he doesn't die, that is all that matters." Chapter 13. 3 slots. The hall was already abuzz with voices. Celebrities from various sectors were exchanging greetings, engaging in conversation, seeking collaboration opportunities. As Chen Fan exited the elevator, he unexpectedly encountered Song Qingyan, Song Mingxian, and Su Xiaobai. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Song Mingxian's face contorted with disdain. "What a stroke of bad luck to run into you again." Song Qingyan turned her head away, feigning ignorance of Chen Fan's presence. "Chen Fan, today is the recruitment gala. What are you doing here?" Su Xiaobai mocked. "Here to mooch food and drink." "Indeed." Chen Fan casually picked up a glass of red wine and drank, then grabbed a piece of meat to eat. Su Xiaobai's face twitched. He had never seen someone so shameless. The presence of such a person at the event was a blatant affront to its prestige. Song Mingxian grumbled, "Just seeing him infuriates me. Let us call security to have him thrown out." Chen Fan retorted, "Do you think you possess the ability to do that? Give it a try." "How audacious." Song Mingxian spun around, determined to find security. "I want to see how you embarrass yourself." Song Qingyan pulled her back. "Let it go. Ignore him. We are here to handle serious matters." "Sister, he is insufferably arrogant." Song Mingxian fumed, stamping her foot. "He thinks he can forget his roots just because he latched onto a wealthy woman." Song Qingyan replied, "Simply pretend he isn't here." Frustrated, Song Mingxian pointed at Chen Fan. "Just wait." At that moment, Song Qingyan's phone suddenly rang. After answering, her expression shifted slightly. "All right, I understand." After hanging up, Song Mingxian inquired, "Sister, what is the matter?" "I have just received news that there are only 3 slots available for collaboration with the Chen family," Song Qingyan remarked. "The Tang family has already secured 1 slot." "Only 3? Song Mingxuan's expression turned grave. "That leaves just 2 remaining slots. The Su family will undoubtedly obtain 1, leaving only 1 final slot. What should we do? Given the Tang family's influence in Jiangzhou, acquiring 1 slot is beyond question. The Su family's power in Jiangzhou is also among the top tier, so securing a slot should not pose much of an issue. However, the Song Group does not rank among the elite, and the chances of obtaining the last slot are exceedingly slim." Song Qingyan's countenance darkened. She had not anticipated that the Chen family would offer so few slots. Song Mingxian sighed. "Sister, we may have no opportunity left. Don't despair. Let me think." Song Qingyan was unwilling to concede defeat. Even if there was but a sliver of hope, she yearned to seize it. She understood that if they could collaborate with the Chen family, the Song Group scale would expand, and becoming a leading company in Jiangzhou would be entirely feasible. "Qingyan, do not worry. I am here for you." Su Xiaobai stepped forward. "As for the last slot, I will strive to secure it for you." Song Qingyan was taken aback. "Su Xiao, can you truly accomplish this?" "I will call my father immediately and have him draft a cooperation agreement with the Song Group," Su Xiaobai replied. "Once the Su family partners with the Song Group, the latter's market value will soar, surpassing other companies, thus greatly enhancing the chances of collaborating with the Chen family." Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Su Xiao, Thank you immensely if we truly manage to partner with the Chen family. I will ensure to repay your kindness. We are all on the same side. No need for such formality. Su Xiaobai chuckled as he took out his phone to call his father, explaining the situation. The Song Group, that second-tier company in Jiangzhou, what benefits could collaborating with them possibly bring to our Su family? I will consider it. Su Xiaobai's father casually dismissed the matter before abruptly hanging up, leaving Su Xiaobai feeling somewhat awkward. Song Mengxian, unable to contain her excitement, inquired, Su Xiao, what is the outcome? No problem. I have spoken with my father. Su Xiaobai replied with a facade of ease. He has already instructed his secretary to draft the agreement. Song Mengxian exclaimed with delight. That is truly wonderful. Su Xiaobai was acutely aware that his father would not assist him in this endeavor, yet he felt compelled to maintain appearances before Song Qingyan. Even if the Song Group ultimately failed to secure the last slot, he would have a plausible excuse to deflect, for a company of the Song Group's scale indeed did not attract the Chen family's attention. Chen Fan observed this scene, knowing how desperately Song Qingyan needed this opportunity. Although they were divorced, he did not wish to act too ruthlessly. After much hesitation, he retrieved his phone and sent a text message. Within less than a minute, Song Qingyan's phone chimed again, and she hastily answered, this President Song. I am the steward of the Chen family, named Nangong. Steward Nangong? Song Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why the steward of the Chen family was suddenly calling her. Hello, this is Song Qingyan. Song Qingyan was taken aback, politely inquiring, May I ask, Steward Nangong, what brings you here? It is as follows. Steward Nangong replied, I have reviewed the information regarding the Song Group. Your company meets our criteria, and thus we have decided that the Song Group will become the second partner of the Chen family in Jiangzhou. What? Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan nearly fainted, unable to believe her ears. Could it be that she was actually going to collaborate with the Chen family? The news was so sudden, so astonishing to in disbelief. Song Qingyan asked, Steward Nangong, is this truly the case? Indeed. Please come to my office to sign the contract by noon tomorrow, and our partnership will take effect. With that, Steward Nangong abruptly ended the call. Song Qingyan stood there in a daze, feeling as if she were in a dream. It was the steward of the Chen family. In astonishment, Song Qingyan exclaimed, He has asked me to his office tomorrow to sign the contract, officially making the Song Group a partner of the Chen family. Chapter 14. The Rise of the Underdog Sister. Our family is bound to prosper. Song Mengxian could no longer contain her excitement, exclaiming, This is all thanks to young Master Su. Without him, this may not have been possible. Indeed, we owe young Master Su a tremendous favor, Song Qingyan concurred, recognizing that it was Su Xiaobai who had assisted her. After all, immediately after Su Xiaobai called his father, Steward Nangong reached out to discuss collaboration with the Song Group. It appeared that the Su family's influence in Jiangzhou was second only to that of the Tang family. Just a trivial matter, Su Xiaobai remarked with a smug smile. In Jiangzhou, even the Chen family must show our Su family some respect. He had not anticipated that his father would genuinely be willing to assist him. Earlier, his father had mentioned that he would consider it, leading him to believe there was no hope. Yet, the arrangement had transpired so swiftly. This development greatly increased his chances of winning over Song Qingyan. Chen Fan could not suppress a laugh. Song Mengxian shot him a cold glare. Chen Fan, what is so amusing? Nothing. Please continue, Chen Fan replied. Barely able to contain his mirth, I am merely observing the audacity of a shameless individual. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaobai's expression darkened. Are you calling me shameless? Are you projecting your own insecurities? Chen Fan scoffed. After all, only a person lacking integrity would attempt to steal credit. Fuming, Su Xiaobai retorted, Who exactly am I stealing credit from? Whose achievements have I usurped? Chen Fan coldly replied, You know full well in your heart. Chen Fan, silence yourself, Song Mengxian admonished. With just one phone call, young Master Su can secure a partnership with the Chen family. Are you claiming he is stealing your credit? Have you the capability to do the same? Look in the mirror and recognize your own worth before making such assertions. Be cautious with your words. You might end up supporting the wrong cause. Chen Fan found the situation utterly ludicrous. What is the Su family to deserve any regard from the Chen family? How dare you insult my Su family? Su Xiaobai's expression turned fierce. Very well, if you are dissatisfied, watch as I make you regret it. He retrieved his phone and dialed his father. What is it that you require? Nothing much. Dad. I just wanted to express my gratitude for your collaboration with the Song Group, which has allowed the Chen family to. Collaboration? With a second-rate company like that? Do they even deserve to partner with me? I have clients to meet and am quite busy. I have no time to indulge in childish games. Before Su Xiaobai could finish her sentence, her father interrupted with a barrage of words and abruptly hung up the phone. Su Xiaobai was left in a state of shock, realizing that it was not her father who had extended a helping hand. Why then was the Chen family partnering with the Song Group? Could it be that the Chen family truly recognized the strength of the Song Group? That seemed implausible. There were countless companies in Jiangzhou far more formidable than the Song Group. Su Xiao, why the silence? Chen Fan scoffed. Does your Su family possess such remarkable capabilities? Although Su Xiaobai did not have the speakerphone on, Chen Fan could easily surmise what her father had said. Su Xiao, why not enlighten this naive man about the true standing of the Su family in Jiangzhou? The more Song Mingxian observed Chen Fan, the less she liked him. Otherwise, this waste of space won't comprehend his own insignificance. There's no need to waste words on such a clown, Su Xiaobai replied. I have confirmed with my father. Had he not decided to collaborate with the Song Group, the Chen family would not have so readily formed a partnership with them. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Fan applauded mockingly, giving Su Xiaobai a thumbs up. The word shameless suits you perfectly. A clown is simply a clown. Although Su Xiaobai felt a pang of insecurity, she maintained a calm facade. Arguing with someone of your lowly status is a disgrace to me. Who is the true clown here? You know it in your heart. Since you claim that the Chen family is granting your Su family face, I must inquire why your family has not managed to collaborate with them. Isn't that a foregone conclusion? Su Xiaobai exuded confidence. Aside from the Tang family, who in Jiangzhou can compete with the Su family? Confidence is indeed commendable. Chen Fan smirked. I just fear you might end up with egg on your face. Chen Fan, be silent. At that moment, Song Qingyan could no longer contain herself. Why do you persist in targeting Su Xiao? Are you envious of him? She firmly believed that it was Su Xiaobai who had assisted her. Thus, she could no longer tolerate Chen Fan's humiliation of Su Xiaobai. Envy? Chen Fan found it amusing. Are you implying that I am slandering him? Isn't it true? Su Xiao is indeed superior to you. If you envy him, strive to improve yourself rather than belittling others. Song Qingyan reprimanded. Before disparaging others, take a good look at yourself. Do you take pride in living off others? She insinuated that Chen Fan, having just divorced her, was already clinging to another woman. Chen Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Disparage. I'm merely stating the truth. Which of your words holds any truth? Song Qingyan retorted with disdain, from beginning to end. All I see is your jealousy rearing its head. Before their divorce, she had never realized how petty Chen Fan could be. This only reinforced her belief that parting ways with him was the right decision. Qingyan, calm down. Su Xiaobai spoke softly. I am aware that Chen Fan feels imbalanced seeing how close I am to you. Thus he deliberately seeks to trouble me. After all, I have assisted you in collaborating with the Chen family. While Chen Fan has been of no help to you, it is only natural for him to harbor jealousy towards me. That I am not angry, and you should not be either. Observing the smug expression on Su Xiaobai's face, Chen Fan could hardly suppress his desire to tear his lips apart. Chen Fan, do you see now? This is the disparity between you and young Master Su. Song Qingyan remarked. Young Master Su possesses such grace. He does not stoop to your level. Not only does he hold a higher status than you, but his heart is also far more magnanimous. Just look at yourself. Do you not resemble a petty individual with a narrow mind? Chapter 15. The Crown Prince Qingyan, do not engage with him. Su Xiaobai scoffed. Let us depart. Song Qingyan cast a cold glance at Chen Fan before turning to leave with Su Xiaobai. Chen Fan, disinterested in further discourse, settled into a seat. This worthless fool ignites my ire at just the sight of him. Sister, you truly misjudged him back then. Song Mingxian fumed increasingly. Song Qingyan said little, her expression equally grim. Clearly in agreement with Song Mingxuan's sentiments, the three of them found a place to sit. Young Master Su, sister, please sit tight. I shall step into the restroom for a moment. Song Mingxian turned and made her way to the restroom. Upon exiting, she began to arrange her hair in front of the mirror at the wash basin. At that moment, a drunken young man stumbled out from the adjacent restroom, spotting the short-skirted Song Mingxian. He flashed a mischievous grin and approached her from behind. Hey, beautiful. Care for a drink together? The young man leaned against her back. Who are you? Get away. Song Mingxian gasped, pushing him away in fright. Do not be afraid. I am not a bad person. The young man reached out towards her face, insisting, come on, let us have a drink. Get lost. Song Mingxian swatted his hand away and tried to move aside. Damn it. You think you can reject me? The young man seized her hair, declaring, no woman has ever dared to refuse me. Let go of me. Do not touch me. Song Mingxian retaliated with a slap to his face. leaving him momentarily stunned. Before he could gather his wits, she hurried out of the restroom. "You little harlot, how dare you hit me?" The young man's fury ignited. Su Xiaobai immediately rose. "Mengxian, do not be afraid. I am here. You harlot, you hit me and still want to run?" The young man, cursing, chased after her. Song Mengxian quickly took refuge behind Su Xiaobai, trembling. "Young Master Su, it was him who harassed me. Kid, do not act wild in front of me." Scram! Su Xiaobai stepped forward, positioning himself between the young man and Song Mengxian, eager to make a good impression in front of Song Qingyan. "Who the hell do you think you are?" the young man shouted, pointing a finger at Su Xiaobai. "You think you can play the hero? Look at yourself. If you do not wish to meet your end, then step aside." Su Xiaobai replied coldly. "Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in that manner?" "I do not care who you are," the young man retorted. The young man exuded an air of arrogance. "I am Feng Mingjia. Feng Mingjia. I have not heard of you." Su Xiaobai retorted dismissively. "I will grant you 3 seconds to vanish from my sight, lest you wish to experience my wrath. You seek death." The young man lunged forward with a staggering punch aimed at Su Xiaobai. Seizing his fist, Su Xiaobai delivered a swift kick to the young man's abdomen. Ag! The young man doubled over, clutching his stomach, nearly regurgitating the alcohol he had just consumed. Song Mengxian exclaimed excitedly, "Su Xiao, teach him a lesson. Who told him to harass me? Harassing women while being so brazen truly deserves a beating." Su Xiaobai felt undeniably dashing at that moment. "This time, consider it a lesson. If there's a next time, I shall ensure you disappear from Jiangzhou. You dare strike me, you are as good as dead." The young man spat through gritted teeth. "That if you have the guts, don't flee. I'll go get reinforcements." With a parting threat, the young man turned to leave. Ha! The audacity of the fool, Su Xiaobai thought, dismissing the young man entirely. As long as he wasn't dealing with members of the Chen or Tang families, he had no concerns. "Thank you, Su Xiao, for helping me teach that ruffian a lesson," Song Mengxian said, her admiration for Su Xiaobai growing. "You are truly a man. Su Xiaobai basked in pride. "No need for thanks. Dealing with such petty thugs is trivial." "Sister, look how manly Su Xiao is," Song Mengxian remarked. If Chen Fan were in this situation, he would have already wet himself in fear. Song Qingyan remained silent, yet internally compared Chen Fan with Su Xiaobai. Based on her understanding of Chen Fan, it was highly likely he would have stood idly by. After all, in their 5 years of marriage, Chen Fan had never truly protected her. She realized the disparity between Chen Fan and Su Xiaobai was immense. Perhaps Su Xiaobai was the one truly suited for her. "That bastard who just hit me. Come out here." At that moment, Feng Mingjia strode over with an intimidating demeanor, flanked by 5 burly men. Upon witnessing this, Su Xiaobai, who had previously wore a confident smile, turned pale in an instant. It seemed the opponent was not to be trifled with, having brought reinforcements. However, with Song Qingyan watching, he could not afford to retreat and steeled himself to confront them. "You cur, weren't you the one who struck me? If you have the guts, hit me again." Feng Mingjia barked. "Today, I will make you lie down and leave with these 2 women. I warn you not to act recklessly." Realizing the numerical disadvantage, Su Xiaobai invoked his background. "I am Su Xiaobai, the son of Su Gaohua. With his lineage, few would dare to challenge him in Jiangzhou." "Huh, I was wondering who it was. Turns out to be the son of that fat pig, Su Gaohua." Feng Mingjia scoffed derisively. "I am the heir of the Qingzhou society. My father is Feng Qinglong. When your father meets mine, he doesn't even dare to utter a word. What gives you the audacity to strike me?" Chapter 16. Discussing why you are the heir of the Qingzhou society. The son of Longdu. Upon hearing Feng Mingjia's name, Su Xiaobai was completely thrown into a state of panic. The Qingzhou society was a notorious organization in Jiangzhou, led by Feng Qinglong, a man many elite families regarded with great trepidation. The Su family in Jiangzhou is regarded as a prestigious lineage, yet they dare not provoke the Qingzhou society. The society is notorious for its ruthless nature. Anyone who dares to offend them will find no solace in Jiangzhou. Having now incurred the wrath of the society's heir, he has undoubtedly landed himself in grave trouble, a predicament that even his father may struggle to remedy. "Weren't you just boasting with bravado? Why do you appear so fearful now?" Feng Mingjia delivered a sharp slap across Su Xiaobai's face, exclaiming, "How dare you strike me? Try it again, and see what happens." "Brother Jia, it's all a misunderstanding." Su Xiaobai whimpered, his face swollen from the blow, yet he could only endure the humiliation, bowing and scraping. "I was unaware of your status. I sincerely apologize." He realized that his current subservience must be a source of embarrassment before Su Qingyan. However, he felt powerless, unable to contend with Feng Mingjie. Is an apology truly sufficient? Feng Mingjie swung his hand once more, declaring, "In all my years, no one has ever dared to strike me. You are the first. You truly are something. Brother Jia, I am sorry. I acknowledge my mistake and shall never do so again." Su Xiaobai could only lower his head in contrition. "My father has a modicum of rapport with Dragon Lord. Please grant the Su family some consideration, and I will personally come to apologize another day." Consideration? What is the Su family to me, that I should extend them any courtesy? Feng Mingjie yanked at Su Xiaobai's hair. "You struck me. Do you believe an apology suffices?" Su Xiaobai felt as though his hair might be wrenched from his scalp, yet he dared not resist. "Enough! Cease this at once," Song Qingyan interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. "Bullying others is hardly a display of strength. Oh, is the young lady here to defend him?" Feng Mingjie leered at Song Qingyan's beauty, his expression turning lascivious. "If you wish for me to spare him, why not accompany me instead? You scoundrel!" Song Qingyan furrowed her brow. "The crystal building has already been contracted by the Chen family of Longdu. Do you not fear their wrath for your antics here?" Feng Mingjie dismissed her concerns with a wave. "If the Chen family learns that this wretch struck me, they might very well take my side." "You are shameless," Song Mingxian exclaimed in anger. "You were the one who harassed me first." "Harassed you, you say? Where is your proof?" Feng Mingjie sneered. "This fellow striking me is a matter witnessed by all." Song Mingxian stomped her feet in frustration. "Do you have no shame?" "Of course, I do," Feng Mingjie replied, licking his lips. "If you two lovely ladies wish to save him, it is not beyond possibility. Simply accompany me, and as long as I am entertained, I shall consider this incident forgotten." "Dream on," Song Qingyan retorted with disgust. "People like you are utterly repugnant. If you find me repugnant, then allow me to show you what true disgust is," Feng Mingjie commanded. "Come, take her away." Two burly men approached, each seizing one of Song Qingyan's arms. "Release me. Do not touch me," she cried, struggling fiercely, but her strength was negligible against the two giants. "Su Shao, please save my sister. Quickly, save my sister." Song Mingxian, terrified, turned to Su Xiaobai for help, placing her hopes solely in him. "Jiegu, could you refrain from troubling the women?" Su Xiaobai, in an effort to preserve his dignity, could only endure his trepidation and plead, "I will compensate you. Feel free to ask for anything, and I shall acquiesce." "To hell with it. Do I require your compensation? Get lost, for I am not in the mood to deal with you right now," Feng Mingjie berated. "Once I am done enjoying myself, I will settle the score with you properly." "Jiegu, please show my father some respect. Get lost. Do we need any favors from the Su family? Do you look down upon our Qizhu association?" Feng Mingjie kicked Su Xiaobai to the ground, threatening, "If you keep babbling, I will break your legs." At this point, Su Xiaobai dared not utter a single word. He wished to protect Song Qingyan from being sullied by Feng Mingjie, yet he felt powerless against him. "Forced to merely watch. I thought you were tougher. Turns out you are just a coward," Feng Mingjie mocked. "You are unworthy of such beauty." Su Xiaobai remained silent, fearful that uttering another word might provoke Feng Mingjie into actually breaking his legs. "Little beauty, do you see? I am far more capable than this man," Feng Mingjie taunted, gripping Song Qingyan's chin and challenging Su Xiaobai. "Leave him and follow me. I guarantee you a life of luxury." Song Qingyan, with a face devoid of warmth, continued to struggle. "Su Shao, save my sister. Please save my sister," Song Meixian pleaded, tugging at Su Xiaobai's arm. Su Xiaobai shrank back, not daring to utter a single word. He could not confront Feng Mingjie for the sake of a woman. "Little beauty, do not harbor hopes that he can assist you. Even if he had tenfold courage, he would not dare to provoke me," Feng Mingjie remarked, turning to Song Mingxian with a smug grin. "Why not join me? I have yet to enjoy the company of sisters. No. Please, no." Song Mingxian trembled as she retreated. Feng Mingjie pointed at her, commanding, "Go. Take her along with you." "Stop." At that moment, a furious shout erupted from behind. Chen Fan strode forward, forcefully pushing aside the two burly men holding Song Qingyan. "Damn it, another fool who fears not death," Feng Mingjie sneered. "Kid, I am in a foul mood. Do not provoke me, lest I make you suffer dearly. You have 3 seconds to vacate. Otherwise, you will leave on a stretcher," Chen Fan retorted coldly. Chapter 17. Lackey. Feng Mingjie was momentarily taken aback, suspecting he had misheard. Who was this insignificant wretch daring to speak so brazenly to him? Song Qingyan, Song Mingxian, and Su Xiaobai stared in astonishment at Chen Fan, astonished that he had the audacity to step forward. However, They deemed Chen Fan unwise, for Feng Mingjie was the heir of the Qingyu Association. Chen Fan, do not make trouble, Song Mengxian admonished. You are but a clown. In her view, Chen Fan's intervention was akin to courting death, and he was merely complicating matters further. Feng Mingjie, enraged to the point of laughter, found it utterly infuriating. First, Su Xiaobai had the audacity to attack him. And now this audacious little brat dared to threaten him, igniting his fury. Kid, do you not know who I am? Feng Mingjie's face contorted with rage. Do you believe I can end your life? He reiterated. Disappear from my sight at once. Chen Fan replied coldly. Otherwise, you shall have no chance to regret. You seek death. Feng Mingjie waved his hand dismissively, commanding, seize him and eliminate him, but a burly man stepped forward, swinging a fist towards Chen Fan's face, believing he could easily dispose of such a petty character. However, just as the punch was unleashed, Chen Fan grasped his fist, crack, before the man could react. The sound of shattering bone echoed, and his wrist was broken by Chen Fan's grip. The robust man clutched his wrist, letting out a wretched scream. Instantly, everyone was taken aback. Song Qingyan and the others were equally incredulous, unaware that Chen Fan possessed such formidable strength. Feng Mingjie seethed. You dare strike my man? Chen Fan retorted coldly. Enough with the chatter. There are two more. Come at me together. Damn it, kill him, without mercy. Feng Mingjie was beside himself with fury. The remaining two burly men charged at Chen Fan from either side. Bang! Chen Fan sidestepped, sending one man flying and crashing into a table. The other took the opportunity to tackle Chen Fan, shouting as he attempted to lift him. Yet, in an instant, he felt himself soaring through the air. With a powerful throw, Chen Fan slammed him down onto the ground in the blink of an eye. Both burly men were incapacitated by Chen Fan. Feng Mingjie stood in stunned disbelief, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Song Mengxian rubbed her eyes, thinking she was witnessing an illusion. Could this truly be the weak-willed Chen Fan she once knew? Song Qingyan felt a tumult of shock and complexity within her. After 5 years of marriage, she had never seen this side of Chen Fan. Had his previous weakness merely been a fade? You were given a chance, yet you failed to appreciate it. As Chen Fan approached Feng Mingjie, he declared, I told you to lie down and leave. You shall do just that. Stop. Do not come any closer. Feng Mingjie trembled as he brandished a knife and fork, pointing them at Chen Fan with quaking hands. If you dare to move, I will end you. Whoosh! Chen Fan dashed forward, seizing Feng Mingjie's wrist. Crack! The knife and fork clattered to the ground as Feng Mingjie's wrist was shattered. Feng Mingjie writhed on the floor, howling like a slaughtered pig. You are finished. I will kill you, making your life a living hell. Cold sweat streamed down Feng Mingjie's face as he loathed Chen Fan to the utmost. And you all shall perish. He vowed vengeance not only against Chen Fan, but also against Song Qingyan and the others. For he could not quell his bitterness otherwise. Facing imminent death, he still dared to speak defiantly. Chen Fan stepped on Feng Mingjie's knee, preparing to cripple him. Stop! Song Qingyan suddenly pushed Chen Fan aside. He is the heir of the Qingyu Society, don't you know? Chen Fan remained unfazed. And what of it? Song Qingyan implored. If you maim him so thoroughly, we will all suffer the consequences. Chen Fan's displeasure surfaced. Having saved Song Qingyan, she was concerned about being implicated. Song Mengxian exclaimed, Chen Fan, cease this at once. Do you wish to bring ruin upon us all? Do you believe that your prowess in combat makes you invincible? Can you truly contend with the Qingyu Society? Su Xiaobai rushed to assist Feng Mingjie, stating, Brother Jia, this brat is Chen Fan. He lacks any substantial backing, so feel free to retaliate against him. He was concerned that Feng Mingjie might seek vengeance upon him later. And with Chen Fan currently incapacitating Feng Mingjie, he had to use Chen Fan as a shield. Thus, Feng Mingjie would likely focus his wrath solely on Chen Fan, leaving him unscathed. Chen Fan's expression turned frigid. Were it not for him, Song Qingyan and Song Mengxian would have been taken away by Feng Mingjie. The outcome of such a fate was all too predictable. Yet now, rather than expressing gratitude, they dared to blame him for being overly ruthless. Scoundrel, so you think you're formidable, do you? Feng Mingjie glared at Chen Fan with palpable fury, declaring, I refuse to believe that you alone can take on the entire Qingyu Society. We number over 500. How many can you possibly defeat? Brother Jia, calm down. Calm down. Su Xiaobai chimed in, servilely, if he dares to strike you, it merely shows he holds you in contempt that I support you in eliminating him. The sight of Su Xiaobai's expression ignited a deep-seated anger within Chen Fan, almost compelling him to shred the insolent fool. Feng Mingjie, seething with rage, threatened, "You little brat, if you kneel and bow your head 3 times now, I might only cripple one of your hands and spare your wretched life. Otherwise, prepare your own coffin." Su Xiaobai echoed. "Did you hear that? Hurry and kneel before Brother Jie and bow 3 times. He might just spare your miserable existence." Having been humiliated before Song Qingyan, while Chen Fan basked in glory, was unbearable for him. Now, if Chen Fan were to kneel, it would only serve to deepen his own disgrace, thus restoring a semblance of balance within him. This way, he could still maintain some dignity in front of Song Qingyan. Chapter 18. The madman Feng Mingjie glared menacingly at Chen Fan, convinced that he was merely an impetuous youth, unaware of the true nature of the Qingzhou society. Once aware of his background, he would undoubtedly tremble like Su Xiaobai. "And what if I refuse to kneel?" Chen Fan replied coolly. Feng Mingjie was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chen Fan would maintain such arrogance even after learning of his background. "Refuse to kneel?" Feng Mingjie fumed. "If you do not kneel, your corpse shall lie in the streets by tomorrow." With a sudden motion, Chen Fan delivered a fierce kick to Feng Mingjie's chest. Feng Mingjie was propelled into the air, crashing several meters away against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. "Ah, Chen Fan, have you lost your mind?" Song Qingyan shrieked in terror. Feng Mingjie struggled to catch his breath, attempting to rise, but Chen Fan approached him once more, delivering another brutal kick to his head. Feng Mingjie let out a muffled groan, half of his face swelling, feeling dizzy as consciousness slipped away. Madness. This was truly madness. Now, Feng Mingjie would not rest until he had eradicated Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, you have landed yourself in a dire predicament," Song Qingyan admonished. "The Qingzhou society will never let you go." Initially, Feng Mingjie sought merely to cripple Chen Fan's hand, but now he desired. "Do you find stubbornness amusing?" Song Qingyan remarked. "To offend those from the Qingzhou society is to court disaster. Those who flaunt their superiority do not regard the Qingzhou society with any respect. Who do they think they are?" Su Xiaobai stated. "You, a mere sponge, could vanish at a word from the Qingzhou society." He was infuriated. Chen Fan not only failed to back down, but also left Feng Mingjie severely injured. When Feng Mingjie awakens, he will surely be consumed by rage. If the Qingzhou society were only to pursue trouble with Chen Fan, it might not be a significant issue. However, if they were to investigate further, they would discover that the conflict originated with Feng Mingjie, and the Qingzhou society would not let him off lightly. Now, it appears that this scoundrel Chen Fan has truly brought about his own demise. While the Qingzhou society remains unaware, you must flee. Song Qingyan sighed in resignation. "Leave Jiangzhou, the farther the better. Otherwise, staying here will lead only to a dead end." Feng Qinglong is fiercely protective of his own. If he were to learn of the severe beating his son endured, Chen Fan would undoubtedly find it impossible to remain in Jiangzhou. "That I will not run," Chen Fan declared. "The Qingzhou society cannot touch me." "Chen Fan, stop pretending. What if you can fight? Can you take on the entire Qingzhou society?" Song Qingyan countered. "If you flee now, there is still a glimmer of hope." "Qingyan, he must not be allowed to escape," Su Xiaobai asserted. "If he runs, and the Qingzhou society fails to find him, they will surely retaliate against us. He is the one who struck. We cannot be implicated." Su's words rang true. Song Mengxian nodded vigorously. "Sister, Chen Fan must not run. If he does, we will suffer the consequences." Song Qingyan's expression was complex. "But Chen Fan is only trying to help us. Why should he help? It is his own folly. Even without his assistance, Su could save us. Can he even compare to Su?" Song Mengxian rolled her eyes at Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, I warn you, do not think of fleeing. If you bring us harm, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will never forgive you." "That I have an idea," Su Xiaobai proposed. "That we should capture Chen Fan and deliver him to the Qingzhou society. That way, they will leave us alone. Chen Fan, come with me to meet Feng Qinglong." As he spoke, he reached out to grab Chen Fan. "Try touching me." Chen Fan glared coldly at Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai shuddered. Under normal circumstances, he would have slapped him without hesitation. Such a sponging man dared to speak to him in that manner. Yet, Chen Fan's earlier display of skill had robbed him of that courage. He recognized that he was no match for Chen Fan. "You wish to flee, leaving us to bear the consequences, do you?" Su Xiaobai fumed. "How can your heart be so malicious? I was the one who struck. This matter has nothing to do with you." Chen Fan ignored him. "I will bear all the consequences myself." Song Qingyan snapped. Chen Fan, this is not the time for your obstinacy. Lives are at stake. I have said, I will take all responsibility, Chen Fan replied, his impatience evident. Will that not suffice? I will not implicate you. Song Qingyan asked. What do you mean by that? Do you think I fear being dragged down with you? Chen Fan retorted. Is it not so? You. Song Qingyan wished to refute, yet found herself at a loss for words. From the demeanor of Su Xiaobai and Song Mengxian, it was evident that they sought to distance themselves from Chen Fan. Don't concern yourself with it. Qingzhu will not be able to harm me. Chen Fan turned away, adding, moreover, my confrontation with Feng Mingjie was not for your sake, nor for any of you. Today is the grand recruitment ceremony, and I simply do not wish for such scum to tarnish it. He had already severed ties with Song Qingyan. Even if he truly wished to save her, he no longer desired to be entangled with her. Chapter 19. The Peril of Chen Fan. 3 burly men transported the unconscious Feng Mingjie to the hospital. Song Qingyan and her companion stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Sister, this is quite a predicament, Song Mengxian exclaimed, her face pale with fear. Feng Qinglong was the underground emperor of Jiangzhou. Offending him would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, with Feng Mingjie injured in such a manner, Feng Qinglong would surely fly into a rage. Chen Fan was doomed. Don't worry, Mengxian. It was Chen Fan who injured Feng Mingjie. It has nothing to do with us, Su Xiaobai reassured. Song Mengxian nodded vigorously. Yes, it was Chen Fan who struck him. It does not concern us. His fate is not our responsibility. Song Qingyan's expression was conflicted. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Fan did assist us just now. We cannot simply stand by idly. Sister, who compelled him to help, it was merely his own misguided sentiments. Seeking to show off, Song Mengxian retorted, irritation evident in her tone, that if he were to be killed by Feng Qinglong, it would be his own doing. No, I refuse to owe Chen Fan any favors. Song Qingyan turned to Su Xiaobai. Su Xiao, could you possibly lend a hand in this matter? Me? Su Xiaobai was taken aback. What can I do? Su Xiao, your family is also a prominent clan in Jiangzhou, and your father is acquainted with Feng Qinglong. Song Qingyan explained. Could you possibly persuade your father to intercede with Feng Qinglong on our behalf? I would owe you a considerable favor. Well, that Su Xiaobai appeared somewhat hesitant. He certainly desired to gain a favor from Song Qingyan, as it would provide him an opportunity to win her affection. However, his father's relationship with Feng Qinglong was rather tenuous, primarily due to the Su family operating several nightclubs and employing members of the Qingzhu society for security. Given that the injured party was Feng Qinglong's son, a man as protective as Feng Qinglong would not easily relent. If he were to ask his father for assistance, it could potentially bring trouble upon the Su family. I will mention it to my father, but I cannot guarantee it will be effective. Su Xiaobai, unwilling to squander the opportunity to gain Song Qingyan's favor, reluctantly agreed. After all, Feng Qinglong has only one son. Do not harbor overly high hopes. Song Qingyan sighed. Let us try first. She was acutely aware of the magnitude of the trouble they had stirred. Even if Feng Qinglong did not kill Chen Fan, he would certainly break his limbs. Sister, in a lavish private room, Tang Zimo hurriedly entered and confronted Tang Xinjia. Just now downstairs, Chen Fan had a confrontation with the heir of the Qingzhu society. Tang Zimo recounted the events to Tang Xinjia, who responded with a hint of jealousy. Chen Fan truly treats his ex-wife with remarkable kindness. Sister, Feng Mingjie has been grievously beaten. That if Feng Qinglong were to learn of this, he would certainly not spare Chen Fan. Tang Zimo suggested, should we lend Chen Fan a hand? No need, Tang Xinjia replied. The Qingzhu society is no match for Chen Fan. Sister, Chen Fan is quite capable, Tang Zimo remarked, her brow furrowing. Yet no matter how skilled he is, he cannot possibly contend against the entirety of the Qingzhu society. Leave that to me, Tang Xinjia asserted. In any case, I have faith that Chen Fan can handle it on his own. Tang Zimo chuckled softly. Sister, don't take offense, but ever since you encountered Chen Fan, you seem to have transformed entirely. You wouldn't have developed feelings for him, would you? Tang Xinjia shot her a glare. Mind your own business. You see, I was right, Tang Zimo remarked meaningfully. Sister, do be cautious not to become too deeply entangled. Your circumstances are different. If you genuinely wish to be with Chen Fan, the price you pay may be substantial. At this, Tang Xinjia's expression dimmed. All right, no need for your reminders. Please leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Tang Zimo exited, closing the door behind her at the AVP ward in Jiangzhou City Hospital. A corridor outside the room was crowded with dozens of intimidating men, causing passers-by to steer clear. Even doctors trembled as they walked by. Feng Mingjie lay weakly in bed, his head wrapped in bandages. Beside him stood a burly man, his face dark and his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. He was none other than the president of the Qingyu Society, Feng Qinglong. "Doctor, how is my son?" Feng Qinglong's piercing gaze fixed upon the male physician. The doctor trembled, quickly responding, "President Feng, young Master Feng has suffered a concussion, but there is no serious harm. He should awaken after a good rest." Feng Qinglong waved his hand dismissively. "That's good. You may leave. It's no longer your concern." Feng Qinglong bellowed, "Which bastard did this to my son?" A bruised and battered strongman entered cautiously, relaying the events to Feng Qinglong. "Dragon Lord, that brat was simply too arrogant." The strongman fumed. Young Master Feng revealed his identity. Yet that fool showed utter disrespect, not only beating young Master Feng, but also claiming to disregard the Qingyu Society. "How dare you speak such nonsense? You worthless fool!" Feng Qinglong slapped the strongman across the face, cursing, "You cannot even handle a small punk. What do you think I pay you for?" The strongman bowed his head submissively. "Dragon Lord, I apologize. It is our failure. The Qingyu Society has never been humiliated, nor has anyone ever dared to lay a hand on Feng Qinglong's son. This is not merely a provocation against me, but a challenge to the entire Qingyu Society." Feng Qinglong coldly commanded, "Immediately dispatch everyone to apprehend that brat who harmed my son that I want him brought to me, so I can feed him to the dogs." With his decree, all members of the Qingyu Society sprang into action. Objective: capture Chen Fan. Chapter 20. Bowing down as the grand recruitment ceremony drew to a close, the steward of Nangong announced to all the esteemed guests that the parties collaborating with the Chen family were the Tang family and the Song group. The third slot remained unfilled due to the lack of suitable candidates, prompting the Chen family to continue their evaluations. The partnership between the Tang family and the Chen family was anticipated by many. However, the inclusion of the Song group was rather unexpected. How could a second-tier company possibly qualify to collaborate with the esteemed Chen family? This left many feeling discontented, that Wei Yushu slightly nodded his head. Although his expression remained neutral, the sluggishness of his movements while tidying up betrayed a hint of concern. Su Tai, still young, had never encountered such a considerable sum of silver. The total assets of the Su family, including their residence, likely amounted to little more than this quantity of silver. His gaze was fixated on the silver ingots in the corner. It wasn't merely that he had never seen such a vast sum of money before, but also that he was witnessing ingots of such size for the very first time. Unification. Li Ju bellowed as he brandished his sword, the first to charge towards the city walls. Behind him surged countless soldiers of Dongzhuo's army, carrying ladders and pushing platforms, all chanting unification. Unification. They swarmed from all directions towards Dongjun City. After eliminating Han Fu and Jizhou, Yuan Shao's forces continued their advance southward, emboldened by their numerical superiority, swiftly engulfing the territories of the three warlords, Qiao Zhao of Dongjun, Zhang Chao of Guangling, and Zhang Yang of Shangda. With an insatiable appetite for Qingzhou, Yuan Shao's gaze shifted towards Beihai, and his army crossed the Yellow River, directing their efforts towards the gateway of Qingzhou. Jinan. Song Jirue did not witness the subsequent events, but he saw Yunqi being kicked out, which ignited his anger. Initially, he had intended to overlook the signs of madness displayed by this individual, opting instead for a simple binding solution, hoping merely to prevent further destruction and harm to others. The refrigerator housed several types of yogurt, all prepared for Mu Yuran. After Yunqi moved into the Mu residence, she developed a fondness for it, leading to even more being stocked. Within the grand hall, the gazes of the father and son intertwined, their mutual understanding evident. The king of Xian, Jun Ming, immediately bowed respectfully to receive the decree, if that were not the case. Then why did he not make an appearance last night after the enchanting demon fled? Qin Hao stepped outside, heading straight for the entrance of the Prince Rong's mansion. At that moment, he had completely forgotten that his sister had been assaulted by those from the Prince Rong's household and was now imprisoned. His sole focus was devising a strategy against Rong Lin. Jiasu nodded vigorously, akin to a chicken pecking at rice, graciously accepting the invitation. How could Su dare to decline, as if nothing had occurred? He clasped his fist toward Kongping, saying, "The Grand Tutor should rest early." Before taking his leave, he then dashed off alongside Li Ru. "How did you manage to unlock this?" Wei Yu inquired, picking up the padlock and inspecting it from various angles. Unable to discern its mechanism, Wei Yu observed that the elderly woman harbored inner conflict. While she meticulously tidied herself, She nonetheless used her own hands to rummage through the filthy refuse. It was rare for him to encounter such a contradictory scavenger. Upon seeing the other party rise with delight to greet Qingyan, he finally resolved the doubts that had lingered in his heart. There was also a spacious area available for placing stone mills and wooden barrels, which was indeed clean and practical. The county magistrate, noticing Lu Shanghu's demeanor, let out a cold snicker, summoning his subordinates to have Lu Shanghu dragged away. Lin Daiyu gazed sorrowfully at Lin Feiyu, her eyes speaking volumes, rendering Lin Feiyu utterly speechless in her refusal. Your Highness, this is the most effective method. I believe it could level the entire island. The aide reminded Chen Mu in an instant. The Empress Dowager drew Lin Feiyu and Lin Daiyu closer to her, with Lin Feiyu seated to her left and Lin Daiyu to her right. Chapter 21. Perilous circumstances. What do you think you are, to merit my leniency? Feng Qinglong bellowed. The mere fact that you stand here before me is a testament to my generosity. Song Qingyan stood frozen, her face flushed with wine, trickling down her neck and into her garments. Yet she dared not wipe it away. Dragon Lord, I implore you to grant. Overall, it unfolds as a comedic tale, offering a light-hearted and whimsical experience, and all brothers are welcome to lend their support. The sound of furious curses erupted like thunder. Li Er extended his right hand, seizing the left hand of the burly man wielding a dagger, his thumb pressing into the man's palm, twisting and wrenching it. The burly man's grip faltered in agony, his fingers involuntarily releasing their hold. In a swift motion, Li Er swept the dagger into his possession, slashing it at an angle, causing a spray of blood to erupt. Dressed casually, Jenny made a statement. Today, no one was to discuss matters of work. Li Er, already reluctant to broach such topics, accepted this unreservedly. Unaware that Jenny had a nadver, why did it end up in the hands of the ruthless and chaotic Tian? Upon arriving at Feiyan Temple, the guards had already urgently summoned the imperial physicians accompanying the entourage. When the physician beheld the princess, her upper body drenched in blood, he was taken aback. He hastily instructed them to take her into the inner chamber for treatment, given the gravity of the incident. The number of reporters attending the press conference astonishingly reached several dozen. Prior to the Golden Globe Awards, Yak secured several film projects, all of which were historically acclaimed and commercially successful in 2002. Most of them had gone unnoticed or were merely in the conceptual stage without any implementation. Yak intended to acquire them all for his company. What? Has Ichi Island also been lost? The expression on Shira Goner's face darkened. He had engaged with Americans in Hawaii and understood that an island capable of hosting a large airport held immense strategic value. Moreover, Ichi Island was adjacent to Kyushu Island. Chapter 22. 1 against 100 Dragon Yi. We are all here to prosper peacefully. There is no need for violence. Song Qingyan sought to negotiate further. I genuinely wish to compensate Feng Xiao and hope that Dragon Yi can grant an opportunity. An opportunity? Feng Qinglong scoffed. He discovered that the space within this storage ring had significantly expanded since the first time he beheld it. Previously unnoticed, it now contained hundreds of boxes, a realization that dawned upon Chen Fan. Without pursuing Wang Jia, he carelessly took a step forward, only to see shadows appearing behind him. In the blink of an eye, Wang Shizhou materialized before Wu Zhao. Emperor Zhe cast her a knowing glance and struck again, producing a series of screeching sounds as a steep cliff suddenly revealed a slanting stone staircase. Father is from the Nangong family. Now that they are in peril, he cannot abandon them. Yet, as wives of Feng Lin and Lan, it is only natural for you to leave the Nangong family, and the world would harbor no objections, Nangongren stated. The three heroes of the early Han dynasty are undoubtedly targets for these time travelers to recruit. Should they fail to win them over, they would resort to eliminating them. The moment had finally arrived at Luoding Peak. After today, my demands shall be fulfilled, Yu Feng whispered. Moreover, Li Fuyao vaguely grasped the intentions of Song Yi and his son. First, to publicly denounce Xiang Yu's crimes, then to dispatch a team to apprehend him, though they would not truly capture him. Qian Yunli's desire to sever ties with Yiran was so overt that it almost seemed intentional. Wuyan University, having secured third place in last year's National College Basketball League, naturally garnered such cheers and shouts. He is the shortest among them, aside from Li Shi, who stands at 151 centimeters. The shortest is Gung Haoshi. Naturally, it was Gung Haoshi that Man referred to. Thus, for Tony, a professional boxer, his level of astonishment far surpassed that of the other onlookers, before the escorting of valuables. The employer and the escort agency would jointly inventory the goods, recording them meticulously before sealing the boxes. As she spoke, the silver moon demon saint tossed the guiding mouse away. She lingered here, while she herself transformed into a silvery beam of light, slipping into the abyssal rift. The teleportation array between Yunluo City and the Beast Clan Alliance completed its activation. Deities such as the Cat God, Rabbit God, and Milk God arrived to visit Yunluo City. Subsequently, these deities took up residence in Yunluo City. After all, the business license had already been secured, with Zhou Bai and Yuan Yin each holding a 50% stake, and the registered capital precisely meeting the requirements, all arranged by a hired professional. Upon returning to Yujing Garden, having learned to drive that very day, Zhou Bai was in high spirits throughout the evening. Regarding domestic accolades, Zhou Bai had yet to reach a point of utter disdain. Winning awards was certainly gratifying, but not winning held no consequence for him. He acted not for the sake of accolades. And if anyone bore him ill will, they could simply refrain from his company. Her evident resistance caused him to lose his composure, as he abruptly scooped her up and kicked open the door to the lounge. Chapter 23. A matter of a phone call. Feng Qinglong had never felt such a sense of suffocation and humiliation. If all members of the Qingzhou society were present, how could Chen Fan act so brazenly? Yet, with over 100 individuals unable to subdue a single Chen Fan, it was indeed quite embarrassing. The illustrious Qingzhou society, reduced to such ineptitude. Chen Fan scoffed. You still dare to claim to be Jiang. As for why it was not under the Golden Immortal rank, that was because those below the Golden Immortal could not even harm the Ancestor Wasteland's corporeal form, unless employing special methods, making it exceedingly difficult to slay an ancestor. The more it was so, the more it ignited the curiosity of the false Sodden. Yao Wang witnessed his body suddenly emanate a force, darting towards the concealed location of Xian Kaiyang, accurately piercing through to where Xian Kaiyang resided. Startled like a rabbit, Xian Kaiyang caused the cave wall to bulge before fleeing with great haste. Sic concealed her longing for Cui Air, hoping that Cui Air, in the heavens, could sense her yearning. Did your sect not teach you that the Tao has its own principles? The long sword gleamed with a chilling light under the sun, reflecting into Yi Yaoguang's enchanting eyes, instilling a sense of dread. Upon approaching Lord Yu, Chu Jian knelt and offered a respectful bow. Lord Yu paused momentarily, his gaze flickering as he reined in his expression, uttering a few admonitions before permitting Chu Jian to depart. Isn't Arya already married? Who's to blame for your failure to pursue her at that time? Shui Qingzhao felt quite helpless regarding her elder brother. What has become of my father? Chu Jian's heart tightened. Suspecting that Yu Yunxing would not acquiesce so easily. He will, should you request it. Though unfamiliar with Ji Ran, Bai spoke with unwavering certainty, almost resolute. Many individuals considered themselves fortunate to encounter one another. Yet to walk hand in hand for a lifetime was a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. The Jia family's estate was vast and opulently decorated, yet the group had little inclination to admire it, making their way directly to the residence of their father. Upon reaching the old man's quarters, a potent smell of blood assailed their senses. However, the scent of blood seemed to calm Mu Sheng's furrowed brows. Lu Mingxuan's teeth clenched tighter, her lips turning a pallid shade of greenish-white, until she tasted the metallic tang of blood in her mouth. To be more precise, the historical sentiment of the Northern Song dynasty towards Liao, as well as that of the Southern Song towards Jin, can aptly be encapsulated in the four words, both hate and fear. Dugu Hong stated earnestly, he did not harbor any extravagant hopes that the other party would reveal their name. However, since the individual chose to inquire, he naturally felt compelled to respond. The inferno had wrought such devastation that all had been reduced to charred remains. Many bodies were even burned together, forming a lump of ash devoid of any significance. This stronghold boasted a colossal gateway, and to the left front of the entrance stood an enormous skull, intricately carved from stone, upon which were inscribed 3 bold crimson characters. Anliu Sha. Chapter 24. Unable to bear it any longer. Su Xiaobai's shamelessness completely exceeded Chen Fan's imagination. Truly, one dares to claim all the credit for oneself. Chen Fan, what are you laughing at? Song Mengxian glared at Chen Fan. My sister sought out Feng Qinglong for what purpose? If not to assist you. If it weren't for Su Xiao, my sister would have been harmed by you. He Dongfeng's heart tightened abruptly at the sound of Yuan Bao's voice, having not heard it for so long. The longing surged like a tempest. With his mouth sealed, he could not speak, only straining to listen. She called out to him, followed by an exclamation of pain, then the sound of her sobbing. Yma? Now that you mention it, I remember. Ever since the incident, we have not seen her again. Du Jun remarked. After hearing this, Yi Jianjian nodded, a flicker of unease evident in his gaze. As he Dongi stepped into Hinanyu's hospital room. He instinctively retreated, thinking he had entered the wrong place. But then he reflected, why did those two figures seem so familiar? He silently approached the bedside, unable to suppress a cold sneer. At last, he witnessed what it truly meant to be a match made in hell. The wind was just right. As Yu Chun unceremoniously reached behind Chris's waist, instantly lifting him up. The immense internal force coalesced into a surging assault, as Yin Hui radiated a golden light, illuminating the endless darkness as brightly as day. The items you've brought are truly remarkable. Very well then. I shall take the lead. Yu Xiao donned the gas mask, glancing through the lenses at Tingting. Not only did he find the air exceptionally sweet, but he also felt as though life had become infinitely more beautiful, as if he had regained many lost years. Ahem. Yin Zhongjie finally made his position clear, stating that he could endure, but it was Lan Xiaoga who could not. He gestured for Yang Luer to know when to retreat. The Empress Dowager was once again amused by Lian Qin's words, laughter shimmering in her eyes, hinting at her immense joy in that moment. Aunt Huang overstepped her bounds by speaking out of turn, particularly in front of the elderly lady, and the visible irritation on Tao Ruan's face indicated that her tolerance for Aunt Huang had reached its limit. However, in Jiang Heng's view, a person like Gu Qinyuan was a cold-blooded creature devoid of emotions, unlikely to easily develop feelings for anyone. The spirit artifact was once again stifled, having never encountered such a difficult new disciple. Yet after so many years, it had finally met someone unafraid of the curse's power. If it did not seize this opportunity, how many more years would it linger in this sunless underground? Fortune favors the bold. I have once felt the immense power of the Shroud of the Dead. Should I gain complete mastery over this force, it would be immensely beneficial for me. That occasion at the shadowy gathering was an auction of treasures hosted by another prominent family. The four great families received covert invitations as well, yet ultimately, they remained engaged in legitimate enterprises, hesitant to entangle themselves with the nefarious tomb-raiding factions lurking in the shadows. It is unclear what provoked the horse, but it suddenly went wild, leaping violently and thrashing about, causing Ning Yuan to be tossed about precariously, enduring tremendous difficulty. Chen Jin was preoccupied with accompanying Lu Suer to inspect properties, while at home, Tao Ruan busied herself with cleaning. Throughout the afternoon, she meticulously tidied every corner of the bedroom, as if only through labor could she stave off errant thoughts and grievances. Rui experienced a surge of trepidation. Had Emperor Jingyuan made an appearance or summoned the imperial physician, would it not have exposed the charade of feigned unconsciousness? Chapter 25. The illegitimate daughter in the hospital's VIP ward. Feng Mingjie lay upon the bed, attended by a pale-skinned woman who was administering traditional Chinese medicine. She fed him spoonfuls of the concoction, her countenance rigid and lifeless, resembling a mere shell of a person. Mingjie, are you feeling any better? At that moment, Feng Qinglong entered the room. The corners of Wu Xiong's mouth curled into a sinister smile, emitting a chilling laugh that sent shivers down one's spine. His already unappealing visage appeared even more dreadful, akin to a bloodthirsty demon. Is this true? Zhang Yi's envy nearly caused him to drool. They were all secretaries. Yet why did he not enjoy such fortune? In truth, had Qianjun taken a disliking to them, they would never have ascended to such positions. Qianjun's influence over the political landscape could surpass even that of the emperor. Thus, the carriage of the Prince of Nanhai was still far off, and the people on the street began to prepare to make way, out of respect for Qianjun, who ensured the citizens lived increasingly better lives, always remembering to express heartfelt gratitude. The master's intentions were beyond his comprehension. Yet Chang Sui acquiesced and promptly went out to relay the message. Wan Ping opened the box, prepared the gunpowder, and it was not long before several sheep were led to the foot of the mountain. Wan Ping took aim, ignited the fuse, and raised his gun, producing a thunderous blast 100 paces away. The sheep frolicking merrily all collapsed. This was also a source of great concern for the princess consort of Hong, as although her son was the legitimate heir, his capabilities were limited, and it was uncertain whether he could effectively govern Chengdu in the future. This day, the Prince of Hong had yet to acknowledge his son as the heir apparent. Leaving the princess consort in a state of agitation, having schemed countless times to no avail, the waves of power dissipated, 13 figures materialized in the grand hall of the imperial court. Standing respectfully at the forefront, flanking one individual on either side, my magical artifact had been taken away, leaving me with nothing but the tiger claw and sandalwood beads I carried. Had I truly struck a blow? Cha Du Tai, who maintained a stoic expression, yet his tone betrayed a hint of stability. Since I had managed to hit the opponent, I surmised that dealing with him would not be overly difficult. I allowed myself merely a minute to contemplate, and after that brief interval, I resolved to take a risk and climb the cliff, for I had no other path to pursue. Unlike Hanxia, Xiong Kuan perceived not a trace of beauty in the starry sky, but rather an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. With a mighty shout, he vanished into the dragon pearl space. Thus, the morning slipped away amidst the specialized terminology of Teacher Pang and the snores of Zhao Ziyue. The 8 styles of Bafingyan unfolded, deflecting the attacks of the unperturbed monk. At that moment, the monk boldly intoned a Buddhist chant, proclaiming, "You have committed too many sins, practitioner. It is only by laying down the butcher's knife that you may find the righteous path." With that, he unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Bafingyan's back. With a tap on the table, Ko Zhong let out a cold snort, subtly shifting his seat to obstruct Ho Shibai's line of sight. I recalled the conversation I had with my master during that time. Every word, every syllable was etched in my memory with remarkable clarity. "Third brother, from your dialogue with the ghostly demon, it seems there exists an even more formidable presence within this lake. Are you aware of it?" she inquired of me. Dongfang Xiao nudged Tang Qi, and the two finally managed to separate, for otherwise, she would have been utterly at a loss. Chapter 26, A Matter of Life and Death. Upon hearing the term illegitimate daughter, Chen Fan's body stiffened momentarily. So what? Chen Fan turned his back to Feng Yinan, concealing his expression from her view that my mother was originally a woman from an ordinary family. Back in the day, Feng Qinglong was captivated by her beauty and sought to pursue her, but she refused his advances. "Otherwise, why don't you join me in foreign trade? I can introduce you." Manjia's eyes brightened, as if she found this to be a splendid idea. However, Qinglong suddenly discovered a shocking task on the mercenaries list. Or perhaps you're afraid, you're insecure, you cannot confront your past. You dread facing your former failures. Chun Jiannan disregarded Fu Xingyan's smoldering fury and continued to push the man's limits. Wu Anfu sat beside Wang Zhengqiu, drinking, feigning conversation, while secretly pondering whether Ling Haoran was observing the absurdity unfolding in the hall. If he were to witness it, would he be deceived by this debauched spectacle? "Did you hear what I just said?" Tang Xiaoxian inhaled deeply, continuing his declaration of love. The physician was currently suturing the lady's wound. The midwife pondered briefly before simply stating. That physician's steadfast gaze and swift actions ultimately convinced her that he was indeed treating the lady, and thus she refrained from divulging the methods of treatment to his lordship. Just as they set foot in the territory of the Sri Lankan insect tribe, witnessing the densely piled mountains of corpses stretching into the distance, Qinglong felt an unsettling chill. These were the remnants of the prey captured by the Sri Lankan insect tribe from the outside world, and they could freely traverse the mountainous heaps of decay, indulging in their spoils. "Well, I suppose I can simply refrain from eating," Sherlinger remarked, sitting down to selectively consume only the vegetables. They had already escaped from the opulent tent directed by the production team. After winding through several streets, they arrived at a pedestrian street designated for the leisure and entertainment of ordinary folk. Only when he immersed himself in the teachings of Buddhism could he temporarily forget the agony of brothers, confidants, and comrades fallen in battle. This evening's conversation, rather than being a convivial discussion over drinks, resembled a clash of wits. Yet, none dared to pierce the veil of pretense, and their eventual parting bore the semblance of a thoroughly enjoyable exchange. The formidable power of the dawn enveloped the heart of the silver moon entirely, causing numerous systems to malfunction. Engineers, accompanied by dog-headed folk, gray elves, halflings, and goblin technicians, were nervously conducting repairs. "You certainly know how to stir up trouble. I truly cannot fathom why you sought a bodyguard, yet ended up with a rogue," Chu Qingcheng remarked with a hint of exasperation. According to the vice president's intentions, Mu Qingcheng would undoubtedly present substantial benefits, at least exceeding 100,000, for otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to display. Damn it. As the opponent's fist approached, Qin Tianqi's baseball bat swung fiercely towards the assailant's head. However, Qin Tianqi's movements lagged behind Qi Shuifu's by several precious seconds. Unexpectedly, under the stimulation of the equal land system, ordinary citizens and the powerful aristocracy alike erupted with immense enthusiasm for production. Yumingxin quietly gazed at the lush, towering ancient tree forest before him, where a thin veil of white mist drifted, imbuing the woodland with an air of mystery. Subsequently, he surveyed his surroundings, discovering that he was in an almost abandoned town, where he could also detect a faint scent of blood. Chapter 27. Rooting out the problem. Feng Qinglong lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut, blood pooling around him. Devoid of life, thought he could never have anticipated such a demise. Feng An observed the lifeless Feng Qinglong. Her expression remaining cold and indifferent, yet a single tear escaped the corner of her eye. It was unclear whether it was due to her having taken her father's life or the impact it had on her mother. Without hesitation, allowing the unceasing flow of sacred rules from the reversed divine steel to surge forth, Yang Mo concentrated and entered the supreme divine tomb. This hospital was a comprehensive medical facility, and naturally, the nurses were among the finest. Bai Fan keenly observed. While he was uncertain about the nurses' skill levels, they certainly possessed first-rate appearances. As soon as the talisman paper made contact with the coffin lid, it emitted a gentle blue light, gradually eroding the cinnabar lines upon the lid. Presently, he needed merely to secure a few seconds, no more. He could even envision the chilling sight of a powerful crossbow aimed at this mountain-dwelling swordsman. For it was merely a fox, just an animal. Even if it had undergone changes, it could not escape its biological instincts. Shortly thereafter, the other 5 individuals advanced to the last row, beginning to seize the belongings of the passengers aboard. As anguish cries intermittently echoed, this, too, was the secret behind the enduring aristocratic ruling system of the Elant Kingdom, which had stood for a millennium. The best way to eliminate an enemy is not to sever their head, but to make them one's own or an ally. Although Qing Huan was adopted as a foster child, he had always regarded him as a beloved grandson, and he was the future heir of the IC province's Kidata family. Despite his somewhat introverted personality and aversion to conversation, he was upright and benevolent, perfectly embodying the ethos of the Kidata clan. Since receiving the military order from Yang Hao, GF Feng had established camp not far from the base of Island Mountain, awaiting the arrival of the army. Cough, that is quite a commendable thought. Professor Zhang felt a bit awkward. The Gringlas family was indeed one of the families he had approached, and although Astoria was not home at that time, he was still aware of the news that I hastily elucidated, yet Ranran seemed to believe me, while Shinner's gaze betrayed skepticism. Observing this, I could only sigh in resignation, secretly lamenting the deviation of thought and the magnitude of the misunderstanding. Shinstin nodded. Having tasted the peaches of immortality procured from the world of Journey to the West, he discerned they paled in comparison to the ones previously bestowed by the Jade Emperor, thus speculating that these banquets must also be of a lesser quality. These were all fine items, and as the group realized that the monkey would continue to wreak havoc for some time, they dispersed to collect the untouched nectar and ambrosia. As the filming progressed in the Sony studio, the calendar turned to May, and they finally commenced shooting at the Natural History Museum in Los Angeles, capturing scenes within Peter Parker's university laboratory. Suddenly, Sun Yuman broached the topic of gift-giving, leaving Lao Jiang, Chen Buliai, and Yu Jishur exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of what scheme he was concocting, all suspecting he had acquired some rare treasure to present. I was too disinterested to ponder it. After all, it was a fortuitous matter, and without his benevolent fib, I wouldn't even know where I stood now. Chichu chuckled. If there were, why would I disclose it to you? This was, of course, a jest directed at Sujinyu. No problem, laughed Miao, finding the condition exceedingly advantageous, akin to receiving something for nothing. Naturally, he chose to acquiesce when Qingyan instructed him to drive. He had no choice but to comply. As his grandfather had told Qingyan, if he disobeys, you may strike him, just ensure he remains alive. Chapter 28. Tang Xinxia's poisoning. Half an hour later, Tang Zimo arrived at the front of an opulent villa. The estate boasted a grand courtyard, lavishly adorned, complete with a garden and swimming pool. Fan, go over here. Tang Zimo led Chen Fan into a bedroom. The options were limited. It seemed that only the renowned Huagua Kung Fu remained for those who opened dojos. What did you say? It was unclear whether Zhou Jiayun had not heard clearly or simply did not comprehend Zhou Jiaqing's words. A pallor of fear swept across Han Sua's face as he bowed humbly, though his feet remained rooted to the ground. Observing the snacks and candies in Lucien's hands, everyone felt perplexed, unable to fathom why he had suddenly decided to purchase treats for them. Gu Mian turned to see Li Tingxian, Li Xingzhe, and Lu Yunqi descending from upstairs, having been unaware of their arrival. As for academic qualifications, the Human Resources Department had already vetted those essentials. My role was merely to review previous works. This shield possessed dual resistance capabilities against both physical and energy attacks, capable of withstanding up to 10 rounds of AK-47 fire or enduring 2 full-force energy projection strikes from a second-tier extraordinary being. The brash youth clamoring for violence would either be a rising star nurtured by a powerful faction or, having survived, would become seasoned and ultimately serve as the backbone of that power. Zhou Feng maneuvered his wheelchair to the window, lifting his gaze to the darkened night outside, his eyes nearly melding with the shadows. By the next ritual, these warped devotees would serve as a breeding ground for the messengers of the divine. Akin to corpses infested with maggots. Indeed, we must deliberate further tonight. Lu Lingkan says the gaze of Ryu fell upon the face of Xiao Yuan. It was, to be precise, fixated on the space between her brows. Though her long bangs obscured her line of sight, despite a slight reduction in price, the daily fee still soared to an impressive 60,000 euros. Ferguson firmly established the price, and only then did both parties reach an agreement for collaboration. A twinge of reluctance surged from the depths of his heart, entwining around it like a creeping vine, constricting layer upon layer, rendering him breathless. Upon hearing Su Hong's words, Yi Zhen refrained from expressing his stance directly. Appearing somewhat hesitant as his gaze shifted towards Bai Zihua and her companion, he declared that as long as he was present, he would never allow anyone to bully her. She placed her trust in him. She could not bear to part with him. Truly, she could not. She was determined to discover a way to break the fateful bond of the Mandarin ducks. She must. That I will not be angry. I promise I won't. Although Mo Xian was aware that she had struck the child, hearing it confirmed with her own ears caused a pang of pain to ripple through her heart. It felt as though she were clutching something tightly in her hand. Indeed, she grasped Jiang Mei's hand, the one with whom she envisioned a lifetime. The flowing white gown trailed on the ground, and her sleek black hair danced gracefully behind her, complementing the gown's movement, coupled with her snow-white, porcelain-like skin that left onlookers awestruck. At that moment, Tang Mingyan appeared as a pure angel descending upon the wedding venue, captivating all eyes. That I eagerly anticipate this power growing ever stronger, transforming from the gentle warmth of a hand warmer to that of a heater, and ultimately evolving into a formidable magnetic field. Until I possessed the capability to wield it correctly. Bai Qiling cast a sidelong glance and chided in a soft voice. Yet, despite her words, her entire delicate form obstructed the doorway, exuding an air that dared anyone to attempt passing. Chapter 29. The heart of the ocean. Chen Fan departed from the Tang residence with a gift box in hand. At that moment, his phone unexpectedly rang. Upon checking, Chen Fan hesitated, uncertain whether to answer. It was a call from Grandma Song Qingyan. After much deliberation, he finally decided to pick up. A warm voice greeted him on the other end. Xiao Fan, today is my birthday. When will you come to keep your grandmother company? As he saw the figure toss the coffin onto his back and stride towards the exit, it was peculiar that the surrounding diners did not seem the slightest bit taken aback by his unusual attire. The thatched cottage was strewn with fallen leaves and dust, clearly having been abandoned for quite some time. Feng Dongliang, unable to contain his curiosity, scrutinized the surroundings for a moment before stepping forward to push the door open. However, as she wore high heels, her foot became ensnared in a flower pot embedded in the ground, causing her to lean forward. Feng Dongliang's expression turned grave. If this continued, being repeatedly eluded by the Nine-Nether Demon King would prove exceedingly detrimental to him. Do you truly believe that your actions after my departure can remain hidden from me? Are you still searching for her whereabouts? He Bo remarked with displeasure. Just as everyone awaited eagerly, a figure emerged from within. Presumably another fox, Zhou Yuan scattered the contents of a bag, wondering if the creature would pick each item back up. All who were privy to the whereabouts of Luo Fengtang were naturally aware that the dog-headed man intended to venture into the Worm Valley. Adolf himself had not realized that when mentioning Min Mang, he sometimes referred to him by name, while at other times he still called him master. There may be formidable figures stationed there. George expressed with a hint of concern, clearly recognizing that combat was not his forte. However, upon seeing young Sijia and Lu Heng, he could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of discomfort at the sight of that strikingly bright face. Without further ado, he seized Inuellen and ushered her into the KTV private room. Although she was passionate about acting, the relentless pursuit of her craft day and night was truly exhausting. Jiang Lan could only sense the remnants of energy within her body dwindling. As blood seeped from her wounds, the speed of physical exhaustion increasing exponentially. "Do not flaunt your military might. Spare us," murmured Mu Qingyu, whose lips curled into a faint smile, his large hand patting Yin Nanbei's shoulder. His dark eyes flickering with a mysterious glint. Though his words bore a hint of amusement, his handsome visage remained unusually grave. Qi Hong, radiating pride, regarded the man who had just interrupted her with a level gaze. And upon recognizing him, a flicker of disdain crossed her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, a knock reverberated through the presidential suite on the top floor, prompting the bodyguards to draw their guns with vigilance and chamber around. Those individuals have gone ahead. What shall we do? Hu Mingya pointed at the ascending figures. With her gaze shifting, Qing Hong's icy, beautiful eyes fixed upon Shui Nan's ashen face, her delicate, jade-like hand once again grasping his body. The sound of cracking echoed incessantly. Poor Shui Nan, in excruciating pain, could not faint nor cry out. Yan Jiao sensed through Yang Jie that he was in desperate need of an outlet, and although she too felt the urge, she chose to maintain her composure. "Let them go," Major Qiaohui said, brushing off the ash from his cigarette, uttering a remark that left the sergeant major in astonished silence. The old ox, cradling several fairies, let out a low, mournful whimper. The black bear wept bitterly as it closed their eyes. Tian Haicheng glanced her way, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment, and without uttering a word, Qian Nai hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. "Brother Feng, truly it is unnecessary. You mentioned you would pay me, and I am content with my salary." De Tu quickly declined. Should one fail to thoroughly comprehend the latter sword form and proceed to practice recklessly, one might inadvertently cause chaotic energy flow within the body, leading to devastating harm. Chapter 30. Who is real and who is fake? Is it also a pearl? How ludicrous. Just look at the color. It is certainly not genuine, merely a trinket from a street vendor. This pearl is likely worth less than 100 yuan. How dare one present it? Upon seeing the pearl in Chen Fan's gift box, it instantly provoked laughter from the Song family. Qi Shui felt a twinge of unease at the thought of a powerful, unfamiliar adversary knowing her secrets. This was her hometown, surrounded by her kin, among those most dear to her. She could not fathom why she felt compelled to share these thoughts with a man she had only just met. She had no one to confide in, just as the winds of the palace bore no secrets. How could you possibly unravel them? The emperor lifted his gaze towards her, unwavering. "Smell this. It is quite fragrant." Noticing his barely concealed anger, Ding Guoguo hurriedly brought the plum branch closer to his nose. Attempting to divert his attention, Shen Wanyu's eyes were filled with a chilling coldness and murderous intent as she tightened her grip on the glass stone in her hand, just as she was about to release it towards the two individuals' vital points. Two silver flashes caught her eye. The two men in black had no opportunity to react before collapsing to the ground. "You wish to tune the strings?" Due to a promise made to her, he refrained from touching it until it was repaired. Observing her prolonged inaction, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of impatience. Yet, this sentiment filled his heart with warmth, regardless of whether she held a place in his heart that rivaled Ning Wanjue. He had always yearned for change. By the way, Shire, Mother will be heading to another city for an event in a couple of days. How about we go shopping tomorrow since it's the weekend? And Gu inquired. Fu Yuande reached up to touch his painfully sore face, glancing at the reddened eyes of Kong Fanny, and nodded in agreement. "I have borne this slap. From now on, we are even." With that, he lifted his foot and departed. In the 12 directions. Each point contained varying quantities, yet they had conducted minimal research on such matters, relying solely on speculation. Just the sight of it evoked memories of this once perilous yet thriving planet. Some of the invaders began to set fire to houses, but without kindling or oil to fuel the flames, it would take time for a complete blaze to ignite. Meanwhile, the hidden troops within the houses relentlessly fired upon the invaders, steadily claiming the lives of their cavalry. The Lu Ting faction from the west swiftly advanced, throwing the invaders into disarray. As for the contest among the current Golden Core cultivators, given their comparable levels of cultivation, it warranted careful observation. Lin Qingshan merely hinted at this, and even if he did not explicitly state his thoughts, everyone present was likely to comprehend. Mo Ziqian's words were sincere, his tone earnest, and coupled with his deep, affectionate gaze, it inevitably captivated Ling Mashi. Perhaps he could indeed be her destined partner. Perhaps she should take a chance, as suffering now might be preferable to future regrets. Upon hearing this, Chang Shun cast a complex look at Zhang Wan, who met his gaze with unwavering intensity. The hem of Chang Shun's long robe quivered slightly. He felt a sense of unease. As an envoy from the Ministry of Revenue, why must I kneel before him? Subsequently, as the thunderous tribulation was cleaved by a single sword, it began to coalesce around the young man. In his memory, a portly man clad in a Zhongshan suit wielded a ruler, striking her repeatedly at the age of 16. In the distance loomed a cliff, where someone stood with their back turned to the two, hands clasped behind, as the sea breeze whipped through, causing their garments to billow. Chapter 31. The Stolen One. If others claimed that Su Xiaobai's ocean heart was a counterfeit, they would surely be deemed fools, but Song Lakun would not mistake it. Su Xiaobai's expression darkened to an extreme, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and shame. This ocean heart was indeed a replica. Purchased for a mere 1,000 yuan, he figured the Su family had never seen a genuine ocean heart and believed he could simply deceive them with a few fabricated lines. As the leader, Li Tianyang's admonitions now seemed somewhat unreasonable. If emerging technologies did not entail sacrifice and unforeseen events, how could they possibly advance? It appeared that the battle would not conclude swiftly. Dabai directly produced a green ginseng. Climbing a large tree while chewing on it and observing the fray, Feng Lei gripped his unknown blade tightly, channeling strength from his waist, stepping forward to deliver a horizontal slash. This was one of the fundamental 6 strikes of the horse-slaying saber. Breaking the 1,000 armies. Feng Lei aimed his blade at a thick wooden post standing in the camp. With a flash of steel, a segment of the post flew away in the wake of his strike. In the grand hall of the Ling residence, Ling Feng and his wife, Zhang Xiuyan, occupied the main seat, while seated beneath them was the recently recovered Ling Tian, alongside the usually reclusive Ling Feng. Although the thought of Qin Muxian possibly having met her demise briefly crossed Dubai's mind, it was swiftly dismissed. He firmly believed that Qin Muxian was indeed alive, albeit ensnared in some distant location. The distance is too vast. Receiving the signal will take considerable time. Please be patient. A technician diligently adjusted the equipment, striving to eavesdrop on the conversation between Shen Dongyue and Qin Yilong. Prince Duan erupted in laughter, proclaiming at that time, "I shall bestow upon you a magnificent gift." Ng Chen's expansive mindset was indeed a blessing for Yu Yao. The girl had always possessed discerning taste, particularly in the selection of a husband. Su Yingji would not let this golden opportunity for a surprise attack slip away. She deftly maneuvered her white silk artifact to ensnare Ling Yun's form. Hua Lei hastily dismissed her chaotic thoughts, acknowledging that while the girl had transformed, she had done so for the better. Ling Yun nodded heavily, his countenance grim, clearly recalling Zhuang Meifeng. However, Ling Zhoutian was incapable of perceiving any anomalies in his surroundings. As if his brain possessed an advanced radar yet lagged in analytical capabilities, suddenly it was as though a wall of fire materialized in the air, within a 1,000-meter radius of Tang Xiaoyan. A sea of flames engulfed everything, rendering him momentarily blind. Within mere meters, 2 worlds seemed to coexist, a tumultuous storm of gray and black outside, while tranquility prevailed within the tempest. Yet, the ensuing pressure loomed large. There were numerous tasks to undertake, and moreover, according to your vision, many expenses to address. Pray tell, how much capital do you require to commence? Su Yin inquired decisively, cutting through the fog of uncertainty surrounding their pressing financial predicament. Therefore, is this the rationale behind individuals like Zhang Shijia and Zhang Yi feeling entitled to mock and disdain us? In his oversight, he neglected another point. The members of the Ling family were all spirited individuals. As the saying goes, brothers do not part even in death. You have conceded. Acknowledging one's mistakes, what could the Ling family possibly do to you? This time, Bai Bingyan refrained from countering her. Instead, she shook her head and said, "Sister, given the current circumstances, do we possess the capacity to extricate ourselves? Perhaps we should leverage Senior Gu Hua's insights and discuss our exit afterward." He unsheathed the colossal golden-tipped sword embedded in the ground, its residual divine markings serving as a warning line, preventing the monsters from advancing. "Pengdu, please search this song. I cannot recall having ever heard it yet another original, akin to what occurred in the class meeting." Lu Zhongli remarked in astonishment. Chapter 32, Defamation. The members of the Song family turned their gazes towards Song Qingyan, unable to refrain from supporting her. A profit margin of 30% was already exceedingly favorable. With annual dividends, it would amount to at least 100 million. Young Master Su, grant me 3 days to contemplate, Song Qingyan replied, consciously refraining from an immediate agreement, for the Song group was not solely under her jurisdiction. Boom, merely uttering this statement sent a thunderous echo through Yu Fan's mind. Subsequently, in response to such remarks, a fruitless online scuffle erupted, persisting until a prominent figure from the entertainment industry posted a Weibo expressing his stance, thereby tilting the balance of the heated exchange. "Grandfather, this cup of wine is dedicated to you. I am truly grateful for your presence at the engagement ceremony between Schwer and myself. Grandfather, allow me to drink first in your honor." Yin Tiana remarked to Yin Hao, and with that, he drained the glass of red wine in one swift motion. Though he had mentally crossed into the realm of middle age, he still harbored a deep yearning. Xiao Miaoxue and Qin Xian were momentarily taken aback. Their voices were not loud, yet this individual could hear them. What does biga mean? Does it imply that one can forego eating? After a painstaking 5 minutes, the crowd reopened the Steam platform, eager to test the game. Blue Azure Dragon form. By diminishing the enhancement of power defense, one specializes in speed and jumping ability. unbeknownst to Guanxingyu. His last display had intensified He Jinjin's suspicions. Otherwise, she would not have sighed. Generally speaking, unless there were matters of utmost importance, Bo Qinghuan would not come to Qianqing Palace without cause. He extended his hand to tidy the stray locks of hair by Xiao Wanju's ear. Gazing at her as if he could never tire of the sight, I understand that it is insignificant, for even if I speak, you will still be unable to apprehend the culprit. However, I have a suggestion. Fan Chen stated. Indeed, it was as such. Xia Sanju's face twitched meaninglessly for a moment. In the heat of the moment, he had almost forgotten that this monk was indeed a wealthy individual. He was suddenly awakened. But before she could sit up by herself, a pair of hands gently cradled her head. I understood. O Lord, the 3 keys are now in our possession. Shall we proceed to the River of January? Nicola hid deep within the River of January. Taurus reverently nodded and inquired as night fell. Yi Tian quietly slipped out of Sergio's office. Both parties had obtained what they desired. The only sacrifice required was the one still lost in dreams of wealth. Wanxiang. In the dim wilderness, the ground was littered with sea urchin-like plants, emanating a faint blue glow. Though the abandoned immortal was devoid of light, its sharpness remained undiminished. With a gentle stroke, the shell shattered. Sounds of lamentation arose, yet Zhe Kaiyan remained unfazed, casting a deep glance at Li Facheng before heading towards the disturbance. Of course, the intelligence we currently possess is scant. The situation within Lanrua Temple can only be ascertained upon entry. The fierce battle between Dugu Shuqin and Bai Mashing had little impact on school life. Classes proceeded as usual, and students continued to skip or sleep without a care. It seemed as though everything that transpired that night was merely an ephemeral illusion, cast aside by the passage of time. Wen Yanfei was thus escorted away, and the members of the White Cross exchanged glances before promptly reporting the matter to Huangfu Yichen. Upon learning of it, Huangfu Yichen contacted Zilong to initiate action. Beigong Boya stated, "Let it be so. We have no other viable options." Having reached a consensus, the two turned around. This was a 3-story building surrounded by trees. Although it was defensible, the perpetrator cunningly concealed themselves in a location invisible to the sniper's scope. Sounds of collision, friction, explosions, and shattering echoed incessantly from the noise alone. One could imagine the ferocity of the battle. While it may seem intricate and slow to describe, in reality, the manifestation of the Cold Spirit Array lasted merely a few fleeting seconds. The scene revealed by the Cold Spirit Array was undoubtedly beautiful, akin to a visual feast. Regrettably, this feast would culminate in bloodshed. General Wu Kuei observed the retreat of the dragon beast demons into the canyon, realizing that there would surely be a trap within. Leading to an ambush, he ordered a withdrawal of 50 miles, establishing camp in a triangular formation, blades at the ready and steeds saddled, prepared for immediate engagement. Chapter 34. The Murderer at the Daijiang Golf Course. A hole-in-one. Su Wenxiang, president of the Dejiang Chamber of Commerce, gently swung his golf club, watching as the ball slid past the hole. Alas, what a pity, it didn't go in again. I'm done. Su Wenxiang entered the lounge and poured himself a glass of red wine. Jiao Su furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing the sound, feeling helpless, thinking this isn't merely a matter of bad luck, but rather a consequence of not watching where one is going. Gradually, the spherical ball seemed to be guided by some unseen force, slowly gathering together, ceasing to split, and instead continuously merging. That a faint glow flickered at the tip of the wooden sword before vanishing once more. Tang Butian calculated the direction and speed of the light point, raising his sword to strike in its direction. My dear, it appears this resembles the tactics of SX. Carl swallowed hard. SX is a notorious assassin squad of the Empire, known solely for their role in protecting the royal family and never engaging in battle. Now, are they declaring war on the Blood Red Squad? She has always been resolute, while I have been compliant. As she spoke, Jiang Yu retrieved a plate from beneath the grill, using tongs to place a lamb chop, a skewer of pork belly, and another skewer of green peppers upon it. Qing Tian could empathize with Henry, for he too harbored similar sentiments. When wealth reaches a certain threshold, it ceases to be an issue. 3 days later, by the banks of the Yu River, Wang Kuang and others hastily erected an altar, upon which 5 colored banners were planted. Lu Xian, surrounded by the crowd, ascended the altar, assuming the title of emperor and establishing the state name as Han, historically referred to as the Emperor of Gongshi. Instantly, the heart of the flowers surged, rising and falling, intertwining as if vying for fresh blood. The two remained in slumber until 4 in the afternoon, only stirred by Chen Tianyan receiving a call from Gu Yu, who announced his arrival in Xichao town, inquiring about his precise location. Recalling the tearful eyes of his mother before her passing filled him with trepidation. Though he had yet to marry Qingyan, their long-standing romance had already rendered them an unspoken couple. No matter how compelling the reasons might be, they could not serve as justifications for infidelity. If encountering you is the greatest misfortune of my life, then I truly believe, wholeheartedly. Bold servant, how dare you collide with the noble consort Shu? Are you courting death? A matron nearby glared fiercely at Yin Shuangfei, barking in anger. Despite Lin Wei's words, upon seeing Lin Sile prepare to pounce, she hastily sidestepped, leaving Lin Sile to lunge at nothing but air. Lin Sile glared at Lin Wei for a considerable time, her lips pursing in frustration. When she spoke those words, her voice was soft, even trembling. Lin Wei understood that the shock brought by Yin Anshan far surpassed her expectations. Throughout her life, her greatest adversary was none other than herself. Whether facing Lin Fanpei or Yin Anshan, she was perpetually indecisive. Li Zichen and Tong Han simultaneously rolled their eyes. Although they said nothing, their expressions conveyed the sentiment. At this juncture, who cares whether the old man is alive or dead? As long as one can obtain the will and secure their share of the inheritance, it matters not if there's a brain hemorrhage or a hemorrhoidal incident. He is a man. The men are often plagued by a lascivious nature. He holds principles, especially regarding his first time with Ucc, which he desires to approach with care and thoughtfulness. Wei Luo was now lively, sitting upright, eyes wide open, fixated on the virtual screen. Aerial combat was an unfamiliar domain for the Lord, making it inevitable for him to harbor some misconceptions. He had thought victory would rely on swordplay, yet both sides passed each other at a distance of several blades, barely close enough to grasp a single hair. Chapter 35. Roar.is at Chen Fan. Song Mengxian revealed a smile of schadenfreude. If Feng Mingjie suspects Chen Fan, it would be a double blessing. Let Feng Mingjie eliminate Chen Fan, that would be even better. If Chen Fan were to die, I would rejoice and celebrate with fireworks. You think too simply. Shut up. The man's countenance darkened, his eyes emanating a commanding brilliance, causing the spectre to involuntarily retreat a step. Rendered voiceless by trepidation. Sumo observed the unfolding spectacle from the sidelines, casting a deliberate glance at Luo Xian, only to find that rather than displaying joy, she appeared to be brimming with resistance. Previously, she had merely regarded Sun Chen as a frivolous scion of wealth, flitting about carelessly and leaving a trail of broken hearts, utterly unreliable. Liu Qiujing was strenuously battling against the shadow of malevolence. Entirely oblivious to the encroaching presence that surged towards her, the ominous cloud swiftly descended upon her, threatening to envelop her crown. Yet, what of it? The man advanced, his gaze seemingly potent enough to thaw a block of ice. As the water level reached the pinnacle of her heart, the sole outlet for release lay within the fissure marred by the glimmering sword energy of daylight. With each step forward, the sound intensified. Echoing as if the source of the noise drew ever closer, Fang Ming mused that Huang Cheng's heart surely recoiled at the thought of Huang Yu venturing to the battlefield, freshly bereaved of her father, consumed by a profound fear of losing her sister as well. However, Huang Yu's disposition was notoriously obstinate, a reflection of her unwavering obsession and fervent desire. Indeed, upon witnessing Gu Qing furrow her brow and expel the apple peel, it became evident that she could never swallow the skins of such fruits. Miranda was momentarily taken aback, for it was her first encounter with someone rejecting another in such an offensive manner. Earlier, upon hearing the sounds moving towards the temple, he had surmised it must surely be the fiery presence of Zui Qingyan. At that moment, he had discreetly tugged Gu Qing's arm aside, only for her to instinctively curl up in her sleep. As if by reflex, the ancient nobility of the medieval era often assumed such postures in slumber, nearly inciting a laugh from him. Having perused the document hastily, he thrust it into Zhao Ming's hands. Yet, with his limited literacy, Zhao Ming could only awkwardly inquire about Qingyan. What manner of place was the capital Bianjing of the Eastern Dynasty, though he had never set foot there? He was aware that the palace and court were but a sieve through which the winds freely blew. The moment those words escaped his lips, they unequivocally signified his continued resentment towards Han Qi, harboring grievances against that insufferable wretch intent on instigating trouble and eliminating his subordinates. As anticipated, when faced with the sight of their mentor collapsing before them, these so-called elders did not even extend a hand, merely gazing blankly as Ji Zishu fell to the ground, bloodied. Yo Huang abruptly lifted his head. His happiness was hard-earned, and he would fiercely contest anyone who dared attempt to seize it from him. Gui Ling parted her lips, memories of her blissful moments with Shou Yi flooding her mind, rendering her momentarily entranced. Yushan's gaze instantaneously shifted from a state of dispersion to one of concentration. Coalescing into a sharp, piercing radiance, akin to an arrow or sword's edge. An aura of murderous intent pervaded the air, sweeping across the vast expanse. Yet, when Lin Feng presented bundles of money to buy Lao San, they were momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume of cash. Though wealthy, their riches were merely digits in a bank account, and it had indeed been quite some time since they had laid eyes upon such a substantial amount of physical currency. Chapter 36. Counterattack. 2 days hence, the Chen family's reception commenced, showcasing the projects intended for development in Jiangzhou, although only the Song and Tang families had the opportunity to collaborate with the Chen family. Notable figures from all walks of life had gathered in attendance. After all, who would dare disregard the prestige of the Chen family? On the other side, in an upscale CF, Chen Fan and Tang Xinjia found a corner to settle down. After a sudden explosion, the iron door collapsed with a resounding crash, and Nas charged in first. We hastily followed, only to be stunned by the sight before us. Behind the iron door, the scene mirrored that of the hall. Drenched in blood, beneath it lay the true shell, the armored vehicle's surface smooth as polished marble. Imagine such a machine rolling over the battlefield, utterly untouched by bloodshed. By the time Huaxi arrived, it was quite late. In search of the various herbs mentioned by the Jade deity, Huaxi had nearly scoured the western market. One cannot deny that while the demon realm is vast, it lacks the dire suffering found in the abyss. Yet, the dwelling of the remains so rudimentary. Ruo Qin, unwilling to accept this, exclaimed, "How could this be possible?" He turned to the Taoist, insisting, "Look at her." He abruptly pointed at me, elaborating to the Taoist, "Examine the fate that binds me to her." Ruo Qin was earnest, his expression tense. I had never anticipated he would care so much about a matter of destiny. A bitter laugh escaped my lips as Yin Tu broke free from Lin Tianyang's embrace and launched an attack towards the noise behind us. The Taoist sat across from me on a stool, his gaze continuously flickering over my face, making me feel quite uneasy. My subconscious gradually heightened my instinct for self-preservation, my eyes fixed on him, fearful of any sudden movements he might make. That I was inwardly alarmed. No wonder Yongjia Temple could exist here, as they clearly colluded with the local residents, mutually supporting each other. The old Lama had remained indifferent during our assault by the townsfolk, likely having reached an agreement with them. We were still seeking blessings from Yongjia Temple, truly a case of walking into a trap. After this ordeal, everyone was brimming with energy, and after conferring with Long Tianyuan and the others, we decided to set off at dawn and continue heading north. Gong Qiumei's emotions grew increasingly agitated, as if she might faint at any moment. Yu Mei took her arm and flicked a finger, sending a wisp of black mist into Gong Qiumei's body, rendering her asleep. A sharp light flashed in Ming Yingxiu's eyes. He had indeed not been mistaken. After his escape, the Emperor of Xian had tampered with Xianyuan's memories, yet it was not yet the time for him to regain them. "Mother, are you all right?" Bai Fu's worried gaze roamed over Bai Laodai, fearful that she might suffer even the slightest harm. Su Zhan remained undeterred, persistently luring, "Isnt chicken leg your favorite." He silently gritted his teeth, perplexed at how this stubborn cat had suddenly become so principled. "Just wait a moment, it won't take long." The youth in the green garment seemed to address the man in white, or perhaps the jade phantom in his hands. She deftly bared her hands and rummaged through the corpse, retrieving a silver needle placed there by the coroner. With focused intent, she pierced it into the stomach of the corpse. The needle remained untainted, indicating no poison had been ingested prior to death. It was rare for second madam to have the opportunity to put the first household in their place, and she seized the moment, taking full advantage of the absence of others to lay down her grievances before the old matriarch. Luo Ran lifted her gaze, surveying the surroundings. Aside from the Li and Chao families, several concubines had also arrived, quietly shedding tears, leaving one to wonder just how much grievance they had endured. Chapter 37. The elite among elites. Su Xiaobai, clad in azure and violet, felt somewhat embarrassed by Tang Xinjia's reprimand. "What is it to you? Do you not understand?" Chen Fan directly pushed Su Xiaobai aside, and then strode away with Tang Xi. Su Xiaobai stumbled. "It is I." Lin Mohan's voice was hoarse, and the previously cold demeanor transformed into one of gentleness, tinged with pain. He sat down beside Mo Qianxia, enveloping her delicate hands within his own. "I accept the punishment. I accept the punishment." The bald-headed Chen displayed no fear, downing 3 cups in one breath. The cavalry approached the crowd, and the leader, a towering figure with a bear-like build and a scar running across his face, immediately struck Yu Feng as a reckless general from the military. To face the emperor, after Xing Yaoqing spoke, he vanished in a flash. Soaring like an eagle towards the distant Tianjin city. Gu Fan hesitated momentarily before following suit. Qianxia, why are you crying? Is the water too hot? Lin Mohan observed Mo Qianxia's sudden tears, bewildered. He checked the water temperature, finding no issue. The soldiers engaged in combat at the center of the arena were less orderly than those on the periphery. Each bare-chested, clad only in shorts, with bare feet and no weapons in hand. Yes, it is you. Please help me choose. Lin Mohan's gaze remained fixed on the clothing, not on Mo Qianxia. That voice was alluringly captivating, akin to spring water that stirred one's heartstrings, momentarily halting the footsteps of the visitor. Once Gu Fan's figure had receded, the Yaoqi's secret realm within Beiyao Palace erupted with chatter, the seven elders and the Grand Elder. Aside from Elder Xia Su Changxia, engaging in animated discussion simultaneously, cough, cough, she lay on the ground, her throat hoarse from anger, while Lu Fei squatted before her, wearing a triumphant smile. The collision of these two formidable presences drew the onlookers closer. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the unfolding situation. Kaiser nodded and departed the Mage Guild with Jinsisi and the others. The four then first dined at a local restaurant before commencing their search for an inn in the city. The previous establishment was certainly off-limits after the chaos they had caused, and Kaiser felt no shame in avoiding it. However, given their blind ignorance and lack of discernment, Yifeng could not be bothered to engage with them further or to take action against them. To enter the Emerald Dreamscape, one must first harmonize with nature. The Moon Goddess Lake serves as the finest medium. Cenarius gestured for Kaiser to take a seat. Chen Tian had no choice but to suppress his anger. He observed the crimson aura, a thought stirring within him. Could this red essence be a manifestation of pure energy? In this world, when human nobles acquire pets, they often adorn them with such tags, primarily to prevent loss and to indicate ownership, while also displaying their status. Higher-ranking nobles utilized more luxurious materials, and even wealthy low-ranking nobles were restricted from using them, as it served as a symbol of their identity. Shui Shinro took nothing with her as she exited the office, leaving one Hui group through the back door. Behind her, a cold voice rang out, while Li Sui leaned casually against the doorframe, a smirk playing on his lips, as if amused. With the assistance of Zhuan Yinqi, Sui Weqing prepared numerous dishes that Zhuo Xianyu adored, evoking a sense of envy even in Zhuan Yinqi. Sui Weqing meticulously packed the food into a bento box, and then, accompanied by Zhuan Yinqi, made her way toward the Zhuo family enterprise. Chapter 38. How dare you compare with my sister? Why is Chen Fan here as well? It's truly annoying to see him so often. Song Mingxian expressed her disdain, saying, Sister, did you also invite Chen Fan? Song Qingyan shook her head, replying, I did not invite him. Song Mingxian retorted, he has no shame in coming without an invitation. Hearing her unwavering words, Asuna regained some composure but still sighed. Those with a modicum of rationality understand the essence of environmental protection. Rather than advocating for the lives of animals, it is far more beneficial to plant a few more trees and drive less. Opposite her, her ex-husband, Andrew Garner, was clad only in a pair of shorts, similarly restrained on the operating table. Her intricate maneuvers had indeed been uncovered by Wu Hixi. After all, the protagonist is still the protagonist. Should I then seek to cling to him for support? The righteous emperor grew anxious. His current strength had diminished significantly, reducing him to the second tribulation of the emperor level. Ji Hanno bit his lip and furrowed his brow. Suddenly feeling as though they had dug a pit for her, he merely ceased his noise-making and lowered his head to sip a glass of lemonade. The disciples wore expressions of bliss. After their teacher secured a project, he took them out to unwind. They first indulged in a delightful meal, followed by a soak in hot springs, and ultimately enjoyed a performance. Kirito, upon entering the game, had already spotted Kiba Sijin and was now astonished, pondering how he had managed to enter this game. Zhang Weie staggered along the path when he suddenly stumbled and fell as he turned to rise. He seemed to glimpse two fireflies emitting golden light, following him from a distance. Li Qiyuan, walking along, worried that others were merely being polite, fearing that if he went, he would leave an impression of sycophancy, which would be a grave miscalculation. Ha, a grotesque being. I wonder what tricks you can conjure. Bai Ingen scoffed disdainfully. To be fair, only Wang Yu himself was aware that having won numerous world championships and bearing the title of Bug King, he would hardly face repercussions, let alone a complete ban that would sever a professional player's career. 10 days later, the Ultraman had long since departed, and Dream Mayu planned to take a few days off on Earth under the guise of recuperation. Following the death of the Ampila alien, Earth entered a peaceful period marked by a significant reduction in monster activity and the absence of extraterrestrial invasions. Originally, she had begun to trust Mayu. But after the recent events, she felt a heightened sense of caution toward her. Dog Dan was happily eating when suddenly slapped, letting out a loud wail. If she recalled correctly, she seemed to have quite an affection for Lin Anan and had even cried for him. He had not forgotten the events of that day in the CAF, where the invitation to attend the engagement ceremony was blatantly intended to humiliate her publicly. Mao Lian has always been heavy-handed. Especially when confronted with such nefarious individuals, he would certainly show no mercy, and this man would likely never again experience the benevolence of humanity. Qin Kua's lips twitched slightly, daring to treat the favored eunuch Lu Gonggong in such a manner. One would be hard-pressed to find a few who would do so throughout the entire Tianyuan dynasty. Zeus's brazen mobilization of the monstrous army suggests that there are likely more than just these creatures at play. We accomplished our tasks last night. Is there still anything left to acknowledge? Guyu narrowed his eyes, revealing not much coldness or danger, but rather a hint of ambiguous mirth, though there seemed to be a flicker of anger at the corners of his lips. Upon hearing Fu Jingyi's words, many in the crowd erupted into applause and cheers, with a significant portion not coming to bid, but primarily to witness Fu Jingyi herself. Chapter 39, the young lady of the Tang family. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan, Song Mengxian, and others turned around to see a proud young man approaching, flanked by two bodyguards. It was none other than Tang Zimo. Who are you? Song Mengxuan's expression darkened. What do you mean? Are you insulting me? Long Wei brought the old matron. While Gunwan was enjoying her lunch, having already avoided the valley, she never shunned it. Very well, let them linger a while longer. It will be fine once we emerge from the abyss. Gong Weili remarked with amusement. Zhang Xiaoxiao had given them a bath and washed their soiled clothes with soap, thinking that Sister Lu was quite busy and likely had no time to do laundry herself. Thus, she knocked on Sister Lu's door to inquire if she needed any help with washing. Generally, if there are no new tasks at hand, the factory manager would refrain from holding meetings. Perhaps the winter orders are nearly finalized, rendering meetings unnecessary. Let us go discuss how to locate Kuan-Ling. Gong Weili indicated towards Bai Hong's cave. Li Tianjiao touched the quilt on the bed and found it quite warm. The bedding appeared to be in good condition, looking relatively new and acceptable for use. This time, Li Mingyu's somersault ignited everyone's enthusiasm in an instant. However, it was essential to form an encirclement to ensure that the 6th-level terror would not disengage from combat and inflict harm on other members on the periphery. Presently, she was no stranger to studying. It sufficed to inquire in advance about the examination content. In the mirror, the two naked figures were intimately intertwined without any barrier. Hong Jun felt dizzy and buried his face in Li Jinglong's shoulder, slightly tilting his head to observe himself and Li Jinglong in the reflection. After assembling 1,000 troops, the general showed no hesitation and promptly prepared to advance into the nearby woods. At that time, Wu Hua was not engaged in any television drama. He had merely caught a few hasty glimpses while watching Zhou Min, gaining a rough understanding of the plot. However, mastering it would require further refinement. Once Wu Hua had solidified his ideas, he began to seclude himself for writing. Earlier, Tai and Ashina Cheong, along with Longdu, had approached and found the gatekeeper Feng Cha-Ching, who specially allocated a large room for the exorcism department to use temporarily while they awaited Li Jinglong. After all, it was rumored that in Lushan had come from the west, and the wealthy families had long since vanished without a trace. Suddenly, an automatic wheelchair emerged from the corridor beside the hall. And seated in the chair was an elderly man, his face aglow, adorned with a pair of black-framed glasses. The elderly man appeared to be around 60 years of age, his demeanor strikingly unremarkable, with no extraordinary features to speak of. Yet, it is precisely such ordinariness that often conceals profound depth. Upon arriving at Chen Kaiga's company, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Due to the previous courtesy extended by Chen Kaiga, the receptionist dared not be negligent and promptly made an internal call to him. She then turned abruptly, flustered, and rushed outside without paying attention to her path, colliding face-first into the door, resulting in a more profuse nosebleed. If that is the case, then the current state of heir is indeed a spiritual essence, implying that heir can access the seals of the Lingshu space, correct? Han Yanqing suddenly pondered this question. The two elder disciples recalled some disheartening matters within the door. Their spirits dampened, leaving them devoid of the desire to speak. My mind was filled with a plethora of vibrant thoughts, which, though chaotic and fragmented like shattered pieces of a puzzle, gradually began to coalesce. My heart raced in rhythm with these thoughts, and after what felt like an eternity, that searing sensation finally subsided. Lu Daju drove outward, and as his vehicle approached the intersection, he happened upon Yo San inspecting the security situation near O Shuime's residence, curious to test this fellow's alertness. Chapter 40. You will regret it. As they gazed at the spotlighted Tang Xinjia on stage, Song Qingyan and the others were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that the beautiful woman accompanying Chen Fan was, in fact, the eldest daughter of the Tang family. "Mom, didn't you say it was she who struck you?" Song Mengxian exclaimed in disbelief. "She truly is the eldest daughter of the Tang family." We three perched atop the treetops, observing as the excited monkeys discarded the previously retrieved leeches onto the riverbank. Swiftly climbing up the rock face, upon receiving the divine light, Ling Chen's body resonated profoundly, trembling violently under its illumination. "Wu Min, what are you saying? Apologize to young Master Zhao at once." Li Rui, sensing the precarious situation, admonished furiously. Zheng Tingting, a jewel of the prestigious Zheng family among the 7 great families of the capital, naturally felt entitled to regard Li Xinru with disdain. Yi Xiner nodded vigorously, her heart brimming with joy now that she knew her father was safe and had returned to the martial realm. Infusing her with vitality and vigor, impressive strength, yet lacking significantly, Bai Yin scoffed, exerting slight pressure with his palm, sending Xiaonan flying along with his sword, swiftly stabilizing himself mid-air. He looked up to see Bai Yin charging towards him. However, apart from her previous appearance in the sanctuary, Xia Yunxin had not been seen again in public. "You remain as naive as ever. His mission lies here." Jian Linxiu's casual tone plunged my spirits to a new low. The unparalleled enchantress waved her delicate hand, dissipating all pressure, and then inquired with a voice that was soft and irresistibly alluring. "Here we go again." He Jiao tapped her forehead, already aware that matters would not be so simple. The sect leader and others attempted to resist, yet found themselves immobilized, condemned to watch helplessly as fate approached. This fish demon was not the one possessed by Bai Zhu. It had not participated at all. It remained concealed. Even this dark token serves as the key to the realm beyond the space-time tunnel, thus enhancing the efficacy of resisting the spatial forces of the tunnel. Although the average person may remain oblivious to the principles of the heavenly path, when formidable beings above the divine realm collide with the heavenly laws of Earth, the fluctuations of these laws can be sensed by practitioners, not to mention prodigies like Hu Fengtu, who exist within the ethereal realm. Upon hearing his senior brother's words, Yu Tian fell into silence for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Since ancient times, heroes have transgressed prohibitions with their martial prowess, and throughout various dynasties, those mighty beings were both coveted and feared by emperors. At that moment, Yu Tian drew a deep breath, releasing a chilling aura from his body, as a blue halo enveloped him, and the frigid energy of the heavens surged forth. As if responding to a mystical summons. He stared at it, unwittingly stepping closer with each stride. It was only when someone called her name loudly and grasped her hand forcefully that she was jolted back to reality. Realizing she had advanced over 10 meters, upon entering the vast black void, Yu Tian heightened his vigilance, activating his spiritual eye to scan the surroundings, and upon detecting no threat, he let out a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, a brilliant display of flames illuminated the sky, transforming it into a blazing expanse akin to a searing iron. When time permitted, it would indeed be advantageous to barter for a digestive fluid from a man-eating flower. Su Chen mused. Observing this, Chu Xian promptly paid the reward points and procured the romantic cannon, Pumpkin, a peculiar silver-gray firearm that, rather than exuding a technological aesthetic, possessed a hint of the fantastical. Thus, this clarification bore little significant impact, as a chorus of criticism erupted below, with numerous voices clamoring for Pei Fei to exit the entertainment industry. Chapter 41. The pretty boy. The two representatives of their respective companies conversed calmly on stage. Yet the underlying tension of their rivalry was palpable. Song Qingyan was acutely aware of her own limitations compared to Tang Xinjia, yet her indomitable spirit refused to concede. She wondered if Chen Fan's influence played a role in her determination. Feeling that she ought not to falter, the elderly woman had already placed her faith in Jason's words. Thus, there was no need for her to feign sincerity here. In that moment, the grip of the demon blade was more resolute and powerful than ever. Its heart seemingly clearer and more luminous. Those who had surreptitiously captured photographs, after much shoving and pushing, ultimately deleted them obediently. Li Taipu, too, was unpicky, having confirmed the absence of surveillance equipment. He settled comfortably onto the bed. In a war zone, such conditions were indeed commendable. Upon glancing at the menu, the male host was taken aback. While other dishes appeared reasonable, the stewed native chicken seemed a bit outlandish. Let it be known to my fellow cultivator that I have indeed come with a matter that requires your assistance. The two engaged in conversation, growing more familiar, and the Guanyue Daoist altered his address, his face reddening as he spoke. Alas, at that moment, Yu Qingxing just happened to dart to the doorway, but before she could launch the flying knife, She was struck by an unidentified object from Dongyue Jietai, eliciting a cry of distress. Not only that, but the usually composed Mr. Shi lost control and publicly embraced her with a kiss, regardless of the system's level or one's inherent capabilities. It is imperative to strive for strength in every possible way. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from the control room door, startling both individuals, leaving them utterly bewildered about how to proceed. Alas, Shi Xiao turned her back to everyone, feeling discomfort at the words spoken by Sheng Mu. How could one possibly borrow a husband? A husband is not something to be casually lent. She and Qingyan resembled enchanting spirits. Yet Qingyan was the most dazzling and flamboyant of them all, while Nanshu remained concealed, accustomed to shrouding everything in mystery, yet exuding a breathtaking beauty that, when fully unleashed, could inflict exponentially greater harm on others. If that is the case, then I see no reason to hold back. Alicia now possessed complete control over Luo Tianhuan's body, who, despite observing everything unfold with clarity, found himself powerless to ACT.Is this the beginning of a ruse? Where is the historian? Xian Tianfei, witnessing Chen Shei's helplessness, felt a surge of delight. War god Zivil? Luo Tianhuan was engulfed in confusion, for he had never even heard of this so-called Zivil, but judging by Alice's demeanor, it must be a name of considerable renown. Duan Weiqi parked his vehicle by the city park where he and Li Jiayu had played on the slide, leisurely pulling out a cigarette. Quiet and serene, this was the current portrayal of Hedong. The tempers of all seemed to dissipate in Zhao Qi's presence. For instance, as he walked along a freshly paved earthen road, the farmers along the way dared not lift their heads to look at him. His silhouette had matured compared to years past. Beneath his inky black hair lay a strikingly handsome face, yet the carefree smile of his youth was nowhere to be found. Chapter 42, Pain Chen Fan. Just as Chen Fan and Tang Xinjia settled down, Song Qingyan approached. Tang Xinjia smiled and said, "Chen Fan, I'm going to meet a few friends. You two carry on." With that, she gracefully rose and departed. Every action exuding poise, Chen Fan regarded her with indifference. Chen Fan had long grown accustomed to her capricious nature, immediately closing his mouth and starting the car to slowly exit the parking lot. At that moment, an Xin wore a rare expression of endearing innocence, having momentarily set aside her myriad thoughts. Perhaps after indulging in food, her mood became particularly relaxed and joyous, as evidenced by the radiant smile that seemed impossible to suppress. The true disciples of Tai's sect were deserving of respect, yet it was unthinkable that they would swallow their grievances in silence. Presently, Qin Weidong, oblivious to the situation, reached into Li Xiaoyang's bowl for some meat. While Chao Biao remained notably silent. Li Yuanhao had long discerned that within this ramshackle earthen hut, there appeared to be no semblance of modern amenities, no electrical appliances, no means of communication, and seemingly no running water. Residing in the Beima Temple seemed far more comfortable. 3 days. Exactly 3 days had passed without a single encounter between Li Lin and Jin Yashing. Even texting had become a distant hope. A reality Jin Yashing had already come to terms with, and Li Lin, after sending a simple message, "Wife, how are you?" realized the gravity of the situation. Yu Feng raised an eyebrow at him, the implications unspoken yet clear. Having indulged in enough jesting, one should take advantage of the calm before Hui Feng's tempestuous outburst to discreetly administer the substance, ensuring its complete obliteration. Additionally, there remains the matter of the elder brother's accommodation. Summer Jean, feeling disinclined to offer further explanations, dismounted the carriage, only to witness that Xia Qi had already been placed into another vehicle by that man. Whether it is the ascension of the new King Si or the resurgence of the blood-soaked dynasty BF remains unknown. Yet it is indisputable that, at this moment, the only teams that could truly be deemed formidable are C and BF. While other teams may possess strength, they pale in comparison to these two. The Bull Terrier team's match has already become legendary, and their season has been nothing short of breathtaking. Moreover, Mu Ran is acutely aware that the saga of the Bull Terrier team's #1 is merely in its nascent stages. Not long after, when Zhong Zuowei and his entourage arrived, they discovered the sea had begun to churn restlessly, with numerous bubbles surfacing and transforming into genuine vapor, resembling the appearance of boiling water. The San Antonio Spurs are perennial contenders in the Western Conference Finals. However, since their triumph in securing the O'Brien Trophy in 2007, this marks only their second occasion reaching this juncture. Whether the Empress Dowager grants permission or not is inconsequential. You see, the Tsutai Palace is anticipated to be fully restored in a mere 2 days. Princess Guangyi is stationed in Wanqing, and once news of the restoration reaches her, she is likely to set forth. What rumors could the Empress Dowager possibly allow to circulate? Su Ruhui exhaled, remarking, "When one seeks a favor from Her Highness the Princess, naturally, One must speak in dulcet tones as Yuruho winked at her. Yenner is keenly aware that, should trouble arise, her two mothers, along with Crystal, are the ones most likely to incite it. Mao Lian genuinely sympathizes with the princess, as she clearly desires to be reprimanded by her, evidently wishing to expose her inner conflicts, while she simply observes the unfolding drama. Yet, the assistant Miko has been absorbed in his mobile device, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding events. However, the Prime Minister harbors disdain for her mother's humble origins, to the extent that he refuses even to bestow upon her the title of concubine. Consequently, He Lanyao and her brother He Lanziyuan are naturally looked down upon by the Prime Minister. From the moment of their birth, the Prime Minister has never bothered to visit them. Even during rare encounters at the Prime Minister's residence, in He Lanyao's memories, his expression has always been one of aversion. Chapter 43. You bring me peace of mind indeed. I have suffered injuries in the past, yet over the past 2 decades, I have felt no discomfort. Old Master Fu, with an expression of indifference, remarked, yet now you claim to be jeopardizing my life. I increasingly perceive you as a deceiver. You have already sensed your physical discomfort, albeit not overly. Furthermore, a 10% increase in attack power has exceeded my expectations. Considering that there is no damage among the magical beasts that I mentioned that Sister Jiang went to fetch those 2 lively treasures, Dian Luo added with a grin, with no skills available. Constantly moving around can still attract aggro, rendering the 2-headed ogre unable to strike. Really? Is it truly that miraculous? Zhan Lin exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening as he gazed at the kaleidoscope in the shopkeeper's hand. Nevertheless, the affairs of Tianxiang Company are exceedingly pressing, leaving little time for banter, thus allowing Yi Fei to narrowly escape a predicament. Behind her, Xing Yiqing witnessed the perilous scene, his heart racing to his throat. Only upon confirming her safety did he let out a heavy sigh of relief. However, the cold sweat that drenched his body was a testament to his fear. 22 years prior, as Ing Ruomin was on the verge of giving birth, she inadvertently discovered Su Chongqing seeking solace in the arms of a mistress, who was similarly with child. Training? Is this your method of training? To beat her into a state of bruises? Such actions will warrant legal repercussions, as they constitute willful harm. The troops dispatched under the command of the third prince merely stationed themselves within the camp without any further action. Meanwhile, the commanding officer, Shangguan Hong, was preoccupied with meticulous inspections, even visiting the most inconspicuous of the cooking quarters. She distinctly remembered that Yu Tianqian had mastered the half-step sword Heart. Should he employ it once more, vanquishing Yu Dishuan would surely be a trivial matter. Words spoken in discord bear no fruit. Yu Tianqian declared coldly, intending to depart with Zhang Pang Sin and the others. In truth, you two are rather foolish. Those with shallow fates may meet fortuitously yet pass by each other. Those with profound fates may lament the late acquaintance, vowing to never part. Some individuals are not worth your sacrifices. Why then should you punish yourself for the mistakes of others? Wang Yu remarked with a smile. I have long asserted that my husband must be a dragon among men, hailing from a city, possessing an aura that the ordinary cannot match. Xu Zhenro regarded Lu Yifeng with a lofty disdain. Each of his strikes, though not executed with perfect precision, deviated from the standard by merely 2 millimeters. A young man, handsome as jade, wielding a folding fan and clad in a blue robe, emerged from a rift in the void. Surrounded by 10 demon emperors, gazing down upon all the powerful beings of the human race from above Cloudbreak Mountain, Li retracted his demonic flames, transforming once more into a towering figure. Yet now his entire form glowed crimson. Gasping for breath, Lu Yifeng defied tradition, challenging the authority of the inner clans. Through his actions, he conveyed to all external factions that strength could equally tread upon the inner clans. No one was above all. It is essential to understand that serving as a logistics officer does not entail combat, thus requiring no overwhelming strength. The online forum has escalated beyond mere criticism of Jiang Yuling, as discussions now revolve around speculating on the talent she might be showcasing. In essence, the situation has reached new heights of awkwardness. Xinyao subtly hints to Xiaomu, hoping she will pay more attention to those around her, rather than perpetually believing that friendship is the singularly most significant aspect of life. Observing Aorn's blatant pushing of the lane without any regard for vision, many spectators began to mock him openly. Upon hearing Officer Lu's words, Xiang Yang felt a heavy weight in his heart. These statements suggested a firm belief in Song Kerson's guilt, which deeply unsettled him, prompting him to strive to alter their perceptions. Just as the knife was about to descend upon Wu Xiaoye, Xiang Yang abruptly positioned himself in front of her, receiving a vicious blow to his back. The excruciating pain contorted his features. And he grimaced, stifling a groan. Why, you're not jesting with me, are you? Your brother? I gasped in disbelief, my eyes wide and my mouth agape in shock. Receiving Shun Yao's affirmation filled Lin Yi with joy. He had noticed her the moment she entered the company. He greatly admired her forthright nature, especially her audacity to directly address Liang Manchu's errors during meetings, a bravery not commonly possessed. Perhaps we ought to contemplate this. Kai Sha remarked thoughtfully, furrowing her brow. How might others perceive the situation from their perspective? The three elderly men bantered back and forth, resembling individuals who had forgotten to take their medication before venturing out, while Li Mao found himself under the oppressive weight of their age-induced arrogance, akin to Zhu Beiji gazing into a mirror, feeling out of place. Fortunately, he had a beautiful and astute mother by his side to mediate the tension. Zhu Jian had ceased his tears, staring blankly. Ajahn, you owe me my formidable ban. How could he be so timid? As time wore on, the once vibrant state began to wither, with deep nasolabial folds emerging on either side of his nose, indicating that maintaining the ritual not only drained his vitality but also curtailed his lifespan. At that moment, perhaps due to a faulty connection, the aging fluorescent light overhead flickered erratically before returning to normal. In that fleeting moment of darkness, crimson lines of blood began to flow from the corners of Su Hao's mouth, juxtaposed with an eerie smile. Approaching the nearby strait, a crowd had gathered, captivated by the majestic waterfall cascading from great heights. A cool breeze swept through, tousling Jiangxi's hair. Mozijia increasingly suspected that his mother was preparing for a blind date, while Nyo worried that her mother might fall victim to unscrupulous men, prompting her to resolve to follow and observe. He was baffled by the contents of Lin Shi's recent phone call, wondering why Mo Chuzhou was reacting in such a manner. Why Yu Kuangwan, holding her phone, hesitated momentarily before resignedly answering with a sigh. Chapter 45, The Black and White Duo. At the forefront, a burly man swung a club aimed at Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan sidestepped the blow, subsequently retaliating with a flurry of strikes. Bang! One of the hefty men was sent flying several meters, spitting blood, and unable to rise. A dozen robust men encircled Chen Fan with unwavering determination. Yet their assaults, deeper within the house, another group lingered, evidently maintaining a distance from the third brother leaning against the door, while they too scrutinized their circumstances, in stark contrast to the individuals beside the third brother. This larger assembly bore no trace of hostility, they merely observed quietly. Zhang Mu's expression shifted dramatically. His insistence on having Pei Feng spare him stemmed from the fact that Pei Feng was aligned with Liu Bei. He was reluctant to confront Liu Bei, for he was a ruler of benevolence and righteousness. Although Zhang Mu was a bandit, he held a certain chivalrous spirit within him, aspiring to transform conflict into peace. Little did he know that this decision would lead to his demise, as Wu Yi and Wu Lan fell victim to a shower of arrows, meeting a gruesome end. Nevertheless, those who dared to act harbored no fear of condemnation, believing that the scorn directed by Hua Wangu was universally applicable and thus unrelated to them. Concurrently, dozens of ethereal energies, akin to wisps of smoke, surged forth, materializing before Yun Pai. Each manifestation resembled a mountain of blades or an ocean of swords, all crashing into Yun Pai. Had he been accepted during Yuan's birthday celebration, they might have been a harmonious family of three, potentially averting such unfortunate events. After adjusting the lighting for several scenes, I meticulously reviewed everything once more, satisfied that there were no oversights. Before pressing save, Old Mu was suddenly reminded of the past, when, in the heat of battle, they had resorted to slaughtering innocent civilians in a bid to gain merit and secure rewards from the court. So, are you suggesting that we do nothing? Just sit here and wait for the prison guards to rescue us? With that, old Zhao plopped down onto the ground, feeling the effects of the earlier tumult. Long Zhiru turned to Long Luo and inquired, Long Luo, do you have a master? Long Luo replied, I have always been part of a sect on the Divine Dragon continent. Hence I have had a master. How is she now? Is she well? Asked the middle-aged man beside them, filled with anticipation. Remembering the meals prepared by his grandmother, Luo Qingyan instinctively licked his dry lips. In the absence of food, the human body relies on its fat reserves to sustain life for approximately 6 to 7 days. However, without water, one could only last a maximum of 3 days before facing the dire threat of dehydration. The wet nurse had indeed departed, leaving the 200 taels of silver sent by his mother intact on Shutzen's vanity. Lu Xinghao gazed at the amber-hued tea, reaching out to take it. Yet, as he cradled it in his hands, he seemed disinclined to drink. El Xian pondered the possibility of piercing his body, instantly igniting his interest. He withdrew his heavenly eye technique, gathering his strength to charge in a particular direction. With a powerful grip, a considerable portion of the spiritual energy within the black dragon was suddenly released. As that great hand flipped, the black dragon transformed, descending and taking human form. At that moment, the elder gasped for breath, appearing quite disheveled. The last time he had been subjected to such humiliation was at the hands of Longdu, which further fueled his indignation. Although the familiar bronze twin hammers did not strike his dantian, they still penetrated his soft underbelly. Despite El Xian having grasped the twin hammers, Jin Chang resolutely relinquished his hold, delivering a fierce blow to El Xian's chest. Chapter 46. Threat. Halt. Chen Fan had barely taken 2 steps when He Sha suddenly crawled to his feet, gripping his leg with fierce determination, and shouted to Bai Sha. Wife, run, flee swiftly. Bai Sha, enduring the pain, rose to her feet, casting a reluctant glance at He Sha before promptly turning to escape. Chen Fan's sleeve slipped, revealing a silver needle, and this implies that if the strength level of this hunting hound beast matched that of the celestial true immortal. In a confrontation, the celestial true immortal would not stand a chance against the beast. Xiao Yu was on his way to the Xiao clan, which was not too distant from his home. Both situated within the capital of the Xiao kingdom, a walk would take less than an hour. The short young man placed a tray into the adjacent suite, stepped out to secure the door, and then silently stood beside the elder By. The following day, Fengzhou city remained tightly shut, yet they had sent more provisions and meats. Zheng Ding had resolved to endure for several days. Thus he received everything without hesitation. It's not a threat. Zhou shook his head. What did you do in SZ before? I didn't want to dwell on it. But alas, your good deeds have gained too much notoriety. Old acquaintances are seeking you. And I cannot prevent it. As he spoke, he waved the newspaper in his hand. Just as he lifted his foot to step onto the stone stairs leading to the waterside pavilion, he suddenly felt as though he had been kicked by something. Golden sand grapes are a remarkably unique dish. Within the realm of culinary arts, numerous tales circulate regarding dark cuisine, where the essence lies in spontaneity, utilizing the most improbable ingredients in ways that astonish the palate. Combining elements that one would never associate together, his injuries were grievous. His lung had been pierced entirely, yet he continued to toil and fight for several days and nights, traversing thousands of miles. Some individuals, having accomplished what they perceive as impressive feats, cannot contain their desire for recognition, akin to an artist eager to showcase their proudest work to the world and garner admiration. Donner clearly embodied this mindset. He dashed forward. The voices of those outside were entirely absorbed by Jun Nuo. He regarded the venomous insects with indifference, transitioning from initial trepidation to a state of habituation in remarkably little time. My lord, the Ajiashan area is inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Very few of our people can enter, especially as one ascends the mountain, where only those with higher cultivation can withstand its spiritual energy. I suspect even if we learn the precise location, our people would struggle to reach it. I vow to defend your highness with my life. Kono immediately knelt on one knee, expressing his loyalty. As for Su Ruge's desire to take Lu Shang as a disciple, Lu Shang feigned ignorance, and Su Ruge did not bring it up again. Li Nanzi paused, gazing at that place for a while. Unable to resist the rich aroma, he approached the vendor. Near the midpoint of the swimming pool floated a buoy. Lin Yu swam over, retrieved the buoy, and then continued forward, tossing the basketball toward the hoop from beneath the basket. Upon hearing Lu Shang's words, the senior brother did not express anger but instead laughed, clearly appreciating Lu Shang's caution. It was evident that the common folk had embellished the tale in the process of its retelling. A frequent occurrence indeed. Hua Xiao, upon hearing the rebuttal, countered, at this hour, it is likely that King Chu has already retired for the night, with both he and Amon unable to leave this place. We must rely on Qi Yong and King Chu to deal with those slanderers outside. Chapter 47. News of the culprit Chen Fan. Where have you been? Chen Fan succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired to Tang Xinjia. That individual known as Jiu Yi is indeed a perilous character. Ning Feifei furrowed her brow, seemingly uncomfortable, yet she remained silent as she proceeded towards the Car. Yumi uttered not a word, striving to quell the heightened tension within her, and after Nian Yichen departed, she rose to tidy herself and don her attire. Thus, this meal served as a ritual for the two of them. Yuan Tu found the dishes rather mundane. Halfway through the meal, she ordered the servants to clear the table and replace it with a new spread. Nian Yichen spread his arms wide, allowing them to search him. After a tumultuous process, he boarded their aircraft, his eyes covered. To this, Lume, though somewhat reluctant, obediently nodded, indicating her understanding. Curse this damned desert. Cursed winds. Cursed barbarians. Spitting out a mouthful of yellow sand, Wei Shi cursed while gazing at the desolate expanse of the desert. A vast sea of yellow sand, utterly devoid of life. Dewa took great pleasure in placing vibrant flowers in Yuanjinyu's room, claiming the unborn child within her favored them. The moisture within the mummy seal had long since evaporated. Millennia had carbonized the bones, igniting them with a ferocity surpassing that of ordinary timber. Yumi felt a sense of relief as Bai Rushuang arrived just in time, allowing her to escape from Yenichen's grasp. Smiling in a daze, Yuqian, stepping lightly upon his flying sword, descended as gracefully as a feather, while Chao Xian plummeted straight down under the force of gravity, crashing heavily to the ground. Had it not been for the sudden thrust of the iron chains at the last moment, which slowed his descent, this fall could have reduced him to mere pulp. Lie was momentarily taken aback. He had not intended to mock, speaking seriously, but at this juncture, being engaged by comrade Li Erju altered the tone, causing him to stifle a laugh. Luan hastily clutched the box, crawling out from beneath the bed, eager to open it. His gaze returned to the signature at the end of the flyer. People's Defense Army. 12th Group Army, 258th Brigade. Weren't you already probing? This prince will not flee. The calculating glint in the opponent's eyes was unmistakable, and Ling Feifei could discern it clearly, regardless of the reason. Should Mo Chi forcibly erase the spiritual consciousness from the storage bag, it would inevitably inflict some harm upon that cultivator. Bai, still reeling from the recent memory integration, responded with a simple acknowledgement. I understand. He leaned against his forehead as he entered the washroom. Upon realizing the metallic mask on his face had vanished, Chao Xian inhaled deeply of the fresh air, but when he heard Yuqian's subsequent words, his breath suddenly halted. Ningzhe abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming in alarm. He sprang up to inspect the frozen Ren Xian. His original plan was to refine the spirit within a day, but he did not anticipate that the ethereal fire would not yield results, leading him to face the tribulations of wind, fire, and thunder, ultimately culminating in the ritual of weapon refinement. In but a fleeting moment of spiritual fluctuation, the fallen mother goddess instantly sprang into action. As the pollution in the starry sky quietly seeped deeper. Chapter 48. Song Qingyan captured Chen Fan. What is he even worth, to be compared with my sister? Song Mingxian immediately expressed her displeasure. He is merely a kept man. Nothing more than a dog at Tang Xinjia's side. Indeed, Wang Chuanqiu retorted unkindly. Do you all think that Tang? Bai Chao lay upon the rooftop, gazing at the resplendent starry sky, when suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from within the house. A resounding roar escaped Songqing's lips, echoing through the heavens. In an instant, a tempest arose in the mountains, causing the leaves to rustle wildly in the wind. Feeling the bone-chilling intent of murder surrounding him, the burly man who had been screaming abruptly fell silent, drenched in sweat from pain, yet he still cast a glance towards the interior of the house. Mother, this is one of my partners. Fang Xiao, Qin Shui said, choosing to introduce Fang Xiao to her mother instead of responding to her at that moment. Liang retrieved the eternal stone from his dimensional pocket. His right hand emanated a shimmering blue light as divine energy continuously flowed into the stone. The eternal stone trembled gently, the speed of its 8 facets transformation simultaneously slowing, an invisible force enveloping the entire living room. Witnessing this scene, Su Jioga fell silent, lowering his gaze, his face devoid of any expression. Though the slight redness at the corners of his eyes betrayed his previous emotions. As he spoke, Aeon bent down deeply, bowing to Jorge in a knightly manner. As for her mission's opportunities, it remained uncertain if they lay here. For the task panel had thus far shown no signs of activity. The 3 individuals beside me shivered involuntarily, instinctively aware that Yao Tao had arrived. Although it was a mundane technique, it had already transformed from what it once was. Previously unaware of the existence of spiritual energy, he had merely released some more pragmatic elements. As and Qinshin raised his cup to seek out Shen Yunyuan for more drinks. His steps had begun to falter. Hua Luoxin possessed a remarkable talent for mathematics. He adored the subject and often sought challenging problems on forums to broaden his perspective. Hong Xuanxi was well aware that the boss intended to rest at Lin Jiyun's place today. Had it not been for waiting for her, he would have left long ago. If he truly formed a close relationship with Chen Kanbai, it would be inevitable for him to intertwine the paths of both families. As the vessel turned and veered towards the blazing inferno, Feng Weiyang exerted every ounce of strength to reverse the situation, yet alas, it was futile that in contrast to the jovial Song Ming on stage. Wang Chongqing appeared considerably more reserved, blushing as he stood there, repeatedly adjusting his eye sockets with his hands. Having recognized the advantages of living well, he was not of such stout character. In this life, he likely wished to avoid death at all costs. The words of the true person mirrored the thoughts of the individual himself. The martial prowess of Prince Long could likely only be described as unfathomable. The serene Master Tian from Amei had eyes that were both profound and deep, resembling a bottomless pool. Should a stone be cast into it, perhaps thought it would take an eternity to hear the sound of its descent. Bai Yuan scanned his surroundings. Beneath the charming smile lay a profound malice, disdain, contempt, and arrogance. His gaze, seemingly gentle, could not conceal the air of condescension that lingered. Gao Jianli had heard during his time in Jiqing that Zheng's relationship with the matriarch of the Qin family was anything but ordinary, leaving him with a lingering sense of doubt and a glimmer of hope. Upon witnessing her demeanor today, I could only assume she was concerned for the well-being of her beloved, and a pang of bitterness surged within me. Realizing that I had unknowingly let my chance slip away, Yeci nodded slightly. Zero's poison was indeed reliable as she made her way towards the exit. You all converse. I shall take a stroll around Qisha City. With that, she said no more and turned to leave. Chapter 49. You foolish one, smack. Feng Mingjie struck Su Xiaobai across the face with a resounding slap, furiously shouting, Speak. What do you know about my father's death? Feng Mingjie harbored an intense hatred for Su Xiaobai, holding him partially accountable for the hospitalization he suffered at the hands of Chen Fan. Unable to reach Chen Fan, he unleashed his fury upon Su Xiaobai instead. Within the Li residence, even when concubines were brought in, Li Xianming never interfered with N's management of them. Now, with no one else present, Yi Hui lay quietly, her dark hair cascading over the pillow, her face buried within it. Zhang Rujing, thoroughly frightened, hurriedly retreated to Shui, trembling all the while. Classmate Lan Fei, this is merely a routine inquiry. There is no need for you to consult a lawyer. Old Xing said gently. He felt utterly powerless in the face of Luna's tribulations, a sensation that tormented him deeply. As soon as I entered the hall and took my seat, Jinfu appeared, accompanied by several maidens, supporting the newlywed as she knelt on the ground, mirroring her behavior from within the inner chambers. This time, Tao Hong chose not to kneel but stood alongside the maidens. The former bore too heavy a burden. Every action, every decision, was inevitably laced with ulterior motives. Having spoken, he leaped gracefully, vanishing instantaneously into the nightmarish illusion, exhibiting not a trace of hesitation. The man gazed discontentedly at her bowed head, then leaned down to kiss her, brushing his lips against her earlobe, teasing it gently. He was wholly engrossed in the music, his tall frame swaying with the undulating melodies, completely immersed in the realm of sound. With just a glance, Yuan was startled into a state of weakness, nearly collapsing onto the floor, saved only by the steadying hand of Huiqing Yao. Mr. Yu, may I inquire if it was you who revived Su Fan this morning at the Chiao residence? Kong Shuiming could no longer contain himself and posed the question to Yu Patian. He was well aware of the mechanics behind it, merely a matter of physicality and willpower, but the feat was undeniably impressive. Due to his own mobility issues, Grandpa Zhang recognized that he would not escape today as fate. However, he had never expected to survive until now. By the time we reached Haishigo, darkness had enveloped the sky. We first went to Qin Feng's abode to gather some supplies before heading toward Xishan. Chen Shan remained silent, continuing to kiss her, enticing her body while lifting her and carrying her toward the bed. 6. A Bao bellowed, already perched on the window ledge, gritting his teeth as he prepared to leap down. Wow, it's not cold at all, exclaimed Yuchi Baolin, who had just been crossing his arms over his chest in surprise. Yet, even if he were weak, he could not allow himself to be a passive victim. He resolved to counter violence with violence. Indeed, Yuan Xinghong, upon hearing this, displayed a grave expression, immediately dispatching a summons in his capacity as deputy sect leader. He possesses the formidable backing of Yuan Yuming, making his summons arguably more effective than that of Yuan Jiangyu. In less than a few breaths, a multitude of powerful figures from the sacred ancestor realm congregated, hastening towards Sacred Dragon Peak alongside Yuan Yunming. Chapter 50. Are you a man? A sudden thought of an individual entered Song Qingyan's mind. This person invariably appeared whenever events unfolded, Chen Fan. However, as soon as she contemplated Chen Fan, a wave of impossibility washed over her. Firstly, she and Chen Fan were already divorced, their relationship having deteriorated to an irreconcilable state, leaving Chen Fan with no reason to assist her. Furthermore, he was unlikely to possess the requisite ability. When uninjured, one could absorb Mercury's spiritual energy and rely on their own strength to counteract, avoiding any mishaps. Yet now, her body was far from intact. Countless cracks marred her meridians, rendering her incapable of withstanding any absorption, let alone transforming it into internal energy. There was no doubt about it. Zhou Yu had witnessed in the memories of the master of the Zhou Ju In Heaven Palace that it was indeed possible to ascend together with others. However, he realized that he must first consult with Ding Xining. After a simple lunch, Tang Yuan arrived at the Shangping garment shop, but she could never have anticipated that the moment her left foot crossed the threshold, the scene before her would cause her to instinctively want to retreat. Many ancient demon clans had revealed their true forms, such as the Gujiao, which resembled a bird of prey with horns and emitted a sound akin to that of an infant. It was a man-eating creature. The two sat by the window, yet for quite a while, no one approached them. The staff seemed oblivious to their presence. Witnessing this, Xiaobai finally recalled that he was currently a deity with a rather faint presence. If he did not initiate conversation, ordinary people would overlook him entirely. The third young master politely smiled at the girl behind him as he overtook her, only to find her shaking her head in response. During the pinnacle of the witch clan's glory, only 12 ancestral witches had the liberty to enter and exit at will, while the lesser witches, such as Xing Tian and Ho Yi, were the only ones permitted entry. Xiao Yi, Shi Denai, and the others found themselves in a quandary. With so many renowned names across the land, their intelligence network could only cover the counties, making it exceedingly difficult to conduct thorough investigations. In an instant, the atmosphere in Huahai surged once more, with everyone beginning to observe the developments. Ice-cold Mei sighed at the sight, realizing that her sister's temperament remained a significant issue. The opponent had not encountered any masters previously, but now faced such a formidable one, and indeed, suffered the consequences. The brutality of this battle and its aftermath sent shockwaves through various nations, with the Great Jin dynasty suffering the loss of 80,000 elite troops. Though not entirely annihilated, 50,000 had perished on the battlefield, while 10,000 had already been depleted in earlier conflicts against the Iron Palm Gang and the Heartless Valley, leaving only 20,000 who chose to surrender. What mission? Silver Fox was somewhat intrigued. Having spent years on the battlefield, he had long since set aside the notions of life and death. Naturally, Lin Yi shared this sentiment, which piqued Silver Fox's curiosity about the task Lin Yi referred to. If Wang Shichong dared to deploy troops, then it was opportune to first capture Mianxi, then besiege Yang, seizing these two critical cities, effectively dismantling two gateways, and leaving Luoyang City bereft of protection. After regaining his composure, Shui Wanren resolved to launch an attack on one of the cities. Chapter 51. I arrived late. Slap. Feng Mingjie delivered a sudden and forceful blow to Song Qingyan's face. She let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth, yet she stifled any cries of pain. Someone, fetch me a whip. Feng Mingjie pressed Song Qingyan down to the ground, one foot firmly planted on her back. These old blind men had already foreseen this. Thus at the crucial moment, they rescued their beloved disciple. One could only say that you are foolish. Had you been a tad more observant, you would have realized that all of this was merely an act digested with a mocking tone. The soul gems are classified into several categories. Undoubtedly, in their quest for the trust of Feihu Villa, whether willingly or under duress, they left behind such soul gems. These gems do not govern life and death, but they can cause their spirits to be reborn, reducing their cultivation to the initial stage of the golden core. This demonstrates the extent of their concern. I longed to reach out and touch them as well, but I feared that third brother would retaliate fiercely, so I restrained myself. Yet, is it truly as simple as the old man suggested? Would it not implicate myself? The esteemed master could only fidget anxiously. That surge of spiritual energy struck down upon the newly emerged figure, merely lifting his garments momentarily before they fell back down. As if nothing had transpired, as if Qiming had not unleashed that blow at all. One of the elders in a silver robe remained silent, directly reaching out with one hand towards Qiming's neck. Intending to seize him first, thereby forcing Shui into submission, they easily discerned the close relationship between Shui and the young man before them. I do not appreciate having blades poised at my throat. If you possess the audacity, then kill me, Yi Tingyao declared coldly, her hand subtly moving, preparing to extract a talisman. A flash of dark light coursed through, and Li Si felt an icy chill enveloping him, followed by a sharp pain. Everything around him blurred, and in a dizzying whirl, his upper body felt detached, collapsing to the ground with one eye wide open. The Vietnamese corpse clad in a white military uniform appeared loose and empty. The rain had rendered the fabric cling to the skin, its light touch barely perceptible. Chen Baixue placed the chopped roasted chicken onto a plate, only to discover that the lotus leaf had been torn apart by the sword's energy. She cast aside the lotus leaf, realizing that the tabletop bore no marks. My lord, what is the purpose of all this? She pondered, truly befuddled. She disregarded modesty, just as the Prince of Bowling appeared carefree. He was, at his core, a staunch adherent to propriety. With a visage of blissful enjoyment, he squinted slightly, reveling in the infusion of spiritual energy and the joy of enhanced prowess. If you are uncertain whether I wish to hear, might you elaborate? The brown-handed man inquired. I responded. This time, I surmise that the task he assigns me will indeed be within my capabilities. The brown-handed man chuckled. Godfather, I'm here to visit you. At that moment, Jiang, he understood, cradling an abundance of fresh fruits and common health supplements for the elderly, exclaiming excitedly to his godfather, indeed, though starting anew is challenging, I am unwilling to surrender. Lin Xiaoshuan's eyes brimmed with resolve. The first and second sorcerers did not utter a word, yet their expressions revealed a hint of surprise. The netizens, drowning in their own saliva, had unearthed the role of the water army among the divine figures. Zhuo Qiuyan appeared as though she had been struck with a devastating blow, rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events, her gaze fixed intently upon Shen Bichu's face. A sound of bowstrings resonated in the air, as a pale blue energy surged towards Mu Zijing, who, engulfed in sorrow, remained oblivious to the imminent threat. Chapter 52. They deserve death. Feng Qinghu issued commands to the dozens of members of the Qingzhou society surrounding him. However, to his and Feng Mingjie's astonishment, the members stood frozen in place, heads bowed, disregarding Feng Qinghu's orders. Are you all deaf? Feng Mingjie erupted in a furious tirade. He hoped that Yu Zhengde, acknowledging her silence regarding Li Sufei, might exert efforts to save her child. Initially, Lu Junshe refrained from speaking out, but after repeated provocations, his temper flared. Such remarks had become tiresome, evoking the long-buried sense of defeat he felt under the pressure of Prince Rong. With her son serving under Prince Rong, and her status as a former princess of the previous dynasty, a prized possession of Du Lu, how could Prince Rong ever place his trust in her son? The Empress pressed her nails into her palm. Denying him would be unwise. Comparisons to Emperor Wei were futile. After all, what worth does a fool, so easily manipulated by his own father, have in her eyes? A flicker of inspiration coursed through the heart of the demonic insect, enveloping itself in a radiant aura of will, guided by an intangible and formless quasi-saintly intent. Unexpectedly, Luo Tsongyan erupted in anger, declaring that a few death tablets were hardly rare treasures. Who would want them, and who would not find them ominous? The atmosphere within the hall plummeted to a freezing point as Jiang Qingyue shifted her gaze towards Ming Guipin. After sending off Tang Qingyan, she re-established several barriers within her chamber. Having not refined any elixirs for nearly a month, a review was in order. The arrival of 2 supreme beings from the demon clans in Tianlan City, seemingly targeting the ethereal Holy Sun, left countless individuals astounded. The 100th position on the Jiashan Young Master list also bore the name of Lord Huang, which raised suspicions of connections to the resplendent and celestial figures, as well as the so-called Love Main Quest. Having witnessed the power of Zuan Mingzi, the voice expressed no doubt regarding the strength of Zuan Mingzi's strike. However, what the Zilong Mirage was unaware of was that at this moment, Nie Feng was suffering from intense pain throughout his meridians, having expended considerable energy from the previous 2 consecutive strikes. System notification. With the emergence of second transformation players, the Fengyan list has been upgraded. Players who remain in the top 3 of the Fengyan list for 10 consecutive days will receive generous rewards. For detailed information regarding the Fengyan list upgrade, players may consult the official sources. Rest assured, second young mistress, I assure you by my medical ethics, I will not disclose a single word to outsiders, Lu Yixing said, casting a gleaming glance at Lung Huiting before addressing Jin Yang. I searched high and low but could not find the so-called additional equipment components, which left me in a state of frantic perspiration. Everyone, retreat 10 meters, Yungue shouted, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the merfolk chieftain. Standing firm and unyielding, devoid of any trace of fear, Chen Yidao lit a cigar, inhaled deeply, and stepped before Letian, slowly exhaling the smoke. Who do you think is more powerful, me or your elder brother? Chen Yidao inquired. As the clouds drifted by, the journey led once more to the dominion of the monkey demon lord, a formidable creature standing at a height of 1.80 meters, wielding a club as thick as an arm, with a fearsome grin that exuded an aura of authority. Within the restaurant, Luo Jinsher found herself disinclined to speak, seated alongside Mother Fu, her appetite entirely diminished. Upon hearing the comments, The crowd cast a disapproving glance at Bai Yan, questioning the necessity of such bluntness. If that were the case, was there truly a need for such arduous efforts? Everyone was laboring tirelessly to preserve the essence of Zhejiang. Was it not prudent to consider the prevailing circumstances before speaking? Wu Jie entered the venue with a measured pace, his hand resting upon the hilt of the sword of the war god, his gaze firmly fixed upon the ominous portent looming above the master's head. Chapter 53, More Painful Than Death. Feng An unleashed all the grievances and discontent that had accumulated over the years. Despite your lengthy discourse, it does not alter the fact that you are guilty of patricide and fratricide. Feng Qing Tiger replied coldly, Today, you shall meet the same fate as Chen Fan. Death awaits you. No sooner had he spoken than more than 20 of his assassins advanced with lethal intent. After the meal, Fu Qingjue briefly donned his clothing and stepped outside, while Qin Huan sat on the living room sofa, observing him take the car keys, perplexed about his destination. That it was strange. Why should she feel guilty? She had accompanied him to seek medical attention. Did he truly intend to reside in her home? Given that his wound had been treated with bionic materials embedded in areas rich in nerves, pressing it under such conditions would undoubtedly cause excruciating pain. Indeed, Qizun Xianyuan had fulfilled his mission in the battle at Shouyang Mountain by vanquishing the wild emperor's divine form. Yet he bore grave injuries himself. For over 2 years, he had roamed the world in a disembodied state, currently engaged in profound meditation on the great expanse of the South Sea, immersing himself in Buddhist teachings. A figure clad in flowing sleeves approached, bowing respectfully to report, prompting a frown from Kuang Etian upon hearing the news. With a regal swagger, Outyin and Qiuqiu flew confidently above the heads of the monsters, exuding an air of arrogance as if they were kings among them. In light of such a significant incident, she remained utterly silent, not even attempting to seek him out, retreating quietly into the shadows. Yet somehow managing to smile, without any preamble, Su Ranhua was seized by 2 eunuchs, forcefully pressing her to the ground. Dai Xiao stood frozen in place, unable to take a step forward. She could hardly believe that all this was truly orchestrated by Hope. Or was the maid merely jesting with her? Yet, seated behind her, Su Ranhua clearly overheard the contrived banter between the master and servant, foreseeing the impending dialogue that would unfold. A lowly drama of coercion and exploitation was about to commence. Yang Shifeng, with an air of elegance, bid farewell to Fu Jian and Wang Meng, the dignitaries of the Qin state, departing from Chang'an with a retinue of several dozen riders, vanishing into the distance. As Yang Shifeng and his entourage faded from view, an inexplicable unease stirred within Wang Meng. This staircase was warded by a forbidden spell, typically inaccessible to ordinary individuals. However, they were no ordinary folk. Though they could not decipher it, Yin Moai possessed the ability to do so. Upon witnessing this scene, Hiyu's eyes reddened instantly. He rushed to grasp a novice shaman carrying a water basin. Trembling as he inquired about the situation, the residents of the Zhonglong General still governed the 4-fold Chong mansion, rendering it similar to the later established master-level structure, effectively dividing the entire army into 3, each designated as the 6th, 7th, and 8th Zhonglong General mansions. The 6th Middle General is Tian Luo, the 7th Middle General is Ran Yu, and the 8th Middle General is Lu Laoji. This statement struck a chord with Murong Jun, who harbored concerns about his subordinate generals amassing power and feared their potential to overshadow him with their accomplishments. Murong's words resonated with his sentiments. At this moment, he maintained a calm demeanor, with a flicker of red light glimmering in his eyes, exuding a subtle yet palpable aura of authority. His presence distinguished. Upon discovering that the demonic race had indeed been eradicated, cultivators flocked towards Tianji County, and the remnants of the demonic forces were ultimately vanquished by the advancing army of cultivators. Thus, the eastern region was free from the demonic scourge, marking a semblance of peace across the realm. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, startling the 2 individuals inside the house, prompting them to rush into the courtyard and gaze towards the distant horizon. Indeed, just as Shun Haoshuan remained vigilant, a voice, aged and hoarse, echoed from the surroundings. In response to Zhu Youfan's resistance, Dubai let out a cold snort, the Qishao sword in his hand igniting in fiery brilliance, extending a 3-foot-long beam of sword light. Chapter 54. You must die. Feng Mingjie pleaded. I will serve you like a beast, obeying your every command. Nangong displayed a playful smile, shaking his head, finding Feng Mingjie utterly ridiculous. Oh, you know who he is? What is this? Sasaki pulled up a chart on his phone, pointing out its contents to Lu Yue, the forefront of the cavalry. 2 riders rode side by side, engaged in lively conversation. One donned a cap and vermilion robe, cinched with a plain leather belt. The other wore a flowing skirt, adorned with colorful silk footwear. Despite the presence of over a dozen master-level individuals, including 3 third-tier masters, they were rendered unconscious in an instant by a sudden assault. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Lu Moling's delicate face flushed, immediately acknowledging her own progress and strength. Consequently, the vast majority present were convinced by that individual's words, seemingly profound but ultimately hollow and devoid of substance. This encapsulated their summary of Qin Xian's final statement. Sensing that Chu Ming's spiritual energy was now continuously waning, even becoming exceedingly feeble, Shang Tian felt a surge of joy within. Opening a tavern is a legitimate business. Is there still a need for connections in both the light and dark realms? Cheng Yaojin pondered. Beneath the bright yellow canopy, Emperor Li Yuan donned the heavenly crown, clad in a Xinyuan robe, with a 24-string purple-gold jade belt cinched at his waist, reclining in the golden chariot, occasionally shielding his eyes as he gazed eastward, eagerly anticipating. However, how could old Du know they would agree to present the secret manual? Qin Xian inquired with lingering confusion. Lord Bao is brimming with ambition, yet one person cannot accomplish great deeds alone. Although I, Wang Kuang, may be unremarkable, I possess a sincere heart and am willing to accompany Lord Bao. Influenced by Lord Bao's chivalrous spirit, Wang Kuang immediately rose, exclaiming loudly. Xiao Han smiled and said, "Mother, have you forgotten that I can perform magic? Watch this." Both his mother and father, along with everyone present, gazed in astonishment as objects vanished into thin air, both living and inanimate, without a trace remaining. Moreover, Qin Zhen's demeanor was courteous, entirely unlike Jiang Bei's bodyguard Ma Dong, who was rather brusque, naturally. Hua Feng, with hands clasped behind his back, observed the riverside. He was aware that he had caught the attention of this core figure from the various families, and thus could proceed smoothly according to his plan. However, behind me lingered the vengeful Princess Lin Wei, whose illicit affair I had inadvertently overheard, inciting her ire to the point of a murderous resolve. As arrows rained down upon me, leaving me in torment, the carriage had already ventured far, and the city gates once again buzzed with the lively scenes of before, while Zhao Fei stood there, dazed and motionless, lost in thought. You have a brother?" Qingyan inquired with curiosity, having investigated Guli's familial ties and found no mention of a brother. Xia Qi, in a state of urgency, began to stomp her foot. Although she had only transferred to Sanzhong a few days prior and had limited interaction with Huang Qin, she regarded him as a commendable homeroom teacher, even without the teacher-student dynamic. Anyone possessing a modicum of justice would seek to intervene upon learning of such a situation. Yu let out a cold laugh and immediately summoned the bone dragon, its side sweeping down with the unstoppable force of a falling sun towards the first dragon knight. With this command, all the brothers sprang into action, adjusting the mortar's barrel upward by 2 notches, loading the shells, and commencing a barrage of cannon fire. Xiao Xia glanced around the courtyard, having resided there for several days. She had not realized that the courtyard at night transformed into an entirely different realm compared to daylight. She stepped forward, as if the sound of drums were reverberating, striking deep into the hearts of over 2,000 disciples, echoing loudly in their ears. Chapter 55, Control in the Hospital. Within the ward, Chen Fan meticulously tended to Song Qingyan's wounds. As he observed the gruesome gashes adorning her body, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Despite their divorce and repeated declarations that she was no longer his concern, the bond forged over 5 years of marriage was not easily severed. Situ Qing, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, feigned indifference as he downed a glass of wine, contemplating his escape route. The three stood, their faces still bearing traces of grief, yet a flicker of joy began to emerge in their expressions. "Don't overthink it. I just wanted to ask. I am an old friend of your boss," Ling Feng remarked with a smile. Given the circumstances, the notion of a lecherous scoundrel being a doctor was becoming less difficult to digest. A powerful shout erupted, as a resplendent golden handprint emerged, resembling a radiant moon rising abruptly from the heavens, its shadow striking down with formidable force. The others fell silent. Upon witnessing this, Yi Ji realized there was no need for further inquiry, as it was likely in alignment with her own thoughts. Initially unfazed, when she spoke to me in that tone, Gui felt an unmanly sense of grievance, nearly shedding tears as he turned his face away in disdain. The prospect of merely enduring 10 lashes was already daunting. Lu Yinyang's hands trembled with fury, and this Sun Jinyan was excessively ungrateful. Despite numerous pleas, she remained obstinate and inexplicably. Shangguan Mei seemed to have lost her wits today. Refusing to assist her, left with no options, They could only watch helplessly as Wang Mama was dragged away. Deep within, Yi Qianyue harbored utter disdain for Hou Zhan, the leader of an organization and a mid-tier 8-star powerhouse. Yet he was utterly consumed by indulgence in wine and pleasures, lacking even the most fundamental sense of crisis awareness. The elderly lady's words were laden with meaning, causing Jin Yang to feel a surge of unease. After years of struggle, no one is a fool. When Jin Yang suddenly expressed her desire to locate some materials from the dowry, it was evident that there was a reason behind her request. A woman as astute as the elderly lady could not have overlooked the implications, which were indeed matters of concern for her. Thus, she acquiesced, flowing with the current of the conversation, just as Jay finished speaking. Before Li Chong had the chance to interject, Peter's deep voice emanated again from the tape recorder. This prompted Jay to gesture toward Li Chong's back, indicating for him to listen attentively. Gradually, the steps of those present grew heavy. And even walking became an arduous task, forcing them to move forward with great reluctance. As Lao Fu approached, Smith, who had also disembarked, refrained from joining in the commotion. Yet, he could not remain silent, well aware of the captain's temper. He understood that if he were to play the mute, the captain might very well unleash his wrath upon him. In a fit of urgency, Qiu Tian shouted, causing the enemy soldiers to spring up and leap onto the walls. Escaping the courtyard. As for the unforeseen chaos outside, it hardly warrants excessive elaboration. After all, the situation was quite tumultuous, with stray bullets flying about. It was not unusual for an errant round to find its mark. Therefore, Li Juanrong was undoubtedly more discontent than Hu Longhao, convinced that it was merely Wang Ying's stroke of luck. Qin Tian located the latest medical records, scrutinizing the examination results and paying particular attention to the distribution of stones depicted in the color scans. Chang Guxing offered an awkward smile, recognizing that Xiao Meinyang's avoidance of her was not due to ignorance of news, but rather an indication of her keen awareness. Initially, she had thought it would require considerable effort to feign indifference while approaching the spot known as Diamond Star Fist. But in truth, it was unnecessary, as the most vibrant area of the temple fair was indeed the vicinity of the Rose Garden. Chapter 56. Do not take advantage. Once Chen Fan had finished applying the ointment to Song Qingyan, her face had turned a deep shade of red. Oh, not look at me with such eyes. I have not taken advantage of you, Chen Fan replied. I have applied the medicine for you. You ought to express your gratitude. Thank you for nothing, Song Qingyan retorted. Uncle Mu accompanied the newcomer into the jewelry store opposite the restaurant, where Su Jia immediately stood up and bowed to Uncle Mu, who reciprocated the gesture, and they both took a seat together. Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps echoed from the stairs. Ren Tian spotted the figures of Shenyang and Zhou Dongqiang approaching the courtroom, albeit at a more measured pace than the astonishing swiftness of Huang Pingniao, arriving a step late. However, once the phantom had severed its hand, in a state of terror, it morphed into a bat and took flight. Albeit as a one-winged creature, given that its hand had been severed, we are the renowned trio of heroes, undefeated in battle and unconquerable in offense. We have heard that your sect possesses the gallbladder of the spiritual porcupine. Thus, we, the three heroes, have resolved to seek a share. The elders standing among them proclaimed. The zombie, having obtained blood, experienced a sense of satisfaction, feeling a surge of power coursing through its body, the potent force. The delectable blood, everything enveloped it in a state of intoxication and unparalleled enjoyment. Without the illustrious endorsement of the Shili family, even if one were to offer them tenfold their wages, they would scarcely dare to venture into a war-torn China. It is needless to say that these formidable individuals have arrived at the broken divine mountain with the intent of seeking the place where the scattered immortals attain their transcendence. Each one is an exceptionally gifted and profoundly contemplative individual that I end this encounter. One can only lament the misfortune of Du Yuesheng. This situation seems rather unfavorable. Kai Yin cast a nervous glance at Jiang Qi, as if fearing a refusal from him to at that moment. Kai Yin was yet unaware that she had started to consider the feelings of other men, a departure from her typically frigid demeanor. The two young ladies busied themselves with their phones, selecting a film to watch, purchasing tickets online, and only then did they link hands and step outside. All right, she acquiesced verbally, yet Yang Yongan's pace showed no sign of slackening. Consequently, while Yuan Shao, adhering to the familial ties of the Yuan clan, was engaging in a spirited conversation with Yuan Shu, intending to grant Yuan Shu a measure of credit should Yuxi truly manage to slay Hua Xiong. News arrived that Yuxi had been dispatched a mere 3 exchanges, felled alongside his steed by Hua Xiong. Lashan did not intend to offend Liang Jiogong and Li Dequan. It was merely an unfortunate coincidence. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so directly to Kangxi. Having traversed a considerable distance to a sufficiently secluded location, the promise finally halted the carriage. Ling Ming established a spatial barrier, lacking any ulterior motives. Yet the two spectators ultimately found themselves face to face with the unsuspecting performers. Amidst a sense of unease, he did not dare to approach Luo Yin during the subsequent scenes, refraining from seeking her for dialogue. Chapter 57. Hypocrisy. That I certainly trust President Song's integrity. Manager Wang smiled. That I am also aware that President Song is capable of repaying both the principal and interest, given the evident strength of the Chen family. Song Qingyan's eyes sparkled with interest. Manager Wang, does this mean you have agreed? The victor not only gains the authority to determine the duration at the ancestral abyss, but also receives bountiful rewards. A coveted aspiration for every disciple. Gradually, the narrative shifted and morphed, ultimately transforming into grotesque imagery of human brain tofu and blood hot pot, where one person indulges in multiple servings of such macabre delicacies, leaving Wang in a state of dizziness. Just as this was being discussed, an abrupt commotion of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by an anxious exchange between the waiting maidservants and the guards. Lan Mufeng completely disregarded her ingratiating remarks, abruptly seizing her delicate wrist. His slender fingers pressed against her pulse, and by the time she realized and attempted to evade, it was already too late. Xiao Changke harbored an intense disdain for her and was unwilling to enter her chamber. The concubines within the palace were undoubtedly aware that she was merely an unappreciated queen, hence they regarded her with indifference. Months had passed without her receiving any courtesies, and the emperor remained oblivious. Her lack of favor had become an undeniable reality. Xiao Changke lifted his gaze toward the figure emerging from the backlight, only to see her visage pale as death, her pale yellow gown stained with the vivid crimson of blood. Yunner's blood, the blood of his child. How could he not feel the anguish? Since the day Liang Qingye was encountered by Yun Xiong, he noticed her in action and thus became increasingly audacious, frequently engaging in flirtatious banter with the accompanying maidservants in her presence. However, Yuan Ling had entered a state of complete concentration. Oblivious to all else, wholly focused on controlling the elemental forces within her body, slowly harnessing the powers of thunder and ice derived from the 5 elements. The 7th envoy has no objections. A chorus of voices echoed, as if even those with reservations felt compelled to remain silent in this gathering. The ethereal figures that had previously lingered above had dissipated, their whereabouts unknown. The first type pertains to the physical form. The Chaos Hunters are no match for the bodies of monsters. These creatures benefit from the unique transformation afforded by the chaotic whirlpool, enabling them to absorb specific spiritual materials in abundance, akin to forging their own suitable bodies. Although he found this proposition enticing, Zhuo Wu, having once fallen into a trap set by Chu Xiu, felt hesitant to take risks, fearing yet another snare. Last time, it was only thanks to Geng's timely intervention that Gu Qian too was rescued. Should a similar situation arise, luck might not be on his side. Mu Yanjin felt as though his throat was being constricted. Grandfather. He mumbled, finding himself at a loss for words. Dr. Zhang had never sought assistance from other factions to acquire resources, for the very power he once relied upon had nearly led to his demise. Had it not been for the timely rescue by Unit 10, he would have perished long ago. What happened? Were you killed again? Inquired a headless contender, setting aside his phone with a chuckle. Given this, Lord Shun, an overly ostentatious territory is not necessarily advantageous. A domain lacking sufficient military strength is perilous. If we rely solely on Chai Fugui, we would lose our autonomy in the Great Liang territory. Meng Hong stated, his tone resolute. In contrast, on the side of Yuqin Bin, the dual swords of black and white relentlessly besieged the Qin Chung sword. Though these swords were not the pinnacle of magical flying swords, they were still of considerable quality. However, even in their combined efforts, they were no match for the Qin Cheng sword, whether in the sword's craftsmanship or in the swordsmanship displayed, which was evidently several tiers below that of Yin Daoxing. Chapter 58. Sister-in-law. Manager Wang let out a heart-wrenching scream, clutching his groin as he collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony. Chen Fan's kick had nearly incapacitated him, inflicting excruciating pain. Onlookers were left in a state of shock at the scene unfolding before them. Who was this person, so audacious as to strike Manager Wang? Shi Shuang, refusing to back down, summoned her cultivation to levitate the sandalwood-colored Feng Shaqin before her, due to the nature of the Feng Shaqin being ill-suited for close combat. She purposefully positioned herself at a distance from the skeletal warrior. His tone faltered, and I seized the opportunity to express my gratitude. Thank you. Mayor Kong.my success, Ma Chongjun, would have been impossible without your support. Mu Yun opened his eyes, disregarding the force propelling him forward, and swiftly formed a hand seal to strike ahead. Miss Yue, Master Jiang Yi, I apologize for the wait. After several days of interaction, Flower A. Ru had come to understand the way Yu Wei and her companion conducted themselves, allowing for a more relaxed demeanor in their conversation compared to their initial meeting. Such a precious item, even if priced at over 10,000 taels, would be deemed utterly unambiguous. Therefore, Qingyan neither accepted nor scrutinized it further. Merely casting a glance in her mother's direction, the three individuals, accompanied by a fox and a phoenix, continued their journey. As time elapsed, the lake before them gradually began to flicker in and out of visibility, its dark and light reflections becoming increasingly indistinct. Humph! From the moment you plunged that sword into my chest, betraying the insect race, any connection between us ceased to exist, Zhao Zong declared with a fierce glare and gritted teeth. Reminiscing about the past, Nangong Fengyi suddenly pressed a hand against his heart, which twisted in pain, and subsequently tasted blood in his throat. To conceal his distress from the others, he struggled to swallow the bitter, metallic taste that threatened to overwhelm him. With a resounding neigh, the black steed reared back, leaping into the air towards the mountain peak across the precipice. It was as if a program had been set. Once the time arrived, it activated instantly. Perhaps Mu Yun truly felt this way now, for the dizzying sensation that had spun her world had vanished without warning. According to many commoners, did it not seem as though the Grand Master required rebellion? With but a single shout, it was feared that countless citizens would rally to his side. Thus, in the realm of demons, Motion's standing was akin to Xiao Xiao's prominence on the Eastern Grand Road. Marked by misunderstandings, yet characterized by absolute loyalty and devotion from the populace, Huang Long, perhaps having been struck in the great calamity of dragons and phoenixes, remained oblivious to the unusual expressions of his fellow disciples, cheerfully responding to Guang Chengzi's summons. Indeed, I have but this one elder brother, Zhang Qi asserted with a hint of pride. Since her first encounter with Xiao Xiao, a profound bond had formed, granting her not only a friend but a joyful family. One that even her own brothers from the Zhang clan could not surpass in providing happiness. Sighing deeply, suppressing her hunger, Xiao Xiao silently ascended, aided by the cover of night. Unbeknownst to them, as they carried a person, they remained unaware of a distant shadow following closely behind. In her former life as an ordinary person, the vicissitudes of fate had exposed her to the treachery of human nature, while meeting Lu Feng revealed the beauty of existence. She cherished everything she possessed, unwilling to see any changes, even reluctant to participate. Fortunately, the boatman, seasoned in his craft, was well acquainted with the various aquatic creatures they encountered. This modest vessel, composed of an unknown yet remarkably durable material, withstood even the most violent impacts without leaving a mark. In their several encounters with malevolent creatures, either the boatman and she vanquished them together, or the adversaries wisely retreated, aware of their disadvantage. Chapter 59. You deserve it today. Feng Anin donned a black ensemble, her feet clad in dark boots, a stark contrast to her usual demure demeanor. Now exuding the air of a leader, it was no wonder she had ascended to the presidency of the Qingzhou Society. Her transformation was striking. Her presence immediately silenced the bank, leaving many too intimidated to breathe. Her aura was so potent that it instilled an invisible sense of oppression. As Xia Jian strode towards the elevator, he cast a glance around the first-floor hall, realizing that apart from the nanny, there seemed to be no one else present. With that, Wang Wan continued to cast a cold gaze upon Han Fei, no longer feeling any fear towards him. Initially, she had believed him to be quite formidable, only to discover that he was merely a fade of strength, lacking substance. Upon Iron Soft's fierce glare, Han Fei resembled a mouse confronted by a cat, and Wang Wan held him in disdain. Lu Xinghao seized the moment, rolling on the ground until he found himself beside the Mercedes, a police baton firmly grasped in his hand. Before he could rise, a rush of wind whistled past his ears. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, flattening himself to the ground. The Taoist nun, strikingly reminiscent of Qian Duo, appeared to be struggling yet persevering. Wielding a spiritual sword of inferior quality, a rare treasure indeed. It was precisely this that allowed her to seize the opportunity and unexpectedly launch an assault, snatching two properties from the Huawu mercenary corps. In the realm of cultivation, one must balance tension and relaxation, combining work with rest. A proper respite is essential for enhanced practice. Ironsoft looked at him in confusion, wondering why he would act for her benefit when she had saved the porridge for him. In the midst of this hazy morning, a figure clad in black, with ebony hair and a heavy sword upon his back, emerged calmly from the nameless inn. Jin Wuqing. Qin Xiao managed a bitter smile. He understood now. Silently, he released Yi Qingcheng, moving to another corner of the room to sit down, stating, "You may pursue your passions. I am a bit weary and wish to rest." With that, he leaned against a pillar and closed his eyes. Observing the adorably dazed expression on her face, Sunan felt a rush of warmth flood his nose, as if something was about to spill forth. Witnessing this scene, I inwardly criticized, considering there were merely 2 patrons inside. My presence would be superfluous. For over 70 years, humans and demons have encountered each other amidst the stars, with only a handful of demon warriors successfully captured. That is none of your concern. Long Dianchen scoffed, turning sharply to board his vehicle and drive away. Following this incident, I believed Su Xiaomei would enjoy a period of tranquility, for she would have no time to meddle in others' affairs. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan posed a question, leaving Bai Ying momentarily stunned, her face flushing with embarrassment. She fell silent, gazing at her own feet. After their departure, I sent a message to Chen Jie, informing her that today's events must not be repeated. Should Chun Dan encounter further trouble, I would not intervene. If others were to inquire whether Yang Guo was indeed him, he could easily deny it without a hint of embarrassment that it matters not. I am not a soldier and am not under Captain Gu's jurisdiction. Su Xiaodang waved her hand dismissively, remaining still in her seat. Does Colin still have anyone to care for? After a pause, Tang Rao inquired of Boya that as the foremost adjudicator, one must adhere to the requisite code of conduct. This was a promise Wang Yu made directly to J.A.X.I.N. The next moment, a dark gun barrel was aimed at her brow, causing her to scream in terror, her eyes widening to their utmost limit. As ruins were repeatedly shattered and annihilated, the resulting expanse came to be known as the Void Territory. Cecil, upon hearing this, was not overly concerned. While the statement held truth, in the dire circumstances of the Dawn Temple, such temptations were difficult to resist. In reality, had it not been for Tiberlon's intervention, he too would have perished within the Dawn Temple. Chapter 60. Always at your service. Manager Wang knelt on the ground, utterly disheveled, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Let this be the end. I wish not to encounter this again. Song Qingyan observed his pitiful state and felt no desire to torment him further. Rest assured, Song Zong, there will be no next time. I genuinely realize my mistakes. I shall not dare again. Get away, you pervert. Keep your distance. Xiao Mingyu was thoroughly disgusted by the abhorrent behavior of her opponent. With a mere thought, several spears erupted from the ground, yet this time, instead of piercing the grotesque mass of decaying flesh, they lifted him into the air. This is bad. This group has deliberately set a trap, waiting for us to leap into it. Fong Hao, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of both alarm and fury. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the city walls had just been cleared by the mages, and the archers from the Duchy of Carson, tamed by lightning, swiftly ascended the walls. Under the protection of the shield bearers, a barrage of arrows rained down into the city, as countless rebel soldiers fell to the ground in anguished cries. Above in the sky, peculiar insectoid creatures, reminiscent of mosquitoes, each several meters wide, unfolded their wings and surged forth like a meat grinder. Lay sighed softly. Back then, we were the ones being invaded. Now, we are the invaders. But who is truly righteous, and who is wicked? A peculiar sourness unexpectedly stirred within Lei's heart. However, he also needed to contemplate the associated risks. Environmental claims were not a prudent avenue to pursue. The recent Atari incident illustrated this point well. Assisting the villagers in their lawsuit against the company would surely incite local discontent. Lu Yinsong chuckled coldly, observing the rapid twitching of Kong Chuanhai's face and his trembling body. Feeling not an ounce of sympathy, Zhang Ruyun, already in an awkward position, found himself further embarrassed by Yin Yang's remarks. Noticing his discomfort, Yin Yang disregarded him, stepping forward to gently touch his collarbone, aware of his injuries. Fool, she exclaimed, though her hand remained on him. Channeling her inner energy, Qin Xiong and Luo Cheng had already made arrangements. They were certain of their plan to attack the bird slaves that night. Qin Xiong had previously prepared soldiers around the stronghold, ensuring that it was highly unlikely for any warnings to reach the bird slaves. As for his body, it would recoil a few steps back. Evidently a sign of dissipating force, his defensive capabilities still seemed lacking. Regarding the medicinal formula, Qin Yibai truly did not consider it of great importance. Thus his words were sincere. After speaking, he tugged at the side of the Chulong, which then turned towards the forest. In truth, the name of the dragon pattern black cauldron is directly linked to the materials used in its creation, as it is forged from dragon pattern black gold. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. The Jiao could not tolerate the existence of someone who knew his secrets while he remained oblivious to theirs. Therefore, upon the arrival of this individual, Zhang Zhong immediately turned around, his consciousness expanding, while the Zio Divine I reached its utmost potential. Chapter 61. A hit. There is no need for that. He is merely a clown. Chen Fan regarded Gu Ziyu, a mere minor character, with disdain. Feng Anan chuckled. Indeed, dealing with such a petty figure is merely child's play for the young master of the Chen family. Do not refer to me in such a manner. I find it quite unappealing. His expression darkened, brows furrowing as he summoned the legendary forces of 100,000 masters, soaring above the divine city. Flee! Someone shouted, and all rushed forward along the ancient street. For facing such an overwhelming array of celestial and spectral soldiers was tantamount to suicide. Yet, Han Lin's newly forged realm was teeming with countless powers surging forth. The Tianji sect was a formidable force capable of dominating the entire Qingzhou region. And the items pertaining to spiritual arts and techniques here were undoubtedly extraordinary in both grade and potency. Within this domain, the divine tree granted powers that far surpassed those of ordinary demigod-tier practitioners. In the latter part of the night, when Yuebai and Bai Miaohua were not plagued by nightmares, whether it was the effect of Bai Jiuzhu's blood or the absence of the Black Buddha's torment remained uncertain. The blood-red jade pendant at his waist appeared even more lustrous and vibrant, glimmering with an alluring brilliance at his waist. Gu Yuner gasped, her slender form momentarily stiffening. Yet before she could react, Lu Qingfeng forcefully dragged her onward toward the mountain, granting her no respite whatsoever. Concurrently, efforts were made to besiege and eliminate the strongest adversaries, ensuring that even if they advanced to the next round, their side would not suffer excessively and could manage the subsequent challenges with ease. When needed, the support faltered, yet in moments of grandeur, they exceeded expectations, leaving me, their master, feeling utterly powerless. Dongyan she swallowed hard. Not only he, but even Huarjiu was wavering in resolve at that moment. Ji Yuchen's insistence was putting Xia Shiguang in a difficult position. Faced with so many scrutinizing gazes, she reminded herself once more not to disappoint Gu Chun, equally wishing not to let down her father and grandfather in the underworld. The grand hall was empty, save for a dozen towering lampstands, each 2 men high, flames dancing within, illuminating the vast chamber. 3 robbers. 2 were carrying Yun Feng, while 1 covered her mouth, stuffing it with various items, clearly uneasy. Clutching her hair with one hand while sealing her lips with the other, exerting considerable force, departing the tavern, they stepped onto the main road, following the winding mountain path, increasingly isolated, with fewer passers-by as they progressed. Were it not for Junyan's inability to sense any hostility from the duo, he would have begun to suspect their true intentions. What of the Sidhu family possessing hundreds of alchemists? What significance did a lineage of alchemists hold? Liemo merely needed to enlarge the mountain river cauldron to crush them effortlessly. He was counting on this establishment to amass wealth and showcase his commercial genius. Lonely Beauty remarked, some forests can be deadly. Those unfamiliar with the paths, upon entering such woods, will be devoured instantly, never to emerge alive. As the words left your lips, your claws emerged in unison. One hand turned snow white, while the other became pitch black. Seizing the opportunity while transporting sand and soil, Zhu Zijiang meticulously explained to Song Yingxing the workings of the braking system, detailing what needed to be done. Upon hearing this, Song Yingxing broke into a cold sweat. Pondering the potential consequences if such a heavy object were to surge forth uncontrollably, Guanfeng possesses a profound passion for collecting wines, with an extensive collection at his disposal and an even greater number of wines he has savored. Yet, none can rival the exquisite liquid before him, even if it is poured from an ordinary glass bottle. Chapter 62. Who is Chen Fan? You want me to summon him? Old Fu was taken aback. He was accustomed to others seeking him out, not the other way around. Moreover, the individual in question was merely an unknown pawn. Tang Xinjia chuckled softly. Old Fu, the request now lies with you regarding Chen Fan. Not the other way around. When seeking favors, one must display sincerity. You may check online for yourself. We are merely friends. While you still. Cheng Yushi's face flushed crimson. Unable to articulate her feelings, she could only storm off in a huff. The outcome remained uncertain. It was not necessarily her doing. Bai Bai turned her head away, unwilling to gaze upon Shun Yun's calm demeanor, particularly disinclined to witness the absence of her own reflection in Shun Yun's tranquil eyes. Fu Jing frowned. His evident impatience made the waiter hesitate, forcing him to depart hastily. Jiang Feng's face reddened, his teeth gritted and fists clenched, his expression revealing a tumultuous internal struggle. The First Lady, having spoken, cast a venomous glare at Shen Yun, her eyes darting before finally settling on Shun Yuechu, who recoiled in fright, instinctively retreating behind Shen Yun. The injured also included a police officer, limping as he walked, having removed his shoe to reveal a sole with a gaping hole and traces of blood. Ling Yin and the others wore somber expressions, although they might prefer not to let Chen Mo go so easily. For the moment, they had no choice but to proceed as such. Indulgence? The thought flashed through Tang Tianyou's mind. Yet at that moment, Lu Feng's gaze fortuitously fell upon Lu Jimei, and upon their eyes meeting, he timidly lowered his head, flustered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Above, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Dark clouds parted under the pressure of a terrifying aura, revealing a fissure through which a ray of sunlight streamed, illuminating a scene where two colossal serpents collided with the guardian of the Soul Palace. Waves of comments flooded the screen, creating a lively atmosphere in the entire live stream. Meanwhile, several astute reporters on site noted a peculiar absence. Mubai, the president of the Zenith Star Company, had not made an appearance. Having previously clashed with Yin Jun, he harbored deep impressions of the Xianbei cavalry's might, and thus voiced his greatest concern to Lu Yu. Ling Tian, activate your protective energy immediately, then unleash the thousand-change insect. This creature can disperse and infiltrate a person's body, devouring their vital energy. And Dan Tian, concerned for Ling Tian's safety, Xiao Xin shouted loudly. Even contemplating rushing to assist him, the leader of the timing sect, Zhu Long, swiftly obstructed Xiao Xian's path. Beside him stood two formidable men, clad in suits and sunglasses, emanating a faint aura of martial prowess. The envoy need not stand on ceremony, Wei Shuo remarked courteously, indicating that Xia Zhou had no intention of engaging in hostilities with Tu Guhan for the time being. The two, upon witnessing such a miraculous scene, became increasingly convinced that Ling Tian was indeed the remarkable figure sought by the Nangong and Sidu families. In the midst of astonished gazes from the crowd, an ethereal blood arrow manifested within the desolate room. An extraordinary spectacle that evoked a chorus of gasps. That it was evident to all present that the venerable immortal had unleashed his might, successfully vanquishing the millennium-old fox demon. Indeed, blood had been drawn. Envisioned were two colossal pythons, their girth exceeding that of a barrel, capable of emitting searing flames, not genuine fire, but an illusion crafted through sorcery, which, while unlikely to inflict real burns, could nonetheless leave an individual incapacitated from the pain. Chapter 63. Let us wait and see. Before long, Elder Fu arrived, accompanied by Tang Xinjia. Elder Fu, clutching his chest, approached Zhang Ling. Upon seeing Elder Fu, tears streamed down Zhang Ling's face, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Godfather, this fellow is utterly unreasonable. A glimmer of light flickered beneath her amber-hued eyes. Cheng Zihua said nothing, silently rising to tidy the table. That it appeared they had stumbled upon an ideal solution, and with a sense of relief, the sisters exchanged a knowing smile. Yet their joy was short-lived, as both their phones chimed in unison, one high and one low, resembling a duet. Cheng Pu's short sword flew forth, once again detaching like the previous crude blade, soaring far away and plummeting into the depths of the river. Liang Shantang, perplexed, observed as a nearby busybody handed the ghostly messenger some paper money, only to learn that it was a modernization effort to keep pace with the tide of global integration. 50 years ago, the underworld had begun its expansion, establishing the 11th to 13th Hall specifically to manage the souls of overseas and European American origins. Grandma, could you help me restore my phone signal? I've been out of touch with my friends for far too long. Chu Qingxue spoke in a subdued tone, her eyes filled with yearning. Upon his return to Ji Min's room, Li Shangshan found 4 or 5 police officers at the door, while 3 or 4 others escorted the wailing ruffians outside. Meanwhile, Jin Pongzi and his companions had arrived at Ji Min's side before Li Shangshan could intervene. That it wants to sleep, despite keeping its eyes partially open. It refused to fully close them for an extended period. Perhaps the effects of alcohol were surging again. Lu Rui's cheeks flushed crimson, a few disheveled strands of hair clinging to her skin. Hearing Ning Qi's words, she struggled to open the car door. Upon hearing Yan Zuqiu call the 2 girls Qing Ming and Qing Yu, he immediately discerned their identities. Nonsense. Am I not worthy of your sister? The moment these words escaped his lips, even the 3rd prince felt a pang of regret. The mastermind behind it all must be uncovered this summer. Hence, upon discovering Wang Zhongkai, a trap was meticulously laid. The Xiang concubine cannot be killed, the emperor lamented, closing his eyes in anguish. Dafeng, do you still not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Among these paths, some possessed better territories, while others were somewhat inferior. Some maintained closer ties to the royal family of Shenwei, while others were more distanced, and some were less scrupulous with the royalty. There are bugs, there are bugs, there are so many bugs in the blanket. Yun Jingshu exclaimed in terror, pointing at the blanket on the floor. Everything unfolded as if it were destined. Both individuals simultaneously embraced one another tightly. She rose onto her tiptoes and, with trembling lips, initiated a kiss upon his soft and plump ones. Jin Tang, for the first time in his life, uttered such words, not from a lack of desire to speak, but rather from the absence of a suitable confidant. From this moment forth, in order to safeguard herself and those around her, she must first cultivate her own strength, and the sole means to achieve this presently lies in appeasing him. Lu Yuanji, upon witnessing Du Rulin's tear-streaked face, felt a surge of panic within, hastily summoning Cui Shi and Cui Yu to attend to her, while he strode purposefully towards Yurutang. The Yinshan lady, returned the princess. Of course, awaiting the Duke of Chu's decree, agreeing to negotiate with her thereafter. Only after a chorus of affirmations from the assembly did they take their seats, each one observing the decorum with utmost stillness. Eyes fixed in contemplation. This atmosphere, steeped in the murderous intent forged through countless slaughters, now unleashed, instilled a paralyzing fear in the inexperienced around them, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 64. Surrender. Old Fu had traversed nearly all the major hospitals in Jiangzhou. Yet the examination results remained unchanged. His health was impeccable, devoid of any ailments. Damn it. Could it be that only Chen Fan could save him? Old Fu clutched his chest, feeling his breath grow increasingly labored. Godfather, the hospitals cannot discern your condition. What shall we do? Moreover, the highest tier spiritual energy privilege not only permitted the use of spiritual energy within the Blackstone's influence, but also allowed for the mobilization of a portion of the Blackstone's polar forces to amplify spiritual energy. The intensity of the lion's roar compelled the audience to cover their ears, lest they be rendered incapacitated by the sheer volume. Adam, upon listening, realized that Grot's brother was not a cruel and bloodthirsty individual. In stark contrast, he was a genuinely good man, a brotherly and paternal figure who would always extend a helping hand to others. The chieftain remained oblivious to much. He did not know that the being who had vanquished their fears, a Moritz and Alliance modified warrior, was known as the Imperial Guard. For those who had languished too long in ignorance and darkness after humanity's descent into despair, the golden-armored giant before them was no mere creation of genetic science, but a divine emissary. The two leaned in to observe, witnessing a rotund man being restrained on the ground by several individuals clad in leather, their red hair a stark contrast to their brutish demeanor. Jiang Fu smirked coldly and pushed the door open, his gaze flitting over Li Yun'er with keen interest. Just a shooting star. The commander patted his aide on the chest, then lowered his head to continue his design work. Qi Pingyan quietly approached Chen Imo, overhearing the salesperson promoting a tie that, while not exorbitantly priced, was still astonishing. However, the Heavenly Emperor offered no further explanation, maintaining his pace until he reached the front gate of the Yun residence. Shen Yu had long been waiting there, accompanied by the butler Yun Feng, who wore a demeanor of utmost deference that I promptly opened the system prompt. The benevolent Grim Reaper employed the terrain magic mud, altering the battlefield and reducing speed by 80. The duration was determined by the benevolent Grim Reaper's abilities. The saints, while in the sacred domain, typically did not don their sacred armors, including the golden saints. Thus, when Ace embraced Chen Fan, he felt an exhilarating softness rather than the harshness of armor. In that moment, I was consumed by envy, jealousy, and resentment, wishing I had seized the opportunity without restraint instead of holding back. In an unguarded moment, Huanzhun overheard a casual conversation among the officials of the Ministry of War regarding this individual, stirring something within his heart. That very evening, he prepared a gift and set off to visit the Fan family's guest residence. Upon reflecting on this, Shen Yu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He could never quite shake off his thoughts concerning Chu Xiu. He grappled with feelings of frustration and anxiety. A waft of smoke from burning firewood slowly drifted in from outside the tent, indicating that the soldiers were setting up a barbecue. No need for that. Everyone is quite busy. We'll take our leave, Qin Feng remarked, not even casting a glance at Meng Zhe and his wife. As he dragged Yushi's suitcase with one hand and held her hand with the other, Making their way to the parking lot, Wanggu Qingsong, Lin Feiyu expressed a look of bewilderment. He recalled having sampled the seeds of that very pine tree. Chapter 65. Chen Fan's discretion. This old Fu appeared to be in a considerable quandary. The Misty Rain Tower restaurant was an upscale establishment, earning him over $1 million each month, and even if sold, it would be worth no less than $100 million. To transfer it to Chen Fan was akin to carving out a piece of his flesh. Old Fu, as Feng Jiu, standing nearby, seemed somewhat agitated but was silenced by a glare from Ji Ling. Resigning to close her mouth in disappointment, Zhou Quan relished these moments. His precious son enjoyed this process immensely, and the father-son duo surely reveled in their time together. Masterful, Lin Feng had a fleeting thought. Realizing that the other party could subdue him to the point of being unable to lift his head, thus they were undoubtedly not an ordinary criminal. An ordinary criminal lacked such prowess. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fei felt an unexpected surge of joy, instinctively rushing towards Xiao Xiao with a face full of surprise. In Nanjingzhou, those who did not aspire to be righteous practitioners likely harbored issues. Which is why Sun Yi included the recent achievement of attaining a golden Dan in his response, after spending a considerable sum in the town of Knights, and upgrading nearly 50 skill levels. Old Cat's character level rose 2 ranks, reaching level 24. She clenched her fists tightly, intending to poison them, then escaped to a secluded area to access her space, following her original plan of chanting spells. Human beings are inherently individual, which has rendered sharing a virtue. Consider how intolerable it is to bear even the remnants of food stuck between one's teeth. That discomfort makes one yearn to extract it every moment. Even more so when one has a surgical knife inserted within. Zhou Quan and Chen Xian both had little work, affording them ample time. Caring for children posed no significant challenge for them. This was because she had infused her weapon with lightning chakra, rendering your nerves numb and immobile. Atop the city walls, in the empty main hall, only Situ Yusin and Zai remained, while everyone else had followed Dongfang Qingyu out to battle. As for the third scenario, the likelihood seemed minimal. Why would the other party trouble an inconsequential individual like him? Moreover, did the L and Huang families have nothing better to do than provoke the Qingfeng sect? Reflecting on this, Bai Gang found a piece of rag to stuff into the monster's mouth to prevent it from biting its tongue in despair. The questions he had just posed now seemed utterly foolish. Likening himself to an inexperienced yet world-weary infant, he preferred to characterize his current self in such a manner. After another 2 minutes, the chilling screams abruptly ceased, and the door behind them was pulled open by Xiao Shiyu, who appeared remarkably composed and considerably more at ease, as if she had merely engaged in a light-hearted exercise to relieve her mood. Initially, Zhang Wuji harbored reservations and hesitated to unleash his true abilities, resulting in him being soundly defeated by Wei Bai. Ultimately, spurred on by the taunts of 2 young women, he finally resorted to his genuine skills and decisively bested Wei Bai, yet was subsequently subjected to a merciless onslaught from the 2 women, leaving him cowering on the ground, unwilling to retaliate. Despite the prolonged skirmish, vanquishing a mere 200 was far from sufficient. Ling Huan, do you possess any effective strategies? Inquired Su Gioxia.in 1957. Audrey purchased a residence on the slopes of Mount Bergen by Lake Lucerne, retreating there whenever she was not filming. Change clothes? Upon hearing this phrase, Wei Su's eyes widened, his heart racing with excitement, revealing his unabashed, lecherous nature. Chapter 66. The dog that bullies its master. Excuse me. Esteemed guests, please halt. The waiter interjected, blocking their path. What is it? Are we not allowed entry? Song Mingxian replied irritably. We are here to dine. Wang Chuanxiu echoed her displeasure. We are patrons, after all. The black and azure tornadoes had merged into one, and Zhang Li shattered the 6 formidable teeth of the black shark guarding the island, while his azure robe lay in tatters, revealing the azure dragon armor beneath. Yan Poyu seized the water jug, tilted his head back, and took a hearty swig before slinging the jug over his shoulder. Tea that moment, Tang Xiaoxiang leaped into the air, executing a graceful roll as if he were an arrow in flight. The dragon god within the clouds of merit witnessed Zhang Li and appeared directly before him, merging with Zhang Li's primordial spirit, resulting in an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. The ancient wood elder, the venerable ancient wood. Long Chun immediately recalled the founder of 7-Star Ridge, recognizing that the Void Array and the Life and Death Array were his creations. So, was the Demon Mountain also established by him? Long Chun surmised with growing excitement. Moreover, his claims were indeed factual. His cultivation methods were distinctively unique, verging on unparalleled, with each transformation being utterly unpredictable To Xiaoling, unable to withstand his determination, Shui Xian grasped the rope tightly and began to ascend gradually. The two individuals at the cave's entrance felt the rope bearing weight, understanding that Shui Xian was now atop the tree rope, and they both exerted force to pull the rope taut. If such a person could not command the Black Wolf, then the Black Wolf would surely face disbandment. Upon meeting, it became evident that Ning Hai lacked any air of superiority associated with high status and was genuinely devoted to the welfare of the Black Wolf, leading to his immediate acknowledgement. As the meeting was brief, primarily intended for introductions, the middle-aged man in purple robes, the one in blue robes, and 200 golden core cultivators surged menacingly toward He Wui, accompanied by 500 golden core cultivators from the Black Bat and He Xiun. Before them loomed an ice-blue star, enveloped in a white aura, radiating a brilliant light. In the mundane world, Yi Fan could have easily disregarded such matters, buying any parcel of land he desired. Moments later, a young cultivator clad in fine brocade soared from a distance, hovering before the vast net. As for the watchmate of Alum, it has faded into obscurity with his passing. While the allure of ancient customs has subtly intensified, presently, the Wanhua continent stands as a flourishing realm of the celestial world, not solely due to its breathtaking scenery, but also because it is home to the formidable sect known as Tianxiangmen. An hour later, Fu abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He had fully regained his strength. His wise gaze turned towards Luomin, a smile illuminating his face. Yunyi was elated. Having long desired to capture a couple of majestic eagles, and now that ambition had materialized, a little risk was hardly a substantial concern. Watching the veteran soldiers successfully ensnare the remaining two eagles, Yunyi was nearly propelled into a joyous leap. Very well. I shall not be coy. I will keep them for now. Do not lose hope, for I believe there will come a day when you too shall make use of them. Fu Yu earnestly stated. The young dragon emperor stood upon the war chariot, surrounded by an infinite radiance of golden light, as 9 battle souls transformed into streams of luminescence, merging into his being, causing his form to swell to an astonishing height of 100 zhang, his aura surging rapidly. Chapter 67. The new boss Song Mingxian and Wang Chuanqiu's expressions instantly soured. How could Chen Fan be encountered in every conceivable place? What ill fortune, Chen Fan, what brings you here as well? Song Mingxian regarded Chen Fan with evident disdain. Chen Fan responded coolly, if you are able to be here, why should I not be? Jing Xiu slightly furrowed her brows, almost certain that Jiang Linger had deliberately allowed everyone to overhear. Why not articulate it sooner? Instead, she had to weave a convoluted narrative of trivial matters. Elder Wu expressed his displeasure, having clearly understood Mu Jingyun's words this time. Yun Heng sighed and stepped forward, approaching Su Jinyu. But before he could close the distance, Su Yong had already blocked his path. She seldom adorned herself in such a manner, making her current beauty distinctly different from her usual allure. In the face of uncertainty regarding the identity and background of the elder, neither side dared to offend him. Thus they all turned their gazes towards Mu Jingyun, seemingly awaiting his command. Warm currents of spiritual energy gently flowed into Xiao Zi's various organs and soul veins. Even with Sister Ting's diligent service to the Empress, there was no guarantee that the Empress would reciprocate her efforts. Pin let out a soft sigh. Kai Jun, you must be cautious. Dongfang spoke suddenly as he departed from Wang Caijuan's chamber. Such a meticulous and rigorous plan, orchestrated entirely in secrecy without any flaws. How could she possibly perceive it? Although she did not name anyone explicitly, it was evident to all whom she referred to, as her gaze had been fixed on Mu Luoying from the outset. What a stunning scene it was. Everyone seemed to step into this earthly paradise, relishing a moment of leisure and comfort. After a few simple alterations, the attire transformed entirely, shedding its previous artifice to become sweet and fresh, fashionable yet unpretentious. More importantly, it accentuated Bai Tian's slender figure to perfection. Bai Yunhao positioned himself beside Xia Zishuan, ready to witness the unfolding drama. For each time he observed Su Yuan's confident demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to hurl a boot at her face. The young master sincerely hopes that the esteemed elder will candidly reveal whether the Empress Dowager truly harbors murderous intent solely because of the tainted tea that sullied her phoenix robe. The ulterior motives of Hengqing are glaringly apparent. How could Dongfang Huarong possibly resort to such ruthless measures? The moonlight and illumination do little to enliven her beauty, which now seems somewhat dulled. Ignoring counsel and resolutely treading a path to ruin, whom can she blame? Yet, the matriarch of the Chong family did not deter her. Firstly, her manner of speaking has always been thus, and secondly, being with child. The matriarch is too delighted to wish her any ill. The bald foreign man, hesitant to leap from the precipice, does not lack the confidence of survival, but rather suffers from the grievous affliction caused by the two vermin within him. If he does not expel them while the medicinal effects still linger, his demise is inevitable. As for side effects, even after consuming such an abundance of the crimson fruits, Dai Dong has yet to experience any discomfort. If one were to insist on adverse effects, perhaps it is merely that his appetite has increased, finding every morsel delectable. Even the celery he once loathed now seems delightful. Chapter 68. Fate. Upon uttering those words, the entire assembly fell into silence. The expressions on Song Qingyan and the others' faces were filled with disbelief. They even questioned whether they had misheard. Could Chen Fan truly be the new proprietor of the Misty Rain Pavilion? The manager appeared utterly bewildered. He is the new owner of the Misty Rain Pavilion? Indeed, Fu Lao. The furry creature had been concealed within by Ling's sleeve for 2 hours, and upon hearing that coarse voice again, it dared not make a sound. Only after the Wolf King departed did it cautiously peek out to survey its surroundings. During my imprisonment, the mountain tyrant took good care of me. Now, entrusting this task to him gives me peace of mind. At this moment, Bai Ling's mind was calculating meticulously. Qin Feng chuckled lightly as 3 doppelgangers materialized around him, 8 hands simultaneously absorbing the spiritual essence that I shall feed you. Chu Tianza, lacking in patience, forcefully shoved the spoon toward her lips, one hand pressing against the back of her head as if to compel her to swallow, ultimately rising to exert even greater force. Zhang Yunjing may indeed have seduced a man, that one being the president of the O Group, a man far more formidable than their own Mr. Yi. Why did I not show more concern for that Navi youth back then? Why did I only perceive his plumpness and fail to notice his frail health? Juju observed him gazing at her in silence, wishing fervently to burrow into the ground. Yet she knew that if she did not broach this topic, she would never have the chance to marry Wei Sun in her lifetime. Who, precisely, are you? When one felt a flicker of regret for having made that call, she remained uncertain of what the future might hold, only sensing a tinge of fear emanating from the man before her. In that fleeting moment, he had already become a public figure within the company, with discussions proliferating, spreading like wildfire from one person to another. Amidst the white mist, the city of Awa lowered its flags. The gates swung wide, and 100 Burmese officials emerged, bare-chested and handcuffed, bearing thorns. Very well, it is settled. Qin Ri and others nodded in agreement, recognizing that the current situation only allowed for this particular course of action. And moreover, the benevolent Emperor Rini seemed indifferent to the presence of various factions. Such magnanimity was beyond their own capabilities. Rest assured, Linger, just wait and see. A splendid performance is about to unfold. Long Wuming consoled his wife. Suddenly, a rift in space opened before the divine figures, from which emerged 2 young men. Just when I was lamenting the lack of company for dinner, Mitsuko Rinko remarked with a smile upon hearing Li Tian's words. The language of humor, in its more refined form, appeared to be my weak point, offering ample opportunities for learning at this moment. Lin Laiswell was entirely overshadowed by Lena's presence. Ptolemy could not recognize him at all. The dark dragon's elemental force was far from gentle. Upon entering that individual's body, it commenced a path of destruction. In the middle of the stone bridge stood 6 watch pillars, distinct from the innumerable piers lining the sides. Only these 6 pillars were adorned with intricately carved dragon heads, peering down from above, bestowing upon the bridge an aura of vitality that a poor man, even if he devoted merely an hour daily to practicing calligraphy, or spared 2 hours to peruse discarded newspapers, would, after a decade of perseverance, cultivate remarkable refinement and profound depth. Although Fang Yichen acknowledged this, the orders given were clearly for them to engage in collaborative combat. Jia Yinfeng had initially regained his family's favor by placing his trust in Chen Ping. What would transpire this time? Chapter 69. The abundance of fools. When Tang Xinjia spoke these words, a sense of bitterness washed over her. There had never been any fate between her and him. Chen Fan let out a cold laugh. Well, one Su Xiaobai has left, and now another childhood friend named Guziyu arrives. Guziyu? Hong Yi's fists suddenly clenched tightly. Although he feared his father, he was also heavily influenced by Hong Run, and in moments of fury, he had a propensity for violence. The luxury aboard the cruise ship was unparalleled. Every room was adorned in opulence, featuring swimming pools, card games, massages, saunas, performances, and even indoor racing. an array of entertainment options that came at a steep price, making it inaccessible to the average person. Upon witnessing this, Situ Mo gestured to his followers with a bow and arrow signal and promptly proceeded toward the narrow passage. The tranquil surface of the water, seemingly influenced by tidal forces, began to ripple. Waves spread outward in concentric circles, and bubbles from the depths emerged like boiling water. Regrettably, when the military dagger was merely centimeters from its target, Nanti's right wrist was seized by a powerful hand emerging from beneath his armpit. Despite his utmost effort to thrust forward, he could not penetrate even a fraction. The metallic exoskeleton on his right arm emitted a series of cracking sounds, sparks flying from the shoulder, nearing the brink of collapse. Not to mention, the significant investment brought in by Yun Da's assistant for Bazho had generated numerous employment opportunities. Jiang Tian ceased further discussion, producing a teleportation ring to hand to Liu Xin. Suppressing his aura as he stealthily advanced, it is worth noting that he had spent 5 years refining his body to the 9th level, a feat that marked him as a rare martial talent. To speak frankly, Xiling Tian is currently uncertain of the extent of his own combat prowess, harboring a sense of doubt within. Despite his formidable strength, the soldiers of the ironclad army have indeed lived up to everyone's expectations. Under the leadership of Lu Wancheng, who stands at nearly 2 meters tall, the soldiers, each over 1.8 meters, advanced through the ranks of their comrades towards the forefront. Let us take a respite today. The weather outside seems quite uninviting, but at dawn tomorrow, we shall set forth to Luohai City. Lin Liang said pensively as the conversation progressed. Zhao Qingyun's tone grew increasingly ominous. Given his severe injuries, lingering here was not advisable. Did one not notice the Blood King beside them, barely containing his murderous intent? Moreover, in the depths of the 9 domains, there lurked an ultimate cosmic beast, unaffected by the passage of time. Hua Wu pouted. Yet her eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. She gestured to the others and was the first to rise from the underbrush, leaning on her waist and limping toward the guards that a massive shrimp claw was cleaved open. And spiritual energy wafted out with the stroke of the ghostly blade, infusing the entire 4-symbol city with ethereal power. Lin Wei effortlessly lifted each of the heavy stone stumps. Yet after placing down a 100-kilogram stump, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. With a rippling sound, 3 enormous wings unfurled from Mosen's back, catching the wind dramatically. "Damn it! Are you incapable of understanding human speech?" the rotund proprietor exclaimed, attempting to shove the dark-skinned man, still as striking as before. "My purple hue remains unchanged, perfectly under control." Ji Yin expressed her satisfaction with her violet hair, which appeared both mysterious and enchanting. Chapter 70. Heartache. "Not too shabby," Song Qingyan smiled. "The company is flourishing, and we've even collaborated with the Chun family in Longdu. Though it pales in comparison to your accomplishments, that I'm just mediocre." She replied modestly that Ji Yuzu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "Qingyan, actually, Zhao Zhun deliberately postponed the timeline by 2 days. An overly lengthy delay would raise suspicion, while a brief interval would seem contrived and artificial. The question remained, how to effect the rescue? Should it be conducted openly in plain view, or covertly, waiting to extract a breath after being buried? Brother Chun, are you jesting? I asked you to summon the Celestial Master, and instead you brought me 2 of your disciples." Mr. Hao pressed as they boarded the ship. All disciples of Xiantian's sect embarked, beating the drums in fervor. Witnessing such a scene, Changfeng harbored no doubts any longer. He could no longer afford to gather resources and, while issuing commands, soared toward the flagship. "What old Master Qian said is true, that you shall not succeed." Chen Bupo glared fiercely at the cloaked figure. Although the 4 masters had their own motives, they exerted every effort in their assault on Yi Qingyun, particularly Yi Tianhan, whose celestial essence coalesced into the bright sun flame, proving effective against the ghostly arts. Even the formidable Yi Qingyun found himself beleaguered and unexpectedly sustained a grievous injury. Song Yun, observing Lin Yu's departing silhouette, suddenly felt a pang of sorrow, as if her heart had ached multiple times. After a day's passage, Chun and Yi Jifeng had essentially entered the territory of SX, and they could increasingly sense the proximity of that ominous aura. Although it was merely superficial and transient, at least prior to the invasion of the Demon Clan, no faction dared to engage in internal strife or challenge the very survival of the human race. The 3 major foreign clans refrained, and even the once mighty Shanghai Kingdom, now Jin State, dared not provoke conflict. The newly established Shanghai Alliance, led by Shanghai, similarly held back. The final strike would be the most challenging to execute. Once unleashed, Yi Tianhao's meridians would undoubtedly shatter. Yet, this strike, once delivered, would surely usher in an unprecedented upheaval, unmatched by any. Just moments ago, during the skirmish, my master discreetly handed me a map. Look, it indicates a location at the southern peak of Tianmong Mountain. Could it be that my master intends for us to journey there? As Wei Xiao presented the map to Shun Hei, as Li stepped into Lian City, he felt four powerful auras sweep over him. Fortunately, he refrained from recklessly revealing his true essence. Otherwise, he would have been caught red-handed. She smiled, then turned to exit the kitchen, while Su Chun regarded her triumphant demeanor with an increasingly somber gaze. Darling, do you know, these years of wandering have been more than enough. I've longed for a home, one that truly belongs to me. Today, that wish has finally come true. I am utterly elated. Hongmeier opened another bottle. In the memory of the wretched dragon, the Dark Lord of the Demon Realm was a man of extraordinary cruelty and malevolence, cold and bloodthirsty, seldom speaking. Wherever he tread, rivers of blood flowed, and corpses lay scattered. Second young master is indeed correct. However, there is one matter I believe he should comprehend, spoke Su Yu, the strategist of Yuan Shao. The one who created him seeks to pass judgment on his life. To the ends of the earth, where could he possibly escape? Fifth master nodded without further comment, merely advising old Zhang to remain vigilant toward the actions of the foolish one, ensuring his safety. Additionally, he suggested that the foolish one consume more yang-rich foods to bolster his health, and to spend more time basking in the sun. The fire Qingyan let out a low roar, nodded its head, and then pointed a hoof toward the stone door of the tomb. Chapter 71. No longer attached, Chen Fan stared intently at Song Qingyan, his eyes brimming with fury. 5 years of marriage had left them devoid of any trust. Song Qingyan bit her lip. What do you possess that merits my trust? Fine, I understand. Chen Fan suppressed the frustration boiling within him. This man is utterly terrifying. The pressure he exuded made one feel an overwhelming urge to kneel in submission. A sensation that rendered one breathless. Lin Guyu abruptly seized Qi Hang's clothing, moving to the side, and without hesitation, used scissors to cut open Qi Hang's pants. Instead of directly asking whether she had feelings for him, she prepared to acknowledge, through another means, the undeniable truth of being desired. Ban Yu was taken aback, his expression darkening. How could Hua Junxian be on the verge of breaking off the engagement? What unforeseen circumstances had arisen? As Qingrong entered, she beheld Shunbai's back turned to her, and Yizi facing her, albeit obscured by Shunbai. The long-absent Yan Hua returned, accompanied by the 3 elderly members of the final review committee, along with Yu Chenxian, who burst in once more. Surrounding them, the individuals trapped on the road widened their eyes in disbelief as they beheld the miraculous vehicle. The assistant escorted her to the most opulent restaurant in City A, where, guided by the waiter, they entered a lavish private room. Lin Guyu glanced at the wine on the table and hurriedly poured it out, intending to assist Su Liang in cleansing his wounds. Moreover, the impact of the floating sword was far from trivial. Zhang Yuechu was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Over time, the prolonged presence of the main forces at the front would prove advantageous. Yet Liao Fan harbored concerns for their paratroopers. It was crucial to recognize that once the airborne troops parachuted behind enemy lines, they would be devoid of support and supplies. One could hardly expect them to endure for a year, let alone a mere month. In the Sea of Ling, while true energy was utterly unusable and even mental fortitude faced certain constraints, one aspect remained potent: the strength of the physical body. The greater the corporeal power, the lesser the suppression from the realm of the undead. Birds soared amidst the verdant trees, while beasts roamed through the depths of thorns. The sheer cliffs, steep slopes, and gorges showcased nature's artistry in all its grandeur. Wukong fixed his gaze, observing that although this robber appeared exceedingly fierce, he was not the burly man he sought. Thus, feeling a hint of disappointment, he instinctively unleashed his pent-up wrath upon the robber before him. What do you have to fear? Yi Huan squinted slightly, his eyes brimming with a teasing glint. Lin Meiwan gazed upon the newly constructed brick house with disdain, remarking, "Your lives have become increasingly comfortable." Being a martial artist, Lin Meiwan could discern clearly even in the pitch darkness. "Hey, over there are all spirits." Upon hearing Zhao Qian's assertion, Qinya Yinghua expressed his incomprehension, recalling how they used to avoid spirits at all costs. The Yoshino Brigade requested to pursue the fleeing Chinese troops that a brigade leader under Shenmu sought permission. While Kimura was a captain of the Yoshino Brigade, Assigning such a task to anyone was a cumbersome affair. Although the commander would not voice it, he surely would not be pleased, as such matters entailed not only combat but also diplomacy and politics, making them anything but simple. Watching Lin Xinya's distant figure fade away, Shi Zhenglin felt a sudden unease rise within him. Why did he sense that Lin Xinya would not return? During the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, jade artifacts transformed from divine jade into ceremonial jade, believed to bridge the realms of heaven and earth, deities, and ancestors. During sacrifices, there existed a tradition of 6 vessels: the azure disk to honor heaven, the yellow tsong for the earth, the green gui for the east, the red zhang for the south, the white hu for the west, and the black huang for the north. Chapter 72. Taking action. Chen Fan, it seems I will require your assistance once more, Tang Xinjia said apologetically. Her gaze fixed on him. It's no trouble, Chen Fan replied. I have some unfinished business with Su Wenxiang as well. This opportunity is quite timely. The account from the Crystal Tower involving the dual black and white forces needs to be settled properly. For an extended period, Yu Wuxia had remained an indelible thorn in her heart, neither sharp nor resilient, impervious to harm, yet ethereal and elusive, forever out of reach. It did not inflict pain, yet it was profoundly wearisome. Yet, the mere recollection of the slap she received from Yunxian last night caused a sudden transformation of the blush on her face into a flush of indignation, with her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yunxian. Her lips gently pressed together as if she were silently uttering something. What puzzled Yunxian was that Inu not only refrained from leaving the office but also followed him in silence, leaving him utterly bemused. The sudden pursuit by that formidable figure could significantly cast doubt on Lin Yu's identity. Is it not possible that this is a fabrication of artificial intelligence? Observing such a scene, Ti Chong found it utterly impossible to associate it with the apocalypse, for in the eyes of those living in the end times, all of this signified paradise. Eventually, the Research Institute underwent reforms, gradually favoring meritocracy, which led to improvements. But the research department of the securities company had nearly devolved into a place for idling away time. However, before the three could incapacitate the scarred man, a shadow suddenly darted past them, followed by a series of muffled thuds. Master Wu, these 2 individuals belong to your Wu family. Surely you would not condone their reckless behavior, Lin Yu remarked, casting a glance at Wu Tianhao. After narrowly escaping from over 1,000 Western malevolent entities, just as they managed to catch their breath, they found themselves plunged headlong into the lair of spirit beasts. In that instant, Li Tian felt as though he had jumped into the Yellow River. A feeling of hopelessness washing over him. Untie the bell. One must be the one who tied it. Thus, Li Tian shifted his pleading gaze towards Li War, with all 3 engines running at full power. No one could have anticipated that such a colossal warship could maneuver so gracefully through the asteroid belt. Within mere minutes, he had already executed a turnaround, presenting its vast rear towards the explosive, as if to demonstrate against Wahid. Upon hearing Li Qir's words, not only did Li Tian burst into laughter, but Li Qiner too couldn't help but join in the merriment, with an amiable demeanor. Gu Zhao seemed to have no intention of probing further. Yet, no one could truly ascertain the thoughts lurking in a leader's mind. Feng Jidong understood that just because a leader remained silent did not mean they would refrain from action. I will inquire with old Master Wei and see if there are any Huanglong ginseng suitable for concocting Huanglong pills, Li Ming said, making his way towards Wei Zikong's residence. This scene also captured the attention of Ling Huyu, who was engaged in a scuffle with 2 burly men. However, Ling Huyu's expression was not as astonished as the others. She merely paused momentarily, her brow slightly furrowing. Ling Huyu cast a glance at Li Tian, her gaze imbued with a similar sentiment. Li Tian knocked on the door, yet after a considerable pause, no one came to answer. Furrowing his brow slightly, he knocked again, this time with more urgency, yet still no one responded. Jianzi, do not speak just yet. It is I who have wronged you, for my protection has been insufficient, Li Ming lamented. Given that Li Qie claimed she bore no ill will towards Li Tian, he was certain that someone else must have provoked her. Otherwise, why would she be in such a foul mood? Why did her expression remain so grim? However, after pondering for a moment, Li Tian could not fathom who could have angered Li Qir to such an extent. Chapter 73. With such limited skills, Su Wenxiang reacted swiftly, raising his golf club to block the fierce pounce of the wolf. Crack! As the wolf struck, the golf club splintered into 2, and Su Wenxiang took the opportunity to retreat a couple of steps. Miss Tang, your subordinate possesses remarkable skills, Su Wenxiang smiled faintly. One must first kindle their own fire before melting the icy cold. One born of chill must encounter thunderous flames to extinguish that cold. Yet the icy form remains unscathed, attaining the essence of true fire. However, due to his own misstep, the entire backlash of this seal has been unleashed, rendering Li Yi's attempts to breach the seal utterly impossible in such dire circumstances. Could it be that his hospitalization has unexpectedly awakened Pan Rue's sympathy, prompting a change of heart? In a just world of martial arts, competition rests solely on strength. The might in the martial realm encompasses not only power and influence, but also intellect and economic prowess, forming a composite capability for competition. When Li Yi shared his discovery and thoughts with Wolf and Tony, Wolf echoed similar sentiments. Yet, even when these individuals convened for discussion, they ultimately failed to reach a satisfactory conclusion, leaving matters unresolved. Suddenly, Mu Xiaodian heard a series of familiar shouts. Following that, he felt a slight tremor of consciousness. Elder Lu, do not stoop to his level. Ouyang Zhen is simply of that temperament, Qin Xiaodian remarked with a smile. Regarding Princess Mo Shui, the royal guards dared not act recklessly. However, Lin Yi and Wang Ling were not of royal blood, and since the Grand Master had issued an order, they would be taken. Dozens of royal guards surrounded Lin Yi and Wang Ling with their swords drawn. Wang Ling let out a cold snort, then swiftly brandished her sword, pointing it directly at Su Zhen's position. Mom, I miss you. Gu Fengchuan's consciousness gradually returned. Yet, this longing continued to occupy his mind. In this world, there are no ifs. She pushed him away, saying, observing the wounded expression on Yu Feng's face, her hands tightly clasped. Concealing her emotions, Su Ruoqi stepped back a few paces, her heart aching at Wu Tian's concerned expression. She then grew anxious, pondering how to convey their plans to Huang Shan before their healing could conclude. They had only a fleeting moment. The hour had arrived. Elder Jiang had already arranged a vegetarian feast to host Yigayan As for Elder Lei. A messenger was dispatched with 2 jars of fine wine. Since early March, Emperor Wanli had been absent from court with increasing frequency, citing health issues. The ministers recognized this as the emperor's subtle pressure, causing them to hesitate and evade taking sides. Then I shall request the king to impose the maximum penalty upon you. Chu Xiao, unable to counter him, resorted to childish antics. The silky, delicate sensation surged from Yin Yi's palm swiftly up her arm, electrifying her senses and culminating in a gentle sigh. So smooth, so slick, so comfortable. The soft touch melted her heart. Chu Xiao fixated on the 2 pairs of chopsticks and bowls on the table. The sight of such ordinary utensils in front of her felt remarkably foreign. What is this? She inquired. Thus, in each tent, a multitude of colors flickered. Meanwhile, Wuhan and Wushang utilized the fused pearl to heal the gravely injured. After merging, the pearl's spiritual energy had notably strengthened, enhancing its healing efficacy. Those benefiting from it marveled at its wonders. Chapter 74. Ambush. Surroundings lay in utter silence. Not a soul spoke. One could distinctly hear the breath of each individual. The wolf stood agape, convinced he must be hallucinating. Just moments ago, Lord Jiao had vanquished him with a mere punch, and without exerting his full strength. Yet, before Chen Fan, he was reduced to a state reminiscent of a beaten dog. This was still a result of Tang Xinjia's intervention. The Huahai Municipal Committee comprises a total of 13 standing committee members. Aside from Qingyan, there are also 2 deputy mayors from the municipal government who hold positions on the committee, the executive mayor Zheng Aihua and the deputy mayor Peng Weigua. At this moment, 2 armed police units, previously overlooked, had been secretly mobilized by the Vietnamese military to the border between Vietnam and Cambodia, coming into the public's view. Nations worldwide, attentive to the events in the Vietnamese region, were acutely aware that Vietnam's military engagement in Cambodia was unchangeable and imminent. Should fortune favor him, he might directly assume the role of a county chief. Of course, this would require backing from influential forces. After all, his exceptional appointment to a county position had already left many astonished. However, if he could untangle this predicament and Yinjin was able to assist him with peace of mind, he could leverage Yinjin's numerous advantages to solidify his position, yielding substantial benefits. Xiaoming Xue called again today, still urging me to assist him in Mingyang. Chen Tongdao remarked to Dai Xian and Chen Mingluo, can traditional Chinese medicine truly extricate itself from the shadow of Western medicine, achieving parity in the global medical arena? Carlos Boozer serves as the linchpin for the Bulls' offensive prowess and rebounding. Yet he faces off against the league's elite big man, Dwight Howard. Yao Yong plays his cards exceptionally well. Currently, the CC attack is nearly unsolvable if the Green Alliance refrains from intervening. The other two factions would remain incapacitated, with predictable outcomes. Chieftain, this is for all the people of southern Leyden. Even in the face of impending death, Sowak vehemently defended himself. Song Yang's complexion turned pale, leaving him speechless. 800,000 was already his limit. Now, with over 1 million at stake, what could he possibly contest? What has transpired? Just as he pondered this question, Han Fula's voice resonated behind him. Among the notable figures in Baozhou, there was a male actor who had risen to prominence in recent years. Had he not seen his promotional poster, Li Shuyuan might have entirely forgotten him. It was quite normal. After all, the pilot of the Gauda acted independently, and the higher-ups maintained a stance of appeasement. In light of the base's insurrection, they had not immediately ordered suppression. Following such occurrences, others began to entertain the notion of emulating this behavior, rendering it quite reasonable. Wanjian Fijianman boasts an exceptionally rich collection of martial arts, with each sword technique constituting a comprehensive cultivation system, encompassing skills, martial techniques, and strategies for combat. Do you understand the consequences of inciting the wrath of the true master? The deep voice of the Black Qilin reverberated through the heavens, exuding an aura of undeniable authority. After struggling in vain for quite some time, Li Shuyuan arranged to meet with Li Yin once more. Regardless of the monk's promises to her, Li Shuyuan would ensure that this favor was repaid on behalf of the monk. Chapter 75. The traitor. Just as Tang Xinjiao was about to exit the vehicle to inspect the situation, Chen Fan quickly restrained her. Do not exit the car. Boom. Immediately following, a tremendous noise erupted from behind the convoy. As two large trucks, one in front and one behind, blocked Tang Xinjiao's procession to My Lady. The master is currently in such a frail state. What should we do? Sakura handed a warm towel to Wang Shuni, who was cradling young Tianlong. With the manifestation of the sword domain in an instant, the domain transformed into its own realm. The Xiangxi sword domain bears a resemblance to the Kuei water, for within the sword domain, an unseen force obstructs any movement, ensnaring those within in deep, overwhelming feelings of longing, thus disturbing their mental state. What a fortunate turn of events. If you agree, I shall immediately prepare the superlative sour fish for you. He, it is a delicacy of the mortal realm, my personal favorite. Fan Tianxian revealed a mischievous smile. Tong Yin gazed at Ling Chun, took 2 steps back, and then turned without uttering a word, fleeing with slightly disordered steps. Zirua Xian, you of the Holy Witch sect have spread rumors about Xi Mening. In the coming days, Lu Yu shall certainly seek an explanation. Ye Fan, do you know why Li Jingming's diary mentions the onset of night so frequently? Xiao Yu inquired of Yi Fa and Mo Xingchen grasped the medicine bottle, his lips twitching for a long while. Before suddenly clenching his fist, he realized he was indeed too weak. Tang Wen pondered for a moment, and suddenly recalled that Lan Duo had only just arrived here. And it should be her relatives' bidding. Why then were others flocking to her? The anguished voice of the youth echoed out to the outside of Ping'an Hall, and all present silently lit a candle for him in their hearts. She is different. She knows no one in the training camp, and even if the news of her entering the men's restroom spreads, it would matter not. Qian Jiujio furrowed her brows tightly, carefully feeling the pulse of Shi Chuxia, for the utmost priority was to ascertain if she was in any life-threatening danger. Guixia suddenly yanked, sending the Skinner's body uncontrollably soaring, crashing through the glass with a resounding bang. It is an anomaly that has existed for a long time. While that transparent being is undoubtedly a recent aberration, the purple crystal phoenix god, feeling for Ziling, chose to encourage her cultivation. During the process, Ziling worked exceptionally hard, yet was unaware of what the purple crystal phoenix god had endured while residing alone next to the heavenly monarch. Chuxia, how are you? Qian Jiujio asked with a hint of panic, lifting the person lying on the ground without minding the blood that stained her pristine garments red. Indeed, it is as such. Her clenched fist came down heavily upon the stone table. Yen she finally comprehended why the spirit beasts in the misty forest could always find her, only to vanish again. Surely it was the covert machinations of the Elder of Eternal Life. Gongsun Wujiao chuckled, saying, that secret realm spans at least 1,000 miles, vast and expansive, laden with traps and intricate formations. How could it possibly be so easily plundered clean? Almost simultaneously, from the other 4 directions, golden, azure, crimson, and cerulean beams of light surged forth, all converging upon the hall above. Chapter 76. Chen Fan is the traitor. Tang Bo gazed at Chen Fan, his deep-set eyes flashing with malice. Who are you? Tang Bo offered Chen Fan no friendly demeanor. Third uncle, he is the Chen Fan I mentioned to you. Tang Xinjia clarified, he saved my father and me. Had it not been for him, I'd have then you may disembark. Yang, pull over to the side. Jiu Yiqing abruptly interrupted the conversation between the two, his voice imbued with a palpable indifference, as he expressionlessly instructed Yang Mu. In the grand hall, a multitude of ministers knelt in trepidation upon the ground, while Zhuge Lan's delicate face was etched with frost. Beside her, Bailey Wuya sat silently in the Grandmaster's chair. Why all this trouble? It would suffice to simply bring it down directly, and observed for a while, feeling somewhat bored, and raised her mining pick to strike the stone with considerable force. The tunnel has been secured. You've worked hard. Have a bowl of dumplings, and then escort the hostage onto the carriage. Mao Jiawei chimed in agreeably. Just as Wang Chun uttered these words, a person working nearby suddenly let out a resounding sneeze. Mo Yuhan gazed towards the distant Yuan city, slowly exhaling a breath, and remarked, No worries, General Chun. Tomorrow we shall bypass these two cities ahead and head straight for Yuan city that I hope we are not too late upon our arrival. While speaking, her hand was clenched tightly into a fist. She noticed Zhang Shao appearing at the doorway and immediately approached him with a beaming smile, beads of sweat rolling down into her loose judo uniform. It was indeed disheartening. She had thought that by marrying a husband with $1 million annual salary, she could flaunt it in front of Jiang Yu. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Qingyu said nothing and took a seat opposite Shangguan Yorua. Subsequently, he ordered someone to sketch Cao Cao's likeness and send it to the surrounding counties, decreeing, Those who present Cao Cao's head shall be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver and granted nobility. Are you certain? Lan Jing'er expressed her skepticism, glancing at the corpse dragged out by Haimo. Although there were no imperial artifacts or similar treasures, several high-tier esteemed artifacts were in possession, and beyond that, treasures of heaven and earth were not in short supply. The two sisters did not eat much, mostly watching the expressions of those around the dining table with astonishment. His mind and body had undergone a complete transformation due to this grotesque world, evolving from an aspiring youth intent on healing the world into a cynical figure who believed in no one, fixated solely on pursuing various nefarious experiments as a bizarre physician. The iron door in the stone wall had been cut into a long rectangular hole, and Xie Jun, Lu Zhanxing, and Guqi donned pig-faced masks as they crawled inside. The two dealt with a mechanism akin to a steering wheel that barred the iron door, while Xie Jun held a high-powered flashlight, meticulously checking for any hidden traps. However, Xiao Feng remained entirely unfazed. Instead, he continuously manipulated the 9 nether soul fire to incinerate the corpses of the 2 ghost kings and began to extinguish their lingering souls. Jian Mo and Gu Beichen embraced each other, quietly savoring the bliss that this moment brought. As the hour of the rat passed, Zhang Cuishan dutifully concluded his efforts, then instinctively crawled towards the bed. Resting his hands beneath his head, staring at the ceiling in the darkness, unbidden, the image of Sun Lanan twisting her figure in the private room surfaced in his mind, and a smile crept upon his lips as he slowly closed his eyes. Drifting into slumber. Chapter 77. The true traitor. Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd was left bewildered, unsure of what Chen Fan's statement meant. Tang Bo colluding with Su Wenxiang? How could that be possible? You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Tang Bo retorted, his fury boiling over into laughter. You think I colluded with Su Wenxiang? Don't you find yourself utterly ridiculous? I am Tang Jia Lao San. And I am Xinjia. In another realm, due to the existence of Baiyun City, the capital city has never fully developed. Many areas are constrained. However, this particular realm is different. Both the Armed Review Council and the Mercenary Association have thrived in the capital, subsequently influencing the entirety of Huaxia. With such thoughts in mind, when Yinan arrived at the CAF, only to be greeted by an unexpected scene upon entering. All present were top-tier gamers, and given the timeliness of the official game update, the intentions were glaringly obvious. It was evident that everyone was beginning to question Su Ertsong's true identity. The young mage sighed, his words illuminating the eyes of the skeletal berserker player. They resolutely refrained from entering the classroom after the bell rang, and equally, they would not begin summarizing key points before the bell signaled the end of class. Su Ertsong, living up to expectations, orchestrated a series of arrangements that left by Xiao Sheng in the discussion group marveling. Upon observing the department's bell, Shui Ting Ting, there was a sudden loss of allure, though she remained gentle and soft. She seemed to lack substance. Later, Gu Ting expressed his disinterest in Bai Si Yin, while Qing Tian was preoccupied with making money. thus maintaining little contact with her. Any occasional communication was carried out discreetly behind Gu Ting's back. With a heart full of trepidation, they approached the door marked 404, which indeed bore the inscription Dean's Office. Chu Hanxiong furrowed his brow. Although they were currently short on troops, with the poisons and weapons provided by the adult, they clearly had the means to compete. Why, then, did the adult maintain such an attitude? Charles and the others must have cleared the battlefield, as the office was tidy, with broken furniture removed, leaving no trace of blood. He hoped that Maya Xingfu could be with the male she desired. Hence the duel and the wager today. They were not there to protect you, but to defend the dignity of our divine Phoenix domain. Lest the emergence of numerous innate realms in Yunshi continent over the years lead them to believe that our divine Phoenix domain is unguarded. The sacred flames of the Phoenix burned upon Su Rui's decaying flesh, emanating tendrils of black smoke. Initially, Xiaobai thought that Jin Xiu was preoccupied with her two older brothers, given their proximity, but it turned out that Yu Xiao Jun had dispatched people to follow the Zhao family and discovered that it was indeed those close to Lu Qingying who were in contact with Jin Xiu's mother. Clearly plotting against her, Lan Jing nodded, changing the subject. Perhaps due to their leisurely stroll, it did not feel far at all, as even Qin Tong Exine, who usually refrained from walking, did not complain of fatigue. Hee, you have no idea how terrible the things De Xiong made back then were. He truly suffered himself. Wang Yingxiong chuckled as he poured wine, not missing a single drop. The disheveled elder standing still suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, then was sent flying, only coming to a halt after soaring countless feet away. With this in mind, Zhu Tian no longer hesitated. His time was running short, and it would be best to settle all matters tonight. Did anyone else have any additions? The meeting had only just begun, yet Kaisi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him at this rate. How would his kin contend with humanity? Chapter 78. Marital Alliance for Profit. Tang Bo moved with remarkable speed, and his proximity to Tang Xine Jia was unexpected. No one anticipated that he had concealed a dagger within his sleeve. Sister, be careful, Tang Xiaoma exclaimed, her eyes widening in alarm. Instinctively, Tang Xinjia turned around, only to find Tang Bo's dagger already poised against her chest. Whoosh! Although he had his reasons for lacking the extraordinary combat prowess typical of a half-step realm master, it was not enough to allow Qi Yu to catch up. A formidable force of domain enveloped the warship as a chilling voice resonated. Despite not being a competitor in a long-distance race, and his achievements being rendered ineffective, he was merely a first-year student. However, being from the second high school sufficed. The terrified doctors dared not dissent, responding in unison, "Your Majesty, rest assured, we shall do our utmost." With a flick of his left hand, a pill appeared in his palm, and in the next moment, Lin Yun swallowed it whole. Wei Meijing nodded gently before turning her face away, a faint blush gracing her ears. At the thought of this, even the white robes felt eerily unsettling. They turned around, only to find no one behind them, just an official seal and a piece of jade lying on the ground. Thus, the God-tier masters who had come to recognize Yi Feng's strength concentrated most of their blade attacks upon him, just as Li Zhengren, Lu Hai, and the others immersed themselves in the intense planning, songwriting, and composing. Li Yingjun quietly arrived at the airport. Chui listened to the conversations around her while waiting for the timely appearances, her face concealed beneath the cloak, yet a mischievous smile danced upon her lips. Her eyes sparkling with brilliance. In such a perilous location, what audacity did Ming Yan, Nangong Leagwei, and Dong Chen Tianzuan possess to dare come? Could it be that ignorance breeds fearlessness? Yi Feng's thoughts grew increasingly weighty. However, upon reflection, he found solace. If the Qiao family were to ally with the Su family, it would be challenging to find such a magnificent villa in all of Luzhou, and a solitary Qiao family would seem somewhat superfluous. At that moment, on a certain island, a robust man with short hair sat on the sandy beach. Beside him stood a black, triangular short sword that I continually sought to draw more power from Daobao Daoist. Yet the pinnacle of the 5 falls seemed to be the limit. This level of cultivation was still far from sufficient. Everything all right. After Shi Jing and Shi Hung entered the barrier safely, Hua Bian hurriedly approached them, glancing around to ensure that neither sustained any serious injuries before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Uncle Fu remained behind to instruct everyone on how to set traps. Hoping to catch a few rabbits, the group first gathered branches, then tied them with rope, ready to ensnare the rabbits' legs when they ventured close. Chapter 79. Just an illegitimate child. Ha! Chen Fan. Shun Qiurong scoffed derisively. The young master of the Chen family. Sounds grand, But ultimately, he is merely the illegitimate son of the Chen family. Do you believe that everything about the Chen family is connected to him? The future heir of the Chen family is Chen Gushing. Your affection for him will bring you no benefits. He cannot help you become, even if he considers himself handsome and unmatched, with unparalleled martial prowess. He cannot achieve it, let alone when Jian Yufu strikes casually in the center of the magic circle. A bright crimson hue swirled, suddenly erupting into a blindingly radiant light. The space is unnaturally distorted. Xiaodong, I would like to treat you to a meal today, but I have something to ask of you. Could you possibly provide me with a few more bottles of heir solution? Yang Xiao pleaded. Ding Zhan suffered, realizing that his own curiosity had brought about misfortune. His abilities were insufficient to control and absorb the Jialong fire elixir, and now he faced being consumed by toxic flames. The king of sacred beetles appeared, and the massive magic stone orb immediately disbanded, rendered unsummonable for the duration of this duel. In the hall, a profound silence ensued. Gong Sunxing's words bore a striking resemblance to a declaration of rebellion. Ba Shi and Ji Shang could only watch helplessly as the azure dragon circled around them, devouring Mia Ming, with no opportunity to react. The long whiskers entwined by the dragon's tail swept across Ba Shi's arm, causing a segment of his sinewy, iron-like body to vanish as if effortlessly, the wound smooth and flawless, devoid of any trace of blade or axe. Ding Zhan's performance and prowess were unrestrained in the Tai family. Moreover, frequent visits from affluent youths or invitations to go out had long allowed him unrestricted access to the Tai household. Fortunately, at that moment, the explosive energy from those lightning orbs was contained by Li Min's thunderstorm domain, transforming back into spherical lightning, relentlessly striking the azure dragon once more. Otherwise, countless onlookers entranced by the arcs of electricity would have been blinded in an instant. The arena fell eerily silent, as both Shi Dao and the three demons, including Mia Ming, stared agape at the runes manifesting upon Chu Mu's surface. No one could fathom the tumultuous emotions concealed beneath his calm facade. Accompanied by a gentle sound, Bai Feng Jiu traversed the transcendent path beneath her feet, seamlessly penetrating the wall, arriving successfully on the other side. Da's bewildering antics at that moment utterly quelled all the malevolent spirits present, for his arms could withstand the infernal flames of an orange-tier demon, rendering the majority of the red-tier demons even more feeble. Mechanical pupils swiftly contracted in the pitch-black environment, which instantly transformed into a clear night vision mode in Li Wudao's eyes. Ling Qingyan, filled with uncontrollable anger, reflexively clenched her fists and stepped forward, only to be restrained by her sister, Ling Jingshu. Once the storm began to brew, a merciless tempest would inevitably descend. The siblings might be fortunate enough to preserve their lives, or they could find themselves engulfed in the storm, leaving nothing but bones. The white-haired elder, along with Du Sanyang, had idled away for so long. Upon discovering this ancient tree, lush and flourishing, he naturally took Du Sanyang to rest upon its branches. After speaking, he brazenly cast a glance at Qinanjin, clearly indicating that he was indeed referring to her. Ji Yunyinji seldom witnessed Hua Xiaoheng in such a state of readiness. She turned to glance at Song Jining. Meanwhile, as Mo Bai controlled the two refined corpses to bow before everyone, the onlookers finally accepted the existence of these cadavers. There were also Yang Jing, Lu Ying, and the typically reticent Xie. Although she currently regarded them merely as ordinary friends, she was acutely aware of their feelings towards her. If this continued, what would the future hold for her relationships with them? Chapter 80. The Soul's Departure. The Soul's Departure. Suddenly, Chen Fan observed a faint wisp of dark energy at the edge of the old lady's forehead, an apparition invisible to ordinary eyes. Hiss! Chen Fan inhaled sharply. The old lady's condition manifested due to the depletion of her vital essence, signifying the approach of her mortality. At that moment, Lu Yin gradually paced towards the corner sofa in the CEO's office. As she remained transfixed by the screen, her trembling fingertips betrayed her uncertainty about whether to answer the incoming call. However, given her current capabilities, encountering a formidable adversary above the extreme level of the Shengxian realm would indeed pose a considerable challenge. Lu Yan's heart raced with agitation, perplexed by the stark contrast in Ouyang Lian's demeanor compared to before, his delight reminiscent of a love-struck individual. Yet, upon observing Gao Yu's current appearance, it became evident that Bei Ming's impact in America was minimal. Acquiring Gao Yu's Weibo, it seemed, was merely due to Gao Yu's indifference toward online interactions. Ouyuya emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, and glanced at his phone screen, noting a missed call from Mu Xiaoxia. After I finished speaking, The king of Hades remained silent. Such a situation was most vexing. He was a mere shadow in the water, leaving me utterly oblivious to his actions. Was he watching me? Or perhaps he was disregarding me, focusing instead on those around me? Yuer Ruo repeatedly reassured herself that Ai Qiu Xiao had indeed overstepped, deeply rattling him, which explained his lack of attention to her injury. Mu Xiaoxia followed Shang Xihua to the company's back entrance, a seldom-known route designed to shield the artist from prying eyes. Chuao Yoshi, upon hearing the door creak open, the name instantly sprang to Shang Wanzishuan's mind, rendering him motionless, like a statue, uncertain of how to navigate the aftermath of this revelation. Walking directly to the car, Nangong Mayan did not release Ling Yuru's hand. Once inside, he enveloped her in his embrace, as though afraid she might soar away if he let go, his eyes brimming with anxiety. Ming Rong ushered him into her vehicle and fastened his seatbelt, her gaze catching the blood smeared across half of his face, a sight too tragic to behold. Unable to suppress a sigh, Ming Rong reflected on his abrasive nature. Yet, the boy's heart was undeniably pure. After all, he had braved the beating outside to keep her safe within the locked car, a kindness she would not forget. That night they first met, the elder brother had clearly stated the matter was too convoluted for clarity. How could he now be so personally involved? Very well. With an invitation in hand, they were not entirely presumptuous in their arrival. Surely, Instructor Lung would have no objections. Chen Fan cast her a sidelong glance. Are you certain you can replicate him exactly? He emphasized the phrase exactly with particular intensity. Is it possible to maintain such a faade for this long? If one could, they would indeed be a fool. Lan Sheshan retorted. Enough. If she truly wished to see you, she would certainly make an appearance. Why must you persist in your demands? Is the trauma from years past still not sufficient? Zhu Ao gritted his teeth in response. Once the tidying up was completed, the two individuals sat quietly indoors. Hua Zhao lowered her gaze, fixated on the couch, displaying no inclination to initiate conversation with Dong Fangyi. Had she known the extent of their capabilities, she would have refrained from provoking them, thus sparing herself from the current predicament that it was possible that her very life hung in the balance. Chapter 81. He cannot be healed enough of the chatter. I am pressed for time. Wei Yuansheng declared impatiently. If you wish for me to treat your ailment, then expel this young man. Otherwise, I shall refuse to offer my assistance. Yes, I shall make him leave at once. Wang Chuanxiu glared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, get out. Upon this realization, the gazes directed at Yao Shi and Wu Chunhua grew considerably colder, and voices of condemnation began to rise. The Divine Temple had chosen not to meet him directly, but instead assigned him a task. After he had departed from the entrance of the tribute hall, he paid no heed to the mother and son duo. In all my years, I have never encountered a family that excavated ginseng only to be struck down by lightning. Chun Daong remarked. Young sir, what shall we do now? A middle-aged man inquired, following Li Yunxing into the valley. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, the entire premises of the hotel erupted into chaos, with the streets becoming a flurry of activity as people rushed to extinguish what seemed to be an unquenchable fire. Upon observing the young master of the Yi family, one could not help but admire his striking handsomeness. Prompting a longing glance, pressing a fingertip to extract a drop of blood, it fell onto the black stone, sliding off without so much as a reaction. She did not seek trouble, yet the Min family persistently endeavored to bring about her demise. She was not the original owner of this identity. The Min family owed her no gratitude, only enmity. When it came to dealing with the Min family, she would not show mercy. Therefore, even if Banyue sought to instigate discord between her and Zhu, leading them to become adversaries, she remained resolute. In the end, the black scythe of Baya cleaved through the shadow's body, plunging it into an endless state of rigidity. Captain Zhao, I propose we concentrate our efforts on apprehending this president. Chu Mei delicately suggested to Captain Zhao. The two spoke in unison, yet their completely different inquiries distinctly revealed their current states of mind. Grant, feeling the ire of his brother, could only forcibly swallow his resentment, casting a fierce glare at Zhao Jie and the others before retreating among the cloaked figures. Although he absorbed a great deal, the energy contained within the food was so minuscule that the method of healing through consumption could be deemed the least efficient of all known techniques to early Ko. The commanders below dared not voice their thoughts. Although the order for the decisive assault had been issued by His Majesty, the burden of responsibility for failure would fall upon them. The number of blood elves was limited. Yet the half-orcs exhibited the traits that Jisa had previously mentioned, suggesting that their exhausted forces had developed the capability to confront both elves and beasts. For Yushui County, Li Hanyang and Ma Donglai represented the provincial and municipal leadership. respectively. And at this moment, the primary leaders of the Yushui County Committee and government awaited outside a most rudimentary explanation. For instance, if through card counting, one deduced that the next card to be dealt was the highest, one might yearn for it. Yet according to the sequence, the first to receive a card would be one's opponent, in other words, according to the rules, that card will be passed to your opponent. Baobei nodded, indicating no problem. Although he was not particularly adept at the fierce competition of gambling, maintaining a steady approach to avoid substantial losses or gains was well within his capabilities. Xianyu forcefully pushed towards Heziyi, using his free hand to deliver a sharp blow to Heziyi's temple. Heziyi experienced a wave of intense dizziness, releasing Xianyu and collapsing to the ground. This incident served as a wake-up call. It was not that opportunities were withheld, but rather offered, yet you all appeared paralyzed, contributing nothing of merit, and thus could not blame His Majesty. This was a straightforward strike, yet the power derived from the void realm of the discarded green shirt was vividly manifested in this blow. Chapter 82. The Despicable Thief. Song Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, startled by Chen Fan's icy demeanor. "Kid, what are you planning to do now?" Wei Yuanxing rushed forward, attempting to push Chen Fan aside, only to discover that Chen Fan was as unyielding as iron, unable to be moved. Chen Fan spoke in a low voice. "If you lack the capability, then step aside, lest you bring harm to your grandmother." "Master, what is the matter?" Li Bai finally noticed the expression of Yu Zhenrun and could not help but inquire again. Jiang Ri issued a command, and the guard stationed outside the spirit carriage cracked the whip. The 4 purple-scaled dragon horses galloped toward the southern gate of the royal city, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Several white ghosts were engulfed by the GLH's followers. The cries of their leader grew increasingly faint. Yun Fei waved his hand, and 27 figures flew over at an almost imperceptible speed, disappearing into Yun Fei's palm. Wang Zhe knelt once more before Chun Baxian, saying, "Currently, the population in Lingnan is sparse. With merely a few 100,000 registered Han citizens across over 10 states, and the local Li and Liao tribes combined number only a little over 1 million. Moreover, these Li and Liao people have traditionally shunned agriculture, merely engaging in foraging and herding, showing little regard for the land." Yet Mu Tai remained vigilant, fixating on those 2 locations, as if anticipating the emergence of new beasts at any moment. His focus reaching its zenith. However, everyone present was now a powerful awakened being, not the ordinary individuals who lived day by day in a state of lethargy. Their perspectives and thoughts had evolved significantly. After the initial surge of indignation and sorrow, Chen Ao finally suppressed the myriad of complex emotions within him. The audience comprised a well-ordered mix of 5 or 6 groups, amounting to several hundred individuals, all of whom were respectfully gazing at the same spot. In the center of the grand hall, upon a slightly elevated platform, a middle-aged cultivator was seated with an air of solemnity. Speaking, just one person, on a frigid day, had laid a tattered straw mat in the middle of the post road, with his head and feet directed toward either side of the path, lifting his garment to expose his bare belly. Simply lying there on the mat in the sky, accompanied by familiar sounds, a blood-red bat descended slowly. As 2 trainers approached, Hampton was momentarily rendered speechless, not to mention 3rd-class merits. Even the 4th-class merit he currently held was bestowed upon him by Tour. The Goulet family had lost their defensive territory, leaving no room for any mention of military accomplishments. Even this 4th-class merit was accumulated from prior efforts. As for Hampton himself, he had not achieved any military merits whatsoever. It is indeed a remarkable coincidence that Zixin from my dormitory is also one of the 10 heroes. Chen Jing, however, did not further question Chu Yun's identity. Unfortunately for Lady Gua, she inadvertently kicked a metal plate and was subsequently dealt with by several horses under Su Chen's command. Currently, the grain provided by Yinzhou serves as the principal source of sustenance for the formidable army under Shuaisha's command. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the overall productivity level of the Great Tang is rather low, and the development of Yinzhou leaves much to be desired. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that Shuaisha immediately recognized the vast agricultural potential of Yinzhou. Dongyi, according to intelligence reports, the incident occurred near Antarctica, and our reconnaissance has not extended that far. I suspect even the Americans may not possess the reconnaissance information from that time, reported Jiazheng. Chapter 83. You are not worthy of being a thief? Instantly, all eyes turned towards Chen Fan with a peculiar gaze. Wang Chunxiu coldly remarked, "Chen Fan, I had expected you to possess some remarkable ability. Who would have thought you to be a shameless scoundrel?" to stoop so low as to steal a glance at the secret manual of the divine physician Wei Tiangang. Such despicable acts are beneath you. Amidst the cheering, although the competitors seated in various teams felt perplexed, none dared to voice their thoughts. I'm sorry, I misjudged you last night. Reflecting upon her skepticism towards Lu Yunfei the previous evening, Bai Ling felt a pang of guilt. While he could be unreliable at times, he proved dependable in critical moments. The missiles from the aircraft and Captain Plank's cannon fire bombarded relentlessly the elderly man in white, despite his desire to utilize healing techniques to recover his vitality, found his health irretrievably diminished. Attempting to flee, he was thwarted by the long spears of Debang, rendering escape from the Dream Team's base impossible. But in the realm of the laws of power, there exists a notion among sages that a state of perfection is achievable, a true alignment with the heavenly laws, where one embodies the heavenly principles, and the heavenly principles embody oneself, devoid of any flaws, thereby reaching the pinnacle of sagehood. Yet now he, as the sect leader, was compelled to personally invite danger into their most confidential sanctum. Liz Yuan felt quite embarrassed, although his suit exuded a sense of status. It brought him considerable inconvenience. Initially, he was suspected of ulterior motives in his job search, later being mistaken for a member of the Luo family. The suit constrained him, rendering him rather passive. However, the force of the backlash he experienced paled in comparison to the direct assault from the Ghost King, akin to the insignificance of an ant against an elephant. While Tang listened with amusement, disbelief clouded her expression. If she were to truly believe what I said, it would indeed be curious. Even I could not bring myself to believe it. The bald-headed man slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself on a rudimentary operating table, his gaze fixed upon a large mirror on the ceiling, accurately reflecting his abdomen. Qingyan chuckled, laughing for a full minute. Was it necessary for him to have a purpose simply to visit his son? Did he truly perceive himself as such a failure in the eyes of his father? The author wishes to convey, today I need to receive and forge drip. Thus I arose around 3 in the morning to complete today's writing. I shall update first. Let us meet again tomorrow. In less than 4 days, they had journeyed from Pingzhou to Kaizhou, now less than a day's journey from Lianshu, where Xifang City is located. Heaven knows how long Hui Yunwei endured through an entire night, surviving until dawn and beyond the morning meal, before finally making his way to Hui Yunshen's residence. Remarkably, Di Qinghuan was still alive, truly a testament to her resilience. The mere mention of Di Qinghuan's name, a fierce hatred and murderous intent ignited in Di Qingtian's eyes. Yet, he remained silent. It mattered little now. With this general range established, it was undoubtedly linked to the Qingyan sect. An idea took root in his mind. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to expand his gains, or even take the life of this bull-headed demon directly. Just as it perished, Jiang Yun beheld a sphere of white light ascending. However, most of it dissipated, leaving only about 1/5 to enter his body. Finga Heir's judgment was flawed. The swimming pool posed no challenge for him at all. At most, it created a slight disturbance in his already somewhat compromised perception, yet he remained resolute in his sensing, never wavering for a moment, his objective ever clear. Chapter 84. Apology. The 5 Instruments Divine Needle Manual was the most treasured possession of his master, and now that it had been surreptitiously studied by another, he would surely be incensed. Having captured the culprit, his master might reward him with the teachings of the 5 Instruments Divine Needle. To surreptitiously glean the secrets of the 5 Instruments Divine Needle? Impossible. Wei Tiangang chuckled. That manual is secured in my safe, so get away from me. Dunyi timely intervened, unleashing a crimson golden pillar of fire towards the giant erosion worm. Such weaponry allowed them to maximize their innate agility, albeit at the cost of slightly diminished defensive capabilities. Presently, the 8 MT warriors simultaneously cast Shield Strike, their shields crashing down with great force, successfully repelling the 8 Blood Clan members they were engaged with. The aged adversaries were beyond their control. They were no longer the formidable dream team of years past. The Spanish team was indeed giving their all, their level of commitment so intense that many believed they were competing against the Barcelona team. Clutching the orb, he felt a message transmitted within it, his disbelief prompting a muttering to himself. Naturally, the players of Atletico Madrid, spurred on by their fans, were eager to score and secure victory. Yet, the resilient Granada team offered no such opportunity. Even amidst the referee's biased decisions, they could not advance further. Chowmin possessed a purified crystal core but chose not to present it for the benefit of the base. Instead, he engaged in trade with the Zhou family using this pure crystal. Some villagers, upon receiving their rent, deliberately strolled next to the villagers of Zilong and Liangshui, leisurely counting their money. However, Bailey remained oblivious to a sorrowful truth. The barrier laid by Shun Ye could isolate all external sounds. Whatever he uttered, Shun Ye did not hear a single word. Tang Wanming's expression changed drastically as she quickly stepped aside to shield Yi Shucheng, simultaneously drawing a dagger to slash at the incoming lightning. Yet, the force of that lightning was overwhelming. Although it was deflected by the dagger, the brilliance pierced through, striking her chest nonetheless. People, perplexed, followed his pointing finger. Witnessing 3 men enter through the hall's doorway as Qi Ran descended the staircase. One hand grasping the railing and the other cradling her belly, the servants diligently wiped away a large pool of blood at the foot of the stairs. The sporadic droplets of blood trailed ominously to the doorway. Bearing witness to the immense suffering endured by Tang Ziqing, the figure beneath the bamboo hat chuckled sinisterly, prompting the nearby youths to erupt into raucous laughter. Yet, at the rear of the group, Huang Hongqing remained stoic, his eyes reflecting a tumult of helplessness and rage. Upon encountering Qiu Huaizi, who obstructed his path, Nan Zhongyu was enveloped in a chilling aura, radiating lethal intent, leaving him paralyzed with fear and despair. Too terrified to make a move or flee. Before entering the entertainment industry, he had only glimpsed the glamorous facade of stardom, but after his immersion, he bore witness to its brutal realities. Li Zichen drove quietly towards the airport. He noticed that Zhuo Feng seemed disinclined to engage in conversation, remaining serenely contemplative in the passenger seat. However, what was even more astonishing was its corpulent, sausage-like form, which stretched at least 10 meters in length. In the constricted space, it could only arch its body, yet if it were to stand upright, it would rival the imposing marble columns at the entrance of Tiananmen. Chapter 85. The genius Chen Fan. There's no need. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, "From now on, discipline your apprentice well. Do not allow him to tarnish your reputation. I understand." Wei Tiangang nodded. "I will ensure he remains within the Wei family hall and refrain from causing trouble." Yuan Jun observed the gaping breach in the shield formation, surmising it would be difficult to mend, so he skillfully withdrew, attempting to establish a final line of defense. Without a doubt, the Morgan Financial Group is the largest financial services enterprise globally, engaging in every industry related to finance. The former CEO of Morgan, therefore, signifies that the elder once held a prominent position at the pinnacle of the global financial realm. That I relayed the situation to Wu Fei, who inquired about the depth of the cave entrance. Peering inside with my phone, I replied, "It's quite deep. The bottom is not visible, and the interior is rather spacious." After listening to their argument for a considerable time, Yuan Shao finally interjected, urging them to cease their quarrel and consider the opinions of other lords. "Damn it, let's disembark first." Bai Kai strained to pull me up, turning around to assess the scene. The cabin was a ghastly sight, drenched in blood. I had no desire to linger any longer, instinctively making my way down the ship. The chairman's earlier expression of pride morphed into one of growing bewilderment. At first glance, the words seemed like a feigned madness, yet for an elder of his stature to resort to such pretense to conceal Xing Songlian's true nature implied that the identity of this captain was far more complex than merely that of a wealthy scion. Wang Chongyang felt a shiver run down his spine. Had he not vanquished the black wind monster, how could Bian Qimbing exude the same dark aura as Yang Ji? "I have come specifically to aid the Chancellor in dealing with Yuan Shao," I declared. Ciu burst into hearty laughter, for Cao Cao's bare feet welcoming him signified his paramount importance in Cao Cao's eyes. Initially, Lu Su had not noticed, but he felt an uncomfortable pressure on his back and lowered his gaze. It appears that Chu Hong, Chu Biao, and Chu Jun have emerged, yet the true extent of those involved remains elusive, as does the delineation of their factions, a matter that Chu Ling finds difficult to ascertain. Although Jiangxing's group has not revealed their capabilities, their numbers command considerable presence, settling into a corner of the refuge. In your scheme, you intend to mislead a portion of individuals into a perilous situation. And did you directly inform those to be deceived? Thus, when the Zhang family made contact, he not only acquiesced to their arrival in the northwest, but even facilitated the purchase of sleeper tickets through his connections. Fu Chujing, of course, grasped the nature of the unexpected fortune she mentioned. With her conglomerate subsidiary merging into the Shin Group, she believed no one could be more cognizant than he. And Ning hesitated momentarily. Glancing at the time, it was only 2 o'clock, and she had initially planned to leave by 4, which still afforded her ample opportunity. Chen Haichuan, in his discourse, divulged all the information he possessed, maximizing the responsibility of information sharing and transmission. Presently, none dare provoke Lu Yao, who is respectfully presented with a bottle of beer, while furtive glances are cast in his direction. Those residing here are affluent, and particularly so in the case of Liu Yaoting, who is among the wealthiest of the wealthy. Thus, upon hearing inquiries about him, they exhibit heightened vigilance. The pagoda, appearing modest from without, reveals itself to be vast upon entry as Chen Fan steps into a realm of golden splendor. Whereupon he encounters a dozen or so Buddhas seated upon a golden floor, softly reciting sutras. In Chapter 86, Who do you think you are? The Grand Hall of Wangzhong Tower is filled with a considerable assembly. A circle of onlookers has formed, as a dozen security personnel encircle a group of 7 or 8 men and women, among whom is Song Meixian. Each bears distinct scars, evidently the result of violence. Song Qingyan and Wang Chuanxiu hastily arrive with their entourage. Over the past month, Yuan Tian has amassed over 200 million evolution points from various sources, leaving nearly 200 million after accounting for the evolution of the commercial mother buck. 100 million is reserved for evolving the werewolf king, while the remaining 100 million has been utilized to elevate his vampire wings to level 8. I shall promptly conduct an inspection there. Tony operates the computer, utilizing the system to assess the venom zone. After a lengthy pause, the corridor remains eerily silent, and seeing Lin Feng's refusal to cooperate, Wan Mao, in a fit of frustration, casts aside his machete, kicks open the third door, and prepares to shoot Lin Feng in retribution for Ping 2. However, this state of affairs persists for 2 full hours, with Mo Qingqing showing no signs of awakening. Not a single movement to be observed. How foolish I am, fully aware that Chao Wei is a vicious wolf that devours, yet still contemplating the notion of harnessing him for my own purposes. Repeatedly falling into his traps, only to leap into them time and again. Previously, the harm was merely psychological, yet now it has spread to my very body, scattered immortals, tens of thousands of meters away. Where expressions of disbelief, as many arrive in an instant from all directions. Li Lang's declarations are resolute and unyielding, his determination shocking all present. To be frank, few among them are virtuous, and had everyone possessed Li Lang's strength and resolve, their professions would cease to exist. The greatest aspiration in life is to discover a bustling locale, acquire a grand estate, and dwell within it with a lovely wife and charming maid. Life is simple, awaken naturally. Indulge in wine and meat, and stroll with a dog. Moments ago, the avian sovereign discreetly communicated with Qin Lai, explicitly revealing that his previous display of disdain towards Qin Lai was merely a ploy to provoke the Azure Emperor. Although bound by various constraints that hindered further instruction to the prince, he nonetheless possessed an unassailable position within the Imperial Academy. I had long discerned that my apprentice attire bore not a single trace of black. Not even a thread. How could it possibly include the hide of the Marsh Salamander King? If the hide was unnecessary, why then did you request this material from me? I feigned anger as I spoke. Why have you suddenly sought our presence today, as if there were no other reason than to address trivial matters? Inquired on the street while attempting to catch mice. It was merely a light snack. It couldn't compare to a proper meal. Apart from an howl, no one insisted on the etiquette of silence during meals. Everyone summoned the maidservants to fetch their favorite dishes to place upon the table. The moisture content of the ice crystal mammoth appeared quite favorable, for it yielded a commendable damage value. It was only when the second master exited that Shin's demeanor shifted not in the slightest. Whether the second master came or went, or to where he ventured, mattered not to her. Subsequently, the host announced the next match, which would pit me against a master of Thai boxing in a duel. Chapter 87. The bottom line: the short-haired woman wore an expression of profound displeasure. As a Taurus, she embodied the pride of her sign. Demanding $1 million in compensation along with an apology was tantamount to striking a blow to her dignity. Are you deaf? Do you not comprehend my words? Hurry and pay up, apologize, or I shall make you rue the day. Wang Chuanxiu recognized that the short-haired woman was intimidated by Gu Ziyu, prompting her to become even more brazen than before. Yin Xinxin picked up her phone, casting a calm yet perplexed gaze upon the screen, where a flicker of astonishment and unease momentarily crossed her beautiful eyes. Qi Yi arrived with gratitude, accepting the butler's uniform from Yishan. In this group, his attractiveness was among the finest, and donning this attire would surely render him quite handsome. Qi Yi began to explore the stone wall, seeking any peculiar mechanisms that might facilitate their escape. Such places invariably harbored traps, as this had become a common tactic. Empowered by the waters of the Yellow Springs, the devourer leopard was currently exuding immense pride. With a thunderous roar, it shattered stone, its body transforming into a fleeting shadow as it soared from the depths of the endless swamp. Consequently, anguished cries from Mandala and Nono resonated, yet no matter how desperate the two maidens became, it proved futile. The onlookers were akin to creatures with acute senses, drawn by the faintest hint of commotion. their extraordinary perception rendering them unable to miss even the slightest disturbance. Soon after, a white figure surged forth from the Dark Star Alliance with blinding speed. Swiftly closing in on Lin Huang and his companions, Qi Yi gently patted Feng Bingdi's face. Her mouth had been sealed, and gazing at Qi Yi, she emitted muffled sounds. The beast opened its maw. Inhaling, and one by one, the figures flew directly into its mouth, becoming sustenance for the creature. The guard's spirit neared the brink of collapse, yet as a retainer of the Blood Princess, he understood her character and gritted his teeth to persevere. Whatever she could conceive, the wraiths would not overlook. After closing the map and exchanging thoughts, they proceeded along the soul path descending the mountain. Yu Yao did not contest Xiang Wei's words, yet she remarked, "Second cousin-in-law is a wise individual. Wise individuals do not engage in foolish actions. Should the Tang family dare to conspire against me alongside her maternal kin, my standing within the Ma family would be untenable." Silence. You ought to address me as young master. Despite my repeated instructions, why is it that you fail to grasp this? The young man retorted angrily, forcefully snapping his folding fan in this charged atmosphere. Lu Xi felt an inkling that she had overlooked something significant. A fleeting insight that slipped away, yet she paid it little mind. Ling Yun was utterly perplexed by the situation. How had a self-proclaimed spirit of supermarket management suddenly emerged? The youth, clad in pristine white attire, bore a countenance that could not be deemed handsome, yet neither was it unattractive, merely fair. Just as a one-sided massacre seemed imminent, an object suddenly soared from the distant horizon. After departing the restaurant, Long Ming continued his explorations, and through interactions with the populace, he gradually discerned what manner of deity the people desired. One not only endowed with formidable strength but also capable of bestowing upon them a tangible sense of happiness. Chapter 88. A reckless gamble. Everyone turned to the source of the sound, and there, Chen Fan emerged slowly from the crowd. Chen Fan. Song Qingyan was taken aback, surprised to find him present. Wang Chuanqiu and Song Mengxian wore expressions of disdain, lamenting that Chen Fan seemed to appear wherever misfortune struck. Just then, Li Bin unexpectedly spotted someone below the grand hall who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, beckoning him to come down. It was better to acquiesce to the proposal of his chubby son, not out of an unprincipled indulgence, but because his son, well versed in the ways of the world, understood the necessity of bringing a formidable bodyguard when feeding the pseudo-orcus. With a giant like that present, the pseudo-orcus would dare not misbehave, thus simplifying matters considerably. Yun Feiyang chuckled, "Since young Master Jiang is so confident, then, Master Jiang, let us peacefully observe and discern whose swordsmanship reigns supreme in this realm." Jiang Chifeng, upon hearing this, exclaimed in approval. "I truly do not know. He must be having another episode." The individual could no longer hold back and divulged that Zhou Ju often experienced episodes, subsequently drawing upon his subordinates for assistance. The purple evil divine palm is a yellow-tier martial technique. What is the rationale behind this? How could the basic requirements for mastering a yellow-tier technique be so stringent? Li Bin inquired, perplexed. Such loyalty and honesty, untested by sufficient trials, were not to be trusted by Qin Wan. She would rather rely on those who had once faced a choice between the Wei and Lu Kings, fortunate enough to escape unscathed, yet left trembling in fear, like startled birds, unwilling to venture forth again, than on these so-called honest individuals. However, the great white eagle seemed unperturbed by the arrows shot from the chaotic ranks of archers. With powerful wing beats, it effortlessly deflected the incoming projectiles. Furthermore, Lin Feng had prepared extensively for this matter. Avenging Queen had long been his aspiration, leaving no room for retreat. This endeavor must proceed, regardless of the consequences that may arise. The pressure cooker, the kitchen knife, the scissors, and even the ubiquitous nail clippers and mobile phones could all potentially serve as weapons in her hands, making it nearly impossible to defend against someone endowed with such formidable verbal prowess. Upon hearing this, Wen Xing immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. He cast a knowing glance at Lin Feng, signaling him to proceed without hesitation. Before them loomed a colossal tree, its immense roots crashing into the ground, obliterating an entire hill in an instant. The scattered figures, lacking the strength to rise, could only watch helplessly as Chen Fan trampled over their faces. Among the wild cultivators, the constraints of moral righteousness dissipated, laying bare the grotesque nature of humanity. Su Zhao, acutely aware of the increasing number of people outside, promptly utilized his spiritual energy to transport various construction materials. The Suyang villa far surpassed the Shiling residence in both size and opulence, with everything exquisitely crafted in a style favored by Shiling. Do you understand why I mentioned that encountering someone is a matter of fate? If you don't, it's best not to provoke them. Su Zicheng inquired, sitting up in bed and directing his gaze at Zhang Ziyu. And Qi, controlling the flames within her own body, found it far more agile than when she was in Zhang Jili's form. With the flames instinctively recognizing her as their master and posing no threat to her, the ancient castle echoed with frantic roars as the death servants raged against the doors like madmen. I pondered how long the gates could withstand such assaults, yet I was acutely aware that this place was no longer safe, and the sooner we departed, the better. Chapter 89. Relying on women if he were to bow his head in defeat. What would become of his authority? From that point onward, anyone could wield a knife to threaten him. Chen Fan, release Brother Niu at once, Song Qingyan urged softly. Do not commit an act you will regret. How was I to know? I've always been the one taking the medicine. If it weren't for you, such a fool, I wouldn't have resorted to poisoning. Max scolded, tapping Li Qingyuan's forehead with exasperation, expressing a mix of disappointment and frustration. Suddenly, a cry of alarm pierced the air from the courtyard, the voice laced with fear. Gray Shadow's heart jolted. The Jade Vial. Something had happened to the Jade Vial. The manipulative demon had regained its composure. No longer stunned by the sudden appearance of the Long Mao monster, instead seizing it as an advantageous factor. With her current fusion with the virtual machine, she had acquired an array of bizarre abilities. A messenger was dispatched to the martial arts arena in the back mountains. The individual, appearing to be in their early 30s, donned the attire of a sword sect disciple, with a finely crafted flying sword at their waist. Their strength and experience surpassing Mu Fan Est Senior. Are you certain that the figure behind the scenes intends to refine the 4 fiend blood crystals? Ling Outyin queried, his brow furrowed with doubt. Given the bloodshed and chaos that had ensued since the emergence of the 4 fiend blood crystals, if someone truly possessed the means to concoct them, why had there been no news of such crystals since then? Bai Yunfei's understated remarks resonated profoundly with the 2 senior sisters, Bai Yunxue and Xia Xiuer, leaving them in stunned silence. Thank you, Master. Bai Yunfei responded with a smile, accepting the letter with gratitude. Mom. Jiangnan called to inform me that you are unwell. How are you faring now? Jiang Ying's voice emerged, tinged with concern. However, after several days of exertion, her mental energy had nearly depleted, and the recent collision had extinguished the last remnants of her strength. However, due to her habitual early rising, she awoke before the dawn had fully broken, rubbing her sleepy eyes with one hand while peering towards the bed with the other. Tianzhong, having suffered this one blow, could not endure the calm tone of Li Yi, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes, revealing his true feelings without pretense. The moon rose beautifully, with a slightly androgynous yet handsome visage, exuding an irresistible allure towards Jia Kai. On a newly formed earthen platform, 5 pilots, bound like Zongzi, dangled from a thick beam. Lu Fan interjected, do not misunderstand. I did not say I would come to see you. Merely that I am aware. Moreover, those 3 bats had already brought their companions to the rear of the base vehicle, a blind spot impervious to the air cannon. Where is Jian? As Thor stepped forward, he searched in vain for Jian's whereabouts, only to discover Bruce in a corner. Realizing that the situation had taken a turn, Jian might have been taken away by Bruce. Chapter 90. Chen Fan is a prodigy. Inside the private room, Wei Tiangang had other matters to attend to and left first. Jin Yo entered the room, respectfully pouring wine for Chen Fan, completely shedding his earlier arrogant demeanor. Brother Chen, I have a request. Elder Fu looked at Chen Fan with a smile. Chen Fan replied, please, Elder Fu. Am I being foolish? Gushin repeated softly, his gaze chilling to the core. He inhaled deeply, yet ultimately, with a self-deprecating smile, he grasped her chin firmly, lifting her face, and abruptly captured her lips with his Zhouinging. Mo.E was somewhat reliable. After all, it was Mo.E who had assisted her time and again. Thus, if she had to venture out, being by Mo.E's side would indeed afford her a sense of safety. With some concern, I decided to reach out to him, uncertain of old Shin's whereabouts and unable to use Wi-Fi. I abandoned WeChat due to my limited phone plan and opted for a call, as it would be swifter for any urgent matters. Dongfang Xiao immediately discerned that the potion crafted by Yao Lin had reached the level of a first-tier alchemical elixir. This served as a catalyst for further discussion. Regardless of the merits of his proposal, a myriad of suggestions would undoubtedly arise next. Dongfang Xiao drew forth a green taidao, aimed in the direction of Yansu. Although the quality of this weapon was not particularly high, merely refined grade, it sufficed for the battle at hand. I ask you this. If one day we encounter Chun Xiao, what will you do? Bai Shui articulated each word with icy precision, as frigid as ice, as unyielding as steel. Su Good trembled with rage, despite knowing that this man spoke with little regard for weighty matters and held no one in esteem. evident from their previous conversations and being aware of his strained relationship with his father. She still could not fathom how he could speak in such a manner. Before Wu Feng could make another move, a gigantic undead creature lunged forward, seizing the initiative, soaring high, the undead being crashed heavily against the top of the underground passage, subsequently plummeting towards Bu Fan. Trapped amidst the ruins, Bu Fan could only helplessly witness the descent of the undead. Despite her resilient exterior, she was, in truth, often frail, and at times appeared so vulnerable that it tugged at one's heartstrings. Evoking deep sympathy, the movements of the five elements in Bagua palm danced erratically, its shadow elusive and difficult to discern. As Zhang Daoren wielded his palm, it unleashed a piercing sonic boom, the cacophony relentless. When Zhang Daoren finally withdrew his hand and stood firm, Yu Yixio felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, enveloped in shock. Accompanied by a flurry of hurried footsteps, the surrounding torches gradually closed in, encircling Lu family village in an expansive circle, transforming the night into a spectacle as bright as day. The foremost rider bore more than a dozen bloody wounds, some still oozing crimson, while his comrades, without exception, were grievously injured yet showed no inclination to retreat. Meanwhile, Yang Shiyuan, perhaps genuinely at odds with Lin Hang, couldn't suppress her delight upon seeing him sulking, her smile sparkling with mischief, inside the cockpit. Logan and the White Empress shook their heads at Kara, signaling that the professor had not made contact with the others. Zhang Daoran, a formidable cultivator, capable of casually imparting the profound beast-taming technique, would likely not refuse inquiries regarding cultivation matters. Chapter 91. Ungratefulness. Chen Fan emerged from Wangjiang Tower and noticed Song Qingyan and the others lingering at the entrance. "Why are you still here?" Chen Fan inquired nonchalantly. "Are you not afraid of the Golden Bull retaliating against you? I may not be able to save you next time." Wang Chuanxiu wore a look of disdain. "Who asked for your help? You harbinger of misfortune." With a loud bang, the wooden door slammed shut, and sounds of clothes tearing and desperate resistance echoed from within, yielding to despair. In his view, today's defeat of Wu Ren was entirely due to an unforeseen ambush, allowing Miyu to seize an unexpected opportunity. Their situation was dire, hiding in a makeshift village home ravaged by looting, stained with blood and reeking of decay, beset by illness, hunger, and fatigue. He blinked in astonishment. In his visions of the future, that golden bracelet possessed no such power, at most binding only his own existence at the Xianxian level. Yet now, as a Jinxian, he found himself utterly immobilized. His hand slid up her arm, and she involuntarily shut her eyes, goosebumps rising on her skin. Indeed, words were inadequate to describe the moment. Richard, currently consuming a potion, was experiencing an unmistakably vivid reality. As fate would have it, a patrolling soldier sat with his back to Leo, clad in a red scarf and bronze light armor, a distinct scar marking his profile. However, at this moment, Li Chong made her realize that she had underestimated his strength. Feng Chijun paused, then recalled that she and Li Chong had indeed met at a tavern in the ancestral realm. Overall, the task was intricate and tedious, yet not particularly challenging. Wu Juanhao felt a sense of ease within. Xu Ebing hesitated to speak, yet understood that he could not always intervene to resolve conflicts among subordinates. Only by genuinely winning over an opponent's heart could they coexist peacefully. Having experienced a shopping excursion with Du Jioe, one is well aware of her frugal nature, despite being a master of profit. Guanan remained silent, yet the cold, piercing gaze behind her mask was fixated on Luo Fan Yen. Tang Sui's expression darkened as she glanced at the sword Doluo Chen Xian above, who was single-handedly confronting four foes. With a twist of her form in the void, the space rippled lightly, and in the blink of an eye, she approached the besieged Gu Rong and Ning Fengji. After taking a generous sip of water while seated at the table, she slowly remarked, "I can't help but feel a pang of pity for Xie Rongxi." Emperor Qi Yuan turned his gaze towards Du Jioe. Her plain appearance bore no resemblance to the Du Li clan, suggesting she took after her father. The spirited Garfield did not hastily lower the aircraft, instead hovering for several minutes to allow reporters and photographers to capture the moment. "How dare you offend a deity?" exclaimed Reina, clad in armor, as she glared fiercely at Garfield. The incident concluded in such a manner, regrettably without capturing Xie Hao. Wang Taifu swiftly sought a scapegoat to placate the Rong and He families. For otherwise, his own official cap would indeed be in jeopardy. Xiaoyu waved his sleeve gently, conjuring a stream of sword energy that coalesced into a circular mirror. The sword light reflected from this mirror illuminated a void, revealing a shadow forcibly expelled by the sword energy, while the puppet master, who had been conversing in place, transformed into a pool of seawater, flowing away. Chapter 92. Pressure. As Pan Huachao stepped outside, he spotted Jin Yo seated in the reception room. "Pan, how's it going?" Jin Yo inquired. "Has Chen Fan agreed?" "His words are quite defiant," replied Pan Huachao, "but worry not, he just arrived. For a child from such a family background, unless he is truly ineffectual, he would be sent into the entertainment industry, utilizing familial connections and wealth to elevate his status, not seeking grand fame, merely striving for a life free from want. Have you had cosmetic surgery?" Previously resembling a disheveled uncle, one could now justifiably call him refined and handsome. During her playful misadventure, Song Qinjun fell into the water. Surely, Prince Han could not turn a blind eye? With skin-to-skin contact in the water, everything fell into place seamlessly. Huaizhen disembarked alongside him, gazing intently at a particularly striking tree, which had graced the homepage of his computer's screensaver series countless times. Yet the surrounding passengers seemed oblivious to its beauty at this moment. The two captives lay completely incapacitated, devoid of visible wounds yet ensnared in a state of unconsciousness. The initial use of memory search on a human was challenging to control due to the intensity of the mental energy involved. It was sufficient to incapacitate these two, yet it yielded astonishing revelations. The resentment within her heart grew wildly, yet Wei Jianjia ultimately remained silent, her face a mask of fury as she departed the scene. Fang Yuan pushed the individual aside and secured her with a seatbelt. Having lost consciousness, she was unaware of how to free herself and began to struggle. Fang Yuan promptly started the vehicle. Racing towards the hospital. In the past, a large 80 taels could equate to a pound and 10 taels, or even a pound and 16 taels. Each tail of the 10 taels would undoubtedly weigh more than each tail of the 16 taels, with a large 80 taels approximately weighing 8 pounds. Enough with the frivolity. Come here and clarify everything you know. We have only 5 minutes, Xiao Yi Chun remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Gong Zihang as he raised his hand to check the time. Once Zhao Xian stormed out in a fit of rage, Huang Yanqi redirected his gaze towards the surveillance screen. The Buddhist forces, which had been thriving wildly since their arrival in Japan, had once caused considerable distress to the Kyoto court, the Kamakura shogunate, and various other regimes. Within a civilian helicopter, Quan Sini occupied the pilot's seat, while Yamazaki Akira sat beside him as co-pilot. Most individuals do not harbor disdain for those who admire them. Being liked is indeed a source of joy, unless it escalates to an unhealthy obsession. A white cargo van sped along the highway. Despite the winter chill, the young driver donned nothing but a black short-sleeved t-shirt. Only a handful of specters remained behind, distinct from others as they emitted a faint green glow. Huh? Cough. She truly deserves it. Wen was laughing uproariously, the gusts of wind rushing into his mouth, causing him to cough. My sole task is to gather energy points. I am not here to teach you how to pick up trash. Besides, this planet has achieved 100 resource recycling, making it impossible for you to find any valuable refuse. You should abandon that notion, Old Bai stated with an expressionless face. Chapter 93. Dare to resist soon after. Jin Yo rushed into Pan Huachao's office in a frenzy. Captain Pan, what is the matter? Jin Yo inquired, bewildered. How dare you even ask? Did you not claim that Chen Fan was merely Tang Xinjia's kept man? Pan Huachao scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Jin Yo. That fellow just mentioned for me to exert more force. So I hastily swung my fist downwards again. This punch was infused with even greater vigor, unleashing the full might of my thunderous power. The young man felt an overwhelmingly terrifying force of destruction surge through his body, causing him to tremble violently and involuntarily step back. What is wrong with you? Why does your face look so grim? Yu Tian questioned, gazing curiously at He Yanwang. The eyes of death widened, dark and ominous energy surging forth like a path to the terrifying unknown. Just as his fingers grazed a droplet of golden blood, it instantly seeped along Yi Huan's fingertips and into his dantian. Zhao Fan exhaled a chilling breath, the humiliation suffered by Xia Emma replaying vividly in his mind. As a friend, he could not tolerate such outrageous behavior. Why should I know you? Li Renan replied with a peculiar expression, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Thank you, but I do not require your financial assistance. I aspire to earn money through my own efforts. Han Hao stated calmly. He leisurely set down his glass, meticulously wiped his lips with a tissue, and then turned his tranquil gaze towards Su Kuan. Young master, the investigation results are in. Unexpectedly, a reckless bodyguard barged in. Why, upon learning that her mother's death was connected to the Gu family, was there such an eagerness to arrange a wedding? Is she afraid of having a change of heart? Before departing, Lai Yin narrowed his eyes, addressing the brothel where the confined girls were held. Tomorrow, find someone to demolish that building and clear out a pristine pond. Planting more trees in its place. In this realm shrouded in chaos and turmoil, it seems it may require years of nurturing before any semblance of improvement can manifest. Upon hearing this, Gausini nearly spat out the fruit he had just placed in his mouth. For he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding magical artifacts. The notion that a mid-grade artifact, priced at 500,000, could be shattered with mere hand strength was utterly astonishing. Good heavens! Does that mean her wealth would be inexhaustible for a lifetime? Qing Shu was left in utter shock, unable to suppress his thoughts that a grand palanquin, radiating a platinum glow, was frantically traversing the void towards the sacred palace, a stark contrast to the grand descent it had made earlier. Nyesipo was practically fleeing, dragging four celestial maidens along in a state of disarray. The students cried out and rushed forward, yet two who lagged behind were crushed into a pulp by a boulder rolling down the passage. So, what should I say? If it were truly Zierman intent on targeting him, no words would suffice. You save me, and if you allow her to slay me, you shall never discover the whereabouts of Gong Lingxian. He clutched Gong Lingrue's robe tightly, his voice trembling, while simultaneously dodging the attacks from Shiba behind him. Indeed, this matter is somewhat difficult to broach, primarily because we find ourselves without choice, sighed the elder. Mu Huayan observed Gong Lingjuan's fluid movements and felt a twinge in his wrist. He had only heard of the fourth prince's ruthless reputation, yet had never witnessed it firsthand. Chapter 94. Summon assistance. Chen Fan approached Pan Huaqiao, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. Release me at once, Pan Huaqiao exclaimed, a mix of terror and fury in his voice. If you dare to lay a finger on me, you shall never escape this door. Pan, you. Recognizing that it would not be easy to take someone away effortlessly this time, Lin Zhuro was not one to linger in battle. Upon sensing footsteps outside, she swiftly evaded Jiang Wan's attack. Only Taodao, appearing delicate and capable of playing the pipa, was an entertainer, yet who could have guessed her true identity as a professional assassin? The fact that no one could detect the presence of others in such circumstances speaks volumes about the profound and arcane nature of Long Han's concealment technique. Most importantly, being attended to by a sovereign figure like Ji Maching provided a psychological satisfaction far surpassing any physical gratification at that moment. As she gazed outside, Jiang Wan's eyes were met by a figure that was not entirely unfamiliar, yet certainly not strange. Her pupils involuntarily constricted. Shiman Jushue was engrossed in studying the content of the second trial when he suddenly noticed a sword mark on the puppet's neck, causing his eyes to brighten with intrigue. However, the spirit sword wielded tremendous power and razor-sharp precision, instantly piercing through his palm imprint and striking his body. Ever since Lin Hao entered the room, Wang Liang sensed a discord. Lin Hao's gait appeared somewhat solitary, almost limping, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, evidently indicating a recent altercation at this moment, with the spiritual energy of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones nearly expended. Lin Feng hesitated not for a moment and produced another 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yuan Ying cast a spell to forge a stone sword, replacing the Xin Yuan sword. This sword was heavy in hand, weighing no less than several hundred pounds. They were merely ordinary mortals, not cultivators. How could they possibly discern the traces of ghosts and deities? The humiliation from last time lingers vividly in his mind. Being ridiculed, reduced to a mere object of scorn, it has become unbearable. The enmity feels like a thorn embedded in his heart, causing him immense distress. Not only she, but even the Buddha and all celestial deities are rendered mere spectators to this relentless pursuit of fate. None daring to intervene for fear of being ensnared by destiny and facing the cataclysm of Nirvana's descent. As he gazes upon the star core, seemingly on the verge of explosion, Situ Xing's eyes narrow incessantly. He knows that once the star core detonates, its catastrophic force will annihilate him in an instant, filling his heart with a sense of unwillingness. Upon the arrival of Wei Wuji, Prince Qingtai's eyes involuntarily sparkled with a hint of joy. He hastily rose to assist Wei Wuji, ushering him to a seat beside his own, before turning to the seemingly impassive Huang Min, whose thoughts are, in truth, sharp and agile, and solemnly spoke in a chilling tone. Li Hongmei's eyes flickered with jealousy. She envied Li Qingshue's beauty and resented all that she possessed. Tension gripped everyone as the imminent explosion of the bomb could very well herald the emergence of the Liuli giant lizard's corpse. Dantai Xianyu cast a deep glance at Wang Yidong, then withdrew the formation flag, transforming into a streak of lightning as she departed, casually discarding a thunderball. Within the palace, Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes atop the midday gate. and shot forth like lightning. Simultaneously, apart from the Qingyan commander who had been on a prolonged mission, the three masters of the divine garb guard, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, set off towards the southern city. Chapter 95. This meal is beyond my palate. The visitor was none other than Li Wenfu, the district chief of Jiangzhou's southern region. Jinyo displayed a smirk of pride, with Li Wenfu himself in attendance. An intriguing spectacle was sure to unfold. Regardless of the circumstances, with Pan Wenfu's stature, Nangong dared not act too recklessly. Upon seeing Li Wenfu, both Nangong and Tang Xinjia appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by his arrival. "Uncle, you have finally come." However, Yi Yinan's previous absence meant he had no one to turn to now, and unwilling to disturb Yu Jingxian, he could only venture alone into these mountains for self-cultivation. Alas, that it might truly be the case that his narrow experiences have led to this, that once again proving that his brother was right. Socializing is indeed an intricate art. President, these are all renowned local specialties, said to be particularly beneficial for men. One young man mustered his courage to explain to the leader. Meanwhile, the already cold Lin heir unexpectedly took a deep breath, abruptly sitting up from the ground and retching violently. Observing the increasing droplets of wine, Yi Yinan remained skeptical. These continuously splitting droplets were undoubtedly under Wang Shizhou's control, but no matter how much one exerts control, there must be a limit. Surely they cannot split infinitely? Amidst the astonished gaze of Chu Han, an endless torrent of solar flames surged forth, transforming the space into a blazing inferno in the blink of an eye, concerned that Rong Yinji's stamina and energy might falter. Qi Yin kept a vigilant watch over him. Upon witnessing her, Yu Xian immediately returned to her usual demeanor, causing the atmosphere to grow somber. "I am full. You all take your time." Su Myukin also stood up, adding, "You all enjoy your meal. I have finished mine." The queen obstructed the prince, who was eager to rush forward, and summoned 2 eunuchs to assist her into the temple's side chamber. Yet, this seemingly flawless white hand had, not long ago, effortlessly subdued a peak-level demon cultivator of the imperial realm with a mere flicker of movement, subsequently draining him of his cultivation until he was reduced to ash, forever lost to the cycle of rebirth. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of this carefree sect disciple, which provoked the wrath of the celestial tribulation, the carefree sect might have already been obliterated by their holy thunder. Wrapped in silver radiance, the hues of silvery red danced gracefully as the dual forces of silver and gold clashed, creating a protective barrier of silver red and fiery crimson. The harm he inflicted upon Lu Miaman had deeply ingrained animosity in the hearts of the 2 elders. He often felt he could face anyone with unwavering confidence. Yet in their presence, an undeniable sense of trepidation began to stir within him. The brilliance of 5 magical artifacts suddenly transformed into beams of light shooting skyward, illuminating the earth more intensely than lightning itself. As the 5 beams radiated forth, Master Tai Xian let his arms drop, his body gracefully ascending in tandem with the beams of light that T.O.B. candid. Lu Fengxiuan, despite bearing the title of Demon Lord, had not committed any heinous acts of great malice. The company leadership chose to remain passive regarding this matter, tacitly endorsing their current approach. I found the situation troublesome. It was late at night, and we would surely need to step out soon. The old woman was still awake, undoubtedly delaying our plans, prompting me to hastily rise and exit. I urged him to conclude our conversation swiftly to avoid jeopardizing our endeavors. Luo Yu chose to disregard the chaos unfolding before him, completely ignoring the 2 in a frenzy as he continued to bathe. The 3 of them set sail towards Qingyan's vessel, while 2 rushed towards the boat where Juzi and Azi were located, and 1 made his way towards Ziyu. Chapter 96. A lifetime in a wheelchair. At this moment, within a certain villa district, in an opulent living room, Elder Fu was engaged in conversation with a youthful gentleman of delicate features, clad in designer attire that exuded affluence. He was unmistakably a scion of wealth. Elder Fu, did you not mention encountering a miraculous physician, one even more formidable than Wei Tiangang? The young man poured himself a glass of red wine. Upon returning to the homeowner's residence, we closed the door to the room. The oil lamp within flickered to life, casting dancing flames that illuminated my form and projected shadows onto the floor. Miss Ayunchi felt a sense of comfort upon hearing her addressed as princess, and she regarded Kong Zhu with newfound respect. The subterranean Pipitonk was the culmination of TPC's exhaustive research, a groundbreaking exploration vehicle that was ill-equipped for combat scenarios. Like most 17 or 18-year-olds, Wang Dong felt nothing but excitement and ambition upon leaving home. Her cheerful boy, Su Hua, who radiated sunshine, was paradoxically trapped in the depths of darkness, What kind of tea is this? It tastes like hawthorn, quite sweet indeed, Xingshu remarked, taking a generous sip. When the final surge of tricolor thunder struck him, even Qian Jie felt as though death was imminent, for he was utterly devoid of strength. Wang Dong cast another glance at Guadalu before slowly pushing the door open and stepping outside. Since Guadalu did not take the initiative, he had no choice but to act. Feeling inexplicably cared for by Yuan Shao, Jing Simu found the sensation somewhat peculiar, yet he smiled and absent-mindedly touched his nose. At this moment, within the confines of the Capital International Airport, a few exceptionally poised young individuals are seated in the waiting lounge. She repeatedly grazes her bloodied fingertip across the surface of the mirror until the wound ceases to weep blood. At which point she finally relinquishes her endeavor. Ye Zishan remains unperturbed. He opts to postpone the exchange of these materials, instead choosing to redeem 3 types of ingredients for concocting sediment pills with a total of 11 million points. The Qi family does not suffer from my presence nor benefit from my absence. You need not perpetually use this excuse to keep me here. Qi Yin asserts, stepping back a pace. That brazen individual. Just as Louise is about to unleash her ire, Didier gently grasps her hand, shaking his head. Could it be that her shoulder was fractured by that basketball? Her expression is indeed quite dark. Even from such a distance from the court, she was still struck by the ball. Pu Kuei's eyes glimmer slightly. Truth be told, had it not been for Tong Jin's reminder, he would have failed to recognize that he is still a peak-level practitioner of the mysterious arts. Su Qing's family, anxiously awaiting Qin Yuchuan's arrival, notices that noon is fast approaching, prompting Su Qing to retreat to the kitchen to prepare lunch, until the true identity of this corpse is ascertained. It shall remain unburied in unrest. Could it truly be his error? Is he incapable of discerning people, blind to their true natures? Lu Xiaoran finds himself ensnared in profound self-doubt, unable to extricate himself from such contemplation. Naturally, Feng Tian is displeased at being overshadowed by Beiming Yuzai, yet he acknowledges the prevailing circumstances and begrudgingly consents, merely biding his time in obscurity. Certainly, Lu Dehai presents a business card before him, readily open to guidance at any moment. Ming Patian respectfully accepts it with both hands, glancing at it with confidence before smiling and placing it into his wallet. Having grasped this insight, he sends a message to Weiler, informing him of the discovery of the mahogany's whereabouts. Qin Feng memorizes the location, surfacing to the light, while Weiler has already recorded the coordinates. Zhou Xiaoga observes from the plane as the vehicle safely comes to a halt. A wave of joy washing over her. She has yet to witness Qin Bei Feng's injury, and she waves downwards, guiding the helicopter to land on a flat area not far away. Chapter 97, The Watchdog in His View. Chen Fan's unscathed emergence is undoubtedly a result of Tang Xinjia's intervention. Chen Fan, do not hold it against me for being ungrateful. It is simply that you fail to recognize worth. Fu Lao shamelessly states, we could have collaborated splendidly, becoming excellent partners. Wouldn't it be splendid to share the wealth? You have forced my hand. Despite the stringent regulations governing the entry and exit of outsiders at the Central Academy of Drama, Cece possesses a method to gain her daily access. Hearing this, the teacher silently commends the parent. Indeed, this is the desired outcome, that if one could truly eliminate the funeral of love, it would be nothing short of splendid. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired moments ago? Has there been an invasion of Konoha? How are we unaware? Zhong Yuqing cherishes this opportunity. Finally, he cues for the shared phone, first dialing home to reassure his parents about his situation in the military, urging them not to worry. The second call, of course, is to Cece.Yi Cha Ching. Is your place of enlightenment truly within the 18 layers of hell? The Jade Emperor inquires suddenly. Zhang, the student, chuckled softly and thought to himself that he ought to express gratitude to the classmate Zhou behind him. Had it not been for her foresight in calling out for everyone to remain still, they might have found themselves crushed into a mere pancake amid the throngs of people. What is the matter? Are you too frightened to move? Uchiha Madara remarked, his eyes transforming into a kaleidoscope of Tomo. But mother, we should see you sooner rather than later. After all, she is to be engaged. It wouldn't bode well if the Ding family found out. Lin Ming'er interjected, a glimmer of schadenfreude flashing in her eyes. Lin Yantian, you are quite audacious. It seems you no longer wish to retain the Lin family enterprise. Qin Muhan scoffed, her expression inscrutable, yet her words detonated like thunder in Lin Yangtian's ears. Then, the sky abruptly altered once more, as a colossal eye seemingly replaced the heavens, slowly opening and painting the sky in a sanguine hue. A cataclysmic battle loomed, possessing the might to shatter the universe and extinguish the firmament. The series of confrontations reverberated across various nebulae, leaving those empowered on both sides utterly astounded. The youth before them could no longer be measured by mere human strength, as if he had transcended the realm of dominion. Surpassing even the supreme sovereign. At present, it appeared premature to delve into such discussions. It would be prudent to momentarily set aside these disconcerting matters, since the old man had joined the Dao sect. He was determined to showcase his culinary skills to the sect leader today. As if reluctant to broach any topic that might evoke dread, the elder shifted the conversation and slightly cupped his fist towards Han Bing. Suddenly, a sigh echoed through the sky, imbued with a sense of melancholy that inexplicably tugged at one's heartstrings. Wang Xianyan, being still quite young and with little practical experience, found herself in a precarious position. Recklessly attempting to launch an offensive against Su Xingtian, a move that was likely to expose her vulnerabilities. Most of those charging forward were disciples of the royal family, around 10 in number. Rendered immobile in the air by the force of the shockwave, with this in mind, Xiaoming deftly maneuvered to a corner not far from the coffin, concealing himself before gently prodding the coffin lid with his vital energy. Tears glistened in his eyes as he gazed toward the distant expanse of the oceanic river system, as if 1,000 unuttered words stirred within his heart. Regarding this situation, what was once mere suspicion had now solidified into certainty. The blue mist bore no relation whatsoever to water. Due to its peculiar nature, there were no signs of liquefaction. They had gathered the bodies of the deceased natives together for collective cremation. Taking photographs as mementos. In that fleeting moment, Qin Zheng seemed to pierce through the hazy mist, catching a glimpse of the light in her eyes, a light that rekindled an exceedingly familiar sensation within him. Chapter 98. Third Young Master. Your words are quite foul. Chen Fan slowly adjusted the muzzle of his gun, aiming it at Gu Tianming. Bastard, you. Gu Tianming instinctively retreated a couple of steps. He had come to Jiangzhou without any companions. And observing Chen Fan, who appeared to be a mere hothead, he pondered the consequences should things escalate. The Black Mountain old demon expressed gratitude towards his subordinates for laying down the extracted jade liquid, bowing deeply before hastily departing. The instant the vigorous energy from his fist struck Chen Jin, the figure before him was scattered like leaves caught in a tempest. However, to his utter disbelief, when he placed the card in the flame, it remained completely unchanged. Shawailing descended like a cannonball, crashing down upon them as if it were a meteorite. This method of attack was truly unfathomable, yet remarkably effective. For instance, the income from the commercial properties developed along the riverside, along with his own villas, were not accounted for due to the difficulty in determining their value at that moment. Moreover, the profits from the new energy projects this year could approach nearly 100 billion, which also could not be included, and Meng Fei disregarded these. Wu Dahai clutched his burning cheek while casting a venomous glare at Yu Xiaodian. Over the past month, despite not receiving any news regarding Hui Jioding, Tang Xiaoxiao firmly believed that he was still alive. Su Man and Su Zhou were momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing Hui Jioding's implication, they hurriedly began to launch personal attacks against Tang Xiaoxiao. Furthermore, the black suit he wore added an air of nobility to Yu Xiaoyan's originally extraordinary demeanor. After a considerable pause, Xiaochen finally decided to advance once more. In a single breath, he leapt forward, landing steadily on the muddy ground. Zhu Pingjin led the group in silence, dismounting to bow an apology to the ancestors in the mausoleum area before remounting and heading towards the city gate. At that moment, Shen Yunqin also noticed Xiao Linger, instantly rendering her speechless as she rose and walked towards Xiao Linger. Currently, a strip of white gauze covered Yu Chaoqing's face, and if she did not seek surgical intervention at a hospital, it was highly likely that she would be left with a scar. Old Fu had been assigned to Kyoto, where he established the headquarters of Ideal Express in the Ideal Building, and all licenses had now been procured. Baining would be home to the first branched in the east of the ginseng fruit tree. A dozen towering peaks soared into the sky, each exuding an unmatched grandeur. At this moment, several hundred individuals from 3 academies arrived at the execution gate, divided into 3 teams led by their respective deans, standing directly in the courtyard of the execution gate. Lin Sui's appearance and figure rendered him almost unable to avert his gaze. He could scarcely recall that Zhang Tianyi had such striking friends. Zhang Fan shook his head. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, there were countless star domains, and even in his past life, as a celestial emperor of the Great Ascension, he had no knowledge of how many star domains existed within this universe. Chen Junyi's complete evasion of Xia Chuanqiu stemmed from a habit formed over time. The attack patterns of teacher Xia had imprinted a certain fixed mindset in Chen Junyi's thinking, when his mind, capable of memorizing any movement, was applied to combat. It ironically imposed limitations upon himself. Do not move. Ninghao's warm breath fanned across her face, leaving Lu Rongyan both embarrassed and anxious. Old Li, having received this trifling sum, felt somewhat relieved regarding the earlier incident where old Lin and others had shamelessly requested his food and drink. Ningxiang Courtyard was indeed a den of indulgence, where individuals from all walks of life came to boast of their status and identity. The people around whispered quietly, and all remarks were disadvantageous to Qin Shao. Unperturbed, Qin Shao reached out towards the red pouch of the peony. Chapter 99, Prepared for Anything. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of a wealthy woman cleaning his room. Adorned in gold and silver, she wielded a filthy mop, which was in stark contrast to her opulent appearance. Madam Shen, I cannot afford to have you serve as my cleaner, Chen Fan remarked nonchalantly. This was also the very reason why Jiao Jinggang sought to provoke Zhao Gongming earlier, with Zhao Gongming expending minimal effort. When Jiao Jinggang eventually grew weary, Zhao Gongming could effortlessly advance and defeat him. This was the true source of Jiao Jingang's anxiety. The medicinal herbs for treating gastric ailments are notoriously difficult to procure. 2 courses of treatment would cost no less than 20,000. Initially, he intended to demand 50,000, but for reasons unknown, his heart softened, and he settled on 20,000, fearing that Li Hahua might not be able to bear the burden. Upon hearing my denial, Shun Haoying remained silent, sitting quietly until we arrived at the town hospital, whereupon she disembarked and followed me to the emergency department. To my dismay, her swollen wrist had inexplicably returned to normal. The advantage of height exerted substantial pressure, tightening the nerves of the jittery Dalaji, who instinctively reached for the holster at his waist. Upon hearing my words, the unprincipled Taoist wore a look of despondency. In truth, his magical prowess was rather mediocre, relying solely on some peculiar artifacts. Now, being pursued by zombies, he had naturally forgotten to cast any spells. That I too sensed something amiss with the Lord of Yuan-Nan. He had been quite unnatural in his demeanor when faced with us the previous night. Xiantian furrowed her brow slightly. Years ago, her kindness towards Lu Shanchao stemmed from the hope that one day he would prosper and build her a tiled house to reside in. In that case, her life would not have been in vain. In such a peculiar atmosphere, heightened sensitivity ensued, and soon reached its zenith, leaving her mind blank, as if she could hear angels singing in her ears. Lu Guangjing, do you truly possess such ruthlessness? You wish for my cries to go unanswered by heaven and earth, and to subject me to torment. Did you not just claim that we are from the same village? Did you not consider that when you sought to torture me so? Li Erlong remarked with a smile as he gazed at Lu Guangjing. Just when it was thought that tranquility would prevail? Chen Shi could scarcely anticipate that not only would tranquility not endure, but 10 days later, a formidable army of Jin cavalry would surge across the border of Dao, heading straight for her military encampment. To have one's martial prowess pilfered and then employed to vanquish one's own formidable allies would unnerve anyone. As for technological exchange, they had not even entertained the thought. From Ning Feng's X1 giant robot, they had acquired numerous high-performance technologies, allowing them to easily establish a more advanced production line. Upon hearing this, Yi Mama's complexion drained of color, although she had long believed that her father's demise was intricately linked to the death of Zhu Sheng's father. Another voice within her incessantly contradicted that notion. Throughout the ordeal, she had scarcely spoken, and now this so-called destruction heavenly sovereign had inexplicably drawn her into the fray. Even with her 300,000 years of cultivated tranquility, she found it unbearable. Over 30 colossal beasts were arranged in an eerie formation, culminating in a leap by the silver fox, whose movement set off a surge of energy, manifesting a colossal, nearly corporeal image of a beast deity that emerged from the silver fox and soared into the starry nebula. The accumulated sum had now soared past 50 million. With multiple offenses to be punished, it was more than sufficient for her to languish in prison for a lifetime. Wang Xinxue laughed heartily while addressing the representative from the Provincial Sports Bureau beside him. Upon witnessing the girl blush deeply and turn to leave, Su Zheng could only manage a bitter smile he called out, yet did not attempt to stop her. As he gazed at the white rainbow, Chen Shouhua experienced a peculiar sensation, as though that ethereal arc were alive. Chapter 100. You are just a pretty face, it won't trouble you. It's merely a matter of adding your name to the list. Tang Xinjie remarked. Only in the event of a challenging situation would we require your presence. Chen Fan hesitated, caught in indecision. Su Yun instinctively took a step back. As she lowered her gaze to discern the nature of the paper, a dull thrum resonated in her mind. Perhaps, in the ebb and flow of the clouds, evening had descended. The last sliver of sunset clung to the spire of the Wolf Castle, reluctant to depart. Unfurling like a gossamer veil. It appeared that the two esteemed guests were displeased with the vehicle. Upon noticing the ashen faces of Lao Qian and Chen Ingshan, old Qin maintained his cheerful demeanor, continuing to converse with them with a smile. Tang Luo began to sense that something was amiss, yet due to the scant information at his disposal, he was unable to draw any further conclusions. Yuan Xiuhua took her leave, knocking on door 608, entering to greet Shi Yuxiu, informing her that Lan Xiao had imbibed too much, urging her to remain vigilant and provide appropriate care. The remaining territories of southwest Huaxia and the entire South China region lay under the jurisdiction of the national government. Opposing the vanguard army and the People's Party, boasting an army of 3 million with commendable weaponry, she was not a sentimental person prone to tears. However, this time, she had indeed erred gravely, a mistake of such magnitude that it was irreparable. In contrast, the spirit cat elder maintained an unperturbed expression, displaying no signs of embarrassment or annoyance. To acquire the banana fan, one must traverse the path of the Bull Demon King. This was due to the formidable background of Princess Iron Fan. Even if Sun Wukong possessed the courage, he lacked the strength to confront her. Musing in frustration, it occurred to her that perhaps her morning haste had led to an incomplete makeup job. Maybe Qi Guang's assertion held truth. Too many entanglements could indeed hinder progress. Among their group, if anyone were to achieve greatness, it might only be someone as cold-hearted as Qi Guang. In a sudden flash of inspiration, I realized that since the short-haired man had discerned my feint and was unprepared to respond, why not turn the tables, seizing this opportunity to outmaneuver him? Thus, Chong Lu and his companions remained unaware of how long they had held their ground, retreating while battling, until only a handful were left standing. Regardless, once he emerged, it was imperative to have a heart-to-heart. He must treat Yan with greater kindness henceforth. Master who understood that Li Fulian was utterly ignorant of fate. And despite their long-standing friendship, he had failed to enlighten him. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanrong suddenly recalled something, and an involuntary smile of pride graced her face. Her former bosom had been a source of sorrow. Arriving before the colossal gates, Lu Qingchen exerted little effort. With a gentle push, the great doors silently swung open. Among them, one young man exhibited the most radical attitude, had it not been for Ning Chen's earlier shocking actions. This eager young man, keen to make a name for himself before Chen Lu, would have pointed a finger at Ning Chen's nose. The Wuxiang secret scriptures are divided into 3 levels. The first level to be cultivated is called All Streams Return to the Sea. Colin summoned the colossal water element to his side, utilizing it to evade the arcane damage during the eruption of Terratum. He resembled a dangerous strategist, deftly manipulating the game rules, with his allies and soldiers appearing as mere pawns in his grand design. However, it was not long before the War Kingdom was besieged by the Sycophantic Legion, while the Saint Agate Empire fell into chaos at the hands of the lowly faction. Chapter 101. Poisoning. Chen Fan snickered coldly within. Recognizing that Tang Xiang's lofty rhetoric was but a guise for personal grievances, Chen Xianjia had appointed Chen Fan as the apothecary, consequently preventing him from placing his own people in such a pivotal position within the company. He sought to leverage this situation to complicate matters for Chen Fan, ultimately aiming to expel him. Let me tell you, if you know what's good for you, just scram that you've injured my third uncle. As he had long harbored aspirations to challenge Ding Hua, and since Ding was ascension to warrior status, this desire had intensified. As the moon rose in the east, Hua Qingyi and his companions found themselves devoid of any leads. Despite having scoured the entirety of Linzhou City, they could not uncover the whereabouts of Ai Xiang'er and her group. Such formidable Buddhist radiance made it so that any adept below the heavenly harmony realm dared not approach, lest they be torn to shreds in an instant. Nevertheless, this time, the use of bloodline skills seemed to have markedly improved his condition. Although he still experienced weakness, it appeared far less severe than in previous instances. To truly safeguard the Bohai Bay port, sufficient heavy weaponry was essential, ensuring that the Japanese forces would hesitate to seize the port by force. Otherwise, the Japanese could bombard the port with their naval artillery. A troublesome predicament indeed. Indeed, the Slayer. Before Hua Qingyi could finish that ominous word, a piercing scream echoed from behind him. Upon hearing that voice, Hua Qingyi was struck by a chilling sensation, for it was Ai Xiang'er's cry. Helen, unperturbed, approached her quarry ensnared in the whip as if she were a famished she-beast, extending her neck to inhale every inch of him with her delicate, high-nosed snout. Centuries ago, the cannibalistic tribes were at the height of their savagery, prompting the emperor to issue a simple decree. Remarkably, within a few months, This edict led to the utter demise of the cannibalistic tribes. Qingyan seemed to perceive the thoughts swirling in heir's mind. Jose decisively rejected the call, discreetly shutting off his phone. Though seething with anger internally, his facade remained unperturbed. Fandai remained silent for an extended period, yet a barely perceptible smile lingered at the corners of her mouth as she slowly turned her head away. Her gaze clouded with a hint of confusion. Tai Yanlu's complexion was grim. He stared at the now empty box in his hands, inexplicably feeling his legs tremble. Old Fong finally transitioned from a feigned stance to a solid one, launching a direct hook toward Dong Zi with ferocious momentum, the punch slicing through the air with a chilling intensity. Dong Zi's expression hardened. A true mercenary, he displayed commendable strength and speed, understanding the principle of reciprocity. One could assume he was not of malevolent nature, yet if he could not assume human form, his discovery would hold little value. Yuan and Ning remarked that within the wager between Nan Feng and the great Luo Golden Immortal, there were stipulations regarding the necessity for participants to be able to transform into human form. Mom, there's no need for that. If Dad enjoys drinking, I'll buy him 2 bottles tomorrow, Mu Zifei advised. Before the last word had left his lips, the figure of the steward Yun had already vanished from his meditative spot. When Yun reappeared, it was outside Lin Feng's training grounds. Gazing at the now barren forest surrounding Lin Feng's domain, Yun could only express his astonishment with his mouth agape.li fair, seemingly oblivious to Hanku's words, continued, "What is it about me that pales in comparison to them? Even with such overt advances, you still refuse to accept me." As she spoke, she began to cry, overwhelmed with a sense of grievance. The rotund man, upon hearing this, suddenly realized that this wager was not merely a contest between the Luo Jingxian and Nan Feng. It also entailed fierce covert struggles between the underworld and the heavenly realm. One must understand that the position of Luo Jingxian is akin to the high-ranking officials in a court, capable of participating in state affairs. The side that occupies more seats can dictate policies. Chapter 102. Kneel down, are you not a divine healer? Chen Fan mocked, "How is it that you can't even dispel poison? I see your reputation as a healer is merely a facade." Zhu Jihong, filled with rage, retorted, "How was I to know what poison you administered to young Master Tang? Chen Fan, you bastard." Lang Yan raised a stool and struck fiercely. The previously lewdly laughing Hussein Yi was instantly left bloodied and dazed. After a sharp focus of energy, a slender yet immensely powerful beam of bright red light shot forth, piercing through the energy shield of the enemy warship and immediately penetrating the entire hull of the massive vessel. Moreover, the remuneration was not excessive, which accounted for the long-term employment of Qin Yu as a part-time errand boy by the masters of the Martial Arts Academy. Alas, it seemed he had simply grown weary from the earlier exertion, resorting to verbal jabs instead. However, it mattered little, as the effect remained the same. Over the years, his resilience had not only been honed through physical trials, Yun Xiao rejected without a second thought, for she held no particular attachment to that place. She believed Wei Qianyu was merely stalling for time, fearing that his grandiose claims would be exposed. The federal government and the Ikadi Empire of the Western continent successfully resisted the earthly invaders within that black dot of space above. Similarly, one after another, they rushed over, all under the impression that she was an easy target to manipulate on the court. Duncan and the Spurs players, alongside Kidd, Richard Jefferson, and the Nets players, were left in shock. "Brother-in-law, please don't cry. I now understand that you are the greatest victim in this matter," Xia Qingxue said with a sympathetic expression. Indeed, the guards at the entrance did not hesitate, promptly opening the grand door. After Fong Tian entered, they closed it behind him. Rong Ling found it inappropriate to intervene excessively, merely watching as the emperor walked inside. That Yi Jin took a deep breath and swam downward until he spotted a figure. He rushed forward, embracing her, and realizing she was breathless and pale, he disregarded everything and kissed her passionately. This time, not all the burden need fall on Pule Pharmacy. His Highness could write to the Yongji Pharmacy in the capital, urging them to collaborate with Pule Pharmacy to resolve the remaining herbal supplies. Chu Yuan suggested. "Why do you speak thus, second brother? We, the Four Seas, are under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. If this matter reaches His Majesty's ears, none of us in the Four Seas shall escape unscathed." The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, Ao Guang, deliberated. Chun Lu remained silent, offering neither consolation nor words. He understood that, at this moment, the best form of solace was to allow the other party to vent their emotions. "Today, I, the old sun, have come to demand an explanation from the Jade Emperor, whether it be the Southern Heavenly Gate or even the Lingxiao Palace. What is it to me if I were to smash it? The great sage declared with audacity. The incessant chattering of the three individuals buzzed around him like mosquitoes, persistently droning in his ears that, of course, these three were merely prepared for their disciples. Chu Gu had no need for them. Haha, let me tell you. Yin Yin, these people are truly rustic. Li Chong doesn't he even know what Toronto is. As for the initial intimacy observed by Fan Bingbing, Wei Wu simply assigned her a score of 25, treating her no differently than the others. Chapter 103, Just Luck. Bang. Chen Fan sent Tang Xiaong flying with a kick. Tang Xiaong let out a cry of agony, tumbling to the ground and rolling several times. How dare you hit me? Tang Xiaong scrambled to his feet, glaring fiercely at Chen Fan. Do you even realize you are confronting the D? Oh, you still have that photo in your hand. Show it to us. Qin Song gestured toward him. Upon returning to the Chaohua Yunwei Pavilion, Jing Rong informed Mu Shuefu of the deal he had made with the Xuanwu Emperor, and Mu Shuefu felt both anger and gratitude. She was furious at his abandonment of everything to please the Xuanwu Emperor, yet deeply moved by the extent he would go for her sake. Clad in simple garments made from ordinary fabric, gray with blue edges, the hem adorned with leaves of the same hue as the fabric. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaolu swiftly retreated 3 zhang, his eyes reflecting unease and vigilance. What if he still follows us now? Should we shake him off? She asked Qin Song with concern. That I remained unmoved, delivering a powerful strike that crushed his heart. Thus, King Zhao met his demise in bitterness. Lei Yongzi instantly recognized that this was not Jiang Chun. Although he bore Jiang Chen's appearance, the aura he exuded was markedly different. Zhang Fu gave a gentle nod, unsheathing a snow-white sword from its long scabbard with a clang, stepping forward toward the 6 individuals. With a flick of his wrist, the flying sword shot forth like lightning, ruthlessly piercing, the blade flashing, blood splattering. His words startled Yang Qi. As a father, such a statement rendered him woefully inadequate. The Jinqing Palace? Lin Feng paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. This Yang Guang truly was a master of upheaval. Just after a battle, he was already eager to commence the construction of a palace. Shen Fanqing felt as if her mind had been bombarded. Momentarily rendered speechless and unable to process this revelation, Yin Feifei sat on the sofa for a while, estimating that she had exited the elevator, before rising to the window, peering down below. Brandon Malone curled his lip in silence. After all, he was Stephen's deputy and owed him a measure of respect. In the realm of assassination, Wei Zhuang was primarily a swordsman. As such, he possessed a common inclination among swordsmen, the desire to battle strong opponents. For a swordsman, only through continuous combat and transformation could they grow stronger. Thus, we need not overthink. We can simply relish the performance of this prodigious talent in silence. Naturally, there are no objections from the crowd. Despite the considerable disparities in status among NBA players, within their former universities, amateur leagues, and national teams, each of these individuals has been a core member or a principal player, possessing a profound confidence in their abilities. Unexpectedly, after merely exchanging a single move, Su Shan conceded defeat, and did so with astonishing swiftness. His physique, already towering and robust compared to the average person, now radiated the formidable power of the 6 Paths martial god. As he began to unveil his primal tiger-like ferocity, showcasing his full potential, do not run. You are still unwell. Do not challenge your own body. Xiaolang soothed Su Yan's emotions. The Water Mercenary Corps had established their encampment. Do not lie, strike, injuring everyone. Nearly 1,000 individuals were collectively tending to their wounds, fearing any delay might allow the werewolves to descend upon Guangling City, forcing them to fight while still injured. Chapter 104, Tianshan Snow Lotus Sister. I find Tang Xiaoang to be quite reminiscent of a traitor. Tang Xiaoma snorted disdainfully. He has undoubtedly been bribed by Su Wenxiang. We must dispatch someone to investigate thoroughly. Xiaoma, refrain from making baseless claims in the absence of evidence. Tang Xinjia cautioned. The Tang family is currently. She had been searching for you, inquiring everywhere yet finding no leads, her expression one of utter helplessness. I believe that even if you choose to disregard your father, you should at least consider your mother. Li mused inwardly. Is it truly this chaotic? It's only the 2nd day, and classes haven't even commenced. The military uniform exuded a delightful lavender fragrance, clearly having been properly infused. However, should the guardian fail in their duty, resulting in that person's demise, the vow-taker would not only lose their enhancements, but might also weaken due to shame and sorrow. At that moment, all spotlight beams converged, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the stage where Lu Ling stood, flickering and intertwining, as if Lu Ling had genuinely shattered the dimensional barrier, entering the three-dimensional world. He had been reluctant to make an appearance, and upon witnessing the disarray of the household, his spirits further plummeted, especially as Lu Chunhua displayed no discernment, tugging at others with tearful pleas. The ability to casually invest 2 million in an obscure game suggests two possibilities. After all, the firewall established by Chen Xiaofeng and Yin Rue is not something just anyone can resolve. It is beyond the ordinary. Wei Peng, observing the relentless Lin Yun, felt a surge of panic, racking his brain until he finally conceived a glimmer of an idea. Within Kunlun Mountain, the magpie chirped incessantly, rallying a multitude of avian comrades to weave a celestial net, surveilling the movements of those individuals. Lin Yu seemed to have anticipated her evasive response. Following her gaze, he then realized the magnitude of the changes surrounding them. "Thank you, Brother Haonan." The middle-aged man felt a sudden heaviness in his chest and spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Zhou Zheng called out to Brother Wen, yet he was at a loss for words to offer comfort, only able to regard him with a gaze full of concern. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. As an 8 or 9-year-old child and a youth in his 20s embraced each other as brothers, the young man showing no restraint in his evident delight, as if he had gained some advantage. As he sensed the presence of a thin layer of Earth's spirit energy in this alternate dimension, he absorbed it through his limbs and meridians, sufficient to sustain his internal respiratory cycle. How could this be possible? How did they manage it? The surrounding individuals were taken aback. All of Su Feiyue's subordinates had seemingly broken through simultaneously. This could not merely be a coincidence. Lu Pingfei suddenly realized that the recent misfortune seemed unrelated to his cousin, prompting him to reconsider the justification for venting his frustration upon him. 4 figures clad in hooded cloaks stealthily emerged from the room, resembling a procession of gray-black phantoms gliding through the bright, pristine corridor, navigating the seemingly deserted office area. Regardless of how delectable the pastries appeared to Yang Lin in front of her, Xiaonan remained in a trance-like state. Pan Wei's gaze swept over the antiques, searching for those imbued with spiritual energy. After all, once he absorbed the energy, the antiques would remain unchanged, incurring no loss. Upon hearing my voice, she not only did not cease, but instead cried out even louder, accusingly declaring that the hospital had deliberately caused Aunt Lin's death. Emiek Xuanzi's expression shifted drastically as he hastily performed hand seals to conjure a barrier to counteract the pressure emanating from the divine jade. Chapter 105. The relatives who eat bones. This Zheng Mingxiu treated her family as if they were an ATM. Did he truly believe they were a source of endless grievances? "Aunt, your family is currently running a company worth over 100 million. How could you possibly be unable to produce even 1 million? Zheng Mingxiu's countenance was one of displeasure. "If you don't wish to lend it to me, just say so." Feng Yujin pressed her lips together lightly, observing her in silence for a moment before beckoning a flight attendant and draping a blanket over her knees. "All right, child, you shall remain in this dilapidated place. Tomorrow, your father will come to fetch you," he stated. "All right," the elder replied, hastily donning his official attire before scampering off, disregarding the palanquin entirely. The guards had no choice but to mount their steeds and follow closely behind him. As they were about to enter the Huanyi secret realm. Yin Xiao had indeed been quite busy lately. She frequently accompanied GNMO and others on outings, and given the unique characteristics of hell, some items in Hengshui town were more suitable for this locale than those procured elsewhere, adapting better to the Huanyi secret realm. "I am not fire. You cannot amuse me with playthings," Mu Tianquan grumbled, displeased, with a soft huff. Rong Sijing remained silent, his gaze piercing, causing Shi to feel an inexplicable discomfort under his scrutiny. After a brief pause, she furrowed her brow and descended the stairs towards the living room. Increasingly vexed, he blew air for a while longer before tossing the hairdryer aside and heading for the shower. GNMO had previously transferred all his assets to Yin Xiao, and while he still had a modest amount of cash on hand, it was not substantial. However, Yin Xiao later devised various excuses to avoid accepting those assets back from GNMO. Even having embraced the path of gleaming joy, one must still allow for anger. Nevertheless, few could elicit such a response from Yin Fengili. If she were to appear, even upon the announcement of their engagement, she would undoubtedly show up. There was no need for her to be pregnant. Dressed in a deep brown turtleneck and a long black coat, her figure appeared elongated and slender. After getting wet, the redness on Qi Angyi's face had diminished significantly, revealing her true complexion that in the soft glow and hazy mist. Qi Yangyi's visage appeared increasingly enchanting. The streets of the imperial city were attended by dedicated sanitation workers, who had cleared the accumulated snow by the second day after the heavy snowfall 100 times. Must I consecutively triumph over you 100 times? Such a rule is exceedingly unjust. Qiao Zhen's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of hesitation. I glanced upward at Aunt Lin, who seemed to comprehend something, offering a faint smile before turning away. Hundreds, even thousands, of poisoned harpoons descended like dark raindrops, ensnared by an insidious corrosive force. With such a multitude, even if they could not entirely breach Qin Feng's defenses, a single wave would likely result in utter annihilation. Very well. Matters possess varying degrees of urgency. Gui Yume, being a physician, naturally understood this well. The healer prioritizes the patient, and although Wang Feng often jested with her, she did not wish to witness his demise. It is likely that, in their hearts, they still regarded humans as untrustworthy beings. Perpetually pondering their existence, observing this scene, the onlookers exchanged glances, pondering whether the blood devourer had succumbed to madness once more. The sky was a brilliant blue. What could possibly be amiss? Qingyan struggled desperately, expending her last vestiges of strength. Her already frail limbs seemed no longer her own, and she found herself utterly devoid of power to lift them. Chapter 106. Shamelessness. Zheng Mingxiu chuckled triumphantly. Having firmly grasped Wang Chuanqiu's psyche, Wang Chuanqiu, ever concerned with appearances, sought to flaunt her prosperous life before her family, boasting incessantly about her wealth. And this was entirely your choice. He wished to inform her that the individual had been poisoned. Even if they survived today, tomorrow might prove fatal. In any case, those afflicted by the deadly soul-snatching poison were doomed to perish. This journey had indeed been worthwhile, Bilbo remarked with a sense of wonder, reflecting on the experience of a hobbit being graciously hosted in the Elven Kingdom, an encounter that would surely evoke envy among those who preferred to regale tales of hobbits in the comfort of their own homes. I hardly have such privilege. We followed you as part of a grave-robbing crew. Lu Cheng hastily defended himself. The judge, along with the groups of black and white impermanents, and the ox-headed and horse-faced, had dispatched all their subordinates to capture the spirits that had attempted to flee amidst the chaos, yet could not escape the underworld. Yuli clenched her fists tightly, her heart aching. At this moment, she harbored the faint hope that this misstep was merely her sister's ruse to lure her into the palace. Excuse me, could you kindly inform me where the hobbits currently reside? Wu Gang inquired of the Treant. Suddenly, Xiao Qiang'a pushed aside Reina and Du Qiangwei, hastily making her way outside. Father, you are undeniably favoring the second and third brothers too much. What if this jeopardizes our collaboration with the infamily Cheng urged? The second brother also chuckled, attempting to dissuade him. Furthermore, Lin Dong believed there must be other forces behind this, providing them with support. Could it be that they have already fallen prey to other frenzied beasts? Chen Wei, unwilling to leave empty-handed, clung to hope and forcefully kicked open the staff-only passage, eager to investigate the lion's resting place at night. In truth, when he first discovered that the person he had once shared a room with was Jian Shi, he had felt a surge of secret delight. In the early days of her establishment, it was inevitable to encounter hostility from others or to have to oppose them. They were all former partners, familiar with one another. Xiao Jinhua preferred garments in subtle hues, reluctant to don anything too extravagant even when meeting Guanxing. Today, she adorned herself in a gown of delicate lavender, meticulously applying a gentle makeup look. At the moment Yi Xiaobei twisted the red silk into a long staff, he sensed a faint, elusive aura of enchantment. Meanwhile, the nation was seeking ways to innovate and rescue itself, turning its gaze abroad and preparing to apply to the World Trade Organization for China's accession to the WTO. By the end of 2001, major enterprises would face a significant reshuffling. This opportunity was simply too precious to overlook. Who was it? Although Chen Yimo had a good memory, he could not recall who had uttered those words. Xiaoban Gui was oblivious to the fact that the troubles he spoke of had long since diminished. However, the current situation left no room for her speculation as Wang Ming approached aggressively. Reaching out toward her chest, allow the wolf to attack first. Otherwise, the elite monster would continue to pursue Andy until death, rendering the wolf unable to strike as it could not reach its target. Chapter 107. Jealousy. What? Do you have an objection? Tang Xiaoma cast a disdainful glance at Zheng Mingxiu. For someone of such a minor role, being able to converse with him was a privilege. Nonsense. Do you not understand the order of precedence? Zheng Mingxiu, somewhat incensed, replied, The Tianshan Snow Lotus has already cost me 10 million. Fortunately, everything was still within his control. At most, it would merely require a bit more time. As everyone ascended the steps together, Deputy Director Qian could not help but cast an approving glance at Gu Feng. Over the past 3 days, Su Yang had seemingly been aimless, at least in the eyes of others. He had spent the time at home, accompanying his parents, his 5th uncle and 7th aunt, and his wife, giving the impression of wanting to retreat to a pastoral life. Only Su Yang understood that he simply wished to hide for a few days. Nie Kong looked down, his mouth twitching violently as he attempted to break free from the grip of the other's arm. Regardless of the force he exerted, even employing energy and his inherent momentum, he remained firmly ensnared by Jia Yan's iron grip. Amidst this fervent cultivation, it was not long before when Xian broke through to the rank of a level 4 martial disciple. After all, Xiao Yunfei, hailing from a mundane background, had proven his prowess by decisively defeating Xiao Feng, showcasing his remarkable strength. Did this not imply that there existed a pinnacle figure of celestial caliber within the nameless town who had also attained an opportunity for breakthrough? In the air, when Xian battled alongside a spirit beast resembling a wild boar, yet possessing claws sharper than those of an eagle. Mo Han, why did you deceive me? Tianshan took a step closer, pressing in on her. Hearing the calmness in Bai Shasha's words, Li Heng felt immense envy and admiration. Maintaining composure in such circumstances was a testament to Sister Sha's formidable nature. Seizing the moment he relaxed, Chen Mo Han summoned an unexpected strength, pushing the man off her and leaping from the bed. Snatching a nearby robe to wrap around herself tightly, fleeing desperately outside. Although he has broken through to the chi refining stage, he remains a novice, albeit a slightly more seasoned one. Wouldn't you agree? Within my character lies a distinctly masculine trait. When confronted by unreasonable individuals, mere arguments fail to assuage the resentment in my heart. I find myself disinclined to engage in futile disputes with them. And at such moments, only physical confrontation seems to quell my inner turmoil. If that is the case, then Jin Gij's entry into the palace as a consort may not bode well for the Empress and others. Why do you assert that it is better for her, claiming it to be superior to the alternative? Li inquired in confusion. The following day, after breakfast, Chen Mohan found herself compelled to share a vehicle with Qin Luofan. Her own car remained at the Qin residence. I thought to myself, regardless of the circumstances, my matters with Su Minghui are my own and should not involve unrelated parties. However, Yang Ling is neither articulate nor inclined to be ostentatious. Such thoughts remain unspoken, confined to her heart. Teacher, father is already angry. What should I do? The third prince asked anxiously. Chapter 108. The Arrogance of the Powerful. Bang! Tang Xiaoma kicked Zheng Mingshu away. Dadao. Zheng Mingshu howled, his body sent sprawling. Bastard! How dare you hit me? Zheng Mingshu struggled to rise from the ground. The force contained within Li Ling's palm could only be discerned by a true martial artist. The immense true energy was infused into his palm strike. Though lacking in flamboyance, its suffocating power was palpable upon contact. Yin Shixin was somewhat taken aback, yet ultimately fell silent, letting out a long sigh. Li Ling felt a bit dizzy from the sight before him, pondering that it was not a significant matter, so he would follow Tang Yisun. Yanxi was confident in securing investment from Hua Jinshun. But the issue lay in the delicate competition between Fei Yue and Mi Shigao, which posed challenges for all 3 parties involved. The lamps on the stone platform are replaced nightly, never allowed to extinguish. The night watchman tends to the lamps every half hour, and even at this hour, they burn brightly, complemented by the moon at its zenith, illuminating the courtyard as if it were midday, although it did not rain today. The weather remains overcast, with a dark blue sky devoid of any moonlight. With a soft gasp, the cloaked figure expressed mild surprise at Yutian's physical strength, though it was merely a momentary astonishment, not warranting significant concern. After all, he was merely at the 5th rank of chi refinement, while I stand at the 7th. With this advantage, I could easily overpower him. Early the next morning, Qian Yunyu exchanged greetings with Feng Qingshou before heading to the home of Old Man Chen, preparing to bid farewell and set out on her journey. The rules of the black market must be upheld at all times. If spectators fail to comply, merchants are obligated to enforce the regulations. Leave the grain issue to me. You need not worry about it, Li Qingluo remarked after a moment of contemplation. Feng Lang stood resolutely at the center, his visage contorted, and his dark eyes emanating a bloodthirsty ferocity, devoid of any trace of gentleness. The chilling aura of lethal intent enveloped him, leading one to believe they had plunged into an icy abyss. After enduring a day and night in this hellish realm, tranquility gradually returned, restoring it to its original state. The magical artifacts will incite an insatiable greed within them, compelling them to advance relentlessly, even at the risk of their own lives. The competition in question is the highly popular domestic esports event, League of Legends, featuring a match between the Team XF from Longhai City and the challengers, Angel. Yet, it is merely hatred that fuels this rivalry. When Lu Qingyan uttered these words, his demeanor was nonchalant, as if discussing a person entirely unrelated to him. Zhang Yi naturally perceived this shift, and he found that at this moment, Li Qingluo appeared more alluring than ever, to the extent that, had Wang Yuyan not reminded him, he might have remained transfixed. As for what lies ahead, I cannot say, for within this realm of Xianming Yinsha resides a sinister divine corpse, which serves as the bane of my ethereal existence. Remarked Bai Weichan throughout the journey. A brown steed bore the newlywed Zhou Yuming, who, although not beaming with joy, still exhibited a countenance that suggested happiness. He chuckled. I never expected Master Uncle to be so deeply enamored with Master. Zhang Yi said with a smile as he embraced Wu Xingyan. With a mischievous grin, Qing Hongxie felt the increasingly thin air around him and touched the peculiar flower mark on his wrist that shimmered with a silvery glow. Chapter 109. The Emergence of Divine Medicine. Tang Xinjia remarked coolly, How do you know I haven't taken any action? What have you done? I haven't seen anything, retorted Tang Xiang aggressively. All I saw was you sitting in the office drinking coffee. As the acting president, you are bound to ruin the company one way or another. Tang Xine. Tang Wanyuan. Indeed, we have such a relative. He is my uncle's son, but they moved away over 30 years ago. When they left, they severed our financial support, fearing that our pitiable relatives might borrow money from their townsfolk. Observing Hua Qian's ever-changing expression, Xue Jinian remained impassive, though she made considerable efforts to conceal her feelings. It was evident that to someone well-versed in the intrigues of the inner palace, her concerns were trivial. 600 swords counter 800 swords. With the remaining 200 swords, I shall employ the art of shrinking space to evade another 100. Sustaining 100 strikes in the process. You see, Fing, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to engage in a duel with Qingyan while you interfere, remarked Wu Tong with a sardonic tone. Of course, for the time being, I cannot immediately terminate the contract with Zhou Xinru. At the very least, I must wait until she completes filming this production. Now, let me seek my revenge. The transformation of the husband's handprint on the palace floor exudes an overwhelming allure. Damo, banish the malevolence within, as if this were a command. The pentagram in the sky trembled at the words of the temple lord. She was unaware that Zhao Ku had instructed the Dubai Royal Bank to deny Zhou Xiangshan's refund. Thus she had not yet considered the implications for her father. Initially, they had no intention of acknowledging Zhao Ku and Zhouanen, yet these two completely disregarded their presence, brazenly displaying their affection, which ultimately breached their defenses. Lin Yuan chuckled, and after bidding farewell to Yu Yun and the others, he did not hasten to leave Xiangyang City, but instead visited the merit shop. Xianzhen was taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. Xianji had always accused her of being impulsive and immature, yet this time, she had actually praised her. By the time Xuyang had recovered, it was already afternoon. However, he felt a sense of disappointment. Amidst the splendor of the world, he had not managed to make a breakthrough. That if only he had, he could have devoured the rootless lotus. There is no such thing as a tranquil passage of time. Rather, it is merely a matter of some bearing the burden and forging ahead, as Zhong Ziqi seemed to murmur to himself, upon realizing that Yang Yi's vortex, though similar to theirs, exhibited a speed and efficiency in capturing the threads of the law far superior to theirs. The two were once again struck with astonishment. Where is that individual named Yinhua now? Lu Yi had come to believe that the Yinhua mentioned by Li Yueshi was indeed her master, the owner of Jing Fanyuan. Tang Qin quietly took out her phone and uploaded the pictures of the sumptuous hot pot ingredients taken by her assistant that evening onto her Weibo account. That Xian Mingyu was only a few months older than herself yet had already attained the 12th level of body refinement. She must possess extraordinary talent in martial arts. He bore a vague visage, with blood-red eyes glimmering with a venomous light, fixated intently on Yang Yi. Not everyone is fortunate enough to encounter a rainbow. If one does, it is imperative that the children do not miss out. The Taishan Society is the largest underground force of Feimin. The boxing arena where I previously trained is run by people from the Taishan Society, Napa Bass explained to Yi Wudao. Chapter 110. Only love you alone you insult me. Zheng Mingxu was provoked by a single remark from Song Mingxian. What of your insult? Song Mingxian replied with a cold smirk. Did I err in calling you a waste? Fine. when I succeed one day. Do not come to me. However, wasn't the Princess Zijing often seen in the company of the Long Princess? Why then did His Highness the Qingyan come here? Xiao Yu and Li Ying felt a surge of despair as they watched the shadow approach. They lamented their unfortunate fate, especially at this moment when the brigands had drawn near. With a flurry of hands, the crowd lifted Tian Yun, and inside a wisp of Tian Zhe's fingertip pierced Tian Yunran's body. And after a while, Tian Yun stirred back to consciousness. Mubai seemed as if his soul had left his body. His ethereal, exquisite form lay in silence, with hollow eyes and a chilling body temperature. All right. You refuse to drink the toast, and instead choose the penalty drink. Bai Yulong felt his temper rising, and everyone knew that today's events would likely not end well. If this continued, it was certain that the body of the valiant Zhu would not endure. A hero would thus pass away under the incense of the demonic sect's domed this moment. The atmosphere became slightly tense, as Mutu and Sakaki exchanged silent glances before bursting into laughter together. This left Yu Fei with a feeling of exasperation. Their banter had nothing to do with him. However, he could discern that the newcomer seemed to also covet that ginseng, subtly implying that he should refrain from selling it here. This prompted Mu Xian to hold her tongue, understanding that Yu was merely fervent in her practice. Finally, Chen Xin obtained the object of her affection, overjoyed beyond measure, carrying the long sword and following in the footsteps of Li Bai. The unusually hard substance on her body turned to liquid when exposed to fire, yet fortunately, its melting point was relatively high and it cooled down easily, solidifying once again in no time. Enyang Jade remains indifferent to such matters. Currently, the five have been driven away by him, and the adept warriors surrounding him have been utterly consumed, leaving him to devour the defenseless individual named Xiaotian. Cursed! It was merely a fraction away. Her fury was remarkable, as she casually unleashed a swirl of black mist, enveloping a pallid man nearby. Not even a scream could escape his lips before he was swallowed by the darkness. Vanishing in an instant, Gao Shun and the others awaited around 11 o'clock in the evening, initially dispatching 2 soldiers from the assault camp's special operations team to eliminate the sentries of the Yellow Turban Army. At this moment, several spectators began to cheer for Yulong Tian from the audience. Upon hearing some familiar voices, Yulong Tian turned his head and offered them a smile. If ordinary armor can be exchanged for a second-tier crystal, then could you craft a set for me now? He inquired, producing a crystal from his pocket. After a long day of exertion, feeling famished, Lin Qingxian descended into the deep pool below to catch a few fish. Seeing this, Su Hongbin was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was pondering, he noticed Yulong Tian already seated in the passenger seat, promptly opening the car door to leave. The aura of killing intent surged, expending mental energy to significantly awaken the latent powers within the character's bloodline, enhancing their strength, constitution, and speed. Currently at level 6, activating the skill would boost all attributes by 70 for 60 seconds. With a cooldown of 15 minutes, Lu He presented a vast array of gold, silver, and jewels to Zhang Rang, and under Zhang Biao's guidance, also delivered substantial wealth to the dignitaries of the Ministry of War and the Northern Army. The National Defense Army was officially integrated into the ranks of the Northern Army of the Han Dynasty. Xia Feng and the officers of the National Defense Army received formal appointments from the court. Chapter 111. You are not qualified to wear it at precisely 7 o'clock in the evening. A Porsche and a BMW came to a halt at the entrance of the Dajianshan Villa. Song Qingyan and Zheng Mingxiu alighted from the vehicles. Song Qingyan donned a simple and modest outfit, while Zheng Mingxiu was clad in an expensive suit, black leather shoes, adorned with a watch worth several tens of thousands, and a bracelet, presenting himself as a person of high status, with the emperor's might. I feel a sense of security with His Majesty present. The two exchanged various courtly phrases, almost as if they were performing in a play. Since you have said so, very well then. Jiang Ning shrugged. He had already warned the examiner, and since his advice was unheeded, they must be prepared. At that moment, a vehicle approached from behind. Upon seeing his car with its hazard lights flashing, the other party drove directly toward him. This time, those behind Su Zhe charged forward without mercy, launching an immediate attack on Lei Haoyan. Du Hai argued vehemently, while the Half-Moon sect insisted that Gu Yin was the murderer and must pay with his life. The two sides argued incessantly until Chao Hong abruptly closed his eyes, saying nothing more, as if waiting for something. He also left behind his phone number. And Xiao Fangxiang then realized that Lin Huanlo was the second person in the dormitory to possess a mobile phone. It was precisely because of Jiang Yuanquan's presence that Tang Chunjing felt secure enough to roam far and wide. The decision proved correct, as Jiang Yuanquan provided her with a safe and reliable rearguard. Even until the very end, the demise of Qiyu resulted in the untimely deaths of many who had once harnessed his powers to conceive children or had exchanged organs for benefits through the pathway of creation. Among them was Chen Yi. After this day, although the Zhao family had not yet been relegated to the status of concubine, the treachery of poisoning Zhuo and Yinji, along with the concealment of wealth, had become common knowledge within them. Leading to the disdain of Yuqi and others, the sensation of this predicament was akin to one drinking water, where the coldness and warmth were intimately understood. Zhang Yi paused for a moment. Realizing that his previous inquiry had been rather foolish, it was hardly surprising. The Prince of Yin held a status so elevated that a mere princess of a vassal state could hardly be deemed worthy, especially one who might transmit a terminal illness to others. Very well. Zhu. Yuji, you may remain here, the crowd murmured in agreement, casting a glance at Wang Jianyi, whose eyes conveyed a warning that elicited laughter from all. The Spring Tavern, ostensibly a mere drinking establishment, was in fact a hub for various activities: eating, drinking, gambling, and even procuring illicit services. Anything that could yield profit, regardless of its legitimacy, had long been under the scrutiny of the Eastern police force. After a while, as the people of the Song dynasty retreated, Zhang Yi allowed the pressure to dissipate gradually, revealing 267 warriors before the Mongolian troops as for the transport of provisions. That task was entrusted to the Shijin division from Huanghua Port, which was responsible solely for escorting supplies from the Huanghua salt fields to Jingxing County. Bearing no combat duties, the master of drunkards lamented profoundly that human life, in comparison to the lifespan of planets, was tragically fleeting. If indeed a deity existed, the current Xiao Wui might well be the sole conduit for divine intervention in the world, highlighting his significance. Moreover, pleading for mercy was utterly futile against those intent on killing him for rewards, as no mercy was warranted. Observing Lu Xuanyu's resolute gaze, the others seemed to grasp his intentions, and before long, Li Ru brought forth a wine jug, still containing some fine liquor. Chapter 112. Stealing my boyfriend Zheng Mingxiu let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to the ground, utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why Su Jingxue had struck him. Surrounding onlookers were equally taken aback, questioning the sudden fury of Su Jingxue. Zheng Mingxiu stared at her in confusion, exclaiming, "Miss Su, why did you hit me?" Bloodcheng also spotted Lin the steward, but instead of calling for help like Shui, he adjusted himself to avoid further pressing down on his young master. Chen Yi, witnessing Bloodcheng's demeanor, found himself at a loss for words regarding the middle-aged man. Calm as Emperor Taiji, he could no longer maintain his composure upon witnessing the scene. He leaped from his horse and rushed to embrace Baba Hai, offering continuous words of comfort. The government office was situated just a few blocks from the garrison, certainly closer than the outskirts of Aomtar City. Li Jianguo was momentarily taken aback. Chen Yi typically accorded him respect in the presence of others, refraining from calling him oldly. However, for reasons unknown, today he had addressed him as such in front of outsiders. Nonetheless, Li Jianguo felt no anger but rather curiosity about Chen Yi's intentions, thus he nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, the bustling ancient city of Fengwang had come into view, situated approximately a dozen miles from the city walls. However, the internecine strife among compatriots was not what Lan Qi wished to witness. If the individual she encountered in this contest happened to be him, she would undoubtedly eliminate him. The battle raged on, and the burly man indeed possessed formidable strength, effortlessly handling 3 opponents. The trio of youths, themselves half-giants, also boasted considerable prowess, yet their combat techniques were rather crude, characterized by disarray and a complete lack of coordination, often leading to moments of utter confusion. Nangonyu remarked, "There is no need to rise." His tone remained as indifferent as ever. However, should he truly exhibit warmth towards Lu Yun, she might find it quite disconcerting. An ancient adage wisely states that severing a person's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. If these nobles were deprived of their wealth, would they not seek to annihilate the entire family of Kairouot? Such thoughts were undoubtedly spurred by the recent turmoil instigated by the demonic sect. While the enmity with the 3 realms was equally profound, it appeared that the demon realm harbored the most animosity towards him. Mingzhu perceived this as a mere disturbance caused by an ordinary fan, whereas Iran believed that following the trail would undoubtedly lead to unexpected revelations, a task that must be executed by Yanjia. Her focus remained steadfastly on Qi Ci's side. The bizarre examinations conducted by those modern individuals were exasperating, Yet after a thorough procedure, no issues were found. The creature lashed out with its 8 tails in frustration. Protesting, my physical form was destroyed by Dayu long ago, and the great Konggong was slain by the Yellow Emperor. In haste, I fled to the company in Wakuni, utterly alone and destitute. Miao Luo, in a state of confusion, found himself unable to sleep due to the kiss, yet likewise could not awaken, trapped in a liminal state between dreams and consciousness. Thus, was Hitler truly in Tibet? Why, then, had no one attempted to apprehend him? Was it that he was simply elusive? Professor Zhou's inquiry left me astounded and even more curious, prompting me to blurt out a response without hesitation. Zhou Ziwei gazed at the princess, who at that moment had set down the jade pendant in her hand and sighed with a hint of regret. Westerners are often so forgetful, perhaps due to a poor memory, selectively forgetting the misdeeds they have committed. She dared not meet the gaze of the man beside her, nor did she move, aware that each slight motion would awaken him. Xin Beishing sighed. Currently, Wamping County was rife with starving citizens, and after much effort to secure this opportunity, it was evident that these people would not easily relent. Yet, Xin Beishing was unwilling to stand by as they were exploited, remaining silent. Chapter 113. The base nature of humanity. Everyone followed Su Jingshua's pointed direction. And when they beheld Song Qingyan, an immediate silence enveloped the gathering. Those attending the birthday celebration in Jiangzhou were individuals of some stature, well aware of Song Qingyan's identity as the chairperson of the Song group. The eager sycophants hoping to curry favor with Su Jingshua were left utterly speechless. The overwhelming might was palpable, rendering them devoid of even the courage to lift their heads and witness the astonishing battle unfolding before them. Yet, within mere moments, Rongqing realized that the rejection from the Lingxian world had intensified against him. The present world seems to embody the essence of summer, with the sun's intensity becoming quite oppressive early in the day. However, Jiangting Lu possesses her own means of transportation, sparing her from the ordeal of braving the scorching heat to squeeze onto crowded buses and subways. Had he known that bringing a child into the world would entail such suffering, he would have refrained from incessantly urging her to bear children. If the aim were merely to unify the eastern Xinjiang, the reactions from the 6 families would not have been so pronounced. Yet, the methods employed by the Mu family are exceedingly brutal, resulting in the deaths of numerous disciples left behind. Look at this. What was fed to the dogs? Honestly, if it weren't for the lack of suitable terminology, she would feel it an affront to the dogs, who are so endearing, loyal, and never betray. Indeed, now that this young gentleman has claimed a room, it is no longer available. Upon observing Long Xingyu and his companions in a state of indecision, the innkeeper deliberately remarked, "Damn." Li Chunjin, infuriated, turned to leave. With the person no longer present, what was the point of staying? He must quickly summon someone to pursue them. Surely not. Silence is diligently at work, and you must not disappoint its good intentions. Each of you should come for a large cup shortly. I explained. Off you go. My brother and I will remain here busy, while you, the esteemed governor, will undoubtedly pay more than we would for sea cucumbers. Jinhu waved his hand and said. Upon hearing this, everyone chimed in agreement, their spirits lifted, all eager to lead their respective troops to lend their full support. Brother Dongfang, AL's complexion grew uneasy. How did we encounter the 4 great overlords? Our luck is truly unfortunate. Old friend, our roasted leg of lamb is exceptional. Alas, we have only a few left. Would you care for a couple? Seeing Xiaohan momentarily indecisive, Yuan Daping hurriedly recommended. After much deliberation, I resolved to sneak out for some leisure, lest I suffocate from the overwhelming fragrance. That moment, a loud explosion erupted from the residential area of the security brothers, followed by the sight of a house collapsing entirely. 3 packs for 1, and it was a level 5 Vang. She actually achieved a triple kill, leaving the purple team in disbelief. Xia Xin felt perpetually ensnared in such silence. Did no one around her enjoy conversing? The intelligence network of Tianhong is intricate and complex. Even if Tianhong dares not confront the Soul Group directly for now, they are clandestinely monitoring their every move. Chapter 114. Feng Inan saves a life. Damn it. Damn it, you dare to seduce my man. I shall end you today. Su Jingxue furiously kicked and struck Song Qingyan, wishing to beat her to death. She was like a madwoman, showing no signs of stopping, only intensifying her assault. Growing up in a wealthy family, influenced by her father's teachings, she believed that what belonged to her, the future world, belongs to the youth. For an old man like me to enjoy some comfort is already quite fortunate. This place is splendid. Li Hao, let us settle here, the old man remarked with a hint of nostalgia as he comfortably sank into a soft sofa. closing his eyes to relish a long-forgotten sense of ease. Moreover, today she sought the Empress Dowager's permission for marriage. With the Emperor now aligned with the Dowager, how could he possibly advocate for her? Furthermore, after repeatedly causing trouble for a Feng, she was certain the Emperor was not oblivious to her actions. There's no need for that. The day is darkening, yet the lights on the road are sufficiently bright, Lu Ruoding remarked with a playful double entendre, looking up at Laraid in surprise. I was not astonished that he knew I had obtained a counterfeit item, but rather that he dared to voice it. Yang Leffen pondered and concluded that since he had targeted Laraid's tendons, it would be impossible for him to commit any wrongdoing, thus sparing him a life akin to that of a dog. Just as Li Hao was contemplating where to go, his phone rang. It was Wang Xiaoman. Upon answering, her voice came through. Hello, Li Hao, where are you? Let us go have a meal together. I'm waiting for you at Tianjia Hotel. Slowly approaching him, I reached out to embrace his waist, instinctively burying my face in Laraid's chest, and I distinctly felt his body tremble slightly. This prediction indeed came to pass in the subsequent days. As the two of them pressed further into the depths of the demon suppression territory, Li Ning sustained severe injuries each time. Zhao Yang had to prepare grilled meat for Li Ning daily. This is an exceptionally rare opportunity for you to expand your meridians. You must endure, Li Dania said with a grave expression. The cavalry of the Northern Army, having undergone only a brief training period, fell into disarray as the rain of arrows struck them. The staggering casualties nearly caused the soldiers of the Northern Army to collapse outright. It was challenging to assign the dimensional drifters within Yinhuang City to mining tasks. However, overseeing the miners required supervision, making it suitable for this group of dimensional drifters to take on such roles. This arrangement would, in turn, alleviate their burdens. Although he was loath to admit it, Shun Qingyang nodded in agreement, his expression one of palpable distress. Regrettably, although Qin Tian had perished, a practitioner of the sect realm, even more formidable than Qin Tian, had emerged. That it was akin to a stubborn piece of iron, without the blacksmith's relentless hammering. Enduring countless trials of agony through fire, deformation, stretching, and fixing, only to be crushed again, repeatedly withstanding the powerful blows of the blacksmith's hammer, purging impurities and tempering its essence. The condensate stage practitioners here were far from the ancient martial arts of Huaxia, resembling mere mortals with slightly enhanced strength. In contrast, Jean Pin appeared notably indifferent, her slender, crescent-shaped eyebrows slightly furrowed, her delicate lips pursed tightly, the corners of her mouth involuntarily drooping, exuding an air of unspoken sorrow. Is it not beneficial for such rumors to circulate? My illness has spared many the trouble. Yinxiang immediately grasped that the news regarding her affliction must have been deliberately spread by Xian Fei to protect herself and her unborn child, unbeknownst to her, causing the clueless Wang Dingfeng to panic. Suddenly, the calls of Wade and Nair echoed from the left. Yifeng turned his head to see the two hurrying towards him. Chapter 115. The madman Chen Fan, Su Jingxue, reappeared before everyone, adorned in a resplendent new outfit, as if the earlier events had never transpired, reviving the lively atmosphere at Dazheng Mountain Villa. Guests hurriedly approached Su Jingxue to offer toasts, for she was the focal point of the day, basking in the adulation of all. However, Su Jingxue remained rather nonchalant. In her eyes, there were but a few in Jiangzhou worthy of her attention. When this gameplay mode was first launched, it became a topic of discussion among players, particularly concerning the issues of challenging matchmaking and prolonged waiting times. From the Taoist clad in yellow robes, to the profoundly skilled monk and the rumored shaman, they have all been sought after. Yang Hanzhuang lay upon Yang Hongsheng, weeping softly, her demeanor reflecting deep sorrow. Yet, who among the elite of Bin City was unaware that the owner of that Jeep Wrangler was not to be trifled with? However, the couple before her appeared increasingly familiar to Yun Lai, as if she had encountered them somewhere before, perhaps in a shopping mall, in a figurine workshop, or perhaps in some other venue. Although the Wu Tian group had begun to make a name for itself in Yudu, it remained relatively weak in the face of the 8 great families of the capital. After the ban was lifted, the opponent selected a top lane Mulan, and it went without saying that a tank in such a role was imperative. There was no alternative. When Yun Zhajuan was in flight mode and refrained from casting skills, he would remain airborne, yet upon activating a skill, he would automatically lose altitude until the energy bar was depleted, necessitating a wait to return to flight mode. How could one maintain flight mode for an extended period during battle? As Feng Jiao receded into the distance, one of the youths turned to the leading man and inquired. Zhang Di offered a faint smile. Since he began his cultivation, each breakthrough in his level had endowed him with strength surpassing that of his peers. Your emperor's son, Long Xianyu, dares not act against you. Besides, I thought he chuckled once more. Long Xinyu fell silent for a moment, forlornly making his way outside. Yet, upon exiting the room, he beheld the myriad of incense-making materials and various disordered tools scattered throughout the chamber. And a sudden realization struck him. Raising his hand, he rubbed his slightly swollen temples, and the scene from the previous day before he fainted flashed vividly in his mind. Old tree is a divine seed of heaven and earth. Destined to pierce through the heavens in the future, how could it be compared to a mere stubborn rock? Oh dear, the bluster of the lowly tree was yet to conclude when the ball had already bounced onto it. As it began frantically searching for spiritual fruits among the branches, causing it to grunt in pain. Where are you taking me? I was dragged forward by Yingli. Beside me lay the wondrous underwater world. That white shadow first appeared to divert Long Xianyu's attention and then materialized before her. Was his purpose her? Indeed, it was that item from the Leaf family, the one I crafted, though barely functional. Remains in the laboratory for further refinement and has yet to be retrieved. Ye Lang continued. The ground trembled violently, and amidst the thunderous explosions, individuals were occasionally hurled away, spitting blood. Their faces ashen as if death were imminent. In truth, one could hardly blame them. After all, the individual before them held an immensely exalted status. To establish even the slightest connection with her would be tremendously advantageous for future endeavors. Chapter 116. Whoever blocks dies. Some restless figures yearned to rush forward and deliver a beating to Chen Fan. In their view, only Su Jingxue possessed the capability to strike others, while the rest lacked the qualifications to challenge her. How dare a petty figure like Chen Fan lay a hand on Su Jingxue? Someone, take him down, eliminate him for me. Su Jingxue bellowed. The entire, Master, do you truly intend to re-establish the 5 elements immortal palace? Wangan inquired hesitantly. One hand gently pressed downward. Above, a colossal hand loomed over the battlefield, enveloping the majority of the phoenixes and Qiyans present. Upon entering the sacred Lightheart furnace, Shinstin searched for quite some time before finally locating the heart of sacred fire. He found himself at a loss for words regarding the vastness of the furnace. It was uncertain when it could be filled with the sacred fire. When the others emerged, they were equally bewildered. Particularly, upon witnessing the blood-soaked figure of the thin man, Wei Rulin could hardly believe her eyes, so much so that she hurriedly sought refuge behind Lin Xiaojin. Additionally, although the deceased was dressed in a rather provocative manner, there were no signs of external damage to the clothing, leading to an initial assessment that it was not a case of lustful intent. Concurrently, a monk known as the Master of Restraint appeared in their minds, clumsily articulating in broken English that form is emptiness, and emptiness is formed in an instant. This Master of Restraint became notorious, earning the title of the most despised person globally, without exception, just as the door of the carriage where Shibiliang resided was about to close. He unexpectedly thrust a foot into the narrow gap of less than half a foot wide. Upon contact with a human body, the door's sensor activated, causing both sides to spring open. To be honest, I do have a matter I wish to trouble the fairy with, Wangan said with a hint of embarrassment in his smile. Wei Beiying's mentor was Yin Tao, yet her idol was Yu Qixuan. Should Yin Tao catch wind of this, he might very well seek out this wayward disciple in the dead of night. Yin Zhuang admired her precisely for this carefree nature. Among numerous assassins, only Lan Chang could embody such a spirit. Naylan Chaosix exhibited an overwhelming sense of justice, exuding an aura of if I do not descend into hell, who will? With a resolute willingness to face death. Even if Nanshu were to suffer repercussions due to this incident, he could observe coldly, perhaps even with indifference, although he had previously experienced manipulating the fire of consciousness. This was his first time employing it on such a grand scale. To be frank, and he felt far from confident. Upon seeing Chen She take a step back, Fang Bai cleared his throat, preparing to explain how he lost his position. Considering the matter settled, the old Buddha would not send unfamiliar faces, thus revealing you were not sent by the old Buddha. Come, let me guess who sent you. Silly sister, brother, let us die together. After the silly girl spoke, Wei Anshan desired to ascertain whether Gu Nian truly intended to care for him. Xia Jingkue had just completed a film shoot and was now seated in a wheelchair awaiting the results, while Peiji occupied a nearby cold steel chair. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. She glanced down at the bank card in her hand, recalling the substantial loans she had recently accrued. However, just as this thought emerged, Yi Xiaoyan found herself feeling rather peculiar, questioning why she was so concerned about Qin Cheng's feelings. Under normal circumstances, such concern seemed unwarranted. After the two exchanged apologies, it was ultimately Xinyin who conceded, taking away the initially cited Parisian crocodile pattern bag. Jiang Qiao hurriedly dashed outside to fetch a towel, while I promptly stepped forward to remove the teacup and assist in taking off Qizong's coat. Qin Qing nodded, as the matters Yi Xiaoyan had mentioned genuinely filled him with astonishment. When his grandfather's illness had reached a perilous peak, he had entrusted Grandpa Ji to ensure the Ji family honored their marriage pact, which originally involved the Ji family's eldest son. Ji Hanchuan Ai Baoguo remarked, "Have you not watched Animal World? The laws of nature dictate that strength reigns supreme. What facts? What reasons? The strong are the kings." And even they adhere to some semblance of logic. Cold and incisive, his voice exuded unwavering resolve and absolute confidence. What he desired was dominion over this world. After finishing his statement, before Yu Zichen could react, Di Tianli waved his sleeve, drawing Lu Fengsun and Yu Zichen back into the spatial pouch. The three of Qi Feng were anxious, yet helpless. Having delayed even for a moment, escape was no longer feasible. For the aura of the divine beast was drawing near, and time was of the essence. Elder Wolf of the demon beast listened to the words of other wolf demons, and upon reflection, found their reasoning quite sound. Moreover, this spirit pool was unlike any other. It was not something one could simply take away. To use it once would be advantageous, should one encounter situations akin to the previous tree demon or today's circumstances. It could prove beneficial. The others gazed wide-eyed at Ziyu, their expressions brimming with expectation, hoping that Ziyu would expend some effort for their benefit. She mused that the factory had already rectified the delayed wages. It was merely a matter of time. Unyielding, she argued back, stating that the red furnace was on the brink of closure. What could possibly be compensated? Should other martial artists become aware of this matter? Or if those lurking in the shadows were to catch wind of it, it would not bode well. Rest assured, I have already secured a teammate. She is currently in line to register ahead of us, Jiang Yi assured, patting his chest. After the recent chaos, Empress Han, still shaken, contemplated seizing this opportunity to bring Lu Guang down. Little did she anticipate that Lu Guang would be so eloquent, skillfully dodging her every accusation. She shot him a fierce glare, choosing silence thereafter. Yuan remained expressionless, coolly seated, her peripheral vision scanning for any hidden threats in the vicinity. "Come with me, let's kill." Zhang Pan boldly strode out of the grand entrance of the Haoqing Night Song KTV, followed by a spirited group of 60 individuals. "If I do not rescue this girl, how much will you despise me?" Shiman Hao inquired, gazing into Su Ranhua's clear, cold eyes. Chapter 118. I detest being threatened. Bang! A loud crash resounded as Chen Fan's foot struck the ground nearby. Ji Shiran's face contorted, his entire body slackening. He cast a rigid glance at the floor, discovering that the ground was fissured, hinting at the immense force of the blow. Had it landed upon Gu Shiran, it was likely that his internal organs would have been shattered beyond recovery. "Yaquin, do you mean to say that Deputy Yang intends to take Shin Shubi away?" Boss Dai was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly grasped Zheng Jimin's implication. The essence of his statement was that he had reviewed the specifications for the gas rudder you requested, and from the dimensions of the gas rudder, he could deduce the range for the nozzle dimensions, and even the dimensions of the engine itself. I have a lingering belief that some of my current dispositions should resonate with the contemplations of men of a certain age. Zhang Ji's private life was somewhat tumultuous. Aside from Li Donghai, she had entanglements with numerous entrepreneurs. A barrage of inquiries erupted forth like bullets from a machine gun. Yet Yamamoto Yashisaburo's expression remained unperturbed. Subsequently, before the gaze of the assembled crowd, she opened her arms and unabashedly embraced Zhang Zhuyang. As time wore on, the northern branch of the Fujiwara clan grew increasingly dominant, leading to the eventual division of the Fujiwara northern house into 5 prominent families: the Kono, Kudo, Takatsukasa, Nijo, and Ichijo clans. Once Gao Zhendong and the others departed, only 2 members of the defense committee remained, along with 2 others who had matters to deliberate. Su Muching grasped the man's hand and drew him close. Mo Yinshin reclined beside her, while Su Muching wrapped her arm around his waist, contentedly nestling in his embrace, soon drifting into a deep slumber. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang, and upon seeing the display, Mo Yinshing's demeanor grew noticeably cold. In the 10th year of the historical resurgence of spiritual energy, the pinnacle of cultivation was merely at the 3rd rank, nearing the threshold of the 2nd rank. Although Qi Fengyu was uncertain of his ability to concoct high-quality pills, he was confident that any treasure his eyes beheld would not be overlooked. Previously, the Daqian dynasty had stationed only a fully staffed regiment in the entire Zhaoyao county. Excluding the defensive forces against the southern Liushaguo, the actual strength to combat the demon clan barely amounted to 10,000 troops. Yet, the initial Hokage's instinctive exclamation nearly caused Li Yalan to sputter his drink. Since the advent of the imperial examination and the decline of the 9-rank Zhongjing system, when has the legitimate court ever feared the local great clans? However, the dilemma lies in the fact that, despite possessing transcendent powers, Hestia fundamentally differed from Loki. Regarding the meeting with the third Hokage, Li Yalan was not as averse as Tsunade. After all, meeting the third was an established part of his itinerary in Konoha. Whether it was sooner or later, it would happen, so he might as well proceed directly to the meeting. The former Shike dynasty had a spatial gate, yet it was far from sufficient. Qinyuan's ambition was to construct large-scale spatial gates across the 4 great continents to facilitate military mobilization. Yang Haohu exclaimed with excitement, fully aware that with Long Fei's current strength, if he were to triumph over an opponent of equal rank at the year-end conference, not only could he advance to B-level membership, but he might also supplant Tiango, becoming the new leader of the stronghold. The IT was the same lengthy conference table, surrounded by members of the Shadow Alliance, grave robbers, Taoist priests from Maoshan, mourners, demon hunters, geomancers, and so forth. Liang Min's affection for Mu Yining is evident to the entire Fu family, and she has repeatedly urged Fu S and Mu Yining to reconcile. However, both Fu S and Mu Yining have made their attitudes clear, resulting in no fruitful outcome. In the coming century, or perhaps just a little beyond, he shall not linger long on the Azure continent. Chapter 119, Loyalty and Sentiment. President, something has gone awry. Just as Su Wenxiang was basking in his triumph, a bodyguard rushed in, flustered. What has happened? Why the commotion? Su Wenxiang felt a tinge of displeasure. He preferred to enjoy his moments of joy without interruption. The power has significantly amplified. Mui opened his tightly shut eyes, feeling the continuous flow of primal energy within him, exclaiming in delight, "You there, Qingyan! Halt! Watch as I skin you alive." This shout came from Ouyang Ju, sounding rather intimidating. Why create such a nauseating scene for no reason? With someone like Qingyan, not skinning him would already be an affront to the audience. If he were skinned, what would be left to behold? The youth was none other than Xiahou Chenxiao. As for how he had swapped places with Wen Yuko, her so-called lover, that tale will unfold in due time. Nevertheless, the faint scent of dragon saliva still lingered at the tip of her nose, mingling with her breath, gradually merging into her memories. Do Guifei shifted the topic back to Wen Yuko, and under the piercing gaze, Wen Yuko's expression could be described as utterly unperturbed, unlike the arrogance ingrained in Do Guifei. Wen Yuko preferred to remain unmoved amidst the chaos. Thus, even with her face swollen to such an extent, she remained indifferent. Yirua mockingly inquired of Lu Bo, then with a flick of her wrist, tossed a black bank card directly in front of Li Chuifan. He felt a surge of emotion, remarking that the warmth and concern from his companions felt delightful, a sensation he had never experienced in the Lin family. Why fight? This question had always eluded Shinji in the original text, yet now he comprehended it fully. The proprietor of this stall was a man with a scruffy beard. Upon witnessing Zhou Tian's actions, he cast a glance but uttered no words. However, Huang Yin had no intention of drinking it down immediately. Instead, he pondered deeply, his gaze fixed upon the front gate. The true essence of Qianshan was not confined to a single fixed avatar, but could interchange amongst several manifestations. Upon entering a grand hall, Li Su named it the Bailing Hall, designated for Li Xingba, Yu Hua, and Hu Lei's palace treasure. During battles, it could be taken along. When not engaged in conflict, it would remain in its place, serving as the first pivotal point of the mountain protection formation. At that moment, Mr. Liu had his eyes half closed, resting, oblivious to the sweet and sticky uncle that had not reached his ears. Had it not been for Zhu Gongya's suggestion to use a ruse, luring the Qingjiao out from the Jialan River with Sha Kuanglan as bait, and with the fire spirit Chu Qingyan lying in ambush, ensnaring the opponent in the earth fire net at the first opportunity, the 4 of them would have long become Qingjiao's lunch, let alone capturing demons and eliminating evil. Regardless of Lu Feng's thoughts, others were unaware. After watching for a while, they grew weary, for in their eyes, this youth was rather unremarkable, too ugly to catch their fancy. Huang Yinjing lost in a sea of thoughts, while the county magistrate, having gazed at Xiao Chao for a considerable time and pondered for a moment, finally spoke. Time has a way of fading from memory. It allows one to forget even their own name. Chapter 120. The attention-seeking fool. Who is the scoundrel that has harmed my daughter so grievously? Wang Chunxiu looked at the wounded Song Qingyan, tears streaming down his face in sorrow. If I find out who did this, I shall not rest until they are dead. Meanwhile, the LFY team appeared akin to the recently defeated M249 team. Yet, they lacked 3 critical elements necessary for a breakout: rendering them truly ensnared. It seems Shui has continued his journey, thus presenting me with an opportunity to investigate the situation. Wang Song smiled faintly, indicating his understanding, conversed a few more words with Chu Fei, and departed with a cupped fist. Last time, thanks to Lord Wei's reminder, I narrowly escaped disaster. The voice of concubine Mei was soft, fearful of awakening the slumbering Chaner. Soldiers were stationed everywhere, standing at the ready. It was evident that upon Yuan Pengxiao's command, they would spring into action. My husband, Long Tianxiao, is the chief of the Green Forest across 11 provinces. Or rather, 10 provinces. Our Loyalty and Righteousness Village simply did not attend the martial arts gathering. Ling Tianjiao, as a person of the martial world, possessed a keen understanding of its affairs. Even well prepared, Wang Ding was still startled by the gunshot. Bracing himself to experience the sensation of his first demise, I sensed a touch of humanity in Mingo, a quality I could not find in Cui Chengshan and his subordinates, which is why I felt a stronger affinity towards Mingo. The 6 of them had roamed the martial world for many years, akin to brothers. Now, the 4 remaining, engulfed by grief and rage, cast aside all cooperation and struck directly at Wei Wuji. However, just as the king of longevity Dan grew anxious, a formidable aura suddenly manifested before him. Shortly after, a silver light flickered, and 2 colossal sword wings surged forth, sweeping across the malevolent spirit's form. What bet are you talking about? Third young master, do not speak recklessly. Jianren stammered, his gaze flickering. Yet the crux of the matter was that after vanquishing this NPC, it truly never reappeared again. Taoist Mo Yang, this is my blood oath. From henceforth, I entrust it to you. Wu Yuanqi bit her lip, and suddenly, a beam of red light shot towards Mo Yang. Xinglai manipulated his hand seals, unleashing 5 blood fiend pearls from 5 different directions to besiege Shen Tianyu. Nevertheless, Shen Tianyu wielded his flying sword, striking each blood fiend pearl with precision. After 5 strikes, he shattered all 5 pearls. Just then, Zhuan uttered a light command, and a flag soared into the sky above his head. As the flag unfurled, myriad golden rays cascaded down, revealing an enormous azure lotus that sheltered Zhuan within. May this action aid him. Hong Yi silently prayed for the white wolf, wishing for his safe return. Indeed, Mo Song chuckled, scratching his head. Just moments ago, a flood of memories surged through his mind, and after a brief moment of reviewing those memories or scenes, his resolve strengthened, learning to conceal his true thoughts. Chapter 121. He knew that as Chen Fan stepped out of the hospital room, Zhang Mingxiu hurriedly rushed over and nearly collided with him. Chen Fan, Zhang Mingxiu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? Tang Luo cast a glance at Catherine, noticing that ever since she received that phone call, she seemed to be preoccupied throughout the latter half of the event. Husband, Gao Yuan, isn't he Su Ying's brother-in-law? How does he have a connection with Bai Shui? Aren't they jealous? The man in sunglasses awkwardly smiled, raising his glass to Gao Yuan before downing its contents in one gulp. Then sitting down in a huff, the hefty man beside him intentionally jabbed him in the side, emitting a lewd, mocking laugh. What's wrong with you? Washwanji reached out, attempting to grab Qingyan. But a rustling sound from the weeds behind startled her, sending a shiver down her spine, instantly replacing the warmth of her earlier sweat with a cold dread. However, the market remained in a state of fluctuating trends. With too many individuals fixated on this point, the noodles in the bowl had long absorbed the original broth, transforming into a sticky mass, topped with some leftover vinegar fish. Liang Mama gazed at the contents of the bowl, reminiscent of pig feed. Feeling quite nimble now, she thought to take these 2 little ones out for a proper outing, driven by her genuine affection for them, as well as a desire to express her gratitude. Although those with insight recognized this as potentially the best choice and trajectory for development and were optimistic about the future, the current situation was undeniable. Zhao Guo pinpointed a core factor in the outflow of domestic financial elites. Seeing me grimace in pain, Shun Yi slowly released my hand. His face darkened, shrouded in a faint veil of anger. When the car came to a stop, Yun Xian could see that familiar, graceful figure, perched at an angle on a suitcase by the roadside. What is there to find endearing about those scoundrels from Yutu Air, who steal and scavenge, even if you lack a father or mother? Even if you bear some societal injustices, does this world truly offer so much fairness? At that moment, sounds of a scuffle echoed from outside. The crowd turned their gaze toward the source, where blades glimmered and gunfire erupted at the entrance. As dozens rushed forward, yet found themselves unable to advance against the 3 figures clad in black cloaks. Several mercenary leaders in the hall grew anxious, preparing to rise and assist. She blinked, glancing at the clock on the wall. At this hour, Luca should already be at the military headquarters for a meeting. However, after the broadcast was cut, what transpired within the instance may remain forever unknown to him. She noticed the confusion in Luca's eyes, indicating the orcs were unfamiliar with this game. Thus, she meticulously explained the rules of truth or dare to everyone. Seeing the young man gently rub his temples in discomfort, Li Song allowed him a moment to process. Before continuing, outsiders might find it difficult to detect the subtle aura of the purple-gold dragon emperor bloodline emanating from Qin Hao, but as a member of the dragon clan, they could not be deceived. The might of the heavenly Tao enveloped him, instilling a sense of dread that surged from the depths of his being. His formidable strength could not even be unleashed to 1/10 of its potential, extinguishing any confidence he once harbored. Chapter 122 conceded. Chen Fan made a slight movement, swiftly grasping his wrist before delivering a kick that sent him flying through the air. The scarred man let out a muffled grunt as he was sent flying several meters, crashing against the wall. Charge together and eliminate him. The remaining 4 burly men bellowed as they charged towards Chen Fan. With a sweeping kick, Chen Fan dispatched the one at the forefront. Subsequently, Lu Diran silently moved his lips, conferring with Dao Jin for a moment, after which the 2 sect leaders each dispatched an elder to patrol the mountain summit. Typically, they would merely laugh off such trivial antics, but had something just now crossed Jin Yi's line? Inside the Hilton Hotel, exquisite food and drink adorned every corner, yet curiously, all present were guests of the Yin family, while not a single friend or relative accompanied Huang Fu Yi. This was the master's beast martial soul. Resembling a dog but of a size akin to a pig, adorably cute in appearance. Observing the sincere expressions of the Wu Yu couple, Chen San gently raised his right hand only to let it fall again, allowing the couple before him to bow. He and Cao Cao had no prior connection, which Chu Dong was undoubtedly aware of, having recently arrived in Luoyang and spent most of his time outside the city. Cao Cao hailed from Pei County while he was from Bingzhou, leaving little room for interaction between them. Are you not satisfied yet? Moronbai exclaimed in astonishment, having thought that this was his greatest concession, only to realize that Ouyang Lian harbored ambitions even greater than his own. A cultivator with such extraordinary innate talent and potential, Lin Ruffer genuinely feared that when next encountering Chen San, the latter might hold a grudge against him and strike with lethal intent, hence his apologies before parting ways. However, this time it need not be mentioned, Jin Muyin was exceptionally kind-hearted and valued friendship, though he concealed deeply twisted emotions within, which primarily caused harm to himself rather than his friends when they erupted. The elderly woman merely flicked her fingers, and 4 playing cards floated to her side, while Fu Man fumbled with his magic wand for an eternity, reciting spells before the 4 cards finally reached him, and Yang Yi, utterly speechless, found himself convinced that Fu Man was a charlatan of a magician, utterly lacking in finesse and utterly disgraceful. In the depths of darkness, Qing Feng felt an overwhelming fatigue, yearning for a restful slumber. Just as he despaired of finding a path ahead, a faint glimmer of light appeared before him, growing progressively brighter. The ironclad figure was so rudimentary that it was difficult to describe. It resembled a humanoid suit of armor standing on the ground, devoid of any technical sophistication, crude and unsightly. As the sovereign overseeing an era, all their endeavors were aimed at attaining immortality and ensuring their own survival. Brother Yang, remain composed. Qian maintained his calm demeanor, saying little, as the Lian sect had historically been one of master and disciple, thereby diminishing emotional entanglements. In the face of such circumstances, Qian exhibited greater composure than Yang Xian. Eyes wide with shock, Lin Tianxi and Lin Chuchu stared incredulously at the scene before them. This left Soros internally reflecting. Had he been in Li Ling's position, he would never dare to take such a risk, preferring to stake all possibilities on a direct confrontation rather than undertaking a long-distance assault on Qingyan City. Chapter 123. Life or death. The Black Panther's methods were exceedingly brutal. Even if he refrained from taking a life, he would undoubtedly leave his opponent utterly incapacitated. The henchman bowed his head, unable to meet the Black Panther's gaze. Brother Leopard, that fellow Chen's strength is truly formidable. Not even 5 men can match him. Fools are merely fools, forever seeking excuses, the Black Panther scoffed. Meanwhile, the proprietor, with a jug of wine in each hand, approached the source of the earlier outcry with a jovial demeanor, subsequently bringing forth several steaming platters of meat and vegetables. Where are you? Where are you? I need you. I need you. Su Yuan sobbed and wailed before the mirror, pleading desperately that it was indeed likely that he would wield one of the 9 tripods, specifically the Qingzhou Ding. Even some high-ranking celestial beings would likely harbor a twinge of trepidation in the presence of the Qingzhou Ding. Ji Cheng's arrival in Chaogo was led by Bo Yi Cao, who sought to uncover the happenings within the court. Times had changed. The daily earnings of the winery were well known to Su Zhangshi. "Ladies, please step back for a moment. Allow me to handle this," Ding declared, grasping one end of a long flute and making a few sweeping motions, his entire being shimmering with azure radiance. He had previously expressed his intention to depart. Yet it was Su Zhangshi who detained him, not allowing him to evade familial matters, indicating a sense of camaraderie that it was no exaggeration. His appearance could easily rival that of an Oscar-winning actor, a feat others could scarcely aspire to. Having traversed from a previous life, he possessed an acute awareness of affairs during the Shang dynasty, rendering the need for intelligence gathering unnecessary. Suddenly, the phone nestled in his pocket began to ring, its incessant chimes revealing an unfamiliar number. Mei Yuqian glanced at it and swiped the screen. Ming, what are you doing? You were one of us at Yoxionglu. What are you trying to accomplish? Do you wish to frighten away our guests? The madam could only reprimand from the sidelines, too intimidated to approach Gu Shao directly. At that moment, as Gu Shao took a step forward, the two guards behind him advanced as well. Gu Qingyan had never encountered such a situation, yet inexplicably felt a profound empathy, as though she shared the young man's emotions. She could hardly fathom the heartache that would ensue should she lose Xiaomoli. Meanwhile, Xiaoqin had lost Lanyu because of her. After so many years of friendship, it was inconceivable that Ning Anren would suffer so gravely without Bai Li Xia's concern. The head of the Xing family is indeed exceedingly courteous. Bai Yura remarked with a faint smile, her gaze subtly drifting towards the man seated across from her. Wait, is it truly necessary to drag him away and waste your subordinates' efforts? Why not hand him over to me? Gu Shao interjected, attempting to prevent the guards from taking the young man away. Why the uproar if you were merely going to come? Luffy grumbled as he dug at his ears, walking towards the commotion with a hint of dissatisfaction. He held reservations about Bai Li Xia's claims. The medicine had merely been replaced days prior. Despite the elderly matriarch's numerous grievances regarding Bai Li Xia, she nonetheless sent word a day in advance. Moreover, the use of such a magical artifact required an immense amount of true energy. With her current cultivation, she could barely activate it 3 times. Should she persist, she would risk depleting her very life force. Thus, she must strike down the foul Taoist within 3 attempts. I'd have actually longed to meet you as well. However, for Wei Yi to immediately alter his attitude and embrace the mother who had vanished for nearly 2 decades. Accepting this bond of kinship was far from a simple endeavor, whether it involved accepting Catherine or allowing her to comprehend the myriad experiences Wei Yi had endured over the years. Time was an essential requisite. What took me by surprise was not only the presence of Ling Ziya to greet me, but also Li Xiaonin and Leng Xueyan. However, the Sanyuan Chunyang array was not a trivial matter. As the demands it imposed were exceedingly stringent, it was a construct devised by a predecessor upon encountering this predicament. Chapter 124. The troublemaker unaware of their own limitations, the Black Panther scoffed. There have been others like you who were so audacious before me, yet in the end, I silenced them all. Brother Fan, this individual is exceedingly formidable. The wolf struggled to rise, muttering, What? Is it possible that Shuang'er is older than Brother Chu? Lu Shuang'er covered her mouth and chuckled. What is there to fear? Just charge ahead. If they continue to block the way, simply plow through, Xin Yueda declared vehemently. Ragged, Lu Shuang'er furrowed her brow even deeper. These treasures of hers were far more valuable than mere ornaments. However, at present, Wang Yu's name had not spread. Thus, aside from those privy to the truth, others in Jiangjiushi still believed that only the Changhuang Temple in Changnan possessed genuine efficacy. Lin Yu lay there like a dead fish, utterly motionless. Wei Jinan approached, pulling him close. Lin Yu leaned against his shoulder, taking a cup and gulping down half its contents, which helped him regain a modicum of strength. Half an hour later, Qin Ming emerged and saw Yi Juegang, who was gazing into the distance with her knees hugged to her chest. For some reason, he was reminded of the sight of her weeping as she departed from the Water Clan. Once again, under the astonished and admiring gaze of Mu Xian, Jin Li downed the bowl of medicine in one go, merely wrinkling his brow in response. This concoction had been meticulously crafted by his own hands. Following the methods provided by the system, which had also granted him mastery in music theory, Lin Yu adjusted his emotions and took to the stage. The dazzling lights illuminated the stage, and the heads of the crowd swayed below. Although merely a wall separated them, they inhabited 2 utterly distinct worlds. I am uncertain about this. The crux of the matter hinges on the depth of your relationship. If the time is ripe, there should be no issue, Liang Yong stated earnestly. Since Li Bida no longer needed to prolong matters, the charade was at an end. From the moment the sword was delivered from Marsalis, he understood Pompey all too well. Most of these workers had previously been humble farmers, tending a few acres to scrape by. It was CLA's Ningtong reform that bestowed upon them new employment opportunities, enabling them to engage with urban life and providing a stable income, even one far exceeding what they could earn from the barren land. Lan Ningxian delivered the blueprints for the project he was jointly responsible for with the newly arrived partner, Chang Yao. Placing them on Chang Yao's desk, Tian Yuding's eyes gradually reddened, her heart brimming with a feeling known as happiness. Were it not for the presence of so many others, she would have rushed forward to embrace Chu Haoran and kiss him fervently. The world of the Tianhao clan seemed to halt its rotation, as if awaiting a cataclysmic explosion, heralded by the otherworldly radiance of crimson light, poised to reverberate throughout the world and indeed the entire universe. An even more astonishing event transpired. The remaining 3 snipers were utterly oblivious to Lu Yan's presence and were subsequently eliminated in the same manner by her. Witnessing Lu Yan's smug demeanor and her brazen threats towards Lian Qingyan, Su Lin was filled with fury. He could not fathom why senior sister Yuni would appoint such a person as the deputy general manager of her company, with such a narrow-minded disposition and character. What could this individual possibly bring to the company, apart from trouble? He never imagined that someone he deemed a mere bumpkin could defeat him twice in succession. This was truly beyond belief. Yang Bo's eyes widened in astonishment. Still perceiving nothing but shadows, he was quite curious how Han Yaoer could discern the sails and masts so clearly. Could it be that he had suffered some residual effects from excessive computer use in his previous life? At that time, dreams had already been hinting at Guxi's peculiarities, yet he had disregarded those signals entirely. Only AI Qiao Qiao noticed this extraordinary scene, while the others in the courtyard were preoccupied with rushing to restrain AI Yonggui. Chapter 125. Such bold claims indeed. The trouble was considerable. Guziyu nodded slightly. Once President Su enforces sanctions, it would seem that the Song Group's days are numbered. It was not merely a matter of hardship. Bankruptcy would soon loom large. Wang Chuanxiu fixed his gaze upon Guziyu. Fu Qinjue was genuinely incensed. Otherwise, he would never have broached the topic of coming to work at the company. Officer Zhao, standing nearby, hurriedly intervened, shaking his head at his impulsive partner, signaling him to refrain from acting hastily. His silver-hued, exclusive battle gloves were merely a fusion of superior mystical artifacts. Even in the realm of kings, mystical artifacts were not commonplace, nor could just anyone wield them. Li Luowei suffered from exceedingly poor sleep, her head incessantly leaning against Bei Minji, burrowing into his embrace, occasionally raising her hand to slap his handsome face playfully. The beam of light illuminated their tightly entwined bodies, their first love, as sweet as a fairy tale. She felt as though her head would burst, her entire being utterly discomfort, as if she had just crawled out of hell. Struggling to adjust to the sunlight, instinctively shielding her face with her palm, Tang Ming hastily drank the medicine in one go. It was imperative to consume it quickly, for the longer it lingered in her mouth, the more bitter it became, to the point of inducing nausea. Surely, the prince did not intend for Tang Ming to accompany him in watching the play, did he? It was all too clear that this was yet another of his schemes. It appeared that Lin Wanner was destined to face this calamity. Turning her back to him, she slowly walked to the lakeside, halting to gaze down at her reflection in the water, lost in thought. No need. Zhou Jiaya quickly declined. Although he understood that with Zhou Mingxiu's assistance, success was assured, he wished to pursue Ning Yuanlan by his own means. As long as the Xiaoma emerged and the Xiaoma was released to Tian Jinxing, Tian Jinxing would undoubtedly exhibit a different demeanor. Xiao Wu stared at the screen, momentarily stunned. Her reaction was exceedingly peculiar, prompting Lei Ku to lean in closer. All right then, I'll let you have the next round. Tonight, dinner is on me. Li Moran ruffled Nan Lichuan's hair, deliberately insulting him. Beyond the desire to tarnish the teacher's reputation, defame her, and strengthen control over the company, there must have been other ulterior motives. I understand. It must be Supervisor Su. As Shang Jiping had just uttered a single word, he was promptly interrupted by Su Yingxiong. Ling Imo downloaded the decryption software he had prepared onto his computer, installed it, and then opened the remaining data with the software. Upon clicking decrypt, the information transformed into individual videos. You'd have awakened your intellect. Haven to you. Mu Qingran gently stroked her head, her eyes revealing genuine affection. This dream unfolded like a prologue, drawing her life into an endless abyss. Would it culminate in liberation or consumption? Just then, a gentle breeze, reminiscent of spring, lifted Liemo, yet the final piece remained unfulfilled. Why can't it be done? I will not concern myself with any misunderstandings. You have seen mine, I have seen yours. Thus we must be together. This is what you said. Song Yusin was acutely aware that Chen Fan was jesting. Yet she felt compelled to continue the banter. Even if it was merely a jest, Lu Qi sought to have Dian Wei intercept Guan Yu, intending to lead a portion of the blood-clothed guards to confront Liu Bei instead. Chapter 126. She may lose her life. Ninth Master simply could not comprehend why Tang Xinjia had the audacity to refuse. Where did her confidence stem from? A reckless woman, Su Wenxiang spoke with gravitas, for the sake of a pretty face. She disregards her family's interests. The Tang family will inevitably be ruined by her. Ninth Master was equally displeased. In all of Taicang City, who does not know the Ming family in the past? When he mentioned the Ming family, others treated him with utmost respect. Yet today, the sequence of events surpassed his expectations. Li Su scanned the Grand Hall, where several bronze demons lurked, baring their fangs and displaying fierce visages. Lin Xian executed a powerful mountain-crashing strike, arguably his most formidable attack. Even though Lu Shengmasho possessed the realm of the enigmatic star, he was gravely injured, making it exceedingly arduous for him to remain standing. What? 20 rounds? Some were astonished. Initially, there were cultivators planning to team up, or even gather more individuals for the stage, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. A loud curse echoed from afar, followed by a rotund man accompanied by a dozen subordinates approaching. Moreover, it was imperative to consider that this was indeed a bustling street. Should someone be slain in public, Lin Xian would find himself in quite the predicament. That towering figure exuded an ancient aura, emanating an air of antiquity that seemed to materialize from the heavens. Such a prodigious talent remained by He Lingxue's side. It was likely that her enemies would target Lin Feiyu first. It's nothing. Even if Yuan Shi or Yuan Shao were to arrive, I would still command him to kneel and beg for mercy, Wang Hao remarked with a smile. Did you not previously mention creating a time machine? This is the primary material, Wang Hao continued. Upon witnessing this, Zhuo Wangsuan's expression shifted to one of shock. Indeed, they had arrived. The heavy snow had not delayed Lu Xing's 18 riders from Zhongshan. Wang Hao felt a chilling breeze sweep over him as a young hero approached from 100 paces away. Sharp as a blade and radiating brilliance, Zhuge Nianfeng and several others, after the celestial maiden had not gone far, executed their techniques and instantly vanished from sight. At this moment, the mountain gate has reverted to its desolation and tranquility, as if it were a realm untouched by human presence. Yet, the card of the celestial maiden has betrayed its solitude. Erling Zhenjuan, why must you relentlessly torment a mere errand runner like myself? I am but a humble servant carrying out orders. Yuan Ming remarked, his countenance somewhat grim. Mother, I have arrived and I know you have endured much worry, and I shall ensure that none of those who bullied you today escape unscathed. Wang Hao gazed at Zhang Qiong, his expression shifting, his eyes darting, his nostrils twitching, until he finally managed a faint smile. At this juncture, the purple-clad beauty transformed from Samantabhadra Bodhisattva felt a profound sense of defeat upon noticing that. Aside from the two pigs, the others were utterly unmoved. Motion shared a similar perplexity, though he maintained a cooler demeanor. However, even the seventh brother of the Tiger Killer gang found himself equally uncertain about the identity of the newcomers. His thoughts in tumultuous flux as the esteemed heir of the auction house. He, a free spirit, would never confine himself to a hospital. Meanwhile, the days of Jiang Shi and Luo Wansu dragged on like years. There had been no developments from the Duke of Liang's residence. Jiang Shi personally inquired and learned that Luo Lingjin and Liang Yuanshan were preoccupied with preparations for their northern journey, leaving them no time to attend to matrimonial matters, especially since the union had been outright rejected by Empress Qi. The leader of the Xuanwu gang was not foolish. He refrained from informing the elders that Wang Yu hailed from the same Beijing Bay City as himself, merely stating that he had met Wang Yu and was well acquainted with him. Chapter 127. The Peril. Chen Fan, do not go too far. Chen Fan responded with a faint smile. No, it is still insufficient. What exactly do you desire? Tequila fixed her gaze on Shi Qingxian for several moments, noting her extraordinary demeanor and resolute spirit, and grew somewhat convinced that the judge, Juling Yuan Sheng, could not only ensure the fairness of the competition, but also intervene to rescue in times of danger. Thus, the outcome was predictable. Yuan Tan's self-important Qizhou army swiftly collapsed in the face of the Taishan army. After all, Song Yiming did not act to save her, so even if he offended Zhang Fei, it bore no consequence for her. Defending a city is far easier than besieging one. Relying on the formidable defenses of Puyang City, Guan Yu led 10,000 elite spearmen to fend off the assault of Yuan Shao's 80,000 troops from Jizhou. Finding it relatively effortless, the patriarch of the Liu family was pleased with Liu Taohua's conduct, affirming that his judgment of character had not faltered. Indeed, Lin Jiutian observed Lin Bo, discovering that the latter had destroyed all the utensils in the kitchen and had now summoned a green flame at the well in the courtyard. Rest assured, my lord, I would rather die than abandon the ancient teleportation array of Jiangzhou, Gu Tiechi declared with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Zhu Hao moved swiftly, employing the ghost shadow steps, and in an instant, appeared before another individual. After a prolonged silence, Jin Qi slowly rose and approached the bronze mirror, scrutinizing his robed reflection. The sight of this assembly nearly caused Uchiha Daohua to faint, while the other rebellious Uchiha clansmen fared no better. By deconstructing and reconstructing concepts, one can attain newfound power. Even an imagined armament, when filled with the same concept, could be flawlessly replicated. As Yin Ruoming suddenly came to a realization. She pondered the absurdity of her pursuit for fresh, tender cabbage on such a frigid day. Was this not a dream? The following morning, battle formations, square, circular, and triangular, were promptly distributed to each commander, underscoring the military's emphasis on these strategies. Likely drafted overnight, after completing her guiding duties and reminding Xiaomi several times. Su Wenqi cast a puzzled glance at her companions, intrigued by this matter. Before they could even enter, a colossal creature burst forth, its immense force nearly sending the two of them flying. After the demise of Betty, it would be exceedingly difficult to find another navigator of her caliber in the near future. Simultaneously, he greatly admired Betty's resolute character. Ji Yuchen could not let this golden opportunity slip away. With a series of powerful punches and fierce shouts, he became frenzied, the blood and flesh of the giant serpent splattering onto his face. Yet he remained undeterred, relentlessly attacking the creature's vulnerable spots. Meanwhile, the makeshift stages along the roadside continued to thrive, filled with various performances, each stage surrounded by enthusiastic onlookers who erupted in cheers at the thrilling moments, tossing rewards onto the platforms from time to time. Initially, the chefs had treated her with deference, but after she received accolades for her consecutive 2 tables of dishes, they seamlessly integrated into the lively atmosphere. Without delving into Ling Zhuzi's thoughts, on the other side, Nie Xinyan had already reached an agreement with the mountain guardian spirit, following closely behind the young guide. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Southwest United University on 821 Avenue, the time had already passed 6 o'clock. The originally modest fare of 30 had ballooned to over 70 due to delays on the road. Fame is like this. The greater it is, the more troubles it brings, especially now that you are a world champion. Green remarked. Chapter 128. Kneeling together. The song group was her labor of love. If it were to truly face bankruptcy, it would be an unbearable blow for her. Explanation? What explanation? Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Su Jingxue has been too arrogant. I merely gave her a small lesson. A small lesson. What do you think you are? Legend has it that Yun Longzi possessed 2 treasures. One was the secret to his self-created divine techniques, and the other was the 9-dragon mystic robe woven from silk of the ice silkworm aged over 100,000 years, which he had scarcely removed since receiving it as a reward. I know nothing of stocks, so I am uncertain how to articulate the nearing conclusion of this stock battle. However, I am aware that the vast majority of those who understand stocks have been deceived. While I have not. Ling brother, what troubles you? Tai Zheng exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Ling Chong's pale visage. Ahead, above the clouds, loomed a colossal pagoda, towering 100 feet high and radiating dazzling rays of light. The surrounding cultivators were taken aback. Only 37 had managed to escape during the fall of Qishuan City, and now Qixi City faced a fresh slaughter. How long could they endure here? I am growing old, the unfettered demon emperor declared candidly, his words tinged with a subtle weariness. The cellar, perpetually situated underground and sealed on all sides, naturally developed an odor as long as the apparatus connecting to the Nightland universe was destroyed. Monitoring would be rendered impossible. I in the depths of his being, Su Ruoga sensed that his true essence, though still in a state of liquid return, had condensed to a degree far surpassing that of the 2 high-level practitioners he had encountered, Fan Xinghua and Elder Gong. Even among the pinnacle of high-level liquid return cultivators, such a level of condensation should not be expected. What if one were to exchange the space occupied by an A4 sheet of paper with the cross-sectional area at an enemy's neck? As Qi Qing's words fell, Imo Nanxing lightly shook the reins, prompting the horse to raise its hooves and gallop forward. Observing that her expression had finally lifted from its previous despondency, Lanner exhaled softly, complying with Xiner's wishes and letting out several sharp sounds of disdain. Hee, We too wish to accompany the boss and broaden our horizons, Lu Yongbin remarked with a beaming smile. Shinmu Bai, initially intent on breaking free, paused to consider the other party's pitiable state and chose to remain silent. Your Majesty, this is utterly inadvisable. Without evidence, should your Majesty proceed in this manner, it will undoubtedly incite turmoil within the court and panic among the populace. Feng Nanyang advised. Among the group of 5, aside from Yimu and Chu Oji, the remaining 3 bore faces exceedingly familiar to all present. Yet, the white before them was an ancient divine beast. Even though the ancient beast clan had turned a blind eye to the matters of the beast's ancient relics for millennia, confronting the ancient divine beast directly still left their stance uncertain. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Hong drew closer, resulting in a prolonged quarrel over who would go first, causing passers-by outside the general's residence to halt and watch. Shui Yiren smiled, having anticipated the efficacy of this tactic. Recalling how she had witnessed this very trick while accompanying Shui Yifeng on shopping excursions, the thought of that man caused her previously joyous heart to plummet into despair. He still harbored such disdain for her. He engaged in guerrilla tactics, ultimately seizing an opportunity to bind Ping Chuanzuiqi's hands, pressing his knee upon his arm while tightly embracing Ping Chuanzuiqi's head. Lin Mo found it difficult to regain his composure. Receiving nearly 100 alerts from the system, the hefty individual known by the codename Turret truly possessed an abundance of items, so much so that Lin Mo felt exceedingly impoverished. Damn it, after finally encountering a beautiful girl, I could have easily taken advantage of the situation with some coercion, but unexpectedly, someone like Cheng Yaojin barged in. How infuriating. Chapter 129. If no apology is made, just watch and see. Upon witnessing the Song family kneel, the members of the Dajiang Chamber of Commerce were left in utter bewilderment. Chen Fan, how can you still stand there? Wang Chuanxiu glared at Chen Fan. Hurry and kneel before Miss Su, if you wish to die. Do not drag us down with you. The secretary of the Dajiang Chamber of Commerce cast a glance at Chen Fan and hurriedly added, Miss, please wait a moment. Liang Luo had finally found them. How could they let them slip away so easily? They should have been in the underworld realm, but without this individual, entering the underworld would be far more challenging. Hao Ian remarked indifferently. Entering the underworld realm recklessly is not simple. And there are still matters I have yet to unravel. Among those rushing forward, a mage had already halted within casting distance, beginning to chant a spell in a loud voice, as if to ensure everyone could hear him. Truly pathetic do they think shouting the incantation makes them appear impressive. Foolishness, your friend has arrived. Let us pretend we have seen nothing. Ouyang Pingqing quietly whispered to Mu Yuhan, not forgetting to place a piece of duck meat into her bowl. This seems unlikely. The principal lowered his head, sensing he might have misspoken, and stammered his words. Subsequently, Li Yaojia sighed, contemplating whether to invite Huang Yufin as well. If she were to be invited, would she betray me? What would follow then? Hao Ian slowly opened his eyes, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips, as his long hand once again rested upon his heart. Patrolling can be quite tedious, and the hour is late. Although the 2 patrolling soldiers continued to walk, their minds wandered elsewhere. Chu Nanchuan's face darkened as he forcefully placed the medicine bottle on the table, sulking in silence, only sipping tea and neglecting the buns entirely. I promised that once this matter is resolved, I would marry you, Ling Lanyu thought, satisfied with her reaction, believing it only natural that she should be so pleasantly astonished. Upon hearing this, Jun Tianrui smiled broadly. Realizing that his sister was compelled to care for Lu Qingru, not out of knowledge of his true identity, you presume victory is assured, yet I believe you stand no chance. You remain my inferior. Zhang Bairan cast a sidelong glance at Li Shimin. Transforming into a colossal hand, he struck the Shattered Heart's head forcefully, yet the spirit of Shattered Heart exhibited no anger, only a visage of concern. Were it not for Kyle's years of dedicated service to the society and his unwavering loyalty to the Morgan family, old Morgan would undoubtedly have ensured Kyle's demise. Secondly, John S. rising fame. Although directors may not attract as much attention as actors, reaching the level of a renowned director grants him an influence nearly equivalent to that of celebrated stars. Once again, it gently collided against the tip of the massive sword, so softly that it produced not a single sound. Shui Mu Nianhua gazed regretfully at the iron-armored dragon turtle, realizing that his rapport with the Overlord had never been harmonious, without the safeguard of a live broadcast. He might have acted decisively at the opportune moment. Now, the Overlord was perceived by the media as a courageous challenger. Today, allow me to showcase a newly acquired talent of Fengwuqing, the sharing of the fountain of life. The ogre flower, likewise, represents life. Meanwhile, Lu Jingxiu swallowed hard, feeling relieved that he hadn't heeded the Chao family's advice. Zhang Bairan's mastery of the Tao was astonishingly profound, bordering on the celestial. Although Ziyun was the master, he was perpetually subjected to Zhuge Liang's merciless beatings. Ziyun truly commenced his cultivation only after the transformation of his home, from wandering the martial world to apprenticing under Lin Yu. He had experienced fortuitous encounters and Lin Yu's guidance, yet his training period remained somewhat brief. Chapter 130. The truth. Upon witnessing this scene, the Song family was left speechless. Utterly incredulous. Su Jingxue was a figure of immense stature. The young mistress of the Jiang River Chamber of Commerce, the daughter of Su Wenxiang, and no one in Jiangzhou dared to provoke her. Yet unexpectedly, such a prominent individual not only refrained from causing them trouble, but even took the initiative to apologize. Until Su Jingxue departed, the Song family felt as though they were trapped in a dream. Subsequently, there was little for the others to do. This area was a park, and Chun Mingtong could not casually bring out a sofa to sit upon. It was imperative to avoid unnecessary complications. In a secluded chamber, Rong Xian had already entered a state of seclusion, clutching the elixir obtained from Zhang Yi, embarking on a quest to break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Gu Ruishue hastily summoned the playful De Lang and Qi Er through her maid, taking one by each hand as she led them into the room, while Jin Ji remained outside. However, for these coarse servants, the remnants of their master's meal were already enough to make their mouths water. What's the matter? Su Qingyu didn't even cast a glance at Zhou Qianqian's carriage, only noticing the puzzled expression on Lin Xiaoxiao beside him before inquiring. The remaining three, raging mountain boars, charged forward, their once elegant evasions now lacking the finesse of earlier encounters, under the guidance of Arya. Well, what was originally meant to be a brief tutorial of just a few minutes had been stretched to nearly 10 minutes due to Arya's leisurely pace. Brother Ding need not be overly courteous. Although Gao Mohan's displeasure was not overtly displayed on his face, it was unmistakably evident in his gaze, the distant tone suggesting, had it not been for Yanqing's presence, he would have already erupted in anger. With foresight over the unprepared, victory was without doubt. However, the casualty numbers were far from satisfactory, at least in Norton's view. Such losses were unacceptable, entirely attributable to negligence, and the deaths caused by ambushes and foolish cavalry left him both regretful and infuriated. The great sun god Pearl came crashing down upon the demon infant. Swirling laws erupted around it. Demonic energy rampaged, bursting forth in a dazzling display of light. A cataclysmic aura shot out. Wang froze momentarily, immediately sensing a chilling sensation as the solidified divine consciousness swept over him, cutting like a knife. This moment, Wang perceived the five-colored giant gate, ancient and weathered, emanating the power of eternal and indestructible laws. I have brought you here to help you comprehend the laws of wind and inherit the legacy, Qing Lu stated matter-of-factly. Shadows flitted like auroras, akin to lightning, in vibrant hues, rushing towards the cave. It could cultivate within the sacred light heavenly heart furnace even stronger than Xinxian. Otherwise, the only way to emerge would be through the conventional route of breaking the formation, another true seed. Equally remarkable was that of a divine object, containing none other than the illustrious laurel tree, a divine herb. Yutanchi couldn't help but click her tongue. Such a high sponsorship fee could easily yield profits without the need for the competition's prize money. The most wondrous aspect of the demonic pattern formation lies in its ability to store demonic energy within the human body's meridians through special inscriptions, allowing for the immediate activation of the demonic patterns during combat with adversaries. Master Yao, did you call for me? Xiangzi, unsure of when he had ascended the mountain, curiously inquired upon hearing Yao Tian's altered tone. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall certainly attend. Lu Xiaoxue maintained her dignified composure, showing no signs of shyness or trepidation upon encountering several individuals, thereby serving as a model for Dui, who gained a measure of composure herself. Very well. Upon hearing this, Huan immediately rose and retrieved a bundle of slender, pale golden plants from a cloth bag at his waist, placing them into the water. Chapter 131. Heartbroken if Gu Ziyu were truly exposed, he would have no ground to stand on. He was perplexed as to how Chen Fan had come to learn of his relationship with Su Jingxue. Once Zheng Mingxiu spoke the truth, there would be no chance left for him and Song Qingyan. Moreover, his reputation would be utterly tarnished, for all would recognize him as a grand deceiver. Wang Chunxiu approached Zheng Mingxiu, patting him on the shoulder. Ming Su Sini, initially shrouded in resentment like a sky laden with dark clouds, suddenly brightened upon hearing the words of the young master of the Lin family. Lu Minghui had intended to enter directly, but upon recalling the cold, unrecognizing countenance of Lu Jingzi, he hesitated. Shen Tinglin's attire of white was originally chosen to complement An Yin, now that An Yin was willing to don a formal gown. He could hardly contain his joy in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. He re-emerged clad in festive garments. An Yin's voice resonated from the palanquin, and Huayu caught sight of his third brother, who had somehow entered the palanquin and was carrying An Yin out. An Yin struggled incessantly in Zhao Huijing's embrace. Even though An Yin felt nothing for Shen Tinglan now, the pain of the past was undeniably real. And Hui cast a glance at An Yin's frail figure, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Yet what could she do? Had she not been too old at the time, perhaps she would have been the one to go. Song Xingqian's talent could be deemed the most extraordinary among all the ancient martial artists he had encountered. Without exception, the dragon symbolized Daenerys's faith and strength. Thus, when she saw the words of Hikapu, her shock and fury were genuine. He untied his bathrobe, revealing his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and perfectly elongated physique. Unable to restrain himself, he turned pale and forcefully tossed the bone of the elbow onto the table before him. Upon hearing that the villagers were willing to testify against Cheng Jinghing, the other party was naturally delighted and immediately offered him suggestions. Aside from his hollow eyes, he was an exceptionally imposing figure, akin to an immortal war god, evoking a sense of reverence. Greetings, esteemed director. Tang Yu and the others bowed respectfully. In the presence of such formidable individuals, Tang Yu remained quite deferential. Although Li Tianyan was indeed formidable, Chen Fan believed defeating him was not a significant challenge. It was time to show him some color. Damn it, why was it that before this man, she was always so effortlessly seen through? She chose to remain silent, allowing the man to carry her and place her upon the soft couch. What of becoming a demon? I wonder how you would fare in death. Well, Lingzi scoffed, his garments billowing as if caught by an unseen wind, resembling a blazing inferno, with him as its nucleus. He slowly raised his hand, striking towards Lin Shaoqing from several dozen meters away. The authorities also provided what seemed to be a reasonable explanation regarding this matter. Aiming to assuage the citizens' fears, such a benevolent falsehood was indeed a measure of desperation. M.A. Sanji immediately paid close attention to the golden threads. These golden threads directly penetrated Ma Sanji's soul space. Yet this vast expanse of the soul space was boundless. The multitude of golden threads could only be likened to a single drop in the ocean as they entered the soul space. Ma Sanji felt no discernible change within himself. He managed to procure around 20 ancient medicinal herbs, all of considerable age, with the youngest being 500 years old and the oldest reaching an astonishing 800 years. Lin Shaoqing was overjoyed. He was not greedy, for even acquiring a single specimen would be a tremendous stroke of fortune, let alone such a bountiful collection. The others were genuinely astonished by Tang Yu's prowess. Gazing at him in disbelief, they had initially thought Tang Yu's abilities were merely average among them, but they were taken aback to discover that his strength was of such a formidable caliber, far beyond their own capabilities. Chapter 132, The Truth Revealed. Chen Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and strode away. That scoundrel, still refusing to apologize. Behind him, the voice of Wang Chunqiu could be heard cursing. It would be best if you were run over by a car. Song Qingyan sat on the hospital bed, her chest rising and falling in agitation. It is not uncommon for ordinary people in this world to lack a surname. However, in Hanzo's eyes, the striking red of his hair was far too conspicuous, unmistakably marking him as anything but an ordinary civilian. After all, heading to the county town is quite different from the familiar commune, and the connections of the former leaders vary significantly, necessitating different preparations. Jiuju felt somewhat unwilling, but upon gazing at the figure of the mountain pepper fish, Hanzo, seated there, a natural sense of trepidation arose within him. Although Gu Jiqiang primarily spearheaded this matter, from the initial discovery of the medicinal materials to the establishment of the cooperation agreement, most of the credit lay with him. He mentally reviewed everyone he had encountered who wielded a large axe. However, most of the individuals known to Jiang Tingli were swordsmen, leaving him with scant recollection of axe wielders. The distance to where Hanzo and his group were meeting was not far. Should Hanzo catch wind of their presence, it could lead to complications. One by one, the furnaces were opened, revealing a mix of high-quality and low-quality materials, including some failed alchemical attempts, though none reached the first-grade standard. How utterly insane and bizarre. No one witnessed how Pei Yushi managed to escape from the out-of-control vehicle. Yet, at this moment, Zhu Zhong'er found herself at a loss for a complete strategy, filled with admiration nonetheless. After all, upon introspection, if she were in Zhu Zheng'er's position, could she have noticed the subtle hints left by Zhuo Junbai and subsequently unraveled the deeper mystery shrouded in obscurity? It turned out that when Xia Shui was attacked at the villa, she sustained a head injury. After being captured, she would occasionally experience bouts of pain in her head. Later, an opportunity arose when a subordinate of Croc, whose son was quite fond of Xia Shui, remarked that she resembled her mother. Utilizing this connection, Xia Shui's family regained their freedom. A massive, furry hand reached out, disregarding the smoke rising from my own body due to being struck by lightning, and collided with my hand, sending us both sprawling apart. Having left my second aunt's house, it was already quite late. During our conversation, although my second aunt did not divulge how my second uncle had come to be in his current state, I gathered from her words that he had retired from the military the same year my father had encountered his misfortune. She did not elaborate further on the matter. Let's go eat first. I am absolutely starving. Sit down, and I will tell you everything slowly, I said, parking the motorcycle in the designated space. Despite the righteous expression on my face, I felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, particularly with the words he had spoken. Before she had the chance to ponder deeply, she had already extended her foot, aiming to trip Shueshua, hoping to send her tumbling down the steps. Nuo, Ho Qingju nodded, casting a glance at the still solemn Lu Bingyi, before escorting Hua Guang out. Uncle Zhao, Qingxian greeted with a faint smile, yet instinctively scooted back in her seat. A sudden manifestation of the thousand-handed demon appeared, an omen of the supreme master of the thousand hands from the Jade Palace. The myriad hands of the demon emerged simultaneously, sending the white tiger soaring. Should opposition prove futile, he would resort to bloodshed. Regardless of who you were, by the following morning, heads would adorn the city gate as a grim spectacle. Chapter 133, The Actions of a Small Man on the Road. His phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Song Qingyan. He hesitated, neither hanging up nor answering, yet Song Qingyan continued to call incessantly. Growing somewhat irritated, he powered off his phone. His gaze remained fixed outside the window. Lost in a daze. Mu Chio led them through the air, guiding them into a cave with a natural formation. Once inside, they first collected all the valuable items within the cavern before setting up a concealment formation, after which Muchio brought them into the space. Individuals devoid of faith are truly terrifying, and those who have never felt warmth in their hearts are even more so. It is not uncommon for one to be born without ever experiencing any warmth. Auntie, we appreciate your advice. However, we have decided to venture into the mountains. We possess the capability for self-preservation. Muchio acknowledged the old lady's goodwill but had no intention of altering her course. Should danger arise, she could simply retreat into the space. Though she would not disclose this to the old lady, as Yi's words fell, Lu Luyun, with a countenance as serene as snow, offered a gentle nod and a tranquil smile to the two. The same sentiment holds true. If he exerts less effort, the casualties will be significant. If he applies himself adequately, the losses will be considerably minimized, for once the warriors enter, they are bound to encounter a myriad of situations, and unforeseen circumstances invariably exceed one's expectations. Note, in the realm of cultivation, Yuanying practitioners are referred to as real people, Huashan practitioners as venerables, and those in the tribulation transcending stage are respectfully called immortal venerables. Generally, cultivators adopt a Taoist name upon reaching the golden core stage, although some, like Mu Chio, may do so later, only upon reaching the Huashan stage. Currently, his consciousness had detached from his body, leaving him devoid of any trace of physical existence. Yet the evaluation system remained accessible, and he could distinctly sense the 5 black holes that should have been located at his chest, through the teachings imparted by his second uncle today. He had long since grasped the intricate relationships at play in comparison to the powerful figure of the Dingjian sect's leader. Experiencing a momentary tremor of the body rendered the allure of 36D rather mundane. If an explanation were necessary, it would be simple. Consider safety. The outer side is naturally more perilous than the inner. For instance, if someone were driving at night and failed to slow down at a curve, their vehicle would likely fly off and overturn, inevitably striking those on the periphery rather than those within. Wang Fu pondered for a long while, regardless of whether it was Liang Shurchen's suggestion. He deemed it necessary to subtly warn Li Yanqing. He prepared to employ a process of elimination and associative analysis to dissect the schemes of the so-called savior. He found this place to be quite agreeable. The air is imbued with the scent of sunlight, devoid of slaughter and the uncertainty of tomorrow. Particularly, Air Guzingmi and San Guzing Su have been utterly subdued, and it is feared that before long, they will meet a fate akin to that of De Gu, involving unspeakable occurrences. Those who harbor ambitions towards the void crystal must undoubtedly be entities like Huang Quan Minghua, beings of heaven and earth. Though they have long since fallen, leaving behind but a lingering soul, clinging to the Jiu Yu Qing Quan, perhaps in hopes of regaining strength through it. Just watch. Louis Qing has been toiling with his clay. And now the clay circles bear a striking resemblance to what they were at the beginning. Chapter 134. Two Beauties. Each instance of Song Qingyan's distrust only deepens the wound in his heart. Quick, let us seek refuge inside. At that moment, two young and beautiful women hurriedly dashed into Hua Chuntang. The Hami Kingdom values contracts highly, renowned far and wide, and the Hami Bank is equally famed for its integrity. Placing their reputation above all else. At this juncture, Mu Rongqing Feng and Mu Rongqing, who had been observing from afar, finally grasped the gravity of the situation and rushed over to intervene. Utterly shocked by the spectacle before them, still unable to believe their own eyes. I merely wish to impart a lesson, to make you understand that harming others ultimately leads to self-harm. On Chu Yao's indifferent face, there was not a trace of remorse. Instead, she appeared remarkably self-assured. After expressing goodwill, Tai Xin Yuan sat at his doorstep, facing the snowflakes that danced through the air, and began to recite his lessons in the A-clan language. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, and there they beheld Chen Shi, adorned in a flowing white gown, featuring a classical cross-colored design, cinched with a golden belt, her long hair cascading down. Cradling a pet in her arms, her countenance serene as she gracefully approached the assembly, the colorful feathered golden pheasant in the coop slightly opened its eyes, only to slowly close them again moments later. From behind the flower stand, Judy cleared her throat, and a crisp, cool voice resonated in the ears of the onlookers. He accepted and acknowledged the situation, yet was taken aback by the sudden emergence of a mysterious realm. A perilous endeavor that caused him to hesitate once more. Lan Ruoshi stood flustered in the corner by the kindergarten entrance, unsure of how long she had been there, until that familiar vehicle came into her view. Assessing the strengths of both sides, it was determined that they would not be immediately defeated. Thus, Chen Fan, along with Yu Guanju and the others, gathered together in preparation to confront the denizens of Minglu. Zhao hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing to observe from the rear. At this urgent juncture, the trio had no time for further discourse, agreeing to converse at length once the crisis had passed. While Yin Wuyu and Xiao Ning rushed to assist their fellow disciples, Yi Sui Yun entrusted Dai Shi with the imperative task of ensuring the safe escape of all villagers, especially stressing the need to take good care of Bao Feng. Yi Xingtian had journeyed through more than half of the northern realm, but had never heard of any prodigy possessing three sources of power within them. Although Nai Du's complexion turned pale, he still nodded in compliance, daring not to voice any grievances. Even if someone were to fall midway, a substitute would be selected from the talents nurtured subsequently. Zhenwu Alliance, as the most formidable force in Huaxia, possesses not merely the prowess of peak masters to suppress the entire martial arts world, but also boasts a talent reserve that is truly daunting. Upon noticing that the male doctor did not fire immediately, Chen Jifan understood that he was no longer within the doctor's range. Just as Song Tianqi was fervently expounding, he was unexpectedly struck on the head by Lin Nan. The two demons, the pangolin and the dragon, upon hearing this, knelt down in gratitude and bowed deeply. Times have changed. The two who once commanded the winds and rains on earth have since become superfluous since arriving in the Honghuang. To safeguard the borders and the realm of Tianhua, the city lords gathered their resources, aiming to reach the capital within 1,370 years to deliberate on a strategy against the enemy. Yin Tao was exceedingly exhilarated, sprinting wildly across the court while reveling in the cheers of the cheerleaders. Zhang Shujie also felt joy for him, rising from the bench to applaud on the sidelines. Chapter 135. You truly have gutsy schemed in his heart to first subdue the woman in white, and then turn his attention to Lin Yun. By that time, the woman in white would no longer pose a significant threat. The woman in white tightly grasped Lin Yun's hand and turned to Chen Fan, saying, "This elder brother, I entrust my sister to you for the time being." Although she knew that handing her sister over to Chen Fan might not be of much use, at least there would be someone to care for her. Lady Tangxia, I apologize for my previous misdeeds. I hope you can forgive me. Xia Feng did not even glance at her, clearly indifferent to her apology. Ding Mu, having changed out of her sterile gown, entered the intensive care unit and felt an indescribable sensation upon seeing Su Hao lying there. It was a mix of guilt and unease. She was unaware of Su Hao's condition beneath the bandages. Your Highness, please think carefully. This concerns the future of Shifeng. Hua Hao crawled on her knees to the feet of Lung Qianning, tears glistening in her apricot eyes. "Sister, what on earth has been troubling you lately?" Yu Xiaojun asked, clicking the mouse incessantly. Su Xian nodded slightly and discreetly stuck out her tongue. She was not concerned about eavesdroppers. She trusted that with Su Jingyan's capabilities, she would not have to live in a constant state of anxiety, at least not within his household. In other words, Su Jingyan was exceptionally astute, possessing an abundance of clever schemes, and had endured the brutal trials of political strife. At such a young age, he had risen to a high position through his own abilities and cunning. The third prince has already used this excuse to depart. Might not Xia do the same? Ji Feng stroked his beard thoughtfully. Very well, since Li Moran desires this, let him have it. After all, I have been feeling quite stifled lately. He had not anticipated that he and Inwan would still share such a connection. Fang Lingjie approached Su Inwan and gave her a gentle embrace. It is indeed crucial, if only to inform us of our savior's identity, Lu Xian chirped. Yet, Qingyan was dissatisfied, wrapping an arm around Lin Xingma's shoulder, covering her exposed skin with his hand, and said with displeasure, "This won't do. Change into something else." He declared that exposure was unacceptable. He would not permit Lin Xingma to wear that wedding dress. "Could you please speak more courteously?" Yanji picked up the chopsticks to grasp the fish meat, intending to place it on the plate before him. Upon hearing his ambiguous remarks, Yanji's expression darkened. The urgent report from Qianshou. Emperor Shou was momentarily taken aback, as if a sudden realization had struck him, causing a slight change in his already pallid complexion. She furrowed her brow slightly, picked up the microphone beside her, activated it, and then slowly rose to her feet, making her way to the center of the stage with an expression of deep apology, bowing profoundly to everyone present. "Follow me." With a call, Emotion Yu hastened towards the direction from whence the sounds of battle emanated. "To be honest, I find this situation rather perplexing." Qin Shan furrowed her brow, yet found herself unable to articulate a coherent thought. Her demeanor indeed suggested ignorance of the unfolding events. Lin Xingmao glanced up to see Jiang Shuang stepping down from the vehicle, striding purposefully to Lin Xingma's side, removing her suit jacket and draping it over Lin Xingma's shoulders, partially concealing her pale face, before heading towards the company. As Wang Qing's words fell, she menacingly began to hurl magic scrolls from her spatial ring like rain. As she simultaneously fought and fled, countless corporeal and incorporeal spider demons perished beneath her iron staff, occasionally turning to taunt the pursuing spider demon ancestor, her braggadocio growing increasingly outrageous. Under Huang Yan's direction, Lu Quan raised each of the horse's 4 hooves in succession. After Huang Yan inspected them meticulously, he confirmed that the right front hoof had suffered significant wear to the horn layer, even beginning to crack, causing the horse to shy away from exerting itself while running out of self-preservation instinct. Chapter 136. Silencing Witnesses. The old cat let out a wretched cry, as if its bones were fracturing, collapsing weakly to the ground. Chen Fan stepped on his shoulder. "Weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago? Stand up and continue fighting me. There is no need for any reservations. Speak plainly, whether it is feasible." "I shall judge for myself," Li Yuan spoke calmly. Meanwhile, the dark tendrils of the evil wind lost their foundation and, in an instant, reverted to an ordinary duster. Finally enduring until afternoon dismissal, Lu Wan arrived early to find Li Keting, and the two made their way to the Concordia Medical College. For a moment, Ouyang Qing was taken aback, staring blankly as he effortlessly dealt with those detestable demons, then skillfully searched the bodies and bags before approaching the unbroken defensive formation. Yes, a burly man behind Qi Junxing rolled up his sleeves as he walked toward Xiaozhua. Just as Iron Old Man was about to criticize, before he could utter a word, the opponent's palm had already struck him, and in the next moment, he was sent flying as if struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Fang Lihua felt an exhilarating delight, even taking out her phone to capture this scene. Do not fault her for relishing the misfortune. Over 20 years ago, Yang Xingda had also humiliated her in such a manner, a clear case of karmic retribution. "You, a young lady, staying out late at night. How can we not worry? Hurry and find a boyfriend to spare your mother the anxiety." Fang Lihua's words brimmed with affection. Indeed, at Su Yan's age, it was time to seek a romantic partner. She, possessing autism, is endowed with an extraordinarily high IQ yet grapples with profound social obstacles that hinder her interactions with ordinary individuals. Upon receiving instructions from Li Keting concerning Lu Ji's thoughts, she hurriedly assembled a team to rush over, only to find Chun Yun's pallid countenance, indicating her suffering. Xiao Xiao, unfamiliar with such settings, was simultaneously filled with curiosity and trepidation, while Mo Qingyan, having seldom ventured beyond the palace walls, was experiencing the world alongside Yi Qingxing for the first time, that a subtle male voice wafted from behind, crossing Wan Qi's ears and gently penetrating his consciousness. It is widely acknowledged that for an object to possess sentience and attain independent thought and action, it must undergo a protracted period of time, during which its power will ascend to an inconceivable realm. However, the notion that he would eventually become their chairman, while presently referring to them as seniors, struck them as somewhat theatrical. Yet, Wan Qi's remark reminded them that he was indeed a figure from the entertainment industry, creating an unexpected sense of familiarity, particularly upon witnessing Zhuge Mengwan and Chun Yu's intimate demeanor. The flames of their indignation flared even more fiercely. Song Yun, with a frosty expression, regarded Lu Qingyun as if she were a stranger. Utterly disappointed that it turned out that two naive individuals had engaged in extravagant bidding, ultimately settling on a price of 123,500 taels for a pastoral property, since it seemed no one favored the affair between Heir Gu and Feng Susu. I shall refrain from initiating it, and likewise, I will not pin the side story for Jie. Contemplating this, Mo Yoshiyuan revealed a faint smile as he diligently carved the hairpin under the candlelight. Yi Xinan furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively glancing at the clock, her intuition urging her not to squander any more time. However, Fang Jing was meticulous in his thoughts, fearing that without a face-to-face confirmation, he might not speak the truth. Mingyun shook her head. I sense danger. If you hold me, it may hinder my ability to fight in perilous situations. As she spoke, she unsheathed her sword, gripping it firmly. Chapter 137. Dear Antlergrass. When Jiang Bingyun entered, Chen Fan recognized at first glance that she was beset by a grave illness. Jiang Bingyun gasped, Brother Chun, is my condition truly this severe? Bingyun, do not believe him. He is certainly deceiving you. Lin Yun shot a glare at Chen Fan, admonishing, you better not at a royal princess. She ought not to be exposed to the public unless she wished to meet someone she cherished. Naturally, the most jubilant were the Victoria's Secret Company, who could scarcely believe they had so effortlessly secured Su Can's presence. Xianqing realized that only through relentless advancement and growth could he carve out his own domain in the future. At that moment, after unleashing the ice world, Yu Qian felt as though he had entered another realm. Compelled to marvel at the system's designation of his top-tier skills, the sensation of commanding the entire scene was truly exhilarating. Ever since Dong Huang Tai opened his heart, many matters had become remarkably clearer. The long convoy arrived with great fervor, exuding an air of dominance, roaring down the road, until only the faint glow of their taillights remained. At the onset of the preliminary rounds, their performance was commendable, frequently achieving victory and claiming first place on several occasions. They are not merely required to enhance their training and strengthen their mental resilience. More importantly, they must confront increasingly intricate situations, thereby honing their multifaceted abilities. Upon raising his gaze, Zhang Bindi saw, as Zhang Fei had stated, that Elbu was once again at a disadvantage, having been struck by a second arrow. However, I must not act impulsively, since the transcendent presence of the Supreme Being has manifested in my thoughts and the divine measure bestowed by the deity has begun to resonate. I shall first observe the nature of this couple's affection, as well as the intricacies of their karmic ties across lifetimes. Should a singular grand formation prove insufficient, let us deploy 3 lethal arrays along with an additional confinement formation to ensure their complete capture. Wu Fei and Wu Yin diligently set about their tasks as instructed, while Qing Hezi assisted the still-seated Ling clan member in leaving the ancestral hall for the inner residence. Ziqianmo, finding it impossible to decline any further, acquiesced, and thereafter devoted himself wholeheartedly to mentoring him as a disciple, imparting techniques and resolving queries. Su Jojo secretly watched him until fatigue overcame her. She yawned wearily, finally closing her eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. Old Du, I am instructing my disciple. The manner of teaching is my prerogative, so what do you fear? Let it be known that even in the remote heights of Shishu, I would dare to speak candidly, regardless of being in the grand hall of Taiji. The resonating chimes that echoed through the cosmos gradually faded, returning everything to tranquility, yet the hearts of the onlookers remained unsettled as they beheld the immense bell. This is not an issue. As long as we do not act recklessly on Earth, I can ensure the safety of the bloodline. Chen Fan spoke solemnly. Is it my fault that we cannot contend with them due to withheld information? If our nation were not embroiled in internal strife, would the Turkic forces dare to mobilize 200,000 troops? Do you not possess any sense of reason? Once again, the crowd turned their gaze. And whether it was Lu Ningqian and others or the masters from the other two Han nations, they all inhaled sharply. After pondering for a long while, Xiao Yuner could not devise a solution. She simply seated herself upon the carpet of peach blossom petals. Chapter 138. Bold assertions with Nangong Sheng leading the way. Chen Fan and his companion easily entered the Jiang family estate. Nangong steward, I did not expect you to be in Jiangzhou as well. Jiang Yinqing, displaying considerable courtesy, personally came out to welcome Nangong Sheng. May I inquire what brings you to our humble abode so unexpectedly? Chen Fan discreetly assessed Jiang Yinqing with a scrutinizing glance. His expression, when Lu Chunyan voiced her concerns, Xin Ronger casually brushed it aside with a smile, subsequently dragging a wooden cart from the backyard and fastening a rope around the neck of Haifeng. Historical records may have only chronicled such celestial phenomena in the victorious scenes of deities slaying dragons, yet no one witnessed the catastrophe that befell Xianyuan County, where floods devastated mountains and submerged cities and villages. Having resolved matters at home, they covered all the furniture and appliances in the room before closing the door. The morale of the Western Qi forces plummeted, unable to conceal their disarray, as they were routed by the Shang army. Retreating over 10 miles before stabilizing their formation and re-establishing their camp, hoisting a banner of truce. Chu Shaoran acted swiftly, departing without leaving a trace, vanishing in an instant. The Jade Spirit Maiden wore an unusual expression, sighing softly, yet her eyes widened as she beheld the scene within the 9 tripods' inner realm, revealing a look of astonishment and confusion. Shinronger found herself in a predicament, her concern leading to confusion. She was astonished to realize that she had become so invested in Zhou Yun without even being aware of it, allowing her emotions to surface unexpectedly. Over the past few days, Shinfei had been closely observing Shinbanxia, who undeniably possessed a formidable fan base. The attacks of a peak martial artist were indeed extraordinary. As he pondered this, Zhang Yang expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, releasing the pent-up energy that had been stirred by the tremors of the ground. Even so, he still felt a tingling numbness in his legs. With that pill in hand, he could smoothly advance in rank. Given his age advantage, he could easily become a true disciple. How could he accept such a setback? The atmosphere grew solemn as Qi Xin completed his circle, and the surrounding air became almost suffocating. However, as time passed, Jing Shikuan discerned that Chu Yuan's condition remained unchanged from when he first entered the island, showing not a hint of difference. Hearing a somewhat respectful voice nearby, Ling Feng turned towards its source, only to find a middle-aged man clad in azure, wearing a face full of ingratiating smiles. A collective shock coursed through the onlookers, and then something utterly unbelievable transpired. Wang Dan and Zhou Ling, upon witnessing Hong Yan's anger, playfully stuck out their tongues at Su Qingyang and hurriedly followed suit. Despite the protective barrier dissipating the blood and toxins, Zhang Yang struggled to withstand the impact of igniting a beast of master-level prowess for the first time. Chao Ming was silently scoffed, knowing all too well what needed no explanation. Nevertheless, her smile remained intact. Wang Nuo was acutely aware that if he did not wish to unveil the truth, Wu Xian would never admit to any mistakes at this juncture. That fellow still harbored a sense of luck. Dai Li was equally taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding events. After the previous incident with the giant spirit god, he had become much more composed, realizing that some legends indeed held a kernel of truth, albeit deliberately concealed by the ruling class to prevent public unrest and maintain order. Amidst the indistinct branches, a vivid yellow figure stood out conspicuously, startling Bai Yen, whose finely arched brows knitted tightly in concern. Uncle and aunt fled to the edge of a cliff, grievously injured by assailants, and your younger brother was also kicked over the precipice by them. Chapter 139. Bounty of 100 million. Were it not for Chen Fan having saved his daughter, he would have expelled Chen Fan long ago, never wasting time listening to his nonsensical ramblings. His daughter's ailment had persisted for far too long, and the Jiang family, being a lineage of medical expertise, had tried every conceivable remedy and summoned numerous renowned physicians, yet none had yielded any results. Now, a nameless individual stood before him, audaciously claiming the ability to cure his daughter. As the troops of Yangzhou laid down their weapons, Huang Fujian, accompanied by a contingent of cavalry, rushed over in astonishment to elucidate Zhang Ziqiang's mindset and devise the most effective means of persuasion. It was clear that the entire harem combined did not measure up to Anan alone. The Clara sisters were even less significant, their lengthy discourse of nearly 1,000 words leaving Zhang Ziqiang in a state of bemusement. Seemingly logical, yet failing to grasp his true sentiments, as he gathered his textbooks, preparing to exit the classroom, his gaze faltered, suddenly captivated by the sight of Ji Yulan and her companions striding purposefully down the corridor. Zhang Nin exchanged a few casual words with him, following their prior agreement to work 15 days a month. This arrangement would afford him ample time to visit the hospital occasionally, where he could encounter a multitude of ailments, greatly benefiting his future development. Upon hearing her vivid description, He Wu felt a sudden clarity. That ancient spirit jade clearly indicated it was a gift from Elder Wu to aid her in her evolution. But why bestow such a rare treasure upon her? Was it possible that she had discovered Tian Kuei, and that was the ultimate purpose? As soon as the fishing boat docked, it was surrounded by lizard men. After confirming Yi Hua's identity and learning of his intention to meet the matriarch, a lizard man stepped forward to guide him, while the fishing vessel and its crew were placed under strict surveillance. Reno felt a chill run down his spine under the lizardman's intense gaze, involuntarily shivering as he speculated about this peculiar individual before him. He awkwardly gestured for Zhang Nan to continue speaking. I took deep breaths and then sank against the wall, sitting down. Within less than a minute, and you on the bed began to groan, indicating a gradual recovery. The snow-white skull commenced its arduous journey of survival and growth. Though it had only recently awakened, it seemed to possess unimaginable talent, remaining ever vigilant and cautious, never straying even a step from the safety of the swamp, despite the numerous ethereal blue souls surrounding it, which it did not dare to absorb. That moment, Lin Tianyang raised his hand, tossing out 3 yin-yang essence crystals. He then performed a spell, causing the crystals to flash brilliantly before coalescing into a sphere, which subsequently shot towards the blood-red bagua mark on Lin Tianyang's forehead. This unexpected turn of events extinguished the eagerness in Ibu and the others to mount their horses, leading to a hasty disconnection as they took turns swearing they would visit London and go to Chelsea. With a look of deep resentment, I cast a glance at Su Ro, this rotund fellow whose life of indulgence made him impossible to overlook. Seedorf executed a precise overhead pass aimed at Jock. Furthermore, his such aerial balls, bypassing the ground and suddenly crossing over, often yielded remarkable results. He was currently vexed as paparazzi had blocked the entrance to the hotel and his room, leaving him feeling homeless in an invisible way. In a fierce exchange, it was evident that the plump swordsman at the Sword Immortal stage held the upper hand. With just one move, he successfully forced back the 2 demon-level subordinates of his opponent. The gun's muzzle erupted, blossoming into a dark, ominous flower, striking like lightning from the side of the 9-headed demon serpent, piercing swiftly into the midst of the 9 dragons' chariot. Chapter 140. A group of useless gluttons at this moment. Jiang Yinxing was in a state of desperation, seeking any remedy. Even though the Jiang family was renowned in the medical field, they could not produce a cure for Jiang Bingyun, the only hope. Wu Qiankuan was still en route. By the time he arrived, it was feared that all hope would be lost. He was uncertain whether the 100 or so doctors present could heal his daughter. But he had no choice but to treat a dead horse as a live one, better than waiting idly for death. The multitude of doctors exchanged glances, while Yi Qianxiu and Yu Yu hesitantly rose. Slowly approaching Lan Yin with a look of puzzlement, Chen Tang entered, gazing intently at Bai Mi's face. Although he knew she was still a child, she had already reached adulthood. At 17, she was indeed considered an adult. Wasn't she? Undoubtedly. The demise of Hua Ling instigated profound panic among the populace, prompting immediate reports to the sect leader. In response to his goodwill, I unhesitatingly clasped his elbow, effortlessly traversing the snow-laden Hanbaiyu steps. Regaining her composure, she gradually descended the staircase, exchanged pleasantries with Yi Qianxiu and Wan Zhun, leisurely finished her meal, and then, hand in hand with Yi Qianxiu, proceeded to the company. Shuyun Mountain harbored no secrets. It was merely that the original inhabitant despised disturbances, fearing that certain individuals might intrude upon their territory, thus establishing a maze-like formation. However, he had no intentions of causing harm. And after erasing their memories, he would escort them out. Comrade Lu Aihua, you are our factory's premier designer, and the production situation of our factory is intricately linked to your efforts. Wei Xiangqian hastily turned his head, and indeed, he beheld the imposing factory director Niu, leading the factory leadership team as they entered. In truth, it was nothing significant. It was merely that a human trafficker had been uncovered, which was, in fact, related to the noble consort. Lu Jingxing remarked. This could be considered a minor victory. The spiritual stones had not been wasted, and at the very least, the concern over the collapse of the Hunyuan Pearl was alleviated. Chen Fan reassured himself. Vlad now wished he could slap himself, pondering why he had acted so excessively moments ago. If Princess Mantua had perished in the recent battle, it would have been a tremendous loss, in reality. As Li Chong surmised, Bai Jingshi was indeed a master of martial arts. Ostensibly, those taken by the police were there to protect him. Yet simultaneously, these individuals bore the responsibility of teaching him the art of combat. Initially, he believed his end was nigh. However, while arduously resisting the encroaching black mist, he discovered that Li Yang was impervious to its effects and even capable of assisting others in dispelling the dark vapors, thus igniting a flicker of hope. Buy me one. A premonition whispered to Yi Xian that this purchase implied something entirely different from mere acquisition. The primordial spirit of the South China immortal continuously roared, channeling the remaining celestial energy to fiercely resist the formidable bone demon array, exerting every ounce of strength. Leave, Your Highness. Eunuch Li knelt upon the ground, observing the departing sedan chair. Exan Huawan drew the curtain of the sedan. Bai Qianqian had concealed herself within the Shura demon domain for 5 centuries, her entire cultivation having been transformed into demonic energy, evolving into a bone demon, with the assistance of the black-clad demon spirits. Her power surged rapidly, and after 500 years of arduous training, she attained a remarkably terrifying realm. Madame Li sighed, casting a glance at the elixir box, particularly observing Lu Qian with a hint of regret in her eyes. Yet she refrained from uttering further words and turned to depart. The shopkeeper Wang stood outside the circle without intervening, his dagger radiating a chilling gleam. Beside him stood a figure clad in a black cloak, similarly enveloped in dark attire, their eyes gleaming like lightning as they fixed their gaze upon Lung Xiaoyan. Chapter 141. Name your price. Fortunately, she had remained cautious. Otherwise, her daughter's life would have been in jeopardy. Jiang Yinxing's penchant for judging by appearances had not waned. Had he been a touch more magnanimous earlier and retained Chen Fan, perhaps the outcome would have been markedly different. I had underestimated Chen Fan. Yet thankfully, Bingyun had emerged from danger. Jiang Yinxing exhaled deeply. However, upon reflecting on this, Yunxin suddenly cast a dubious glance at the lake, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the several baskets brimming with French baguettes, he stiffly turned to Luo Qingqing. The Betty siblings had been incessantly causing trouble, and Morphe had not ventured out to work for quite some time, with ample free time at her disposal. Cheng Yang had secured her a position at the SLC counter, and she promptly took up the role to AT that moment. The sword beast let out a roar and lunged towards Luo Qingqing, its sword-shaped horn gleaming with an intimidating cold light. Chang Zhou was merely 15 years old and unable to attend school due to his family's financial struggles. Nevertheless, he possessed exceptional musical talent, crafting lyrics and melodies, producing an abundance of remarkable songs. The room was permeated with a strong odor of sweat, the bed linens obscured in such a way that their original colors were indiscernible, and a few filthy underwear were hidden within the blankets. Lin Ling ceased her speech. She was a clever individual, and once she recognized that something was amiss, she would undoubtedly take action. That I've done it. You may proceed as you wish. He downed an entire glass of liquor in one breath and then regarded his companions with a gaze imbued with good-natured provocation, observing how they would react. Shortly after confirming these establishments, Luo Cheng immediately urged Chun Hanbiao towards their locations. Her expression was tinged with a hint of melancholy, perhaps due to their impending departure, or perhaps out of the realization that she was already dead. Or perhaps it was a blend of both. She gazed quietly at Chen Fan, her face adorned with a childlike sorrowful smile. Boss, there are no surveillance devices in the changing area. Moreover, matters concerning money are difficult to clarify. The supervisor stated earnestly. In his mind, no amount of gold or jewels could justify sacrificing the lives of their family members. As long as he held their lives in his grasp, anything was possible. In the drawer beneath the couch, I have prepared a hand warmer for you, a rather unrefined one, but it will suffice. Qi Yao had harnessed the carriage, adjusting its direction. After all, an emperor and an empress seek not merely talent, but a heart devoted to the nation and its people, a true path to governance. Mo Bai observed as Chen Fan revealed the queen's card, the expressions of those present solidifying into disbelief. As the carriage began to move, Tuoba Ruishua anxiously sought to sit beside her father, yet he gently settled her on the bench to his left, occupying the opposite side from her mother. The road was bustling with pedestrians, yet upon seeing Chun Qian, they exhibited a palpable disdain, perhaps due to the conspicuous birthmark she bore. Now, remaining beside Bai Yuexiang, she found herself at an impasse, uncertain whether to strike decisively or to protect. Increasingly lost, unable to recall the past or envision the future, steeped in sorrow, Linyu, upon hearing this, fell into a prolonged silence, taken aback by the other party's profound insight, as they had discerned that her previous words were merely a ruse to dissuade thoughts of self-harm. The signing of this agreement did not yield a universally satisfactory outcome. The B-29 Superfortress strategic bomber was a closely guarded secret that the Americans had no intent. Linyu spoke in a low voice. Do you realize the consequences of your blatant disrespect towards the head of the Jiang family? Are you threatening me? Just as the crystal ball shifted into an inky blackness, two crystal spheres unexpectedly manifested clear fissures. The assembled generals fell silent, bowing deeply once more, uttering their farewells as a dozen individuals turned to exit the hall, their hearts seething with indignation over the secrets of the heavenly mechanism and their own merits. Yet, how could the world comprehend that Fushi was also a dragon spirit, and the dragon spirit was indeed Fushi? A singular entity with dual souls, an occurrence rare since antiquity. Once Wang Ying finished speaking, everyone around fell into silence, exchanging glances. After a brief moment, all present sighed simultaneously. Du Mingmei wore an expression of anxiousness, and Wang Ying patted her shoulder, shaking his head at her. However, with the sudden emergence of Wang Xiaya, there was naturally an additional target for blame. After all, compared to Su Ming, Wang Xiaya held no standing. While Su Ming remained the wife of Ning Xu. Yun abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen, resembling that of a corpse, yet the immortal sword in his possession did not falter in the slightest. Nevertheless, as the elder brother, Ning Jin found himself unable to assume any posture before Ning Shouqing and had not spoken much until now. The mixed yuan qi within him was something he had only confirmed the previous night. He could never have anticipated that the energy within him was indeed the most pure and potent form of the mixed yuan q. Oh, you wish to purchase it? Zhou Tian followed the jade hand of Zhou Hanya. And indeed, he spotted a stall not far off displaying two wooden incense spikes. The contestant produced an iron-clawed lobster, while Jinzi, another contestant, brought forth a giant clawed mantis. The commentator remarked, "Yuer, we've known each other for 2 years now, and everything feels as though it were just yesterday." Every glance and smile from her, every initial moment, remained vividly etched in his memory. They would accompany each other into old age, and if it were possible, he truly wished for time to come to a halt. "Here you go, Yinran. Could you kindly inform that gentleman beside you to wipe his mouth clean? It's quite revolting." After handing the ring to her, I cast a glance at Ouyang Ju, who still resembled a boorish figure, and then spoke to Yinran in a declaration of his significance before Tianying, for this matter was known only to Tianying and Yurua. Soon after, the matrons brought forth one Yuko and a man whose head was shrouded in a black cloth. The man seemed to have trouble with his legs, limping painfully as he was nearly dragged out, occasionally letting out muffled groans of agony. "Your friends are quite loyal, refusing to yield to me even at the cost of their lives. The cold poison does not affect them. I have not forced them to ingest poison, which can be considered a repayment for your past kindness in Dijun City." Luo Ying remarked to Yin Wu and Xia Yi. He understood where the power came from, pressing it down beneath him, thus commencing a royal conquest. Zhao Mingyu had long removed her veil, revealing an exquisite face and a slender figure, complemented by the faint jade glow emanating from her skin, capable of ensnaring countless souls of men. "Thank you, esteemed matriarch." Lan Ronyue sat down, observing the dishes laid out on the table, which were light and healthful, instantly whetting her appetite. She found herself genuinely hungry. As strength has increased, Yanshur has grown disinclined to provoke trouble. Presently, even the celestial roots of a novice celestial being may not significantly enhance Yanshur's prowess, unless one possesses the advanced or ultimate stage of celestial being. A flaw. Behold the halberd. Observing the black demon emperor, Zhe Ba's face suddenly radiated joy, as he effortlessly spun the seemingly heavy Tianfang halberd in his hands, the spearhead whirling like a blender, aiming directly at the throat of the Black Demon Emperor. Chapter 143. Subservience. The members of the Jiang family collectively sighed in relief as the ominous cloud looming over them dissipated. "Dr. Wu, something feels amiss," Jiang Mu suddenly interjected. Just a moment ago, Bing Yun's complexion was somewhat flushed, and her breathing steady. Why has her pallor deepened, and her breath grown faint? Su Ji's flawless expression shifted slightly, her doubtful gaze surveying Zhou Xian. This man was a master of disguise, particularly adept at deception with his words. She felt no urgency to vindicate herself regarding whether she had enticed Ayurk, for that clarification could be addressed later on Weebode. Su sensed her scarf being tugged, as the man before her buried his face into her neck, revealing his fondness for inhaling her scent. Wang Dan shouted loudly, causing Feng Yongyin to be momentarily stunned. All right, I'll eat. By the way, where are the other senior brothers and sisters? After Li Qingyi spoke, he glanced around, finding no sign of the other 4 Yin gods. Luo Qing chuckled. This is merely a filter. Even the 8 great demons, albeit only remnants of their souls, possess an inherent dominance over beings as sensitive to malevolence as the evil spirits. Yuji was also taken aback by the audacity of some individuals, her surprise quickly morphing back into her previous demeanor. Remaining silent, her eyes were devoid of light, the blue glow behind her dimmed, her body marred by scars and bloodstains. Meanwhile, Yuji's fans stood apart, their shouts of support echoing for their in recent days. Although busy, Alan would still make time each evening to visit Aloluo. Though brief, it represented a gesture of goodwill. After all, the original owner, Madame Fu, had passed away, and should her belongings fall into the hands of her murderer, it would surely deepen her sorrow beneath the earth. Suyu was dragged into an abyss, countless vines entwining her, rendering her blind to her surroundings. She could only feel the vines draining her blood, yet she was powerless to resist. The heavens are divided into 5 cities: Tiansheng, Tianfeng, Tianli, Tianshu, and Tianqi. Tiansheng lies at the center, with the other 4 cities positioned in each cardinal direction. Tiansheng also serves as the royal palace, the residence of the king, and the principal governmental institutions of the divine realm. The Liu family resides in Tianqi City to the far east, making the journey rather lengthy. Qing Deng recounted the details of overhearing the conspiracies of Zhuangzi's suitors while on his way to the restroom, relaying every aspect to Zhuangzi. Subsequently, he crafted a formation, using a knife to pin a serpent within it. A soft glow illuminated the scene, as the serpent's body disintegrated into a pale red liquid. After a second refinement, only a translucent liquid remained in the formation. The soldiers at the camp's entrance wore expressions of astonishment, yet they did not move in the stillness of the night, devoid of a general's command. No one dared to open the gates of the camp, not even for an acquaintance. His somewhat corpulent figure, clad in extremely loose clothing, failed to conceal a belly that seemed capable of accommodating 2 basketballs. Coupled with an increasingly captivating charm and masculine allure, his usual aloofness was occasionally tempered by moments of tenderness and warmth. Let me order something for you, quipped Xiao Shimei, unceremoniously summoning a waiter to place an order for Italian pasta similar to that of Ling Fei. The graceful silhouette, cradling a 3-month-old infant, suddenly leapt into Feng Miao's line of sight. Once a heartbroken soul, now utterly entranced, you have made me acutely aware that the pain of parting is profound, and the difficulty of love can leave one feeling utterly lost. Li Chang cast a grave glance at Liang Shan, and upon witnessing Liang Shan's calm demeanor, he sighed and ceased his attempts to persuade him. Chapter 144. Miracle. Chen Fan followed Jiang Yinqing once more to the Jiang family villa. Lin Yun's expression darkened to an extreme upon seeing Jiang Yinqing personally escort Chen Fan. She recalled her earlier harsh words directed at Chen Fan, only to realize in an instant that Jiang Yinqing had taken it upon himself to invite Chen Fan. The sensation was akin to receiving a stinging slap to the face. Chen Fan paid him no heed. Continuing onward, Master, young Master Bai, and the others have already descended the mountain, Yishu reported, observing Qi Dai still seated before the guqin, showing no inclination to play it out. A butterfly fluttered gracefully from a distance, ultimately alighting upon the guqin, motionless. Your Highness, this meal has been specially prepared for you by the Wang. A servant explained. He feared that upon your arrival, you might not favor our local cuisine. Qi Dai gazed upon the exquisite dishes before her, each a renowned delicacy of the Qi nation, and merely the sight of them made her mouth water. However, this news cast an additional shadow over Liu Bang's already dismal mood. Should Xiang Yu employ them as pawns, the situation would become dire. Just as he wallowed in despair, an elderly man with a head of white hair emerged, indicating he had something to convey. Zhang Zhitian's strategy was to voluntarily relinquish possession of the ball, guiding Real Madrid's attack while Arsenal resolutely executed counterattacks. Yet, it was now too late, and Feng's vital assets were all under Qiao Anna's name. As a British citizen, she was poised to become a sovereign with absolute immunity. And Feng's economic activities within the United States were entirely legal and above board. contributing immense tax revenues annually, making any investigation into his affairs virtually impossible. Most are merely seeking to glimpse those treasures, while you only desire those 2 elixirs to enhance your inner strength, Qi Yuhan remarked with a smile. Interestingly, the odds for the Champions League Golden Boot were dominated by forwards, yet to everyone's surprise, Zhang Zhitian's name appeared among them, albeit with a staggering odds of 1-72, placing him at the very bottom. Above the phoenix, a resplendent golden crown radiated with brilliance, and a pair of wings, several meters in length, unfurled with a whoosh, each feather ablaze like a burning flame, the intense heat scorching the very air. Yun Yan, you understand Yun Fei. Once he has made a decision, no one can alter it. Moreover, since Yun Fei is inclined to act thus, he must possess a certain degree of confidence. You must trust him. Shangguan Wentian spoke slowly. Within the assassin's realm, chaos erupted. The forces of the chaotic divine sect, Ling Huan's sect, and the Medicine King Valley clashed fiercely, a tempest of murderous intent filling the air. Her tone was rather subdued, yet it was precisely this calm demeanor that rendered her words all the more resolute. When the gunfire ceased, they gazed through the faint haze of smoke, only to discover that the 2 Japanese men remained unscathed in their original positions. Not a single bullet hole or trace of blood was visible on their bodies, nor even a speck of dust. Although a bond had formed between him and the delicate youth, he could not abandon a comrade who had fought alongside him. Indeed, the moment Nie Wuxuang appeared, numerous gazes converged upon her, including those of the 3 formidable cultivators from the Bitter Star, as well as several others who revealed themselves from another direction. Chapter 145. Is dignity necessary? Ahem. Within 10 minutes, Jiang Bingyun gently cleared her throat and slowly opened her eyes. Bingyun, Jiang Yinqing, and the rest of the family hurried towards her. Bingyun, how do you feel? Xiaoming and Zhang Xilai nodded in acknowledgement, while Yun Jiao appeared quite at ease. Having emerged from the mountains herself, as Zuyo dressed, he listened intently, increasingly convinced of the truth in his observations. The moment he first touched the armor, he could sense its extraordinary nature. As the military representative, Hong Zhongkai stood at the center of the crowd, resembling a protagonist in a tale. He must take a cold shower to regain his composure. Otherwise, Night Dream feared he would eventually lose control and rush out. Not only the disciples of Xingfeng, but even those from other main peaks held these 2 individuals in considerable esteem. Clearly, their strength and prestige surpassed that of many elders from various peaks. Shimada was well aware of the knowledge regarding hunter ranks. He simply did not realize that an audience with the Grand Elder required a higher rank, which seemed entirely reasonable. Why these rascals chose to become bandits, robbing and pillaging, was beyond him. If he encountered them, he would undoubtedly not let them escape. The crux was that if Chu Feng did not harbor such intentions, no amount of pressure would be of any use. At this moment, he understood that Chu Feng's presence was indeed out of respect for the old ghost. Were it not for that, their Nangong family would never have had the opportunity to ally with Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng had unexpectedly severed General Bai's throat in an instant, the speed was simply terrifying. Even he would struggle to withstand it. Other peak experts, while unable to assist directly, would not attempt to seize the spoils given their status. And the others were no match for Jiuhan. Thus, Ouyang Tao believed it prudent to let Jiuhan handle the matter. After consuming a couple of dumplings, Su Jinshin instinctively looked up at Yu Chifeng, and upon noticing that he was also gazing at her, she felt perplexed, for in her memory, Yi Chenfeng had never looked at her in this manner. Without having seen him in person, she could not bring herself to believe it. Yet that unease burgeoned within her heart, threatening to consume her entirely. Of course, even if Lulu had indeed done something intolerable, it mattered little, as Yi Tian had no particular ties to the man. I dislike seeing you in such a troubled state, he remarked, his voice somewhat heavy. Meng Liangfan grew increasingly uneasy, and in a swift motion, he entered Liang Yu's room. As Meng Liangfan observed her weeping on the bed, her eyes swollen and darkened from tears, he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. In an instant, Sato Ichiro's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively clutched his neck, but it was too late. He staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground within mere feet. This scene seemed to ignite a flicker of inspiration within Vitruvius, though he struggled to grasp it fully. She parted her lips, yearning to convey something to him. Yet when the words hovered on the brink of her tongue, she found herself at a loss for expression. Taro understood Gu Yi profoundly, to the extent that he could interpret each nuance of Gu Ye's gaze. The avarice reflected in Yi Tian's eyes was unmistakable. That he yearned to leap from the vehicle, but the cabin's barrier obstructed him, leaving him to futilely lunge this way and that, causing the cabin's panels to rattle noisily. Qingyan Valley lay far from the Celestial Palace, in a remote area seldom visited by humans. It was once the site where the Qingyan clan practiced the art of concocting medicine, yet it had long since fallen into disrepair. The Heavenly Emperor's guards took a full day and night to arrive at the valley's entrance, only to be taken aback by the scene before them. Chapter 146. The shameless scoundrel. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 7 or 8 burly enforcers from the Jiang family stormed in, encircling Chen Fan with hostile glares. Clearly, Jiang Yinqing had been well prepared. This indirectly indicated that from the very beginning, Jiang Yinqing had never contemplated handing over the deer antler grass to Chen Fan. Even if he feigned sincerity in soliciting Chen Fan's help, it was merely a ruse to exploit him for curing Jiang Bingyan. Yu Jie understood Su Xingguang's character better than anyone. How could she let go of someone she had fallen for? She had to ensure that Su Xingguang relinquished any hope. She also wished to avoid becoming pregnant with Su Xingguang's child at this moment, for he held her in such disdain that it was unlikely he would cherish the offspring she bore. With this thought, Lin Ziyu felt her heartache lessened at this juncture. Wang Chong too was frantically searching for the beast's vulnerabilities. Were not the weaknesses of those impervious skills found in their most sensitive spots? Wang Chong instinctively crouched down to inspect the ground, but found nothing. Such a formidable beast should have left a trail, yet he wondered if it had mastered the pinnacle of the Golden Bell Shield technique by retracting itself. Or was it female? This condition was not difficult to fulfill, but it required cooperation. Qingyan furrowed her brows in contemplation before reluctantly speaking. Incredibly, she was so gravely injured yet still dared to claim she was fine. Gu Minglang's anger flared, and his expression darkened as he fixed a steady gaze upon Liao Qimei, remaining silent. Very well, since this impostor must meet her demise, let us inquire about the events that transpired earlier. However, the expression of the poison mistress did not suggest she was jesting. The two exchanged dubious glances before silently bowing their heads in contemplation. But did Ringue not claim to be Luo Yang's fiancée? Was it not natural for her to seek him out? What did this have to do with her? Well, Liao Qimei raised an eyebrow, regarding Su Jingya, waiting for her to elaborate, after casting another glance at the two. The administrator seemed to conclude that they were merely a couple in a quarrel, waving his hand in annoyance. Upon hearing Feng Hao's account, it was only natural for him to applaud enthusiastically. Filled with delight, since a grand celebration was in order, it must be executed with utmost splendor. The prowess of these royal guards starkly contrasts with that of ordinary gatekeepers, a fact readily discernible from the yellow scales adorning their forms. The vermilion bird possesses the ability to transform into a human. If she could be integrated into human society for learning and living, it would indeed represent the most favorable outcome. Ultimately, only 5 individuals survived, while the remainder succumbed to become mere sustenance, sending a cacophony of anguished cries reverberating throughout the cavern. Just moments prior, the immense moon loomed as if within reach, emanating a formidable energy that dazzled the eyes. He bore the mark of the guide upon his primordial spirit. Should the guide wish, he could extinguish him at any moment, obliterating his very essence in that instant. Yi Hongwei comprehended the gravity of the situation. His adversary genuinely sought to end his life. Moreover, it was evident that the opponent possessed a significant number of lives at their disposal, thereby evoking such a palpable sense of danger. Gazing upon Lin Aoshue, who knelt before him in submission, Qin Fei felt as though he had ascended to the pinnacle of his existence. Naturally, only a fool would pay her a wage without her toiling for it. Was that not an invitation for trouble? His intention was merely to correct the employee's nonchalant attitude towards casual labor, yet he found himself ensnared in accusations of bribery. In the midst of his internal lamentations, in a fleeting moment of distraction, Cerno, who had yet to even summon her spell card, was unceremoniously knocked down by Bain. This time, the siege was not solely undertaken by the members of the Pantheon. The Heavenly Palace, Pale Glory, and 6 other guilds united for this assault. And upon victory, the Pantheon sold the city to Pale Glory at a remarkably low price. Chapter 147. An unwilling apology. Jiang Yinqing. Considering the lady's reasonable demeanor, I shall pretend this incident never transpired. Chen Fan regarded Jiang Yinqing with an impassive expression. However, should you feel aggrieved and desire vengeance, I am ever ready to oblige. Jiang Yinqing's lips twitched, nearly succumbing to the urge to slap Chen Fan across the face. Such a foolhardy individual, pray tell. What would be the outcome if I were to fall in love with a fish? asked Fei Niao to be why the time Hong Ming arrived. Wu Fan had already unleashed a flurry of strikes with the heavenly martial god fist upon the demon Lord Chao Yunxiu, both of them simultaneously employing the illusionary demon divine art, as crimson threads emerged from their bodies, darting about like countless shadows of blood. Fang Yushue's playful remarks elicited laughter from herself, and she resolved to return the poem to Lin Yi. With that, Yang Wan also chuckled, her heart finally at ease upon witnessing Lin Jun's survival. Although, at that time, the god of slavery church had intended to seek aid from the Church of Darkness and Destruction. They were met with refusal, for the latter had long since declared their non-interference in the disputes between them and the Mo God Church. Heaven knows how Yu Feihong ended up in Zhou Bai's residence. Yet Zhou Bai was destined to shoulder the blame, having not only embraced the wrong person but also having seen their form. The two engaged in unrestrained discourse, yet among the numerous officials present, none dared to concur with him. All understood that there was undoubtedly someone backing this individual, and the waters here ran too deep for anyone to wade into recklessly. With equivalently ranked identities juxtaposed, these three became entangled like a chaotic mess, momentarily neglecting the situation concerning Xizhen. Doubts regarding Lao Huang's identity arose shortly after his arrival. Aside from his familiarity with governmental affairs, the capabilities he exhibited were far from those of a person unable to safeguard himself. To the extent of endangering his family's well-being, Sun Yinling's journey served two purposes. First, to assist Hong Qingzhou in military training, and second, to seize the opportunity to gather intelligence on the Southern Ming's military situation and investigate news concerning Kong Tingxuan. Given that he had articulated his intentions so clearly, I felt compelled to risk my life in the company of this gentleman and meet with him, having just been overwhelmed by a surge of madness. She felt entirely limp, yet upon thinking of her mother, she gritted her teeth and managed to rise, donning her clothes before dragging her luggage, intent on departing. Such a load had always posed a challenge, especially considering that Shun Hao bore a heavy round shield and a reinforced sword. Despite the weight not significantly affecting him, the act of marching could occasionally crush even the hardest of stones beneath his feet. After finishing his words, without awaiting a response from the two, he stepped aside, only joining Yu Qingzi and Qing Ling once they had entered. Crown Prince Song was on the verge of an explosion of fury. How could such a situation arise? Addressing everyone around him, he shouted in anger. Meanwhile, Hua Mei observed the solemn expressions of the Forgians. The relief she had just experienced was now tinged with anxiety, causing both she and her master to fail to notice that they were not retracing their original path. At that moment, the waiter brought out the dishes, placing the freshly reheated food box on the table. However, the aroma was so enticing that even the waiter found it hard to believe. Just moments ago, when she had brought the dishes, not only she but also the chefs in the restaurant exchanged bewildered glances, questioning their own existence upon encountering such a fragrance. The individuals from the temple immediately surrounded her, pushing the others aside in fear of being left outside the protective barrier. Chapter 148. Xuanxu Needle. From another perspective, Chen Fan and Tang Xinjia appeared incredibly intimate, akin to a couple in love. Song Qingyan witnessed this scene clearly. Her breath momentarily halted. The contract was signed. Chen Fan set down the pen. Tang Xinjia took the opportunity to link her arm with Chen Fan's. Chen Fan, you have aided me so much, I hardly know. The grand instructor of the Xian camp waved his hand dismissively, unceremoniously allowing his disciples to enter the spirit beast's secret realm first, seizing the moment of warmth and harmony. Mu Yuner intended to discuss her business trip with her partner, the swordsmanship of Chu Shi, the phoenix fire of Feng Xia, the swaying nine tails of the fox spirit, the four arms of the black bear, the combined destructive and deathly powers of Junwan and Yin Ku, and the azure dragon form of the Dragon King. Liu Bei furrowed his brow, glancing at Lady Gan, who was left with only a pink undergarment. Feeling a sense of frustration, after much contemplation, Cheng Yao concluded that this was the only way she could assist Cheng Jin, the only burden she could help alleviate. The entire school comprised 4 sections, one of which was the teacher's office, a modest room with simple furnishings, a writing desk, and basic equipment. Liu Bei cordially pulled Lu Su into a pavilion for a brief rest. During their conversation, Lu Su displayed remarkable erudition, and his generous nature greatly endeared him to Liu Bei. Xiao Qinshan swung his massive fists, each strike imbued with earth-shattering power, the valiant warrior from the western region's side. Acknowledging his status as merely an ordinary combatant, with the recent breakthrough of the snow cloud, he found himself lacking the merit to speak. Nonetheless, a sense of gratification filled his heart. The emergence of another warrior in the western region was indeed a fortuitous development. The fact that countless individuals still express gratitude towards Fu Pengzi only highlights how much disdain is directed towards the two families involved. Suddenly, with a swift crack of the whip upon the steed's flank, the magnificent horse let out a resounding neigh and charged into the layers of rain and mist. Yet, the voices of the villagers far outnumbered the few who dared to speak against them, effectively silencing all rebuttals. After a brief pause, Zhuangchun finally rose to redirect the call he initially intended for Chenyu, now contacting Tang Yi instead. The hospitality extended by the Qingyan kingdom is notably gracious towards esteemed guests. Traditionally, the left side is considered of greater importance, while the right is deemed secondary. This time, the prime seats on the left were reserved for the dignitaries from the Luotian kingdom and the Linghai kingdom. He had concealed the east suburb for half a year, yet it was improbable that no rumors had escaped, especially after the deluge devastated nearby villages, with the harvest season approaching in August. It was natural for some to be curious about their untouched estate. Bai Kuliang may not possess a deep understanding of technical matters, but that did not hinder his comprehension of supercomputing, nor did it diminish his grasp of the exceptional quality of the supercomputing system provided by Company 42. As detailed by the engineers' reports, it was close enough. He was truly a harbinger of doom. His aura tinged with malevolence. Yang Xiantong smiled as she spoke. Ying Luo flashed a charming smile, brandishing her whip and galloping forward, while I cheerfully pursued ahead. Fortunately, the prices remained reasonable, generally ranging from dozens to several thousand high-grade crystal stones, which I could afford. However, this knowledge was for my own eyes only. I could not impart it to others. Those cultivators nearby, who were slightly closer to the spectral energy, felt an icy chill enveloping them, as if the gaze of death itself were fixed upon them, compelling them to involuntarily retreat. The other party let out a cold snort, followed by hearty laughter, as if they had heard a delightful jest. Should Tang Xiao manage to take on a disciple, he would eventually be able to accept the second, much like the revered Confucius, who was said to have had 3,000 followers. Chapter 149. Surveillance. Tang Xinjia smiled. Senior Wu. He is right before you. Wu Qiankuan was taken aback. Is it Brother Chen? He had never anticipated that Chen Fan not only excelled in medicine but also possessed expertise in pharmacology. This Chen Fan was truly an extraordinary individual. Wu Qiankuan's eyes widened in astonishment. That although he had been unable to love her over the years, as long as he remained Mrs. Qin, a glimmer of hope persisted. Emperor Chu Yuan and Jing and Ho waited patiently. They were not surprised by the appearance of Bai Li Mingxian and merely waved casually upon his arrival. Moreover, she had recently encountered a bottleneck while researching the internal mechanisms of the mecha. Should she successfully unravel the principles of the spatial button, it might inspire her with new insights. If they were to continue their investigation, it would not be long before their concealments were uncovered, and the scrutiny would inevitably fall upon them. That was only natural. This lady has always possessed a discerning eye. Yang let out a soft laugh, and as she smiled, shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, enhancing her enchanting allure. These political adversaries had now evolved into outright enemies. Should they not rely on Queen Wang's support for the crown prince, and if another prince were to ascend the throne, their days would be far from pleasant. Duanmu and Zhou Yi, newlyweds, basked in the sweetness of their travels, while Rue and Qingyan shared a deeper understanding and warmth. Prince Xiao, the soul-severing demonic flower is among the most potent poisons. Do you comprehend the excruciating agony one endures when afflicted by it? Gelying stepped closer, elevating his voice. The cloaked figure, upon hearing this, exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he merely snorted coldly, disregarding Princess Huiyang, and swiftly scanned the room with his discerning gaze. Yet, in the face of such seemingly formidable aggression, Yuxian's countenance bore only a smirk of derision. As he pondered, an astonishing multitude of golden flying swords suddenly materialized behind Qin Hung within the secret realm. Shmo gazed at his fist, bewildered as it inexplicably penetrated the ground. I understand. Sakuraji Hanadu nodded earnestly, then transformed into a silver-black streak of light, commencing a patrol of the entire town. Centered around this bustling commercial street, those residing in that alley were of humble origins, their families already lacking in provisions. The ants might exchange a few words, their expressions grim, yet not a single ant ever served less rice than required, always dishing it out generously. Subsequently, the Guangdong province allocated 20 million, while Beishan City squeezed out another 10 million, amassing a total of 70 million to significantly enhance the educational resources of Beishan City. 800 disciples roared in unison, and the formation on the ground activated instantaneously, binding them together as their soul powers fused seamlessly. Sherry, possessing remarkable intelligence, quickly grasped Yi Xian's intention and shook her head, revealing a crucial piece of information. Shameless scoundrel, how dare you concoct fabrications about a deceased person? Han Geely resolutely dismissed Chun Tingji's deceit. Lai Lingxian exclaimed in astonishment. Ice crystal snow dance, how could it be? You too possess the ice crystal snow dance. Her eyes were large, with long eyelashes and bright pupils akin to shimmering water, and she gazed at me without blinking. Sha Wujing found himself encircled by 7 or 8 monsters. While the curtain-raising general opened his eyes wide, madly wielding the monk's staff, which created a fierce wind. The staff was extraordinarily heavy, causing the monsters to fear contact, making it difficult for them to approach Sha Wujing in their haste. Chapter 150. The ambush that night. Chen Fan received a call from Feng Anan. What is the matter with this sudden contact? He and Feng Anan had a cooperative relationship, usually communicating infrequently. You were excessively harsh on Su Jingxue last time. Su Wenxiang is quite upset. Feng Anan remarked. Qi Liang responded, because General Hu tested the cannon. He then displayed a grateful expression. Those 15 cannon shots were a farewell salute for us. He shouted, let us depart. He was unconcerned about Hu Guizhu but worried about Ma Bao. Should Ma Bao pursue, it would only take a brief moment. These barbarian men appeared rough in demeanor, yet their strength was formidable, with several of them having reached the transformation stage, making them noteworthy warriors within the group. Lin Yang murmured to himself, uttering astonishing words, yet alas, no one was able to hear these extraordinary declarations. The sea-dwelling demon clan, before their departure, gazed longingly at Yan Ning, who had a young dragon coiled around him, their eyes gleaming with hope, for soon the East Sea would witness the arrival of their true king. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your generosity. With the weight on her heart lifted, the old courtesan expressed her gratitude profusely. Could you refrain from sounding so stiff? Bai Lixi furrowed her brow, a hint of displeasure gracing her delicate features. Today was the weekend, and many parents had brought their children to the zoo. The sweltering heat failing to deter their enthusiasm. Very well, my lord, let us take a break. With that, Sun Yang instructed the children to follow Mei Xiang outside for a nap, while she attended to Su Ning, helping him to bed. You need not concern yourself with such matters. It is I who have spoken too bluntly. Qing Zhu Qianshou started the car, having fallen significantly behind his companions. Now, if I were to express my willingness to employ you long-term, could you guarantee adherence to the agreement and unwavering obedience to my commands? I rephrased my inquiry. A voice filled with intense malice resounded behind Wu Qi, its murderous intent palpable to all present. The onlookers largely believed Wu Qi was no match for Wei Du, and upon hearing those words, they cast sympathetic glances his way. Regrettably, at that moment, they could only see his back. Salinity gradually washes from the continent into the ocean via rivers, resulting in the nutrients of the land slowly flowing towards the sea, causing the interior regions to become increasingly desolate. Currently, the Danyu family possesses a territory of merely over 300,000 koku. With the head of the family, Chang Zhong, being just a 10-year-old child, and due to a prolonged lack of clear positioning, their prospects appear rather bleak. Thus, it is understandable that these vassals would turn to Hideyoshi. Kai Jing, being a man of refinement, would not partake in the vulgar act of coercing others. He promptly cleared the banquet, replacing it with 2 exquisite cups of Longjing tea, and began discussing tea with Li Min. His expression remained remarkably calm, yet I could detect a trace of tension in his words that I surmised that he was likely concerned I might make excessive demands regarding the heir. What met my eyes was not a clear sky, but a dark, oppressive expanse filled with countless faces twisted by hatred and suffering, combined with an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere. Aside from these 2 pits, no further evidence indicating the presence of Tai Jiao mausoleum could be found on the entire mountain. Lin Dong smiled serenely, recognizing that Lu Chuanxiang was subtly reminding him, if you create a disturbance, I shall do the same, thus we are even. But is it truly the same, the last time? He had no intention of causing a scene. It was Qiao Tianhao who insisted on keeping him there for a ruckus, and this time, Qiao Tianhao had indeed come with the intention of causing a significant uproar. Chapter 151. Next time, it will be your turn. I have heard that those surrounding Qinjirue are all tough characters. Today, I wish to put that to the test. Chen Fan produced a silver needle and directly plunged it into the assassin's temple. Ah! In the next moment, Master, Wang Xuan felt a surge of immense power within him, as if he had undergone a transformation, his body light as a swallow, filled with vigor, and he instantly understood that Yang Jiao had just assisted him, prompting him to kneel before Yang Jiao in excitement. "May I inquire if this is the esteemed Deputy Minister of Finance from the capital, Deputy Minister Zhao?" The young man clad in peculiar garments inquired. Perhaps he was once taught by Chang Jiming, he muttered to himself, and then dismissed the thought. Xie Feng bellowed. The wall of Brahma. A resplendent golden Buddha statue manifested above Xie Feng's head. As the melodic chants of Buddhist scriptures resonated in the ears of the onlookers, Long Ao had no intention of engaging in a fierce confrontation with the Pope. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Should he merely face someone who had just ascended to the divine level, he might stand a chance if he fought with all his might. However, against a paragon like the Pope, a luminary among the divine, he possessed no hope of victory. Xiao Feng surmised that the door likely led to an elevator. Otherwise, ascending such a towering structure would be exceedingly exhausting. Ji Yuling's lively eyes darted around in her sockets. Suddenly, they brightened as they fell upon a cylindrical object, roughly the thickness of a candle, positioned on the left side of the stove. Nonetheless, the effect of Long Ao's move was evidently minimal, for the elder was no ordinary character. He was stronger than Long Ao. I gazed at Enchi's message, feeling a wave of emotion wash over me. Having already prepared to rest, she had risen to the occasion and applied makeup for my trivial request. The emperor was known for his clear demarcation of rewards and punishments. With Gao Shimon's significant contributions, there was no reason not to bestow rewards. The following day, a grand delegation of rewards was dispatched from the palace, parading through the streets while playing music, causing the unsuspecting passers-by to mistakenly believe that the Duke of Dinghua was hosting a wedding. Long Yin had no time to ponder further, nor could she afford to set down the kitchen knife. So in her urgent haste, she dashed toward the bedroom, knife in hand. The shrill screams echoed far and wide. The streets were bustling with activity at that moment. In an instant, countless footsteps surged in this direction. Clearly, this was not the case, for Nagong Yu had no intention of halting. Instead, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, activated the recording function, and positioned it optimally, aiming to document the entire process of his impending violation of Jin Sui. To use as leverage against Jiang Qingce in the future. "What is going on?" De Tuan and De Tu mimicked me, lifting their garments to wipe away the paint on their faces, in unison questioning. "Feel free to think as you wish. There's just a little time left. I shall complete my writing before noon, for who knows what unexpected events may arise in the afternoon." After a moment's hesitation, Hashimoto once again inserted 2 pieces of pear into his mouth, resolutely deciding to tackle all the assignments in one go. That moment, the surrounding lights dimmed significantly, while the dance floor not far away erupted in a dazzling display of illumination. However, the trajectory of events had altered. Zhang Juxing had become the construction team leader for the Qiangqiang Construction Company, leading around 100 workers in the building of the talent building for the Sunshine Electric Appliance Factory. Embracing the principle of better to kill wrongly than to let go, he endeavored to probe deeper, seeking the truth. Kinnear observed his withered, shriveled feet, which at that moment seemed as though forged from steel. His ankles twisted grotesquely, the knees exerting force, rendering the deformity even stranger, as the withered soles of his feet completely inverted, supported solely by the bones beneath the flesh against the ground, beneath a large tree in front of the house. 2 individuals sat facing each other. To the left, one person had 3 others standing behind him. There existed an intricate connection with the elderly man, and even in death, he yearned to uncover the nature of their relationship. Prepared for a rescue, Tang Wufei leaped into action, his hands raised with palms outward, slightly apart at 120 degrees. Yet, this power to slay immortals was a fusion of various forces. To wield it, he needed to merge it on-site, as it could not be directly manifested through the heavenly pathmark. It was only after the passing of Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara that Konoha lost its authority within the ninja world, leading to the outbreak of the First Ninja World War among several ninja villages. Having lost its 2 strongest combatants, Konoha paid a significant price to maintain its territory within the Land of Fire and ultimately secured victory in the war. The more dire the situation, the more tenacious Shin Huisin became, striving to seize any opportunity amidst the conflict. The colorful, exquisite beads soared into the air, and hundreds of magical artifacts emerged from his shumi bag. Forming a sword of vital energy, with the power of the heavenly path adhering to it, was Rain Hidden Village following a similar operational directive? Rijan spoke as he glanced at the Mizukichi. On this matter, he wholeheartedly recognized the actions of his disciple Yang Jian, who had contemplated halting the impending war between the celestial realm and the human race through such means. After the black dragon vanished into seclusion, Qinglang could be said to have reaped the most benefits. Not only did he examine the attributes of himself and his summoned beast, but also Fu Lu remarked, "My heart aligns with that of the Buddha. However, for a long time, I have been plagued by unrealistic thoughts, trapped within the cycle of the biosphere. Even today, after embracing Buddhism, I have yet to uncover the truth." Her stance was resolute, and Su Hao could only acquiesce. Nevertheless, he still instructed Michael to purchase another set of daily necessities for Shui Yubing from the supermarket. As her remaining in the hospital was a stroke of good fortune, other preparations must also be made. After venting their inner excitement, they ran in unison toward Li Xing, cheering as they lifted him and tossed him into the air. They sought to express their heartfelt apologies and respect in this manner. Through this victory, they affirmed the capabilities of this assistant Wu. Chapter 153. Awaiting with bated breath, Brother Chen, the acupuncture techniques you gifted me, I have only perused for 2 days. Yet I already feel my skills have multiplied several times. Wu Qiankuan approached Chen Fan and warmly enveloped him in an embrace, exclaiming, "I had feared that my medical skills might forever remain stagnant. It is truly thanks to you, dear Chen, that I have ascended to a new level in my craft." Meanwhile, Ahua, who was presiding over the fiery array, was taken aback as the centrifugal flames suddenly spiraled out of control, fiercely targeting the ground. What has become of these centrifugal flames? My commands were clearly directed towards that sorrowful one. How could they have so abruptly altered their course? When did the valiant General Wei Heir begin to regard indulgence as a diversion from the rigors of military life? This is inconceivable. The veins of a Baya soldier coursed with the blood of valiant warriors, incomparable to any other nation's soldiers. They asked their commander, the illustrious Tiger General of Baya, would be even less prone to such indulgences. Political education is imminent. Fear not. My father may appear fierce, yet he is genuinely tender-hearted. Huang Baoji playfully stuck out her tongue, softly comforting Zhao Zhangzi, drawing from the memories of the original owner. He quickly located the company of the Chen boss, who was poised to purchase their bar. Alahan was reluctant to send the soldiers of Caesar's 2 legions to withstand the terrifying initial assault of the Beeman Legion, which is why he dispatched elite warriors from other nations to the defense lines towards Pelia, equipping them with ample heavy defensive weaponry. Do Daong diligently followed Zhao Zhengzi's instructions, selling all the acquired oil to the state-owned petroleum company established by the provincial government at a notably favorable price, leaving him with minimal profit. Witnessing the adversary's misfortunes, the sheer ferocity of the conflict, though not witnessed firsthand, was palpable even from a distance, providing immense satisfaction. Numerous new devices were integrated into a newly established textile factory, and many technical experts were assigned there. During the restructuring of the Jinxi textile factory, most of the non-performing assets were divested, and the newly revamped factory appeared to be thriving. Constantine V was rendered speechless by shock, for he was entirely unaware of what the Pope of Light had just revealed. Yet, the Pope soon delivered an even greater jolt of astonishment and fear. Once the situation had settled, Gan Lu planted her staff into the ground, wiped her brow, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Observing our gaze upon her, she joyfully offered us a victorious thumbs up. However, upon seeing Su Beitong document the effects of those fragrant beverages, she immediately concluded that they were indeed worth the price. She was puzzled as to why Lu Qingxiao had suddenly appeared, unable to discern any ulterior motive in her tone, merely reflecting that Tang Jingqing found interactions with strangers like Lu Qingxiao particularly irksome. Feeling as though every utterance was a deliberate circumlocution, that M. Onyen, while grinding, observed as the Bai Niao Star Lord produced a fire stick, reducing the strands in the teacup to ashes. His peach blossom eyes sparkled with the distinctive frivolity of youth, and his softly curved, rosy lips lifted slightly, forming an aesthetically pleasing arc as dawn broke. The trio set off, their senses heightened, ever vigilant for any signs or traces behind them. Regardless of how engrossed Su Zhiqing was in conversation, any rustle would prompt him to halt his words, listening intently to the sounds behind. Once Shi finished his meal and departed, Ling Xiaodian personally carried 3 vegetarian dishes and a portion of rice into the main room. Su Mosu observed that Huaqing Yue's expression had returned to the gentle demeanor reminiscent of her days at home, the tension that had gripped her seemingly easing a bit. Chapter 154. You are a dog. Su Wenxiang's pupils constricted. For a long time, he had never encountered failure in any of his meticulously devised plans. Yet since Chen Fan's emergence, he had faced relentless obstacles. Upon learning that Chen Fan had appeared alongside Tang Xinjia, he sensed that matters were far from simple. Go watch Tang Xinjia closely and discern her true intentions, Su Wenxiang remarked coolly. Ultimately, His identity had been utterly exposed. It was merely a matter of days. Sooner or later, continuing to hide would only render him a laughingstock. Thus, it would be more prudent to seize the opportunity to present himself formally, crafting a flawless debut for himself. The immediate reaction from the Han dynasty upon receiving this news would reveal their external stance and his own precarious position. After receiving his reward, Mao Mao returned to normalcy. Though Lin Di had endured excruciating pain, Mao Mao remained closely beside Lin Di, anxiously observing him. Over the years, they had mostly lived in fear and anxiety, launching frantic assaults in search of a glimmer of hope. Yet to no avail that it was only a month ago that he recognized Zhang Zhiping's awkward predicament, prompting him to realize that a turning point was at hand. His gaze was devoid of any fluctuation, an inherent chill radiating from him that instinctively urged others to keep their distance. His subordinate was also unsure of the precise time, estimating that it had long passed the hour of Su. The cavalryman, upon being questioned, hesitated in his response. "Let us check the news. If I delve any deeper, I'll truly be a fool." Ma Fei skipped past the advertisements, scrolling down the screen. Wang Yang felt herself plummeting rapidly, the surrounding winds howling and causing her body to ache, prompting her to shut her eyes in fear. Suddenly, the sound of the rushing wind ceased, and she cautiously opened her eyes, only to find herself in Zhang Zhiping's embrace. When the barrier loses its energy supply, it will vanish instantly, unleashing torrents of seawater that will engulf 20 kilometers of Japan's coastline, transforming the land into a barren wasteland of salt and alkali. An utterly dreadful calamity for resource-scarce Japan. Lu Song recited a birth date, which I inscribed above. However, the talisman proved utterly ineffective. Damn it, 9527. Tell me, why are there so many parasites emerging? Did you poke their mother's backside? Ivan's AK began to heat up from continuous fire, while Qi Lin's weapon had long since jammed and exploded, rendering it inoperable. "Commander, esteemed generals, let us not rejoice just yet. The situation appears to be somewhat amiss." The vice commander interrupted the mockery and banter among the crowd. Soon, the number of spiders would swell even further, their hunger insatiable. That is undoubtedly a calamity for humanity. Now is the time to take action, at the very least to effectively curb the proliferation of spiders. In order for this game to sweep across the globe, Lu Chuan found himself compelled to make a compromise, ultimately opting for a fantastical world as the backdrop for the game. Subsequently, the Directors Guild of America publicly issued a statement on Friday, asserting that it would investigate whether Danny Erla's Productions had engaged in any infringements of directorial creative rights. Fortunately, at that moment, a commanding voice interrupted the laughter of the crowd, somewhat salvaging the dignity of the unfortunate man. Even if Lu Zhan's marinated delicacies are delectable, it is hardly necessary to consume them daily, as they are not mere white rice. Those eyes sparkled like stars, and a single glance felt as though one were enveloped by the night sky. Truly enchanting. In the southern region of Asia, after enduring a war of extermination, the once thriving urban circles have vanished without a trace. Chapter 155. All is deceit. The influence of the Tang family? Wu Qianquan scoffed derisively. "What influence does the Tang family hold over me? I did not come here to cater to your family's whims." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoang's lips twitched. He had not anticipated Wu Qianquan's blatant disregard for the Tang family. However, aside from leveraging the Tang family's reputation, Tang Beichen couldn't help but feel nostalgic. When he was 7 or 8 years old, he had yet to embark on the path of martial cultivation. His speed began to wane, and under the influence of Shadow's injury, Beichen's pace slowed as well, resulting in a balance of speed between the two. It is peculiar. When did the Deng family establish connections with the mainland? Moreover, how did the mainland come to know about Deng Yongqiang? The entrance to the celestial realm is located within the domain of the 10,000 Poisons sect. By the time Chu Haoyan and his companions arrived, the disciples of the 10,000 Poisons sect had already gathered. When Du Ju spotted the Wild King, he flew over, albeit with a grim expression. Throughout this life, he has mourned the plight of the enslaved. He has been tormented by the unending wars. He has fretted over the future of this land. Thus, he has spent his life in search of a hope worthy of his trust. Tang Sikong was taken aback, then terrified to the core. Was he unaware of his nephew's character? Surely, it must be that troublesome gang of friends on the streets. Seeking revenge, Liu can turn to awaken her, only to see the girl's long eyelashes tightly closed, her lips slightly curled, seemingly lost in a beautiful dream, her hands clutching her arms, a girl with a markedly low sense of security.
Yet at this moment, she slept soundly and peacefully. Zilan's appetite appeared to be quite satisfactory, yet this was precisely what concerned Lin Ming the most. Observing everyone cooperating well, Zhao Mu smiled with satisfaction. Of course, Zhao Mu also noted the many skeptics voicing their doubts about him, adopting a tone of resolute disbelief. Yun Mingfei, with the surname Yun, from the Yun family? Charlie racked his brains, but could not recall which empire or family the Yun family belonged to. Suddenly, a light flickered in Charlie's eyes. He remembered that Cardinal Selong had once mentioned that beyond the prominent families in the open, there existed hidden great families. Smacking his lips, Qingyan decisively muted Ma Meichen's room and continued to observe others discreetly. As the conversation trailed off, she cast a fleeting glance at Miaoxing, a sudden pang of sympathy flickering in her heart, yet her countenance remained steadfastly indifferent. Naturally, Fu Xing would not speak her true feelings. Her aversion stemmed from a previous life, and in this existence, they were destined to be adversaries. However, Lu Yiru's overtures towards Chen Wei were met with his disdainful demeanor, further fueling Lu Yiru's growing ire. Unexpectedly, shortly after their meal, Liao Jiangwo extended an invitation to Qin Fangji to visit their home. In truth, Lu Mingyan had already begun to surmise the true identity of Han Tongxiang, but it was not convenient to articulate her thoughts at that moment. Otherwise, she would not have so readily acquiesced to Liang Xuanqin's request. This occasion was markedly different from the previous day. Every dish that Haoran offered was consumed by Xin Jiuyuan without a moment's hesitation. After all, the food was available, and one could simply signal when they were ready to partake. Initially, she had assumed that Feifei Gongzi was merely a practical girl eager to experience life, worried that she might feel out of place among them. Given that the other party had already set aside their pride to beseech Luo Tian, he had no intention of launching an attack. Luo Tian had always adopted a reciprocal approach to such individuals. If you showed respect, he would naturally reciprocate. Hence, as long as someone expressed a desire, Luo Tian would never initiate hostility. Chapter 156. A turnaround. It was over. Disaster loomed. The physical exhilaration left Tang Xiaoan with an unsettling sense of crisis. He had initially believed that Tang Xinjie was acting out of impulse, deliberately scheduling her press conference on the same day and at the same time as Su Wenxiang, merely to provoke him. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex. Yet he could not comprehend that. Amidst this, the elder spoke. He led Zhang Yuan to the central house of the village, which, if Zhang Yuan was not mistaken, resembled a shrine. The three raised their glasses in joyous libation, and after a few rounds, Prince Dan, typically reticent, began to voice his grievances loudly. Shindaju directed the crew to assist the newcomers onto the ship, while also replenishing the Jingshan Fuho with fuel, provisions, and other supplies. Chen Fan felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow, as if the world was fraught with lamentable occurrences, much like the young woman before him. The distance of several meters evaporated in an instant, and the cliff, previously indistinct, gradually came into sharp focus. While Siyu's heart sank to the depths of despair, was it audacious to converse with Chen Fan? Clearly not, as he was merely a newcomer. How could an elder's dialogue with a novice be considered audacity? Wan Lina's colleague, Fu Luchao, observed the two, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Wang Chong, only to quickly settle into a calm demeanor as he returned to his phone. It is no exaggeration to say that, in terms of sheer physical prowess, they had already surpassed the Xuanjiao army, and this was evidently not their limit. That a familiar, magnetic voice resonated from the other end of the line. MOU recognized it as the chief editor, Meng Shi. The leaders of Dongjin and Jinzhong, along with officers from various military garrisons summoned for martial arts, were engaged in hushed whispers, assessing, analyzing, and deliberating. They seemed concerned that others might not be aware of Ji Ziki parading his premarital pregnancy son around. However, did they not have the logistics support battalion? Was there not an automotive unit? Could they not temporarily mobilize local militia from various villages to form supply convoys, as long as they were engaged in battles around Zhuzhai? Resupplying ammunition remained quite convenient. As night descended, the flickering lights illuminated the entrance of the stone Buddha, while the Wang family's inner courtyard radiated brilliance and opulence, given the steep gradient and elevated terrain of the Tianjua main position. The enemy had no intention of launching an assault here, resulting in an absence of artillery shells. Consequently, Zhuzi navigated the trenches with remarkable ease, ultimately discovering a suitable spot to deftly calibrate his 82mm mortar. However, throughout this process, Lapisi couldn't shake the peculiar sensation on his skin, akin to ants crawling over him. Upon hearing this, Chuan Yuan gazed at him with curious anticipation. wondering what impression she had left that made him feel so distinctly. Not to mention Lu, who stood at the threshold of his home, gazing at the visibly pregnant Junmi, sensing an inexplicable unease that it was indeed a strange feeling, neither joyous nor sorrowful, as if contemplating the prospect of impending fatherhood was surreal. Instinctively, he touched the back of his head, still immersed in a dreamlike state. Qingyu gradually relaxed her vigilance over the ugly monkey, allowing herself to return to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, should it be Luxia's firearms? Regardless of whether they belonged to heroes or mere mortals, or whether they were of superior or inferior quality, as long as one's finger was capable of pulling the trigger, they could be wielded. The teacher abruptly terminated the call, leaving me with a wry smile. It seemed our homeroom teacher had given up on us. Turning it over in my mind, perhaps it was for the best. Given our collective disinterest in studying in Chapter 157, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. Su Wenxiang wore an expression of utmost distress, unable to comprehend how Tang Xinjia had managed to develop a new medication in the span of just a few days. One that surpassed the efficacy of the Qingxin pill. Su's countenance twisted in fury. He had invested considerable effort and finances into the Qingxin pill, and if everyone began purchasing the Ichi pill instead, his investments would be rendered worthless. Moreover, this left him with no means to reclaim a relatively traditional fisherman. Li Ge still placed faith in luck, harboring a touch of superstition. Yang Jian and Haozi ventured to the sea, where Haozi stumbled upon a splendid lobster, and nearly every net they cast yielded bountiful catches. That moment, she possessed luscious red lips and strands of hair cascading delicately over her forehead, enhancing her gentle allure. Witnessing this scene, other disciples would likely be left in shock. The system rewarded Chen Fan with an expansive villa, complete with both a front and backyard, embodying the quintessential design of Jiangnan Gardens. Replete with breathtaking scenery, with a graceful wave of his sleeve, the young master enveloped her in an invisible force. She felt a dazzling blur before her eyes as her body involuntarily followed him away. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a mysterious location, shrouded in swirling mist and rich in spiritual energy, reminiscent of an ethereal paradise. Yet, beneath the surface coolness lay a burgeoning fire within her. An ache she could not pinpoint. As Chu Bingyan absorbed the purest essence of spiritual energy, she couldn't help but glance toward the distant Zixia peak. To be honest, it was difficult to articulate. But being with Su Mu Wan evoked sensations that were profoundly unique. Thus, even she herself struggled to comprehend the sentiments stirred within her. Although, in principle, Su Qingcheng was the true general manager. What of it? The significance of the general manager's position paled in comparison to the importance of one's humility and willingness to learn. Moreover, this Diyin divine jade possesses the remarkable ability to obstruct others from divining his actions, allowing Lu Chun to proceed with certain endeavors with diminished apprehension. Just as Liu Jianyu had uttered but half of his words, a sudden snoring sound resonated from a nearby location, causing Liu Jianyu to momentarily freeze before turning his gaze towards the source of the noise. If other invincible demons were equally competent, would it not be possible to subjugate 3,000 such beings in an instant? The disciples of the Longdu sect exchanged derisive sneers, openly acknowledging that this bounty was merely a means to intimidate and caution other rival factions against making rash moves. The elder panda also observed a large green caterpillar, approximately a foot in length, crawling upon a ginseng fruit, its small mouth and large, dark eyes forming a rather charming visage. Meanwhile, Shangguan Xiaoyao found himself encircled by savage spirit beasts, which charged at him with wild abandon. There were soaring eagles, bears, and rats among the throng. These various creatures, numbering at least in the hundreds, bared their menacing fangs as they advanced upon Shangguan Xiaoyao. Yang Qixing, hailing from the north, felt an insatiable curiosity about the south, thus he journeyed northward along the waterways, taking the opportunity to admire the scenery along the way. Watching Bai enter the room, Yuehua promptly seated herself, cradling the ice-will pill in her arms, her hands swiftly forming seals as she attempted to perform the perception technique she had learned from the winds of the mountains. Yet, Yuehua's aptitude in this regard was rather limited. Despite the formidable strength of her soul power, she still operated at a rudimentary level. In the Fourth Ninja World War, the true decisive point had become glaringly evident: the 10 tails. Uchiha Madara and Obito. Eliminating these three would secure victory for the Allied forces, whereas failure would plunge the entire world into despair. Chapter 158. Chen Fan is not a pretty boy. You little pretty boy. Is your mind not quite right? Tang Xiang scoffed. Did you not see the old man convulsing and foaming at the mouth? Can he still utter a word? Just because he is foaming at the mouth does not mean he is dead. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, "We are all from ordinary rural families." The other party did not demand a three-turn one sound, yet they insisted on a sewing machine and a bride price of 100 yuan. The age of the 1,000 stars has progressed to a mere 2.2 billion years. How could such entities emerge in succession? Xiao Yang presented the investment plan of Ant Group. Although Ant Group had recently fallen behind Penguin Group, it remained one of the top capital entities in the country, possessing resources that rivaled those of Penguin, making it exceedingly suitable for dream-chasing group. When Shen Wuji disguised himself and arrived at Crescent Bay, intending to stir the waters and eliminate Zhao Kongchuan, he mused, "Fortunately, when I took on this task, I conducted a thorough investigation of the Chu family. This time, I must surely execute the family head's directives well. Otherwise, given the family head's temperament, I would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, during times when training was not required, one could still wear it. In late autumn and early winter, donning a vest beneath a sweater sufficed." From this perspective, the individuals Chen Wuji had provoked included the Eternal Life sect, Yin Beihan of the White Tiger Hall, the Blood-Killing Hall, Wu Tianxiang of the Colorful Garment Pavilion, and Zhang Buping of the Bone Refining sect. This could indeed be accomplished. Although he was seething with anger, the most pressing concern now was to ensure timely delivery. Otherwise, the hefty penalties stipulated in the contract could lead to the bankruptcy of the Wang family. Once Wang Hai regained his composure, he promptly contacted the 5 bosses who had placed orders. Zhou Yin contemplated making her way to the household daily necessities section, intending to select a suitable item to present to sister-in-law Zhou San, as long as they could mitigate their losses in a timely manner. Even if it meant selling these properties to Dream Pursuit Group, they would have no objections that a tremendous impact caused the snow to erupt. And behind Jiang Dongyu appeared a figure, tall with wings, sporting red fur on the back of his hands and a handsome visage. He extended his arms, each hand gripping an eagle's head, immobilizing the 2 enormous eagle heads in the snow. The crowd was curious about Yang Zhao's sudden change in expression. Even the seated Gong Shala craned her neck to catch a glimpse. The crown prince of the Han dynasty overseeing the river protectorate. Lu Ju had been shuttling between Luoyang and Guangling County for the past few months. Xie Yunfan squinted, revealing a narrow slit through which he could see the weathered faces of rugged sailors. Their mouths agape in a slow-motion display of spittled eye in an instant. Jiang Dongyu appeared before Lu Hanyin, wrapping his arms around her waist as they collapsed onto the beach. Demu Qiu opened his eyes to find the others still engrossed in their training. So he refrained from disturbing them. He cast a cleansing spell on himself and settled down to reflect on the gains from this endeavor, regaining composure from the surprise of acquiring a substantial quantity of spirit stones. Mu Qiu acknowledged that relying on spirit stone cultivation was ultimately not a sustainable path. Unfortunately, the clamor they had generated through great effort failed to create even a ripple in Chang'an City. Mu Qiu stored away several horse-drawn carriages and instructed Su Zhe and Long Zhe to take out their flying swords, each escorting a few children southward in the blink of an eye. They arrived at an uninhabited area over 100 miles away, where they disembarked and continued their journey with the carriages, who had stripped the smile from her face, allowing worry to overshadow her radiant eyes. Each division was capable of sustained independent operations in addition to 4 regiments. Each division was equipped with numerous artillery pieces, including 500-pound and 1,000-pound cannons, along with auxiliary and staff personnel, totaling over 8,000 individuals. Chapter 159. The Truth Revealed. With a loud gasp, everyone was startled. Could it truly be that a mere tickle of the soul had facilitated such a cure? How bizarre! Chen Fan gazed meaningfully at the middle-aged man, remarking, "See, I have indeed restored your father's health." Haven Ti, the right wing of the Golden Eagle King, erupted in a spray of blood and flesh, golden feathers scattering in all directions, rendering the entire wing a pitiful sight. Hanging limply, Hong Yi rose early, her hair uncombed, and knocked on Zhang Zhao's door. After Ji concluded his remarks, he exited the stone chamber alongside Murong Shuewei, leaving Liang Yin alone in the vast room. After receiving the payment, Balin took the neatly folded newspaper and turned to leave under the watchful gaze of Grandpa Go. The bar suddenly grew noisy, not from the sounds of quarrels, but from the conversations between the bar staff and the police. Lin Yuner turned to observe the atmosphere in the bar, noting the apparent presence of only these 2 groups. "Stop looking. You don't know me." The youth's face radiated with a sunny smile, although Lin Shun was by his side. Facing a fourth-level demon beast at such a close range still sent a chill down his spine. Unlike the common folk, Lan Ping had no family left at home. Since entering, only a few friends had come to visit her. It was particularly unsettling to see that these two individuals, with their formidable backgrounds, showed no signs of exhaustion despite their prolonged battle. Rather, they seemed to grow stronger, leaving one at a loss for words. The Zhuke true spirits were no exception. Beginning to reveal their half-beast forms, their bodies transformed, their aura intensified remarkably. Looking up, a deep and piercing sword mark, devoid of any disorder, caught the eye of the Lord of Axaba. Noticing Wang Yuan's hesitation, Lin Zheng tugged at the rope again. For ordinary people, the repeated sensation of suffocation was unbearable. Liu Chun appeared calm and untroubled, yet under the immense pressure of the entire heritage site. Cold sweat had begun to bead on his forehead, and his body was still being ravaged by thunder, his blood-colored armor showing signs of collapse. In the evening, Lin Zheng and Su Qin arrived at the rendezvous point, where a pickup truck awaited them. They retrieved two specially designed skateboards from the truck's bed, lay down on the boards, and slid beneath the pickup, fastening a metal buckle to its underside. Just as they reached the stairs, a robust figure suddenly appeared at the top. Upon seeing Bai He, a grin blossomed on his rough, unkempt face, and he immediately made his way towards her. I was taken aback by his words. Staring speechlessly at Zhang Ping, who was far too indiscreet. We had agreed that this would remain confidential. Talismans and magical tools were in abundance, particularly the peachwood swords that adorned the walls. I felt a twinge of desire as I picked one up and weighed it in my hands. To my surprise, it felt quite substantial, and upon closer inspection, I sensed it was not merely wood, but rather iron. Unexpectedly, Feng Yang and Lu Qin paused, as if jolted by a bad joke, their bodies shivering involuntarily. Alas, I thought, I don't want to ponder this any longer. Ling Tian finally rubbed his temples in exasperation, patiently awaiting the arrival of Hua Lao and the others. Once they arrived, he could attempt to suppress the old injuries within him. Chapter 160. Tang Xiaoma's troubles come here. Seize these two rascals. Tang Xiaoma barked, I will treat them well. I refuse to believe they will remain defiant in my presence. The reputation of the Tang family had nearly been tarnished by them, and Tang Xiaoma would not let them off easily. A few security guards immediately charged at Lin Lang, swinging their fists and leaving no room for him to speak. Lin Lang channeled his spiritual energy into his arms, exchanging two punches with the man, both retreating in their respective directions. This is what suppression looks like. Mu Fei was momentarily taken aback, but then suddenly broke into a strange smile. Zhang Jin glanced at the heads of the three academies and spoke. Will you choose to challenge on your own, or shall it be decided by drawing lots? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen anticipated this outcome as well, and as he quickly got into the car, he overheard Feng Bo and Lu Guoxian conversing. Mu Fei bashfully touched his nose, leaping out of the spring pool, only to let out a startled exclamation. It turned out he was completely unclothed. Li Chiu relaxed his furrowed brows, letting out a sigh as he flicked his fingers to stun the bat-like creature, placing it into a fragrant pouch and tucking it away. This competition was primarily divided into two major regions, with each region determining its top 3 teams before the finals could take place. This arrangement stemmed from the abrupt demise of the Lu family patriarch, a decision made by the old matriarch based on her keen instincts honed over many years. Su Ruhui did not feel the slightest chill. Rather, she remained composed, her hand resting on her waist, adorned with a belt that seemed to be a treasure of pearls, complementing her exquisite attire, whether in coarse cloth or fine garments. All were bound with layers of long sashes. This belt, when unfastened, could easily serve to hang from a beam without issue. Reflexively, I turned my gaze towards the source of the sound, and instantly my mind was filled with a buzzing sensation. This old man, this voice, how could it be? Upon learning of these matters, Wang Yu decided to withhold this information from Ming Dong for the time being, fearing it might jeopardize his career. She could not help but push away Ji Xian's hand, curling her body tightly as if to shield her abdomen, nearly slipping from Ji Xian's embrace. It would be easy to kill him, but I aimed to uproot his influence entirely, even dismantling the power of the Silent King. Mao Lian spoke gravely. In truth, upon hearing her say that just moments ago, I felt there was little hope, yet I still wished to make one last effort. The incident involving the esteemed Princess Huai Zhen was shrouded in mystery. Song Kai Fan, you understand this matter better than I do. I have learned a term, the depth of family traditions. How pitiful for Lady Wei. Upon hearing Song Kai Fan's accusations, Su Ruhui scoffed dismissively. My dear, What exactly are you searching for? Ji Zian inquired curiously as he walked behind her. After arriving in the capital, nothing seemed to go smoothly. Xionglin's parents were unable to sleep at night, and Anna's father went to the kitchen for a drink, inadvertently overhearing the conversation between Xianglin and her brother. It turned out that Xianglin and Lu Deling had not yet obtained their marriage certificate. Tang Baoshan and the others could not possibly dive down to the depth where Li Zhuo was located. Yet the last time they mentioned seeing a fleeting blue light below, Li Zhuo had yet to glimpse any such glow underwater. Although he was a newly appointed Holy Emperor, he was certainly aware of the reputation of the Sword Emperor of 10,000 Paths now. Having shed his battle armor, he stretched his limbs, a teasing smile gracing his face. In Chapter 161, the boneless woman, Jiang Bingyun, lifted her eyelids slightly, casting a faint glance at Lin Yun without uttering a word. Bingyun, tonight is our class reunion. Cheer up a little, Lin Yun urged, linking her arm with Jiang Bingyun's. While other classmates sang and chatted, Jiang Bingyun remained alone, appearing out of place. She could not fathom what was troubling Jiang Bingyun. Ever since her health had improved, she could only sit anxiously in the car. Waiting, Mu Jijun had just recovered from his cold, and her worry was palpable. My hand, brushing my teeth, suddenly paused as I recalled the times I had cried in front of him, tears and snot flowing freely. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over me that I couldn't understand how he had seemed perfectly fine upon arrival, merely carrying an aura tinged with a faint darkness, yet now he was gone. Clearly, there were more people outside. Was this the Imperial Guard of the Great Song, draped in armor resembling fish scales, wielding a lance and a long knife? He bore an undeniable resemblance to the Imperial Guard stationed within the palace. It was only upon Han Jinhan's entrance that I discerned not only the commander of the Imperial Guards, but also Tianxiang, who had been present during the incident, standing beside them. That a fleeting moment of bewilderment washed over me. I had not consumed any alcohol. My mind was undeniably clear, yet I felt as though I were intoxicated. Moreover, the sensation of inebriation was profound, as I found myself obediently heeding his words, meticulously following his directives. The sacred flame dual pistols, exquisite tablecloths, nanobots, the husband-watching stone, Italian cannons, the philosophical mask, the Sagittarius golden cloth, gold and silver nuclear warheads, and the restriction liberator, all swirled in my mind as I leaned against Ling Yefeng. My eyes closed. I could not behold the sorrowful gaze he bore. His heart ached for me, cradled in his embrace. The evening approached, the setting sun casting its glow upon the stone steps, elongating shadows infinitely. While silence enveloped the gathering, evoking a sense of desolation, she pressed her throbbing head, surveying the heaps of flying ash around her, unable to discern her whereabouts. Thus, at a fitting moment, Xia Jin informed Xia Zhengqian and the Shu family of her partnership with Sun Zimin in opening a tavern. The formation was indeed remarkably peculiar. As Yin Liden tilted his sword, Zhang Songshi and Imo Xingu arrived at his sides, and together, the three unleashed their blades, effortlessly dispelling Li Zichang's palm strike into oblivion. Just moments ago, Xia Jin had acted with decisiveness, her demeanor exuding competence. Her words were clear and succinct, her expression consistently solemn and composed, radiating a powerful aura of confidence that compelled others to unwittingly obey her commands with reverence. Their bones no longer felt rigid, their movements regained fluidity, and even their gazes cleared from their previous haze. When the owner of the farm suddenly appeared, a few nearby zombies sluggishly turned their heads to glance, albeit their expressions vacant and bewildered. When thoughts of a man crossed her mind, a singular figure surfaced in Qinnan's consciousness. She had only encountered him once, yet his image lingered in her heart like an echo. Muli, do not harbor discontent. Do you know who it was that you were about to confront? Qingyan teased with a laugh that a wave of insects inexplicably dissipated into thin air, leaving everyone engulfed in a chill of apprehension. Drenched in cold sweat, reflecting on it, had they not fortuitously encountered Mei Ming, had she not subdued a few tendrils, and had those tendrils not proved effective against the armored beetles, they would undoubtedly have faced utter annihilation. Leaving no trace behind. Chapter 162. He is my brother-in-law. The group sat together, engaging in leisurely conversation while sipping their drinks. During this time, Chao Jie and Tang Xiaoma quarreled once more in their eagerness to serve young Exine fruit juice first. Tang Xiaoma, how did you come to know Chen Fan? Jiang Bingyun inquired softly. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaoma replied, Oh, Brother Fan is my sister's. At that moment, for beams of white light erupted, sword energy soaring into the heavens. Shattering the falling rocks, as dust enveloped the clearing in a thick haze. Fortunately, this place was abundant with precious items, for the insects feasted upon rare treasures. Reassure, ginseng, and cordyceps had become the staples of their daily diet. Beasts possess their own unique qualities, and the insects that can ignite life showcase their abilities by transforming the raw into the refined. Aside from a slight deficiency in flavor, they are generally quite commendable. It is worth noting that the 3 items within, when held previously, carried a weight far beyond what they presently suggest. Various sounds flooded into Fu Zhaoyan's ears as she lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. Spotting her bodyguard, clad in sunglasses, lounging under a nearby tree. Awakening from a slumber that extended into the afternoon of the following day, and Mingyi found herself somewhat disoriented. The other side of the blanket had already been tidied away, indicating that Song Xija had risen. As each auction item passed by, Mo Qingyan even bid on a string of prayer beads, drawing merciless ridicule from Luo Mingding. A torrent of fiery waves surged forth, prompting Peter to leap aside, swiftly retaliating with a Gatling gun upon regaining his footing. However, Yang Chao discovered that Luo Peng and the others were all in the training room, despite the expectation that they should still be on holiday, as the designated assembly time was not until the following morning. Hearing this, Lin Yu's face flushed red as he meticulously attended to Yunla's daily needs. But what was the reason for this? Yang Chao found himself perplexed. However, upon reflecting on Xiao Yuyu's demeanor towards him, a sudden possibility dawned upon him. The Xiyun Emperor observed keenly and promptly instructed the imperial physician to take her pulse. Subsequently retrieving the tiger talisman and commanding Yin Yu to manage subsequent affairs, before departing the grand hall with the empress and the other consorts, Jun Qiming also felt a sense of awkwardness. Despite the jest, his master's abrupt dismissal of the humor left him disheartened. Heh, Grandpa Su, your perceptive eyes are indeed remarkable. Even from thousands of kilometers away, you can discern the situation here. I am truly impressed. Yang Xingjie remarked with a smile. Follow your own path. Mo Calyabin could only sigh as he uttered this. Simultaneously, his statement signified that he would no longer engage in futile endeavors for Bai Mo Tai, as Bai Mo Tai had personally chosen his direction, and perhaps it would be better for him to seek out what he desired on his own. Without dwelling on the past, one should focus on the present. This was Elder Chen's attitude towards the matter. Thus, it served to bridge the gap between Elder Chen and Lin Feng, erasing this particular source of tension. At least on the surface, they maintained a courteous demeanor rather than a cold, hostile one. Lin Feng and the others wore expressions of astonishment, as this individual indeed exhibited some peculiar tendencies. There were advantages to not handling matters properly, as he had established a clear image of reward and punishment before his subordinates. Apologizing to Lin Feng while expressing gratitude to his boss, Jack gradually retreated. Chapter 163. The self-important individual. She had always held a disfavor for Chen Fan, and upon learning that he was the kept man of Tangxinjia, her disdain for him grew even stronger. Kid, do you even know what you're doing? How dare you lay your hands on me? Chao Jie glared coldly at Chen Fan. You have some nerve. Su Bin and Jin Ji resided in the front courtyard, while Jin Xing and Lu Mama settled in the back courtyard. Once settled, Jin Xing intended to seek out a medical clinic or pharmacy to serve as a resident doctor. Although she had saved some silver over the past 2 years, considerable expenses had accrued along the way, and she could not afford to live off her savings indefinitely. While this profession undoubtedly carried risks, with Ouyang Sun shielding her in the forefront, she could assess the situation as it unfolded, significantly increasing her chances of success. How could they conspire against us? Ding Yu, somewhat flustered, narrowly avoided the shards of the screen and shouted in a fit of rage. What impression does your father-in-law have of you? What did he say about you? Guru Eishui inquired again, her sister being rather muddled and unclear in her interactions with others, fearing that Jin Qing might suffer at the hands of the Ming family. Thus, she decisively lifted QB and placed it on her chair, sitting down directly to it. Was only then that she realized how comfortable the chair was when used with QB as a cushion. Even in its current abnormal state, it possessed the physique of a demigod, along with the power of a 100-level divine title. This is impossible. Xiaoming, wake up. What is wrong with you? Long Air called out several times. But Xiaoming stood expressionless behind Ji Youngying. Commandingly, he stood atop a mountain composed of black and white squares, gazing down from the forest of iron chains at the Green Dam Maiden and the good man Abe Hikaru. While Tatori remained silent, in truth, she did not know what to say, or rather, she merely wished to vent her frustrations to my family. Even if the Five Elements Palace had 10 times the audacity, they would not dare to show disrespect towards my lineage. Upon hearing this, Yanling could not help but scoff. Zhang Chun attempted to unleash a wisp of sword energy against the wall, only to discover that the transparent barrier silently devoured the energy, without so much as a reaction from the wall itself. Compared to the majority of self-proclaimed elite young masters and young ladies, and undoubtedly epitomized the nobility of the title. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianqin was thoroughly engrossed, savoring the intense battle unfolding in the sky. The so-called safety compartment, commonly referred to as the valuables hold on most ships, is merely an ordinary cargo hold with a lock added on the Silent Reaper. Even the most intricate lock was rendered meaningless in the presence of Shiya. The door was sealed with a magical enchantment created by Luca, less than 2 months prior. He had inquired with Yate and learned clearly that while the guiding stone was entrusted to the dwarves for safekeeping, ownership still lay with the Dark Current Merchant Association, a fact he would never mistake. No one can achieve success casually. What you see as a meteoric rise merely conceals the multitude of efforts that preceded it. What is this? You lack even this modicum of courage, yet you still wish to pursue me. Anna cast a flirtatious glance and said sweetly. Yifeng was profoundly astonished. This far exceeded his understanding of energy. From the tentative attack he had just unleashed, he could preliminarily estimate that the power of the sword chi in this mountain-protecting sword array could effortlessly reduce a 9th-tier expert to mere pulp in an instant. It seems that passing through this mountain-protecting sword array would indeed pose quite a challenge. Chapter 164. Underestimating one's capabilities. Xiao Jie completely disregarded his opponent, covering his fist and charging forward with a punch. He was certain that the blow he had just received was due to his own carelessness. If he focused, taking down his opponent would be a trivial matter. Bang! The fists collided. Those who could enter this establishment were undoubtedly wealthy. This Muijing was merely a country girl. How could she possibly afford a membership card? She likely obtained it through the influence of a fan or a jianged eye in the room on the second floor of the villa. Yunfei lay there, feeling rather disheartened ever since he learned that his meat was gone tonight. Since he is unable to provide them with what they desire, he should not become an obstacle for them. Granting their wishes would indeed be an act of compassion and righteousness. I in the 4th position on the annual influence rankings of dramas, from 10 to 1, following other shows. Yan Jiqing astonishingly claims the top spot. Uncertain of how much time has passed, a sudden explosive sound, accompanied by the shouts of martial artists, jolts Xiao Yun from her meditation. What can I say? I urged her not to indulge in wild thoughts. He paid little heed to the expression on her face, assuming she was merely concerned that their relationship might be prematurely exposed, although he too wished to take advantage of the situation, freeing himself from the engagement with the Su family while conveniently acquiring a new fiancée. And yet, why is it that, despite enduring his bullying and being taken advantage of, she surprisingly no longer feels as repulsed as before? Reflecting on this, Xiao Xia's smile faded into her eyes, still unaware of Tang Yu's current predicament, while she does not know the depth of enmity harbored by his captors. Anyone with a modicum of common sense understands that he is bound to receive a thorough beating. Xiaoma Hua, speaking thus, promptly knelt down, bowing his head to the ground, putting on an appearance of utmost grievance. Rest well. Remember to rise early for meals tomorrow. Our family observes 3 meals a day. Having said this, Su Chuan Zongji gently closed the wooden door, disappearing into the night. The exotic wood that entered his body was enveloped by a blue ethereal flame, forcibly suppressed, taking root in his liver. As the high-ranking officials from the military system conversed while walking, Zhu Yushao had already obtained the content of their discussion from the Eastern Depot. Compared to incense offerings, the power of destiny that can be refined from luck is more abundant and pure. For mortals who worship deities, the intent is seldom pure. Most hope for divine protection. Thus, their incense offerings inevitably harbor a multitude of human desires. Is this not an obvious attempt to report to the master? However, she is unafraid. After all, she has invested silver to acquire this residence, and the master has not reprimanded her. Kai Shi, already shocked and unsteady, gestured for Bai Li to act as she pleased, while gazing at the anguished Gao Linhua, tears streaming down her face. Isnt that quite similar to the flying sword technique. Fong Hong mused, observing this sword pellet, which bore a resemblance to the flying sword technique he practiced. The flying sword is connected to the wielder's mind. As long as the connection is strong, it can kill from a distance. Another month has passed, and as early winter arrives, the weather has turned cold, except for Sun Wukong. Everyone else has bundled up in cotton clothing. Braving the biting wind as they continue their journey. On this expedition, The young lord of the true dragon clan steps forth, manifesting the robust physique of the divine clan, with a raised brow and a sweeping gesture. He exudes the unmistakable aura of the five-clawed golden dragon, imbued with the essence of the dragon sovereign. Could it be that those young lords from his clan, though their capabilities would never allow them to achieve such a feat? A flash of silver light zipped by, and in an instant, the bear plush toy on the man's chest was sliced open by Siko's katana. Chapter 165. The Butcher of Rainy Nights, get your filthy feet away from me. You mutt. Chao Jia, realizing he could not overpower his opponent, resorted to threats. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Chao family in the provincial city. Dare to touch me, and I will take your life. He had initially intended to impress young Xian once more, but unexpectedly found himself beaten like a dog. It seems these few dog owners, realizing they had provoked public outrage, hastily turned to flee. At this moment, several individuals were hastening towards two luxurious vehicles parked in the lot, with two men running and loudly calling out to the ferocious hounds. Qin spoke of her experiences over the years, and when mentioning the Yuan family, an overwhelming sorrow washed over her. Antonis grew increasingly perplexed, unable to comprehend how these seemingly unrelated matters could intertwine. The letter he held was indeed left by the Prince of Qingjun, its essence conveying that there were urgent matters at home, prompting their departure, while his grandson remained behind to seek Ruoyan's assistance for healing. However, upon sensing the terrifying aura of the most formidable beings in the surrounding realm, he dared not make a move, lest he invite his own demise. The armor he wore was adorned with countless spikes, each inch enveloped in an aura of slaughter. Regrettably, Chu Mingwei was entirely unperturbed by his threats. Before he could finish his warning, he had already administered the pill to the unconscious youth. Now, with the Black Dragon Demon Lord utilizing this pure aura of slaughter in conjunction with the domain of blades, it was only natural for them to be forced back. Upon hearing Fu Wan's words that the princess was unharmed and the intruders had been subdued, the two men could hardly believe their eyes. Widening in astonishment, that autumn marked the 7th year of the Tang dynasty's Tianbao era, where the Holy Emperor rehearsed the melodious feathered garment dance in the grandiose Daming Palace, while Duan Muxiai succumbed to illness amidst a chilling autumn rain. Master, since Yoli became an elder of the Void Temple, he has suddenly advanced to the 2nd stage of the Immortal King. I have not left his side nor witnessed him take any elixirs. How can his cultivation progress so rapidly? Jinan could no longer contain his curiosity and stepped forward to inquire. Ning Yunyu listened intently to the murmurs of the populace, recognizing that the rotund young master surnamed Zhu was the son of the current county magistrate, which left her feeling quite disgusted. It seemed that this magistrate was not a virtuous man either. The two sisters joyfully followed suit, their chatter bringing forth laughter from the elderly lady. What he never anticipated was that Saviana had succeeded. Not only had she traversed the dragon god's forbidden land, but she had also obliterated the very forbidden zone itself, a feat unimaginable to the Dragon Emperor Denocula. The violent scene before their eyes was truly sublime. It bore a semblance to a performance, infused with an air of mystique and ritualistic significance. Sun Fei glanced around, instinctively directing her gaze towards the wall. Yet, that glance rendered her momentarily speechless, as she stood in stunned silence for an extended period. Gazing at the two youthful figures that had suddenly appeared before them, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, the members of the Feng family wore an expression of utter gloom. Duan Muxiai switched to another quiver, drawing an arrow and nocking it. The bowstring taut as a full moon, he loosed a white arrow. With a swift motion, the arrow soared and struck the red center of the target. The magazine was emptied of 10 bullets, and MCDI spun in the air, no longer issuing warnings. It was evident that, aside from Luo Sha dispatching 10 false Jasons, Talia had also claimed numerous lives, after assimilating the heavenly illusion-seeking technique. The dragon commander slowly opened his eyes, perceiving the secrets of the heavens, murmuring about the might of the heavenly illusion-seeking technique. Chapter 166. The Coincidental Death. The square-faced man rolled his eyes dramatically, and Chen Fan's knee collided with him, rendering him unconscious. Old 3. As soon as the words were uttered, since fate had rendered her unable to remember who he was from the very beginning, why must it now make her so acutely aware? Therefore, I have already compelled Teacher Rome to apologize, Gu Ibe murmured, his body leaning against hers, causing her to relax somewhat. The lengths to which I have gone to risk my life in aiding her were solely to ensure that Sangli harbored thoughts of our friendship, thereby becoming a formidable ally for both myself and longer in the future. Her discerning eye, as the noble consort Rome, would not be mistaken. Look, Look, the moment I mentioned Shui Yuyu, you immediately took on the demeanor of someone whose tail has been stepped on. Very well, I shall refrain from further comment and take my leave to bathe. Ling Dongwu walked casually towards the backyard. However, since he had initiated the conversation, it was preferable that she did not need to resort to an intense shower to evade him. How could one possess such strength? Who exactly are you? Gina gazed at Lei Yu in disbelief, her expression one of shock. Yet, in Xiao Yishuan's view, the existence of puppet-type automatons in Murin Alley signified that blueprints for such mechanical beings undoubtedly existed. It was merely a matter of who knew how to acquire them. L. Yunlin obediently turned around, presenting her backside to him, and eagerly lowered her head to envelop his firmness with her crimson lips. Further afield, within the Chao camp, figures such as Guijia, Jia Su, Sun Yu, Cheng Yu, and Sima Yi, renowned strategists of their time, emerged in the Shu camp. Luminaries like Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong graced the scene. While in Eastern Wu, strategists led by Zhou Yu made their mark. Around Yin Zhaogu, a luminous aura blossomed, yet it was ensnared within the imposing will of the hermit He Sanren. Lin Lu's pallid visage gradually regained its composure amidst these narratives, a rosy hue beginning to suffuse her countenance. They even perceived this as Tang Qingyan extending an olive branch, a sentiment of goodwill amongst all, and they were indeed quite accommodating, allowing Tang Qingyan to take the lead with remarkable generosity. A mere flick of another's hand not only shattered their defenses, but also left them grievously injured, a display of power so formidable that even their leader would find it challenging to match. After Qingyue and her companions approached the teleportation array, it sprang to life in that instant. A wave of dizziness overcame them, the sensation of weightlessness causing Qingyue a momentary discomfort, yet after a brief interlude, she regained her composure. General Lu had purged many subordinates, yet our spies remained unscathed, and in fact, many were even elevated in status. Yingyi was puzzled, having assumed General Lu intended a thorough cleansing. Chapter 167. Arrogant Qi Yin cast not a glance at the scarred man, striding directly towards Lin Yun and Jiang Bingyun. Lin Yun, Miss Jiang, are you both well? Qi Yin holstered his weapon. A look of concern etched upon his face as he regarded Jiang Bingyun and her companion. Jiang Bingyun shook her head. We are fine. Thankfully, Chen Fan was here. He saved us just now. Had it not been for Chen Fan, we would have been in peril. Having spoken, Sayla hesitated no longer. Having already consumed the genetic serum, she squatted and then soared into the air, landing gracefully on the ground. What she beheld was an unclad Chu Linlon. With a click of her tongue, she ushered the male figures out of the room, hastily dressing Chu Linlon. He had never witnessed Su Limo in such a state of sorrow. For she had always been composed, playful, and unflappable. Just how significant was this secret? So crucial that you even neglected me. Observing Shenmoran in such a state, Su Lang's insides were ablaze with fury. Under the great tree in the courtyard, Nan Mo Yin gazed at the sudden appearance of a dark shadow before her, and she knelt down to Su Yun Zhao. Do you have no shame left? Qin Junyu's face turned a ghastly green with rage. What sort of family were these people, to speak of knocking him unconscious and delivering him to his sister right in front of him? He realized he had become overly reliant on the sense of security offered by the Jade Ring. If this continued, would he not be ensnaring himself? After Qian he departed, Feng Xiaoshuang had long disregarded her image and consumed everything edible within the room. She was simply famished. Today would undoubtedly be a nightmare for the entire group of Xiangang realm individuals from the spirit domain. Subsequently, Shui Wuqing shifted his gaze to the crowd below from the spirit domain, a cruel smile gracing his face as he spoke. Vampires possess a similar unique skill, which involves concealing a drop of their life essence. Should their physical form perish, they can rely on this drop of essence for rebirth. Yi Zhong continuously worked on the timber, chiseling away tirelessly, with curls of thin wood shavings strewn across the ground. Unable to bear the sight, Yi Zhong approached and extended an arm to Li Gui'er, signaling her to steady herself against his arm as she disembarked. Although his brothers were fierce, they were certainly not fools. A few words should suffice for them to grasp his meaning. Not to mention that these ghostly emissaries had benefited from the Dragon Palace. In this era, accepting remuneration to avert disaster is a common practice. Should disaster not be averted, compensation must be returned at its original value. There is no notion of taking money without delivering service. They were not simpletons. Was the Dragon King still soaring through the skies? How could he oversee executions? Who possessed the capability to do so? The driver's compartment was utterly vacant. The 9s that should have been resting inside had mysteriously vanished. Yet what caught Lin Ai's attention was Ling Hao suddenly cursed, having been struck squarely by the icy blade. Fortunately, he had added a thick layer of defense just in time. Otherwise, he would have exposed the extraordinary strength of his physical form. Witnessing the short man expressionlessly retrieve his discarded coat and don it, Nia Bosfu's face darkened. Indeed, once the film is completed, this miraculous star shall be presented to you. I believe it will greatly aid you. Li Fangcheng stated helplessly. Director Wang had initially focused his attention on his nephew, but was taken aback to see Ling Hao in the private room. Ultimately, the authorities were compelled to issue an official announcement. Success is merely a matter of chance, while failure is the norm of life. This season of The Voice of China will not have a resurrection round. Viewers are advised to manage their emotions carefully if the master does not wish to pursue further development. Then what is the purpose of establishing our death core? Guo Langyu stated with an indifferent expression. I have died once. My mind lacks the efficacy of your living souls, yet I trust you understand my meaning. Hearing the rumors circulating outside, Lin Xiu was incensed. Had she not retained a semblance of rationality, knowing better than to provoke Jiang Man, she would have rushed forth to argue with those spreading such nonsense. Chapter 168. Each encounter, a strike upon you. You bastard, how dare you trample on me? Qingyan seethed with fury. Do you believe I won't kill you? He held a position akin to a steward within the Jiang family. Yet the chief family behind him was not to be underestimated. This marked the first occasion in which he found himself trampled beneath another's feet, an experience that he regarded as an unparalleled humiliation. It would not be long before he ascended to the heavenly realm. Comrade Lao Wang endeavored to maintain his composure, yet could not suppress the exhilarated smile that crept upon his face. As the fruit settled in his stomach, aside from the fact that it tasted sweeter than other spiritual fruits, Huang Xianling sensed no anomalies. Chen Fan, standing nearby, furrowed his brow in concern, uncertain of how to subtly alert Tang Yao. A blatant hint could provoke unforeseen consequences from the old beggar, while any attempt at subtlety would likely confound Tang Yao. Given her character, Lin Yifeng was convinced that this place must be the entrance to the Sakura branch. Otherwise, a high-end leisure and entertainment establishment would not be operating in Yanjing, with individuals from the island coming and going daily, which would be a blatant disregard for the martial artists of the mainland. Under such circumstances, the entrance to the Sakura branch was undoubtedly concealed in a discreet location. The sharpest weapon at Chun Feng's disposal was, of course, the rare-grade Lonely Shadow Sword, while his highest-level martial arts comprised several fully mastered basic techniques. The most frequently employed being the cloud-pushing palm, frosty fist, and wind god leg. However, the most formidable technique at his disposal was the renowned three-point divine finger. Humph, this wayward child, what could possibly compel him to accompany you? It is for his own good, sparing him from a life of reckless mischief. Lu Huan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yu, who instantly felt as though an immense weight had settled upon his chest, even causing his heart to momentarily cease its rhythm, a profound dread welling up within him. Qin Zhougang, resembling the leader of this place, boldly proclaimed these seemingly established truths with unwavering conviction, as if what he uttered were indisputable fact. Although aware of the formidable power of the Jinchuriki, and that one could not equate it with the strength of an ordinary ninja, Orochimaru still underestimated Naruto's prowess, never anticipating that he could breach the four purple flames formation with such apparent ease. The sound emanated from the hall, indicating that the adversary had indeed entered through the front door. Undoubtedly, the foe was Ryder, the conqueror king Iskandar. Judging by his robust call, one could hardly mistake him for a warrior seeking confrontation. As there was not a trace of malice in his tone, in response, Lianhua slipped back, retreating beyond the effective range of Shao Jia's authentic sword attack, upon grasping the entirety of the situation. The three could only lament that the Qianghua sect was rife with cunning and deceit, revealing for the first time a chillingly cold and opportunistic dynamic among individuals, leaving them profoundly disheartened. As if even breathing had become a struggle, they hastily departed as though fleeing from a plague, with no medicinal herbs at her disposal, when Jinjing knew that even if she treated these patients, their ailments would remain unaddressed due to the lack of remedies. Even a journey to the Peach Blossom Spring would prove futile. At that moment, a luxurious bus barreled forth from a side road at an astonishing speed of over 120 miles per hour, generating a formidable force. Apologies for my tardiness. The long blade plunged into the ground. Chen Yu turned and gently patted Lu Shiyao on the head. Chapter 169. A Heart Worth Punishing. Tang Xiaoma felt a sense of vindication, And he had indeed struck with considerable ferocity, nearly turning Qingyan into a swollen mess. Just moments ago, Qingyan had been arrogant and domineering, exuding an air of invincibility. In the blink of an eye, one hand lay crippled, bloodied, and mangled beyond recognition, a stark contrast to the individual he had been just moments ago. Chen Fan, Tang Xiaoma, how could you have reduced Qingyan to such a pitiful state? As Mo Qingxian spoke, she was met with raucous laughter from Dan Qingzi, while the elders of Tiandan sect beside him regarded her with derision and disdain. The second son of the Chen family was already of mediocre strength. And now, having been battered to the point of spitting blood, he was in a critically injured and nearly lifeless condition. As for the group behind Bailey Dangfeng, they hailed from the Jinchong sect, led by a man known for his shrill voice, referred to as Jinshanzi, who was also the weakest among the four, possessing only the initial strength of the sixth layer. The teacher moved slightly, discarding the longsword that had been wedged between his shoulder blades, and then turned his gaze towards another battle circle, striding forward. After paying tribute to the Duke, let us depart from the Duke's residence. They are willing to fight for it, so let them have it all. In truth, I have never coveted anything from the Duke's estate. AVC lamented. Lu Jingjin beheld the man, whose brilliance could not be obscured even by the dust that clung to him. He exuded a flamboyance and nonchalance, and within his seemingly frail body resided an inexhaustible vitality that made one forget all worries and fatigue, igniting a flicker of hope for life in their hearts. When the afternoon meeting commenced, all members of the student council had gathered, and of course, the old man Emma was present, with Teacher Li seated beside him. Zihan nodded, pivoted, and with a swift motion of her arm, 5 silver needles pierced Murong Qingzha's body. Murong Qingzha trembled violently. Is it true that what the White Alliance leader spoke of could cause martial practitioners to lose their abilities and ordinary people to perish within an hour? The life-ending technique, the head of Wudong inquired. Zihan scratched her head, puzzled. Although she had allowed the red, yellow, blue, and green to engage in commerce across various nations, she had never permitted the establishment of peculiar natural branches in those countries. Others simply cast aside their phones, logging onto their computers to access Twitter, zooming in on the original image for a closer examination. After completing all of this, I too should depart from the valley. Yet the space has been severed from the main realm by that formidable entity. How am I to escape? Lu Bingyi smiled knowingly. Having spent too much time in the palace, he had truly become an old fox. Let us set forth to the pepper room. Lu Bingyi was well aware of Liao Gonggong's intentions, yet he did not resist. Rather, he seized the opportunity to provide himself with a reason to visit the pepper room through Liao Gonggong's words. Zhang Sen noticed that his tongue had gone numb and signaled Zhang Yuanba and Yang Tai to restrain his hands and feet. Zhang Sen retrieved a towel, gesturing for him to bite down on it. In truth, the incision of the festering wound was not painful, but Zhang Sen feared making a mistake due to inexperience, holding him down to prevent further injury. The gentle autumn breeze of Jiangnan had already become warm. The mountains and forest remained lush and green, and at the entrance of Muzhou's Qingxi County, a crowd of dozens gathered, chatting and laughing, deterring any idle onlookers from approaching. At that moment, a group of over 10, led by Feng La, approached the cave entrance. Thus, Zhou Tong and Lu Junyi, upon their arrival, beheld the entire city of Freshwater in a state of chaos. At first, they thought it a normal occurrence, but after a few days of observation and reading the newspapers, they realized that Zhang San was once again preparing to engage in battle. In the presence of so many criminal detectives, the ability to remain calm and concealed within the water tower was a testament to a truly formidable psyche. Las Pengqing watched in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Yuehai could actually navigate through the relentless barrage of bullets. Without hesitation, he swiftly donned the maxi heavy cannon. For at this moment, there were matters of even greater significance that required his attention. Hao Yu nodded slightly, extending the long blade in his grasp forward, allowing Feng Yin to feel the chilling edge of the sword. Yet, his gaze remained as frigid as ever, as if it carried an additional layer of emotion, bitterness. Perhaps. Chapter 170. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Ying'ai Chen Fan, your heart is truly venomous. Initially, I held no doubts about you. However, I am now compelled to question your intentions towards Bingyun. Qingyan exposed your true nature. And in a fit of rage, you injured him. Yet now you audaciously seek to sow discord between Qingyan and Bingyun. This is the binding demon rope, capable of ensnaring individuals lacking formidable strength, rendering them utterly unable to escape. Wu Fan remarked. She must maintain a certain distance from Chen Wei, For her own sake, and for her sister's. Such a choice is imperative. The logic is thus. Once the direction is set correctly, all that remains is to exert effort. Chen Bin concurred with the monkey's perspective. After all, the power of an organization like the Black Wolf Society pales in comparison to theirs, akin to the disparity between an elephant and an ant. Jean, concealed behind the wall, was flushed with embarrassment at the scene she had just witnessed. Although she and her boyfriend Paul had engaged in intimacy before, witnessing her close friend in such a predicament was an entirely different experience. Coupled with her lack of offensive capabilities, she realized she was quite helpless against such creatures. The others, after exchanging glances, charged forward without hesitation. The surge of force rushed forth once more, nearly doubling in intensity compared to the previous onslaught. Sima Fengxiao released one Wu hook, while the other collided with the side of the Fong Tian Hua Ji. Fortunately, it could not emerge. Otherwise, he could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences. Yang Lin remarked with a bitter smile. Chen Mo, having experienced life in the royal palace of the deer and the cauldron, was no stranger to the peculiar romantic escapades of Dongfang Bubi. The voice, though delicate, concealed an odd and awkward tone. Unmistakably that of a eunuch, she employed the myriad spirits formation to ensnare demons, engaging in a perilous battle against two beasts, the combined strength of the two seventh-tier demon beasts, particularly with one embodying ice and the other fire, presented a formidable challenge far beyond Mo Zicken's expectations. That Mo Zicken exerted every effort, yet could not subdue the adversary. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Ru-E silk, ensnaring his waist and forcefully dragging him backward. For a minister, the crux lies not in one's own desires, but in aligning with the emperor's will. By acquiescing to the emperor's intentions, even if other tasks are mishandled, the emperor will lend assistance. However, should one disregard the emperor's desires, even monumental achievements may not elicit his pleasure. After lighting the candelabra in the chamber, Wei Siqing promptly turned to prepare the necessary items. She remained unaware of Mo Zicken's true identity, initially harboring no particular feelings toward him. Yet, Nie Zhu and she shared a connection through the 100-Mang Mountain, having even experienced a fleeting encounter. After the cold and aloof Tian spoke, the great master of the Turkic Empire, Bai Lingfeng, stepped forward, pointing at Li Bin and rambling on in incomprehensible Turkic. Despite the innkeeper's incessant chatter, Zhang Cheng listened intently, for within those words lay invaluable clues to a mission. It is known that bounty tasks offer no hints. Players must devise their own methods to complete them. Everyone understood that evasion was not an option, yet time and energy were scarce to ponder such chaotic matters. Jinshi approached the barely conscious Xiong Bin and stated, "I know this person. Is there truly no one here who recognizes him?" As she spoke, she swiftly glanced around the room, noting some remained unmoved while others exhibited signs of hesitation. Chapter 171. The poisonous woman. Qingyan's heart raced upon seeing that the square-faced man was still alive. His body trembled with anxiety. Enough. Just as Chen Fan was about to rouse the square-faced man, Lingyan interjected. Qingyan's act of tying the red string on Bing Yun was indeed wrong. But he would never resort to kidnapping her. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. It is best left in the past. The peril of heavenly tribulations had been validated by the countless lives of predecessors in the cultivation realm. During the age of immortals and demons, the vast majority of cultivators at the transformation stage perished under such tribulations. It can be said that heavenly tribulations are the greatest nemesis of transformation stage cultivators. With the reopening of Nanshalu, patrons were naturally familiar faces. Those accustomed to its dishes found the cooking here most authentic, and the songs and dances, along with the beverages, were refreshingly novel, no matter how others attempted to imitate. They could not replicate the unique experience offered here. Within half a day, all information regarding the Shangwan family lay before the emperor. However, despite his thorough examination, he found no anomalies, which piqued his curiosity about why Prince Tang Lin was so infatuated with Shangwanyu. The daunting challenges here tested the elusive abilities of ghostly attribute spirits, hypnosis, illusions, disturbances, and more. Yet, being fellow spirits, they were quite familiar with these abilities and possessed a degree of resistance, rendering the endeavor both awkward and arduous. Before proceeding, he needed to claim a system task. The so-called Warm Sun enhancement formula was now available for collection. "How are things on your end?" After bandaging his hand, Wang Nanbei quickly inquired about Faisal's situation. If they had not seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack during the explosion, his injury would have been in vain. Thus, to divert the pursuing Iraqi soldiers towards their direction, they continued with a strategy akin to flying a kite. leading dozens of Iraqi soldiers forward. At that moment, half kneeling beneath the light screen, Lin Yi watched in despair as the dark energy in the ancient emperor's grasp surged forward, accompanied by a howling aura. Overwhelming Buliangzi. His heart raced with urgency. Su Xine and Su Ge stood on either side of Shin Qingwu, peering through the open window at Wu Dong, who appeared exceedingly anxious, as they persistently urged her in whispers. Upon receiving the command through his earpiece, the tank responded affirmatively and charged forth from the buffer zone of the ravine and earthen embankment, in a mere span of a few seconds. The tank effortlessly surged over the earthen embankment, executing a flawless sprint, leap, and roll, following closely behind. Another team member also navigated the obstacle without any mishap. The director of education and the class teacher felt their faces flush with embarrassment as she questioned them. Despite the situation being unresolved, they instructed the two students to write self-reflections. It seemed she was advocating for justice on behalf of the two children. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed Ji Haoyu's attire. After a moment of contemplation, she took the garments upstairs for dry cleaning and then hung them up. The two remained seated in an awkward silence. Su Wanji maintained a demeanor that was neither rude nor overly warm, thus sinking into a cold war. However, as time passed, Wang Yaji began to discern certain truths. The merits of Huan did not lie merely in his flattering words or the chores he completed at home. Although he often wasn't present, his absence became profoundly felt, revealing the advantages he brought to light. Han Shaoi felt a twinge of frustration at her distrust. After all, he was a graduate of a military academy, capable of easily subduing a few individuals that he couldn't help but wonder what he was doing if that were not the case, that he merely assumed that Ms. Tabin was testing the performance of the machine or probing them. Upon further reflection, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. The matters concerning the Iron Flower Core were undoubtedly linked to Gallowhorn, while on Tabin's side, it might be due to the mercenaries who had recently been captured. Chapter 172. Kill me. Stop. As Chen Fan and Tang Xiaoma approached the doorway, Qingyan suddenly roared. Upon turning, Chen Fan saw Qingyan struggling to rise from the ground, gripping a gun with its dark muzzle aimed squarely at his head. You've beaten me so brutally, and now you're trying to incite discord between me and Bingyun. Thus, as she infused her magical energy into the artifact, Yu immediately sensed her location. Without hesitation, she channeled life energy into the jade hammer, swiftly launching it towards Liu Kina's position. After reaching a superficial consensus regarding the wedding, Sun Min eagerly brought up the spirit jade. Do we still have hope? The ancestral spirit beast gazed at the recently closed door, contemplating the retreating figures of Lei Yi and Blake. The Gyarados, a formidable marine creature, possessed the power of flight, while the floating bubbles danced around it. At Lin Yu's location, the celestial array had completely shattered. Fortunately, Mu Jiao and his companions had distanced themselves, or else they would have been caught in the aftermath, although Feng Yang's offensive was successfully countered by Qin Lai. Lin Mo Yao's spear followed closely behind, leaving no time for a reaction. With a soft thud, the blade, shimmering with a frosty brilliance, pierced Qin Lai's shoulder. At that moment, Chen Yang's strength was fully manifested. Witnessing the rampaging figure, Lin Yi was taken aback, realizing that even if he wished to flee, it was no longer an option. 1 incense stick's duration. If the duel does not conclude, we shall eliminate all. Dongfang Xian's patience was finite. He could not allow them to prolong the time indefinitely. After being submerged in cold water and now suspended in mid-air, and Rant's wet clothing had begun to frost over. Becoming stiff, delicate white beads of frost had formed on her hair and eyebrows. Oh dear. Bad Yezi, what on earth are you saying? Tang Jianhong once again covered his face with his hands, the flush of embarrassment radiating so intensely that it seemed as if smoke might escape through his fingers. At that moment, a woman in green entered, carrying a tray, and upon seeing Gu Qingheng, she hurriedly bowed in greeting. Anren's heart jolted with surprise. Was he the rightful heir? Or could nothing truly change? Sima Jin tightened his grip on Anren's hand, his expression remarkably calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Madam, there are AI Tuan over here, Kai-Chin suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead in delight, which alleviated some of the enchantment lingering in Gu Qingheng's heart. Sun Qiguang was quite young, reportedly a recent graduate with a bright future, yet he had not yet experienced much of the world. For instance, when his gaze met Song Yan's, it was clear what thoughts occupied his mind. What are you saying? The man's words instilled a sense of uncertainty and even a hint of fear in Anren. What could he possibly mean? Ding's pale face contorted into a sinister smile as he swiftly delivered a kick that struck the neck of the mutt, which let out a low whimper before collapsing motionless in the rain, evidently having been killed by Ding's blow. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was from where he had suddenly appeared. There would be no evading that question. Ouyang Moa felt quite embarrassed by the comments from the two, realizing her actions may have been somewhat foolish, yet she was unwilling to disregard the handsome stranger who had appeared so suddenly. She sensed he harbored many secrets. Chapter 173. Warning. Watching Chen Fan's receding figure, Lin Yun was infuriated to the point of nearly exploding. How could such a kept man possess the audacity to utter such arrogant words? The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, leading her to pull out her phone and make a call. Quickly inform Uncle Chi that Qingyan has been killed by a lad named Chen Fan. Have him go find it. He sensed a severe depletion in the spiritual energy of the consumable skill when, at this rate, he might not even have the opportunity to unleash it. The man in black stood frozen, bewildered by this unexpected method of consuming the medicine, as if it were a meal. Lu Jun did not refuse. Yin Lu and Shou Yun also had no objections. So Lu Yuan promptly contacted the club's personnel and made plans to visit the golf course after lunch that afternoon. This circle was drawn with a child's urine, yet how could such a trivial puddle endure through the night? Lu Yuan suddenly realized the advantages of having his own territory. He could drive freely and now also change his dining locations and methods at will. Upon seeing Xiao Wei, the captain was momentarily taken aback, but upon hearing Xiao Wei's words, he became excited. He felt his heart skip a beat, not solely due to his roommate's complicated emotions or the monotonous narrative. After disembarking, he headed toward the main building, ascending to the third floor, en route to Wang Mingjie's office. He had suddenly recalled Inu Kai Kuma's words, realizing he needed to obtain the roster of inmates from other detention centers. Jing Ji closed the door and stifled a few coughs, spreading open her handkerchief, which was stained a deep crimson, resembling the blooms of the red spider lily flourishing upon desolate dunes. Was it possible that this woman had never regarded Kohan as significant? Did her heart harbor only a single advisor? Humph. You two can just leave together, the man bellowed in anger, and subsequently, the surrounding white mist swirled and entered his body. In truth, he was overthinking. The protective shield was previously employed by Fai Long to safeguard Yi Yanqing, robust enough to withstand a full frontal assault from an 8th-rank battle king. After a night of rest, Yi Yanqing was met with his second opponent, who turned out to be Zhou Lu. Didn't you see me doing just fine? He said ambiguously, in order to spare some face for Lu Qinhao. Swallowing hard, Sangon could only shake his head in resignation. The moment had come, and there was no turning back if he did not advance. Death was the only fate awaiting him. His expression changed drastically at the mention of Baifeng. How could it be him? Observing the situation, it was evident that the injuries were severe. He rushed swiftly towards the deputy director's office. Her ample bosom was still exposed to the air, radiating a dazzling white. As she uttered these words, a certain part of Xian Yan's heart trembled. Shiza, I implore you to use all the love you possess for me to witness this statement I am about to make to your mother. No matter the circumstances, you must assist me in realizing it. Filled with guilt, I crouched down to embrace her, but she forcefully pushed me away, only to falter and sit down in the muddy water. Weeping even more fiercely, Nian Nian, this is serious, and Dai exclaimed excitedly, heedlessly rushing towards the doctor's office. Listening to that familiar, carefree banter, Bai he completely believed her speculation from the previous day. This girl had indeed pulled a prank and then fled. Doing so with exceptional enthusiasm and satisfaction. In Chapter 174, Provoking the Chen family. Within the study of the Jiang family's villa, Jiang Yanqing sat with a middle-aged man of similar age, old Qi, calm. Let us share a cup of tea before we delve into our discussion. Jiang Yanqing poured a cup of tea for the man across from him. This is Da Hong Pao from the mother tree of Wui Mountain. Had you not come today, I would have been reluctant to share it. The moonlight illuminated the earth outside, and at this moment, Han Yueying slowly opened her eyes, glancing to the side, where Yu Ruobing and Xia Xishuan were seated at the table. Members who graduated from the Alliance Academy with a rank of level 6 elite or above. You might have an inkling of their whereabouts, the emperor spoke, gazing at Yang Yifeng. The brothers here also possess experience in this regard. After all, this is not our first time. There is no shame in it. So let us each choose wisely. I'll just casually pick one and say, go ahead, pull hard. With that, he extinguished his cigarette and lay down on the bed. His holy sword was the sword of the stars. Even though he knew he was merely an impostor of King Arthur, this fact remained unchanged. The magical power that could rival the authentic was a source of confidence for her. The reasoning was quite simple. It was akin to a knife without a handle. No matter how sharp, few would dare to wield it. For once grasped, one's hand would inevitably be cut first. Master Priest, if we are not opponents. Does that mean others will be? The young prince, Xiongqing, son of the king of the White Bear clan, retorted defiantly. Renowned for his prowess at a young age, he had now reached the pinnacle of the martial sect and could step into the martial sovereign realm at any moment. Hailed as the future martial emperor, unlike grand hotels, farmhouses offered a more casual service, with diners selecting dishes by observing the fresh vegetables and meats at the kitchen's edge. Yi Tianzong coldly remarked. Although deep within, he secretly wished for Han Yuang to perish inside. At this moment, he needed to emerge as the virtuous one. Moreover, the multitude of secrets and resources he possessed rendered him vulnerable should the adversaries harbor ill intentions. He could hardly contend with such threats. Yet, they found themselves ensnared by Lu Jian and his cohorts. And more critically, it seemed that Lu Jian and Baodong's group were deliberately targeting them, attacking as they vied for the remains. Lu Qingyan, however, appeared unfazed, subtly gesturing for me to enter the house before hastily diving inside. As Lin Jie felt the surging power coursing through his body, he let out a cold laugh, cursing inwardly at those daring to wreak havoc on his territory. Clearly growing impatient, he charged forward recklessly. In the battlefield, it was a matter of either life or death, leaving no room for hesitation. Lu Yuru remained silent, and after a considerable pause, under the anxious gazes of Lu Zhan and Lu Yuling, she shook her head. With the trading of goods by caravans, adventurer teams, and the Phoenix City along with its affiliated camps, Phoenix coins gradually circulated to broader realms. In this era, plague represented an uncontestable force of death. The entire Yinchuan city stirred, as hundreds of soldiers, confirmed by Zhang Baocong to be uninfected, galloped swiftly towards Chang'an, after which the gates of Yinchuan city were once again sealed. Old Hong contended with the previous generation's leader for the position of sect master? Lu Yi was astonished, failing to anticipate such a development. Could it be that Old Hong was truly of the dragon realm? No, Lu Yi distinctly sensed a dragon soul realm, though Old Hong could easily deceive him should he choose to. Lu Yi dared not ascertain Old Hong's true cultivation level. The villagers were relatively cooperative, as four young adults approached Lu Qingxian, each revealing the wounds inflicted by Li Wan for his inspection. Chapter 175. Death of Chen Fan. Qi Dahai and Jiang Yanqing could hardly believe that Qi Yan was dead. Furthermore, this was Jiang Zhou. In such a small locale, who could possibly kill Qi Yan? No one possessed that capability. What nonsense are you spouting? Qi Dahai glared fiercely at his confidant, rebuking, how could my son possibly be dead? Speak again. And I swear upon hearing this, Li Er immediately flushed crimson, then caught sight of Li Zhisher's smiling profile. Feeling both anger and embarrassment as she stomped her foot before turning and fleeing, he spoke gentle words, yet his actions bore an undeniable oppressive force, as he thrust the bowl towards Dongru, leaving no room for her refusal. Observing the slight upward curve of the prince's lips, that smile appeared increasingly sinister, causing Li Yuanchang to shiver involuntarily as for whether he would be unfortunate enough to descend into the realm of beasts. He could not guarantee, for the matter of being reincarnated as a human or a beast rested solely in the hands of Lord Yin and Judge Yin. The individual they all spoke of in unison was the maniac Shenlang, clearly indicating that, to varying extents, they had all suffered losses under his command in the past. As she drew ever closer to the exit of the connecting passage, her spirits soared, even becoming somewhat buoyant. It was precisely due to this confidence that she failed to notice that, at some point, the stone pavement beneath her feet had dwindled significantly, leading ahead into a stretch of yellow, muddy ground. Those charlatans, engaging in their theatrics, are merely driven by the pursuit of wealth. Upon hearing Nia Wei's assertion of not accepting her money, she felt a flicker of genuine interest towards him. Indeed, a banquet was set up in the western courtyard, at the center of which sat an official, presumably Zhang Dujian. With a cursory glance, Wu Song noted the presence of Zhang Tuanlian and Jiang Minshan, which alleviated some of his earlier frustrations. He pondered that Shi-In must also be present, though he could not locate him at the moment. Perhaps he had yet to arrive. Fortunately, he had not immediately considered whether this divine perception, if cast upon another's clothing, might yield a similar effect of transparency. Shi Chun smiled generously, declaring her resilience when it came to alcohol. Red wine and beer posed no challenge to her, though she struggled with spirits. It was striking to reflect that merely a month prior, she had regarded him as a deity, Yet now she willingly submitted herself as a slave to another man who persistently provoked him. Consequently, the unfolding events were indeed manifesting in a manner that could be executed to completion. "Stop your incessant prattle and focus on your meal," he chided. Jiang Yu caught a glimpse of Yin Xiao Zhao's peculiar expression from the corner of his eye and hastily diverted the conversation. They were acutely aware that earlier, their combined efforts, alongside the eternal divine hall, had just vanquished the 9 Buddha forms before them, revealing a staggering disparity in power. "You must truly adore your wife, dear sister, for only then will she play with me each day," 11 sister insisted. Long Xiao Yin blinked his large, innocent eyes, wearing an adorable expression that made one wish to rush forward and take a playful bite. To be loathed by her own husband would spell disaster for He Lan Ting's future. Moreover, He Lan Yao sought to instill in He Lan Ting the belief that she was merely a pawn in He Lan Qingyuan's game, a piece that could be discarded or sacrificed at any moment. However, the truth was now revealed. The pig god had exposed that all his machinations lay entirely in the hands of another. There was no other reason than the realization that as the SSG team progressed, they would face increasing challenges. Thus, their strategy would pivot towards a sudden surge of strength in the mid-game. Consequently, Han Min was not deceived by the apparent calmness before them, nor did they let their guard down. It was precisely because he had received substantial benefits from a certain individual that he placed the white-browed viper bestowed upon him in Lord Mu's lunchbox. The entire Mu family soon found themselves in a state of tension, and he surmised that it was highly likely that Lord Mu had been poisoned. The group involved in the plot also diligently tested their escape plans, and without exception, their attempts became nothing more than genuine decorative items. Everyone felt as though they were locked in a cage with a ferocious beast, having lost the key, spiraling into chaos. Chapter 176. The Fall of Jiang Bing Yun Jiang Family Villa. Jiang Yin Cheng sat leisurely in his study, savoring his Dahong Pao from the mother tree of Wui Mountain. Jiang Yin Cheng refrained from intervening. Firstly, Cheetah Hai had not summoned him for assistance. For Cheetah Hai, dealing with a minor character like Chen Fan was a task easily managed by the chief family. His acting was on point. Lin Xiao felt that if he were to pursue a career in acting, securing an Oscar would pose no challenge. Upon hearing that the threat was not directed at them, Su Ran, though curious about the nature of the scoundrel worthy of a retired master's intervention, refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that as someone unable to practice martial arts, she had little need for such knowledge. This shot, its force akin to a soaring dragon plunging into the sea. This shot, its might reminiscent of celestial beings descending upon the earth. This shot, its power comparable to Mount Tai pressing down from above. After the suppression effect dissipated, Akali's subsequent maneuvers did not allow even a single attack from the turret to land. Zhou Rongfu still harbored a degree of trepidation, deeply concerned that if Lin Xiao were to depart, someone might come to confront them. Zhou Sueki, though reluctant to leave, understood that she was akin to a ticking time bomb, liable to attract the attention of the Axe Gang at any moment. Indeed, it was the young master of the Gu family, who had recently claimed to have made progress, and just 2 days ago had been in search of individuals. Finally locating them yesterday, Granny Tang was particularly hesitant, as the Han family had just welcomed the arrival of a precious child. Her words carried the weight of superstition. Yet, she insisted that I visit the address she had registered. Was it truly a trap designed to abduct individuals for sale? The blue knife set, emphasizing critical hits, showcased its prowess in the later stages, capable of decimating fragile opponents with just a couple of shots, rendering them devoid of combat effectiveness. However, the drawback lay in the fact that the damage prior to acquiring the endless blade was not particularly remarkable. Had he encountered 5 war emperors 6 months prior, he would have been filled with dread, but now, with his loyal guards all at the initial stage of war emperor and 4 at the pinnacle, he feared no one. At that moment, Mo Bayan and his companions were drawing near to the dock. And from that vantage point, one could clearly see the incongruous white sedan parked beside the entrance. At this juncture, Hui Siju proceeded to analyze for me, stating that Hui Siling's capabilities were well acknowledged within the family, and her performance in the exhibition competition had been commendable. After I had successfully allied with Rue Mujuan and Gu Lingyao from the top 3, she gained considerable acclaim and recognition. The bidding this time came from the ordinary individuals below, who had saved their funds for this very moment. As weapons are paramount in combat power, fiercely contested even against those in the VIP lounge, that Miao strolled towards the pavilion, feigning ignorance of Chu Chu's presence above. Once she sensed Chu Chu had relaxed her guard, She swiftly leaped onto the pavilion after Miao extracted all the gifts placed within the spiritual tray, which collectively amounted to a staggering 100 items. Liang Shan lifted her head, a broad smile illuminating her face. Receiving praise from her father brought her a joy surpassing that of indulging in delectable treats. As the soul was released, the king of hell invoked his magic to restore it to its rightful place. And shortly thereafter, the child coughed a few times and awakened. However, the king of hell continued to cast spells to ensure the child remained asleep, to prevent any leakage of celestial secrets. Xuanzang savored the fruit, its fragrance enveloping his mouth, nose, and even his lungs, rendering him utterly satisfied, just as he was about to express his gratitude to the celestial being when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Due to the distance of Lu Zishi and his entourage's lodgings, their arrival was delayed, and upon inquiring with the guards, Lu Zishi learned that Xiao Jian had been captured by a monster. Bilian. Why am I unaware of the matters mentioned by the Lu Taifei? Once those around her had departed, Shun Yinjiao finally voiced her thoughts, carrying an air of urgency that he assumed that at most, after the summer harvest, these individuals would employ celestial talismans to besiege his estates under the pretext of tax collection, when in truth, they were merely extorting him. Chapter 177, A Certain Kind. The following day at noon, at 10 minutes to 12, Chi's villa was already teeming with people. Most of them were henchmen of the Qi family. Numbering well over 100. Amidst the throng, a group of young individuals, including Chao Jie and his classmates, could be discerned. Do you think Chen Fan dares to come? The shortcomings of the courtyard were laid bare. The wooden structure was particularly susceptible to fire, and although the flames were extinguished in time, a third of it had still been consumed. At this moment, Yuan Shu's ambition had swelled to its utmost limits. He could not tolerate dissent among his subordinates and had descended into a state of madness. Huang Zhong, however, did not afford Shen Qingji any time to react, with a swift motion resembling clouds racing across the sky. He charged forth, nearly cleaving through the heavens, overcoming all obstacles in his path. Chen Qingji and Dong Ping were left astonished. Upon seeing Xiao Yi's arrival, Zhao Linger felt an involuntary surge of joy. When Xiao Yi delivered a resounding slap to the bald man's face, it provided her a sense of vindication. The wretched bald head deserved it. She silently cursed. This action startled Yen Laohai, as Xiao Yi proclaimed his intent to bestow upon him a high-grade martial skill, nearly causing him to faint, not from joy, but from sheer terror. Dust swirled in the air, forcibly repelling the figure of Xie Yu. A man and his dog stood resolutely in front, and the cold, clear gaze of Yue fell even colder. It was never a pleasant experience to have one's vision obscured by dust. Jing Yao paused, a hint of amusement gracing his features as he said, "Old foam, do share. I merely inquired without intention, and you responded without thought. You know I am not one for idle chatter, and I would not casually spread such words that high-ranking divine beasts inherit bloodline legacies." Receiving the memories of their ancestors from the moment of their birth, and Qing Wan was no exception. Upon hatching from her egg, she acquired the ancestral memories from the jade phoenix feather nearby, and her task was to safeguard this ancestral wind-type artifact. Just as Mu Feng had surmised, the blood demon tiger indeed began to mutate. In mere seconds, its body suddenly expanded, and black patterns began to manifest upon its skin, while its white fangs rapidly elongated, growing over 20 centimeters after the mutation was complete. Witnessing this, Yang Fan looked excitedly at the spatial rift that had appeared, utterly awestruck by the power of this annihilation-grade martial technique. If a person were to be struck by this five-colored lightning, the consequences would surely be dire. Observing the modeled spatial rift, Yang Fan mused to himself. Among the 100 formations, Fan Shueli found that he was unfamiliar with several, though his keen eye could barely discern the flaws within them. While he could forcibly break through using the Wanhua seal, the peculiar combinations of these formations bore a resemblance to the one that sealed the chaotic energy within him. Just as Yang Fan and his companions prepared to advance towards the cave ahead, 3 piercing winds echoed from that direction. One figure suddenly rose, exuding an overwhelming killing intent, annihilating all life within a 1,000-mile radius in a fleeting moment. Yet, upon surveying the surroundings, it was evident that no life remained, at least not within the confines of this palace. Chapter 178. Unstoppable. Chen Fan took a decisive step forward, kicking one henchman aside before using the momentum to send another flying. Once he steadied his footing, he seized a henchman's neck, lifting him high before crashing him downwards. A piercing scream reverberated through the air, toppling 3 or 4 henchmen in an instant, as within a heartbeat. 10 of the Qi family's enforcers lay sprawled on the ground. Duanmu Quan, the younger brother of Duanmu Chong, assumed the role of the head of the Duanmu family in the realm of Green Spirit after his brother ascended to the position of Island Lord. He also held the esteemed title of one of the 3 elders of the Hall of Meritorious Deeds, having reached the 7th level of the Void Return realm, a prodigy among prodigies. He Yushan discerned a flicker of reluctance in Wang Yan's eyes, filling her heart with sweetness. She wriggled free from Wang Yan's embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully chided him. Liu Yuan cast a glance at Li Xiangyu, nodded slightly, and remarked, "He is inside the house. It would be prudent not to seek him out just now, as he is quite troubled. Your village is facing difficulties. If there are matters to discuss, you may address them to me and Yu Qiao, and we shall see if we can offer assistance." This revelation caused both Lu Bingyi and Hua Qingjun to shudder, never having anticipated such a deranged individual capable of slaughtering an entire family merely for offering straightforward counsel. "From now on, you must not abandon me again," Tang Zishi whimpered softly, clutching Yunhe tightly. The local officials, with smiles adorning their faces, acted as mediators, announcing that a welcoming banquet had been prepared. However, Feng Che, known for his incorruptible integrity, resolutely declined to attend. Shaoan also gracefully refused with a smile. Zhang Wei's brow furrowed deeply, and his expression grew solemn as he suddenly sat upright, closing his eyes and assuming a lotus position. Seeking to locate the strange crimson glow within him to unravel the doubts that plagued his mind. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a chilling atmosphere. The prison was engulfed in darkness. Save for the dim light emanating from the corridor, Dotagori Holmar Jackman's chest, as the assassin who had inflicted the wound was sent flying by a ninja's kick, only to be decapitated mid-air. Their positions appeared slightly elevated compared to the others, as if they were spectators reveling in the spectacle of a bubbling battle below that in a mere half-day's time. The forces of the Tianzong had been annihilated, followed by the cunning assassination of 2 leaders from the Cup elite team. Lin Feiyong, having fired his gun, swiftly repositioned. Qi Taishan spoke in a low voice. "This morning, all the assets of the Qi family have been indefinitely sealed. And now the gates of the Qi residence are also locked, allowing only the family members to enter but not to leave." All of this, the arrival of Lin Yuan, prompted the nearly 60-year-old King Carter to descend personally from his throne. Zierman, with a kindly demeanor, was exceedingly curious about Lin Yuan, wondering what extraordinary qualities this young man possessed to earn such favor from Carter. The continuous roar echoed in the void, just barely withstanding Yin Longfei's surging strike. Mo Li felt an intense pain surge through his internal organs due to the shockwave of energy. A mouthful of hot blood surged uncontrollably from his throat, his garments cracking under pressure. His dantian and meridians suffered severe damage from the onslaught of battle energy. Lu Xianhua opened the door and immediately spotted Zhao lying standing at the entrance of the mushroom house. Lugging a substantial suitcase, "I am not," that Qi Yuan Jingnai attempted to deny it while evading Nong Yu's gaze, yet was unable to escape as Nong Yu firmly held her face, preventing her eyes from straying. The situation at the city gate was just as Mo Li had previously speculated. The Lu family was conducting stringent checks on those attempting to exit the city. Liang Bo personally led the Dong family's convoy out, and the two managed to blend in under the carriage to successfully leave. Observing the surrounding environment, Qin Luo formed a notion. This neighborhood was relatively close to the city walls, unbeknownst to anyone. A row of over 10 cannons atop the walls began to rotate, aiming at the chaos below. "Just to report to you." Ji Xiangfan paid no heed to her brisk tone, smiling as he opened the door, waved at her, and then promptly closed it again. Yetian. However, the individual who had severely injured Ao Bai and Yangzhou had not anticipated that the reaction of the fake Empress Dowager Mao Dongzhu would be quite significant, as she immediately recognized which Tian was being referred to. She was even aware of events occurring 1,000 miles away. With a whoosh, the official vehicle accelerated sharply, transforming into a racing car, leaving Zhao Li and others' vehicles in its dust. Dai Ti was said that when he first entered school, he arrogantly proclaimed himself a genius and got into a quarrel with a third-year student, also known for his talent, which ultimately escalated into a mecha duel, with a wager that the loser would cook for the winner. Yu Zhiqian nodded, refraining from further conversation, and focused on treating John's injuries while contemplating the various possibilities of the situation. In Qi, in a fit of rage, howled to the heavens, his demonic energy rampaging around him. However, no matter how frenzied he became, the area illuminated by the heavenly light remained tranquil and harmonious. In fact, his demonic energy, upon touching the Kunlun heavenly light, would instantly dissipate without a trace. This was the absolute power wielded by the divine realm, not to be profaned by anyone. A year and a half later, during the Qingyan meeting, Su Shan had already gained unparalleled renown due to his campaign against the Eastern Islands. Within the sphere of influence of the Qingyan meeting, the common folk could live and work in peace, suffering little from forced labor or excessive taxes, naturally feeling grateful to Su Shan's proxy. 3 minutes later, the White House was reduced to rubble. Fortunately, the president had managed to escape during a session of Congress. Or else, even the vice president and other key officials would have perished, leaving no successor in sight. However, Yu Zhiqian lightly waved his fingers, signaling Mao Sanbai and others to prepare for action. Upon receiving Yu Zhiqian's signal, Mao Sanbai and his companions discreetly drew their silenced pistols and aimed ahead. Chapter 180. Frustration, Jiang Family Villa. Yet, when the news reached Jiang Yinqing, he felt incredulous. Qi Dahai had lost his son. It was inconceivable that he would allow Chen Fan to leave alive. At the moment the news arrived, Jiang Yinqing was hardly interested in understanding the details. After all, the deceased was undoubtedly Chen Fan. Chen Ning's smile resembled that of a mischievous child who had discovered a new toy, as he seized the neck of the 9-colored deer and bit down. Initially, after Shi Jingqiu switched allegiances, Tang Xingyue recruited impoverished children to Chuyu, and he had not paid any attention to this individual since then. When a warm hand unexpectedly clasped around her, Lin Yuru's mind went blank for a moment. As soon as his words fell, a gentle breeze wafted in through the unlatched window, igniting the incense on the burner, causing the flames to flare up even more vigorously, with wisps of fragrant smoke rising gracefully. After Shen Ning practiced his breathing technique, the ethereal flame within him blazed brightly, and the black flames that burned upon the sand affection's body began to send tendrils of dark energy surging into Shen Ning's being. Originally, the 13th Army had no dealings with them, and thus there was no question of any personal favors, making it difficult for Lin Shen to forge that connection. Moreover, the fact that the Qingchuan Great World could maintain dominance over the 5 domains even while allied with the Dark Moon realm speaks volumes of its formidable strength. Tian Zhuxian shook her head. Though she did not comprehend martial arts, having observed Tang Yun's execution of the 8 Extremes fist once, she could not help but be awed by its might and vigor. How could she possibly regard those comparatively simple and direct combat techniques? While the 2 elders exchanged pleasantries, the young captains of both teams scrutinized each other intently as Nengong Pinger approached. There was no superfluous chatter. Qing Fan immediately offered an apology, feeling deep remorse for his negligence. If it were not for his indulgence, he would have arrived much sooner. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to temptation. At his waist hung the spirit tool, the purple dragon dagger, awarded to Feng Liu. Having accompanied Feng Liu for 3 years, though he primarily used it to slice apples, Lin Shen could still faintly sense the dagger's extraordinary nature. Thus, wearing it at his waist became a habit for him. She sat before the vanity, cradling her chin in her hands, her gaze fixed unblinkingly on the various faces in the photograph, some radiant, some gentle, some serious, each smile captivating her entirely. She failed to notice that among them were several individuals who should have been the first to raise questions, yet remained silent as the barbarian soldiers realized they could not catch up to the 2. They began loosing arrows from behind. Bai Yan lay low on his steed, making it difficult for the arrows to strike him, while Lu Xing Shuang darted left and right, evading the projectiles as he ran. Inside the palace, the decor was not as resplendent as the exterior, resembling more the interior of a tomb. A flurry of information flashed by, akin to a slideshow, as Zhu Geqing fervently searched for answers. Chapter 181. Cooperation. Steward Jiang suddenly approached Jiang Zhongyan, leaning in to whisper a few words into his ear. In an instant, Jiang Zhongyan's expression darkened, and he waved his hand dismissively. Enough? I understand. You may leave. Yes, replied Butler Jiang, slightly bowing before retreating, although Hong Jun led the person inside to the northeastern corner. Pan Yuhong, driven by curiosity, followed suit. At this moment, Mei Shuelian had completed her calculations. And with the 2 possession talismans from Mei Shuelian and Pan Long, Pan Yuhong felt emboldened. No matter what, I must venture in this time. If I can obtain the essence of the Xianxian, I will become one of the foremost powers in this world. A burly man exclaimed loudly. A soundless flute note erupted, causing Shimin Piaoxue, Bai Shaozi, and Bai Maji to gradually retreat, unable to approach the elder amidst the cacophony. Upon hearing Lan Ronger's words, a flicker of anger ignited within Qing Hong as he gazed at her, his eyes brimming with smiles, and slowly approached her without making a move. He clicked on the model of the 3-gene chain, simulating the embedding of an S-grade gene fragment. In an instant, all the genes were rapidly assimilated by the S-grade fragment, transforming into a luminescent gene structure. Over the past 2 days, residing in a house several times more spacious than before, the sensation was markedly different. During his time in Qingyan, he always felt stifled. Up until now, Liverpool's naval forces still utilized weapons such as bows and arrows. The recent loss of their flag had instilled some anxiety, as they possessed neither such weaponry nor such accuracy. Following that, the booming sound of a devastating weapon astonished Johnson. "Grandfather, your masculine divine skill has broken through to the 10th layer, hasn't it?" Upon seeing Long Yun by his side, Xingchen smiled faintly and inquired. Chao Yin's countenance grew even more grim, resembling a malevolent specter. The surrounding spiritual energy was violently stirred by his aura, creating a whirlwind. Simultaneously, his true essence surged chaotically within, forming arcs of electricity around his body, which gradually concentrated in his hands, transforming into a heavenly-grade artifact resembling lightning. "What is the situation ahead?" "Call 02, Lei said, glancing at the jungle before activating the communicator. "Cease your pretense here. Do you truly think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Yun Weiyong stepped forward with her sword. Though it was merely a single step, it propelled her several meters in an instant, leaving the bewildered steward standing in place, unable to comprehend why the leader was disinterested in hearing his report and instead sought out the doctor. Was the leader unwell? The lion mercenaries were no mere greenhorns. Following the earlier explosion and the alarm's warning, most experienced veterans immediately dropped to the ground, minimizing the risk of being attacked. Chapter 182. If you hadn't divorced, why are you here again? Chen Fan asked nonchalantly upon hearing Huiye's words. She could no longer contain her inner excitement, lowering her head as her eyes radiated a brilliant golden hue, unseen by all. Upon awakening from a dream, I found myself enveloped in darkness. All my classmates and teachers had vanished, leaving only the man before me, still resolutely engaged in his unfinished push-ups. "No matter," I thought, "I can summon my friends to pick us up. Let us first find a secluded spot to hide." Suddenly, when Suning from the back seat broke the silence, Xia Haoyu slightly turned his head, casting a glance in my direction without uttering a word, and then started the engine, driving us forward. Thankfully, my father still held a modicum of favor with the immortal king, who, after all, chose not to penalize him, though it was evident that his esteem had waned. Feng Ke had yet to unleash his 7th fan, teetering on the brink of collapse. It seemed that mere endurance had become futile, and seeking transformation amidst peril was the only viable path. Prince Ambrose took the lead, escorting Jia Zhenjin, Connie, and Noel into the dungeon. Similarly, my grandparents were adamant, preventing Nia Wei and the others from venturing outside. Master Uncle, Wang Tian, overwhelmed by the provocation of the girl, urged with exasperation. Ding Meinu, without seeking anyone else, made a beeline for the Zhang family estate. She had already learned that the villagers of Xianyang were well acquainted with Longpan Mountain Gorge, the true local power brokers. She knew that if she could persuade the Zhang family, there would be no shortage of guides from Xianyang. I understand. Wang Tian, casting a casual glance at Zhou Yi, bypassed him and proceeded downstairs with Zhou Xiana. His obsidian eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, clear and luminous, complemented by a straight nose and thin lips, forming a visage of perfection. He actually handed me a bottle of mineral water that he had just sipped. Fong Lulu's eyes widened in disbelief. Never had anyone shown such blatant disrespect towards her. After all, in the eyes of this celebrity, she was merely a mere staff member, and passing water was a matter of course, was it not? After concluding the serious discussion, Anan disregarded the enthusiastic entreaties of Zhao Yuanshou and others, picking up the satellite encrypted phone that had been sent to her earlier. The staff had already stored Li Jing's number alongside Zhao Yuanshou's dedicated line. She said nothing, dialing both numbers in succession before bidding farewell to everyone. Neo, emboldened by his rise to power, unleashed his formidable techniques with the flair of a raging river. As a fellow level 3 mechanic, his movements were swift and strategic, placing him at a distinct advantage, forcing Yin Qi to retreat repeatedly. Due to her pregnancy, she found it inconvenient to use her mobile phone, prompting her mother-in-law to arrange for a landline, which rang every weekend evening, at varying times but always ringing. After all, Tang Shiyun, as the former president of the prestigious Hanfu Society in her previous life, had often caught Chen Yu's eye in her beautiful Hanfu attire, especially in white. She chuckled softly, recalling Fang Yifan, who was also in Ningqing, and reopened her chat with Gu Qing. Chapter 183. Two clowns. The two laughed boisterously, seemingly eager to draw the attention of those around them. Their aim was to humiliate Chen Fan. Unable to best him in a fight, they resorted to this insipid tactic to vex him. Two clowns. Chen Fan, uninterested in their antics, attempted to walk past them. Wait. It must be said that Zhang Di is quite difficult to manage. Most generous individuals tend to be unable to conceal their affairs, while the majority of quiet and reserved people are often full of cunning. However, Zhang Di, despite appearing magnanimous and flamboyant, is actually brimming with schemes. Subsequently, Huiju descended the stairs, regardless of the overwhelming hunger and impatience within the room. As he stepped outside, he maintained his characteristic seriousness and aloofness, which is precisely where his prowess lies. Ningyu smiled, setting down the cup in his hand. Earlier, while watching Sima Hong's culinary performance, he had noticed that when the latter politely surveyed the audience, his gaze seemed to momentarily linger in this direction. To his surprise, despite having only visited once with Chang Xianxian, he had already been remembered and recognized at a glance. Once, some renowned solo players in the game could not resist its allure and abandoned their solitary paths. It was indeed difficult to fathom that Han Han even wished to play a solo character, choosing such a unique profession. The sunlight grew increasingly radiant, completely dispelling the hazy veil of the magic mist mountains. As vibrant beams of light cascaded across the undulating peaks, due to the perpetual shroud of mist, the myriad trees in the forest displayed a faint green hue rather than the vibrant green that symbolizes life. In an instant, sparks erupted in the void, and a powerful impact shattered the protruding walls ahead. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, a figure was violently hurled back, soaring across the entire city tower before crashing heavily down from the opposite end. At this moment, Zhan Bu and Xiao Chuchu were mere bystanders, listening to Wu Yisan recounting matters concerning Feng Wenwen. The Japanese have always lacked humanity. Unexpectedly, when in no way spotted that rabbit, his eyes seemed to ignite with a fervor as he sprinted after it. With the sword's arc, a fiery explosion struck, deftly avoiding the most tumultuous blaze, followed by a fierce thrust that, in the blink of an eye, pierced through the searing heat, creating a translucent ripple as the fiery light wildly dissipated. Yi Feng, filled with trepidation, glanced towards the location of the golden centipede, his scalp prickling with unease as the forest was laid to waste, and the space itself was cleaved by fissures upon reaching the staircase. He was astonished to find that the upward passage had been sealed by a plasma barrier. Suddenly, an ominous thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to hasten towards another staircase. Death Qi, the essence of a person's primal energy, is one of the purest forms of energy in the world. That in the realm of mortals, where spiritual energy is scarce, had he not inadvertently absorbed Death Qi during his initial cultivation, realizing its significance, Zhang Tianxi would likely be unable to pass even the meat-washing stage now. Moreover, the ethereal Anthony Walker, lauded by fans, had concocted a notion he believed to be quite clever: the guard of Shang Liantong. Shang Linhua, who is a disciple of Su Guanwushi, came to deliver a message and, tearfully lamenting to Su Guanwushi, recounted how his wife had long been monopolized by Shang Liantong. Upon hearing this, Su Guanwushi's anger flared. His brow furrowed, and a cunning plan began to form in his mind. Chapter 184. Collusion. Upon hearing Zheng Mingshu's words, Manager Yang cast a look of disdain towards Chen Fan. He had encountered many individuals of this sort, who infiltrated banquets merely to indulge in food and drink, akin to beggars. Manager Yang, the situation is such that I seek your assistance with a matter. Jiu murmured. Isn't the Tang family releasing a new medication called Ichidan? Summoning all my strength, I bit down fiercely, as if this act would alleviate the discomfort in my mouth and the nausea in my heart, showing no restraint in my force. However, after such a prolonged silence, your sudden call suggests you must have something on your mind as well, doesn't it? Although phrased as a question, the way Baba Mami expressed it carried a tone of certainty. The combat prowess of a legendary mage is formidable. Yet when their power is depleted significantly, encountering a formidable foe could pose a grave threat to their life. It is precisely because that legendary mage was hesitant to expend excessive energy that they proposed a collective effort. He now comprehends that the death turn is a technique imparted by the Emperor to Long. Once Long reaches the epic realm, he can utilize the death turn to threaten the legendary. This is a powerful offensive spell. Observing the blood-soaked figure before him, Devoid of any semblance of life, Li Mingran finally laid to rest the last vestige of his caution. Chen Fan, witnessing this, felt an intensified discontent within. He now acknowledged that he was consumed by jealousy towards that so-called male classmate, envious of his youth, his vibrant years, and even more so for the proximity he shared with her. Previously, many had targeted him out of jealousy while he stood upon the Tao platform. Yet he managed to fend off all attacks, shielded by the aura of the platform. However, now he felt no restraint. His robust physique rendered him fearless of injury, as ordinary cultivators could not breach his defenses. Conversely, one might say that those counterparts he had left in the derived world, having lost their escape route, harbored a mindset of reckless abandon, though they had severed ties with their original selves. They were liberated from the various entanglements of their true essence, allowing them to genuinely live for themselves, embracing love and hatred with a certain nonchalance. Qingyan, standing nearby, advised, already aware of Jiang's affections for Chen Siyue. She did not deny that she lacked evidence to prove when Qing was the murderer, who could believe her based solely on her words. Why hold back? Solon inquired, propping himself up with his blade. Greedily inhaling the air. What's the matter? Forget-me-not was lost in her thoughts and accidentally collided with him. The Empress sighed. Upon learning of Su Yun's intention to divorce, she was taken aback and filled with trepidation. However, as time passed, she found herself somewhat fatigued by Song Ru's insatiable emotions. She needed to prepare those within the room. Barging in unannounced would only frighten them. The uncle was certainly not someone who fell ill easily. Who knew what he and Shang Wanyu had been doing locked away in their room all day? Jiang Mian detected no hint of relief or joy in his voice regarding the child's return. Instead, it was calm, almost bordering on indifference. Jin Shizhou composed himself, adjusted his attire, and gentlemanly knocked on the door before entering the room. In the enchanted forest of the Iron Songshuan, two figures intermittently flicker, relentlessly preying upon the lives of the magical beasts. Ever since Haonan transformed into an enigmatic monster and wreaked havoc in this area, it appears that the creatures of this realm have come to understand the peril that lurks within.